There was little time left before the day of the upper limit, and Christian needed to make a breakthrough, but it would take many years of work on himself. He did not know who invented the system of the sage who owns life, but now he is a hostage to it, even though he has all the qualities to be on top of the world. The guy is now in the body of a beggar and is trying to master this system, and he is not used to this world. He would be happy to know it. Chris was sitting among the icons, and in 6 years he had mastered 4 degrees, which is the pace for the most average student. But the main thing is stability. The guy put his palm to the pentagram and a wall rose. He knew that in years to come, he would definitely reach the peak. He entered a room with unknown structures, and if he can do it, he might be able to go home. Clutching the machine, he was convinced that even if it took many years of waiting and everything came true, it was worth it. Christian looked at the huge city with a star burning above it, and he realized that these dreams were of no use to him now. The boy was a little upset because his parents were there, but he has an older brother who can take care of them, and for now, he will take care of himself. Among the great mountains, there was a hut. It was on the territory of the Heavenly Throne Sect in the world of Feiyu. Chris flew away. He was going to sign up for some more classes because he learns everything a little bit at a time to stretch his progress and not make a premature breakthrough. He saw someone downstairs. He asked them to come down and stop bragging about their intermediate level bodyweight technique. Lucas Vi was considered talented because, being at the 4th level of the bookmark, he was able to defeat a 6th level beast with a single blow. While Christian was landing, the guy was already running to him. He really wanted him to teach him the lightweight technique. He had a plan that if this technique was developed and reached a higher level, he would be able to fly faster and it would be better than the Skyrider technique. Lucas was a little angry, because if he wanted to fly faster, he would have to pay less attention to attacking techniques and would have time for this one. He explained that he couldn't help but train his attacking technique because what would he do if he saw an animal in the forest? The boy became even more angry after Chris told him not to go into the forest because he did not understand how such a talented student always chose the path of cowardice. In the forest, we could see fire and hear people screaming and animals growling. It turned out that untamed animals had escaped from the animal management department. Then, Lucas was badly wounded and could no longer continue the battle, and one of the beasts stood in front of him and growled with its mouth open. Someone appeared from the side and struck the wolves with their magic spears, so that the boy even covered himself. He was amazed as the 2 wolves flew back, splashing their blood all over the place. Christian came up to him and asked if he was okay and if he could get up on his own, and he was shocked at his abilities. He enthusiastically asked him to teach him his deadly techniques, because Chris was able to combine 3 spells and release them in one go, but he didn't understand why he was still at this stage. Their conversation was interrupted by students who were discussing a master who taught attack spells and managed to reach the golden elixir stage in 50 years. But the guy didn't understand why he needed to learn offensive attacks instead of defensive attacks if surviving meant winning, but Lucas was angry because he already knew them at the highest level. Christian stood in front of the blackboard and tried to choose something for himself. But it was a little difficult because he passed some of the classes and didn't have enough money for others. A scroll on the use of medicinal plants in alchemy caught his attention. He approached a girl sitting at the registration desk and asked her to enroll him in their course. The girl told me that the course lasts 3 days and costs 50 spiritual stones, but a jade spell is a gift. He was both angry and disappointed, because even after a year of doing the tasks, he had not earned 100 spiritual stones, so he would have to develop with most of the income. She added that without their course, it would be impossible to study alchemy, because the mentor gives you the basics, and you have to learn the rest about medicinal plants on your own. He angrily put stones on the table and said that he was taking this course. His heart began to ache, and he began to cry that he had to give away 50 spiritual stones. The girl took the stones with audacity and whispered that it was not worth getting into alchemy without money and that she was just another student dreaming in vain of achieving something. In the evening, the market was especially beautiful, and Christian sat in one of the restaurants hoping that his investment would not be in vain. A man came up behind him and called him his son-in-law and asked if he had come to see Julie, which made him shy, and said that he was on guard as usual. 39. The uncle shouted when he would pay the ransom, for the girl had been crying for days to be released to him. The girl took Christian's hand and asked if she could be his wife, to which he replied that he would raise the money to buy her out. He didn't understand why they were behaving like that because he was just joking at the time. The guy said goodbye to him, saying that cultivators are not recommended to stay with lay people for so long. And just as he was about to ask them not to tell Julie that he had come, he sent her a message. The girl flew into the guy's back and hugged him tightly, saying that she was already here. The guy asked her to loosen her grip because it was quite strong. Julie was a little angry after being told about the joke because the man does not retract his words and that he is completely satisfied with her and his mother-in-law. Christian looked down at the girl and said that according to tradition, when a couple exchanges gifts as a sign of engagement, they are destined to be together until death. She took out the toy he had given her earlier, but it was to distract her, not as a sign of engagement. She didn't care about that. She hugged him tightly and firmly told him that she was his wife, and that was it. Chris was disappointed because he was already stuck here because of the stupid system, and he just missed the local traditions here. He was flying again in the world of Feiyu, the Sect of the Heavenly Throne, and he saw Lucas flying over that house. He was waving to him to come closer to him because he had a gift, a small lamb. Christian was wary because this spiritual lamb was specially raised in the sect, but the guy reassured him and asked him to cook something good with it. The guy calmed down and invited him in, then raised his finger up and a magic ball appeared around his house. They stood in the yard of the house and looked at the magic diagrams. Lucas was surprised by the semi-automatic lighting equipment, and when he met it, he felt like a nobody. The guy ran around praising him for his abilities, and if Chris had allowed him to tell the sect, he could have been high up already, but the guy just pushed him away. He was serious when he said that he wanted to be quiet and invisible to others, covering his friend's mouth with his hand. Chris already knew who he could have been, but his priority was to stay out of risky stories and survive, because the survivor wins. He ordered them to bring the lamb to him, and Lucas immediately picked it up and carried it away, but he did not understand whether they were going to roast it whole. The guy was waiting for the lamb to cook, and when it was ready, his friend was delighted with the aroma of the dish. When Christian lifted the lid, they were both shocked to see how shiny the dish looked because he had used a secret technique for the highest level of lamb cooking. Lucas was drooling over the dish, wanted to kiss it, and then started rustling around in his bag looking for something. He lifted up a stone. It was a spiritual stone to the wind because, as they say, a lamb is a lamb without wine. Chris noticed that he had everything in the pouch, and it meant that one of the instructors liked him while he was pouring the wine. He understood that his friend needed something and asked him directly for it, as he would hardly spend a lot of money on a simple day. He was excited to tell me that he decided to join a combat unit that had taken notice of him, and his mentor was also from there. The guy was pouring wine in frustration, realizing that he might die on one of the missions and they would never see each other again. Chris asked that he not just transfer the wine for dramatic effect, and he understood that he was not just being cheap. Lucas ate so much that his stomach bloated and looked like a balloon. He added that whoever eats Christian's food has not lived a life for nothing. He quickly stood up and ran away, not wanting to be accompanied, and Christian watched him run after a delicious dinner. Before he could leave, 2 scrolls flew at him, and he quickly caught them. He thanked his comrade for the jade tablets with spells and promised that he would remember his words that the winner is the survivor. Chris also looked round after the lamb. He had no friends, and so he hoped that he would not lose this. Now he doesn't have to worry about assignments in the territory because he bribed the person who distributes them and will now sell spiritual rice and study alchemy. He changed his technique to the evening wind. After all this training, he can live in joy because he has no more plans. Christian lay back and released the little blue magic bird from his hands. In the bird's eyes, one could see a beautiful and boundless space. The universe in which he stayed was large, and the texts say that there are several realms of celestials. And the world in which he is now belongs to the middle Chiliocosm, where ordinary people live with those who aspire to the realm of celestials. In the history of the sect, there have been people who, thanks to their achievements, were able to enter the realm of celestials. But he's definitely not going to get it now because of the half-meter system, so he has to live quietly until he reaches the upper limit and a bird throws something at him. He threw it away with a flick of his wrist and set a bird fighter spell, and a couple of birds chased after it. There was an explosion, but he realized that his spells were of no use, because if he was found out, he would certainly be killed by the Covenant. Chris was not sitting there by choice, because if he crossed someone at this stage or higher, he would not be able to defend himself. He began to shout that he would recruit disciples and teach them his spells, because he could not develop himself, but he could help others do so. For students, Protecting their teachers is a sacred duty, so they can no longer worry about their safety. He enjoyed his idea, so when he reached the 12th degree, he would take on an apprentice. The barrier started beeping, an attempt was made to scan the host, and the attempt was successfully blocked. It realized that someone was trying to get in. Chris continued to rest. The advantage of the system was that it showed false images when they wanted to find out everything, but the system itself can take care of this. He had spells for animals: animal soul, storage, and shell based on the element of earth, and he wondered if all three could be made into a spell to summon an animal. Sparrows flew overhead and he grabbed one because he needed a vessel to try to preserve his soul longer, but he didn't want to spend money on it. Chris began to try and create spells by mixing all the ingredients he needed. Later, he added a little magic to the sparrow and ended up with a ceramic sparrow. The result was not bad, so he wondered if it would turn out to be a werewolf. The bird was flying over Chris's head and its head gave way and fell right on top of him. He was disappointed, so when Alchemy brings him money, he will be able to buy a normal vessel, because in this world, you cannot take a step without spiritual stones. At that time, outside the cult's territory, Lucas was in the woods and looked embarrassed because he only needed one appointment. He was delighted that Christian had given him a spell of an incredible level and he managed to kill the beast. The guy walked with the beast and hoped that the newcomer was not eaten by a beast, because he was responsible for everything. When he approached, he saw an animal with a spear in its head, and out of surprise, he could not hold his prey in his hand. He was amazed and shouted that the combat unit had gotten another A-level fight because he had killed the beast with one punch. There are 4 ranks of fighters here, where the D rank is incapable of anything. The C rank is used as just meat, and the B rank is used as a regular and basic force. A rank fighters are considered elite and are handled by the mentors themselves and offered the best. Lucas wants to look casual when he asks what happened to his face, but the guy was a little shocked by it. Julian said that his abilities corresponded to rank B, but if he wanted A, he had to kill 10 animals at the 7th degree of hardening. Lucas was interested in this idea. He was ready to work harder to become an A-ranked soldier. Julian asked him not to forget him when he became an A rank, and Lucas thanked him and told him to report back together on the mission. The guy came to his friend and told him this story, and he was not very surprised that it was so important to kill the beast at the 6th level. Christian twirled the meat on the fire, explaining that his spell slows the heartbeat for an accurate hit, which would have been strange if it hadn't been the first time. Lucas was delighted and offered to join the combat unit, where he would be an A-rank soldier and a favorite of all the instructors. Chris doesn't like killing, plus the high chances of dying and the fact that the position of fighters is lower than masters of alchemy and forging. He began to show the meat, thinking that if he developed faster to the peak, he would not be able to move to another stage. So it was better to stay like this for now. Lucas asked, because it is no longer a man's dream to terrify others. He enthused that Christian would be able to ascend to the realm of the Celestials and become the 39th ancestor of the Heavenly Throne Sect. And he could have gone with him, because it is known that if a cultivator survives the heavenly test, he can take 2 disciples with the nascent spirit stage and above. The guy did not understand why his friend was so eager to go there, because he thought that life there was worse than here. He was furious because for cultivators, life there is hell and that world is very cruel. Lucas tried to convince him, because living there is the dream of any cultivator, but Chris would not be able to live like a lazy seal in that realm. He caught his fingers and pointed them at the meat, and a magical impulse came from his hand and cut it into 2 pieces. Christian told him to eat as much as possible, because animal meat is very healthy at the 6th stage. While Lucas was eating, he came up with the idea to go as an apprentice and asked him if he could take him. Chris began to answer caustically that he was not all right in the head, or that the animal fat was clogged in his brain so that he could become his mentor. He was annoyed because just now his friend was telling him how he wanted to become Warrior A, and now another thing, he explained that he came from a small-scale cultivator. And in his family, the strongest is only at the golden elixir stage, although there was one warrior at the spirit nascent stage. The boy did not understand why Lucas was telling him all this. Because the ancestor left travel notes, his family had a broad outlook and noticed that they were finding a kingdom in the middle to a large chiliocosm. He immediately became serious because he agreed that the realm of the Celestials was indeed a cruel place. In the Feiyu world, it is believed that the Sect's territory is located in a poor region, and the central continent is considered the promised land for each cultivator. It is believed that there are hundreds of sects with disciples who are at the stage of the nascent spirit and above. Lucas emphasized that the strongest sect is the heavenly arrow, and there is no one stronger than it. Only Chris did not understand where he was going with this, because he did not expect such knowledge of the world from him. Cultivators are there. They have learned all the techniques and now create their own spells. They are considered spellcasters, and they are above alchemists and blacksmiths. Lucas believed that his friend had all the qualifications to become a spellcaster because what he gave him was exactly what he created himself. Because no one in the sect can cast an attack spell that can kill 2 levels higher, he wants to become his disciple. Christian didn't like him hugging his legs, so he tied him up and threw him in the air. He said with displeasure that it was too late to ask to be a student when he was already 18 and that he was dreaming too much. A light appeared in his fingers, as Chris realized that the thought of becoming a spellcaster had already entered Lucas's mind. The guy was afraid of his friend's actions because he thought that he had decided to kill him as an unwanted witness. He started crying and begging not to kill him and that he would keep everything a secret about his abilities. Christian laughed because he wasn't going to kill him. He didn't need the fuss of killing a sectarian and the attention he was getting. He touched his head to edit the boy's memory. Lucas looked a little powerless and asked where he was going with this, why Chris had turned him toward the A-ranked warrior he wanted to become. He regained his strength and his eyes shone, because he strongly hoped that his friend would help him with this. They laid down on a rock, and the guy said he would help, because how can you not help a friend? Christian sat down at his desk. He needed to write down everything about this world as quickly as possible, because, as it turned out, the sect was not even close to the strongest. He wanted to know where the central continent was and what difficulties he would face on the way, and he wondered if he really needed to. The guy laid down with a book and decided that he would not train today, but would have a rest. He was lying there thinking about a computer with internet access. Then it wouldn't be so sad to be a sage with life. He was too tired of clearing his brain and restraining his desires. Chris was very surprised when he saw a large ship in the sky. It was a 500-meter-long ship with several hundred sentries watching the airspace on Firebirds. But the big ship was not alone. It was defended by smaller vessels about 300 meters away. He thought they were on an expedition to find valuable resources and wanted to build a ship when he learned blacksmithing. Someone knocked, but the guy wasn't expecting anyone. He thought it was Lucas again. Christian laughed a little and asked what he was doing here, since he was supposed to be on a mission. But the guy didn't look good. His leg was covered in blood, and when Chris saw it, he immediately started asking what happened. He approached his friend and wanted to sit down, telling him that he had been injured in the course of the task and had taken a couple of days off to recover. Lucas asked to stay with him, but the boy did not understand, because he gave a spell of relief to the body, and if he used it, the beast would not get it. He wanted to change the subject because the beast had a level 7 defense and could only be defeated with its spells. So he decided to go for a head-on collision. Christian was evil, so his friend's fighting skills were hopelessly lousy. He lectured him about his fighting skills, that he should have moved away and used the spell from a greater distance, that this was not the first time he had told him this. Lucas started to talk nicely and ask for help, to tell him how to fight, but his friend just said no, because he was a homebody and didn't go into the woods. Chris looked at him with a bit of disdain, because you can't just teach martial arts to someone who is born with it. The boy continued to ask, because no one would teach him what he could do, and if he died next time, what then? He asked him not to pretend anymore and not to hide his talents for some reason, because he already knows what Chris is capable of. The owner of the house agreed to tell us how to fight the beasts, but in exchange for telling us everything he knows about the ships that passed by recently. Lucas was surprised by the illusion, because it was an enchantment technique and would have required the energy of all the sect's disciples to create it. He wouldn't have had enough energy to maintain the illusion for long, so he had to start the training battle for his friend now. He said that now the guy would meet a fast beast with good defense, something he needed, and snapped his fingers. A large stone mantis appeared, and it had the 7th degree of protection, and it had 15 minutes to kill, after which it would analyze it. The mantis had already started attacking the guy, which he did not expect so quickly. He shouted that he could have warned him about the beginning. Lucas began to use different techniques against the beast. Sometimes the light pen technique, sometimes fire spikes. But the beast dodged the enemy's attacks, and the boy was surprised at how fast it was. Christian watched the boy's battle with the mantis and said that it moves fast, but releases its spikes slowly. Lucas became angry and no longer paid attention to his opponent after he said that this was a kindergarten level. Because of this, the enemy threw a punch and a guy came up to them and asked what he was distracted by during the fight. The guy was upset, wounded and dirty because he had lost this battle with a stronger opponent. Chris began to analyze and told me that he lost the fight because he was unable to assess his opponent, observe and predict his actions. He put his 2 fingers to his friend's forehead and tapped lightly, hammering it into his head that either man or beast has habits. He continued to teach and explain that he needed to use a spell to seal his movement, but he needed to know where he would be next. He added that if he had been a little more attentive, he would have known where to hit, and then he would not have been able to dodge his fiery spike. He showed him a mistake after which his actions were nervous and chaotic, and even then he lost this battle. The beast managed to dodge 4 attacks, and he never realized how it moved, and all the while, Lucas looked down and listened to his friend. He wondered how Christian had managed to create this incredible illusion, because it was as if he still felt the pain of his injuries and was watching the battle at the same time. He continued to ask questions and wanted to know more about his shortcomings, and the guy told him to focus on these for now, because they would not go away. He said that if he had more time, he would teach me something else, a phrase he really likes and gives him more confidence. Chris sat back and wanted to hear everything his friend knew about flying ships. They lay down on their sunbeds and rested. He raised the question of flying ships again, and the guy said that he would tell him everything. Lucas lowered his glasses and was ready to tell an ancient story. A giant ship. 500 years ago, the Supreme Teacher gathered all the Sect's property and went to the central continent to order a ship. And because of this, the Sect did not accept disciples under the age of 50, because they could barely support themselves. And when hungry people saw spiritual stones, they went crazy and lost their minds. It was only when a ship appeared in the Sect that life returned and began to improve, and then they began to be considered a serious force. Christian didn't understand why they had to suffer so much. Were they preparing for war or for the search for resources? As Lucas said, they were preparing for new valuable resources. Half of Feiyu's territory is covered by the sea, and it is believed that there are many valuable resources there, and resources that have not been seen on land are also hidden in the depths. But the guy said that the sea was too dangerous to send great warriors, and then Chris added that he needed a flying ship. He confirmed his words, because giant monsters could appear in the sea, and if the ship is flying, it is possible to fight them off. Lucas pointed to the sky and said that a flying ship can not only move on land and sea, but also go beyond the sky horizon. Chris was interested in this idea that you could go beyond the skyline, which meant going into space. But this opportunity is available only to the higher sects. Ordinary people enjoy traveling by sea. Christian made a contrast between a flying ship and a nuclear weapon, because it meant that it showed the position of the Sect and was a symbol of power. He got up and asked if it was possible to get on board to inspect it. But only 4 types are allowed on the ship: experts in research spells, A-rank warriors, masters of alchemy and forging, and a commander who knows all this. Lucas offered to become an A-ranked warrior or a 3rd-ranked master of alchemy and forging, but Chris realized that he would need hundreds of years to achieve this. The guy was dizzy when he realized how much money was needed to become a master of forging and alchemy of the 3rd class and above. Because of this, Lucas tried to lure him back to the combat unit, but he refused because he was not interested in killing. He wanted to finish studying alchemy and start blacksmithing to build a ship, but his friend was angry because he wouldn't even have enough money. Christian arrived at the alchemy classroom and realized that if he had studied like this in his past life, his parents would have been very happy. He was serious and asked to be waited for, because he would definitely find a way to get out of here and back to them. Chris approached the girl and said hello, and that he wanted to sign up for a course on making pills. She told me about the conditions of study. The payment was 500 stones and 100 points of merit per year, and there were 2 days off a month and joining the alchemists. He was shocked by the prices and thought it was robbery, but there was no other way out, so he gave her the bag of spiritual stones. The girl asked me to follow her up the stairs and opened the door to the study hall. He was amazed by the spacious place and the large temple which the tower reaches up to the clouds. She realized from his face that this was the first time he had ever left his village and did not understand why such people were getting into alchemy. She looked at him with contempt and added that she had told him everything, wishing to become a great master of alchemy as soon as possible. Chris thanked him with joy on his face that he was surprised by his mood. There were a lot of people in the classroom, all sitting at desks hoping to learn alchemy. He smelled a sweet aroma and wondered what it was. A very beautiful girl appeared in front of him and asked if it was his first time here at the class. He was so fascinated by her that he blushed, introduced himself, and asked how he could address her. The girl fixed her hair and introduced herself as Amalia Walker and explained that when her father was unable to teach, she did it instead. Chris was still bored with her and answered boringly, so she decided to ask if everything was okay or if something was wrong. He was embarrassed and said that he was just thinking about how to catch up with everyone if they had been practicing here for a while. She smiled and said that she had jade tablets with past lessons, so she would come to him afterwards and study privately. It was time to start the class, and she emphasized to Christian that he should listen to her especially carefully. The guy was outraged at how quickly things were developing because he had seen a movie that started the same way. Just as Amalia said, she came to Chris in the evening to study and catch up with the other students on the material she had learned. First, they will learn the methods of primary processing of spiritual plants, and this was a very important area of knowledge in alchemy. Christian was happy to enroll in the alchemy course, and with such a teacher, it would not be boring. Alchemy is considered a rather complicated science, and its study is not easy, so only after a month can he start trying it out. Here he used various techniques to begin with, fire control and energy management techniques. Christian was curious about what was happening under the lid of the pot, where he had mixed the ingredients, so he decided to open it a little. He was pleased with himself and thought it was very simple and easy. But there was a collapse and the cauldron exploded, and Chris was shocked that even geniuses have boilers that explode. Chris was frightened and crying, asking him not to blow up anymore because it cost a lot of money. I began to examine it from all sides to see if it was intact or had any damage or scratches. Drops of tears flowed from his eyes as he saw the first cracks in his boiler after the explosion. He recalled the saleswoman telling him that these pots could withstand a maximum of 10 explosions, so they had to be handled carefully. Christian began to recall how many cauldrons are needed for each stage, and he needed 20. So it is not for nothing that they say that the path to alchemy is closed to the poor. But he was stubborn. He took all the test tubes and stood in front of the cauldron, saying that all these rules did not apply to geniuses like him. His attempts ended up being explosions, and he was disappointed and upset by these failed attempts. Chris looked inside and cried as he finally succeeded on the third try and saw the golden balls. He started counting spiritual stones and found that it was 600% profit, which was more profitable than the Sect's goal. He was pleased because if everything worked out, he had to keep practicing and working. Edgar Walker was teaching a basic alchemy course and was at the peak of the foundation stage when he asked his students who had succeeded in making nutrient dust. All the students began to fuss and at the same time not to show any strength. Only Chris sat calmly and silently looking at the teacher. The man laughed because he realized from their expressions that more than one pot had exploded, and the pills had not been made. The students began to chatter, asking him how he had guessed, some boasting about how many pots he had broken while making the pills. The teacher began to stare at Chris. He felt uncomfortable. Did he realize that I had prepared a whole batch? Edgar set up a noise screen and asked his daughter if she knew the student, and she just said that he was normal and was quiet and unobtrusive. The master thought about it. Because it doesn't look so simple, it gives off a slight smell of finished dust, and it's of high quality. Amalia's father believes that the boy has great potential, and if so, he will take him for personal training. He was excited. The pot was supposed to withstand 6 more explosions, so he had to try hard not to get sporty until he earned enough money for a new one. If we heard any sounds from the other mountain, Chris thought he might have a new neighbor. He saw that someone had actually settled there, but he didn't understand why they would settle in such a remote place, because he did it to avoid attracting attention. He saw something fly out and approach him. The boy squinted a little and saw a girl named Julie flying right at him. He asked her what she was doing here, and she broke out to greet him as her husband and boast that she had reached the 4th degree of G tempering. Julie began to show off for the guy, but he didn't understand whether she was showing off her cultivation or showing off her skirt. She hugged him and boasted that one of her mentors had seen a rare spiritual beginning and wanted her as a disciple, but she refused. Julie also reminded her father of the words to bring a ransom for her, to which the boy just laughed and said it was nice of him. It was lunchtime, so I decided to cook her something to eat, and the girl was surprised and happy about it. Chris wasn't into cooking, he cooked a lot of dishes, and the girl was impressed that he was spoiling her with spiritual rice. While she was eating, he started the conversation by asking her if she realized that it was all a joke and that she was just like a sister to him. He emphasized that the choice of a man is a very important decision in the life of every girl. Julie just laughed when he told her he wasn't right for the role. The girl began to cry. Her tears fell into the bowl of rice. She said that her husband did not need her now. She was crying for hours and couldn't calm down, and Chris was trying to think of something to keep her from crying. After another hour, she was sobbing very hard that her husband was abandoning her, and he could not find the words to calm her down. Dominic was overwhelmed by the girl's tears, and he could not stand it and said that no one was giving her up. She calmed down a bit and asked again if he was still her husband. She started sobbing again because she didn't need him, and he was fed up with it and shouted at her to stop sobbing. He screamed and cried that he would pay the ransom for her and banged on the table with his hand. And Julie sat down to eat the rice as if nothing had happened, praising it, but adding that it had already cooled down a bit. Christian didn't understand her behavior. She was playing dumb and asked who taught her that. He screamed a lot and started crying, picking at his hair, that he had been used. Julie puffed out her cheeks and said that it wasn't true and that she really wanted them to be husband and wife. Christian could no longer stand it, so he left it at that and patted the girl's head. The girl prepared all sorts of sweets for the boy and began to offer him one of the goodies. When Julie wanted to approach him and take what he was eating, he held her back with his hand. Something in the sky caught Christian's attention, and he looked up. He saw an incredibly beautiful girl flying on a blue bird, and he was surprised that she was coming to him. He began to complain about someone to her and hoped that the system would decide to fall over him and give him such a gift. She paused and hung in the air and was asked what they could do for her. The girl came to pick up someone from the Heavenly Throne Sect. Chris coughed a little and was glad that he was really lucky at last. But the beauty asked Julie if she wanted to become her ward. She was addressed by a voice saying that he hoped she had come to take someone from this sect. The man was serious, for although the girl was a carrier of the heavenly spirit, she was not worthy of his attention. The girl on the bird was very confident and said that they were connected to Julie, so she would take her for herself and let the man consider her his debtor. They asked her if she wanted to become an apprentice, and then they could take her to the realm of the Celestials. But the girl seemed to be asleep. The girl was fascinated, but didn't know whether to accept, and Chris stood by and was shocked because it was a great opportunity. Julie turned to the boy and asked him what she should do, and all the representatives began to stare at him. Chris realized that they were using divine consciousness. The girl had a pleasant smell, but the man made him nauseous. He sighed. It was hard to keep it up without anyone suspecting anything. He said it was a great opportunity, and he couldn't have answered any other way with so many eyes watching. Plus, it was a way to fuse it from himself. The girl asked her mentor if she could attend, and she said that she had no methods of promising celibacy and did not interfere in her personal life. She added that if the owner of the heavenly spirit chose him, he must be special. Julie decided to do as her husband told her and accepted the offer, and her husband congratulated them both. The lady said that if she had already agreed, she was taking her with her. The guy sat down and sighed, unable to believe that he no longer had a wife, and he had just started to get used to her. Chris lay there wondering why so many people were better than him and when they would stop showing up, even though he was stuck at this stage, but he couldn't sit around. He decided to upgrade his 5 elements technique, which is in trend right now, and it was not for nothing that he bought it. Someone knocked, and Chris saw Lukacs in front of him and asked if he had been in the primeval forest for a month. He told me that he had gone hunting in the forest and killed 8 animals of a higher rank than him, and now he needed 2 more. But it turned out to be harder than he thought. Christian realized that he had been through a lot in a month, and Lucas confirmed this by saying that he was on the verge of death every day. His friend wanted to ask him for advice on how to deal with them, because it was only because of his spell that he was still alive. Chris looked at him reluctantly and asked what those animals looked like. One of the beasts was a shrew, and its defense technique meant that in times of danger it would close up, and if it was not killed immediately, it would not have a chance later. There was also a blood cat with its fingernails that could inflict fatal blows, so he was lucky that he had his defensive techniques ready. And the guy began to press for pity, but Chris had no desire to complete his tasks, and he added that he had not recovered from the loss of his wife. But then he changed his mind and had a trick. He wanted to teach a secret technique that kills a beast with a single blow, and the guy was delighted with the idea. He put 2 fingers to his friend's head and told him that it was created by a great bald master and he got it by a lucky accident. Christian looked very cunning and had to show me how the technique worked. He created 2 great theologians with the abilities of the animals he described. one able to hide in the ground and the other fast and good at attacking. And now he will show you how to kill the enemy using a secret technique. Chris struck one precise blow to the mantis and no defense would help him. Lucas was amazed by this. Behind him stood a large mantis. Its front paws were not far from the boy's neck. Chris boasted that it took him a couple of moments to land one accurate punch on his opponent, while his friend watched and admired and cheered for him. The owner of the house looked down at Luke and told him what was necessary to get them killed. Lucas started begging the guy on his knees to pass this technique on to him, but it took him a long time and many bouts to master it and use it with ease. But the boy needed to learn it faster, so he started asking about the fastest way to learn it and asked him not to make fun of him. His face twisted. He said that he needed to shave his head for emphasis because the barber said that he had better control of it after the haircut. Lucas was fussing. He didn't know what to do, but Chris insisted that his equipment was worth it, that it helped to defeat the enemy and could not be given for free. He thought about it for a long time, and with tears in his eyes, he shouted that he was ready for it. Christian's cunning plan worked, and he was very happy about it, although he did not show his emotions to his friend. The guy was ready to cut his friend's hair, but the latter was very scared and again did not know what to do. Chris shaved Lucas's head, and he cried hard, while the other quietly laughed at him, adding that he had taken another step to become stronger. Then the boy thought about it and asked his brother why he was so strong and not bald. He didn't know what to say, but he thought about it for a while and said that he didn't want to be even stronger. Chris kicked the guy out and told him to go and hone his technique, and then no beast would be afraid of him at the stage of tempering chi. He didn't think his friend would fall for it so easily, but now he has to go about his business, because soon he will save up to learn blacksmithing. 3 months have passed since Julie studied somewhere far away in a sacred place. She wanted to fly away from there, and her mentor was hiding to her, who saw it. She was angry because she hadn't even mastered the heavenly mandate technique yet, and that her fighting skills left much to be desired, so she couldn't let her go. The mentor mentioned that she was also here as a carrier of the heavenly spirit, so she should be happy about the girl's progress. But she was disturbed by the dream she had, and the horrors of that image she will never forget, being tied up in chains in the air. And then she was pierced with a blade, and she realized that this was a warning from the heavenly spirit about the upcoming threat. Eleanor Wills patted the little girl on the head. She demands so much from her because only she can close this catastrophe. Julie began to ask to play hooky for a little while, and maybe then she'll have the strength to do it, and even better if she's allowed to go see her husband. The mentor realized that the spirit would not have allowed her to choose an ordinary guy, so he must have a great future if she was so attached. She gave her an ultimatum that when she mastered the celestial mandate technique at the intermediate level, she would be allowed to marry her husband. Christian came to the tailoring classroom and was severely blinded when he approached the hall's woodwork. The guy looked into the classroom and was shocked to see all the students shaved bald and sitting at their desks. Chris overheard one of the students say that he had learned from Lucas that if you shave your head, you can kill any animal with the first blow. The guy was in a panic because his prank was out of control, and this fashion for bald-headedness had spread to all the outside students of alchemy and blacksmithing as well. A little time passed, and most of the disciples of the Heavenly Throne sect shaved their heads bald, and this phenomenon went down in history as bald madness. Chris was sitting and reading a book on the basics of forging for beginners. He stood up and shouted that the threshold for entering blacksmithing was higher than alchemy, and he had spent 10,000 and had to teach himself. The boy was standing with materials for studying and saw Brother Theodore Partak and asked why he had come to his region. Theodore Partak is an external disciple of the sect, and from a very wealthy family, he ran to Chris calling out to him. He started to congratulate him for his achievements in alchemy and hand him a spiritual stone, but Chris said that verbal congratulations would have been enough for him. But the guy didn't listen to him and kept shoving the gift at him, telling him not to refuse such rare gifts of fate. They studied together until they reached the hardening stage, and he was one of those whom I could call a friend. But I did not understand why he was so generous. Christian gave the spiritual stone back to Theodore and asked him what he wanted, and he agreed to get right down to business. He explained that no one cares about the sect's outside disciples and that they only earn a pittance, so he wants them to start uniting. He enthusiastically told me that they could share resources and information, solve difficult problems, and that this could make life easier. Chris laughed a little because he comes from a very rich merchant family, and they are cooler than any of the big military families. The boy did not understand how he knew this, but in fact, when the owner moved here, he received a donation from him. But he changed the subject, saying that he saw who he had come here with and went straight to the point, what they had talked about before about forming an alliance. Theodore wanted to gather more than 1,000 disciples at the same stage who could help each other, and the guy realized that his friend was living well if he had spiritual tea. He began to list the positive aspects, and the first one was that you can get news from the sect firsthand. The second was connections. He meant that many people want to study alchemy but don't have the money, so Chris can teach or help those who are lagging behind, and this will be his contribution. He was happy because there were already 40 candidates to join the combat unit, 2 alchemists and a blacksmith, so if he joined, there would be prosperity. Theodore wanted to hug him, but Chris kept his distance and agreed to join the other guy's response and didn't expect him to. He put up a layer, made by one of the Alliance's brothers, which can be used to find out news and show tasks. And he also put jade tablets in Chris's palm and told him to take them too. Theodore left his friend joyfully and they waved goodbye. Behind him, he heard someone's voice asking if he had received any guests. He saw Amalia and got a little nervous, saying that he was hosting a friend, and she asked him why he was nervous in front of her. But right now, the last thing he wanted to do was see her, and she asked if he wanted to invite her into the house. He was disappointed with himself, because he had only seen such beauties in pictures, and now he had to avoid her, and he invited ours to tea. The girl was embarrassed and sad, because when her father told her to pay attention to him more often, she began to feel something when she looked at him. Christian poured her tea and looked at her, and she could feel him caressing her eyes. She blushed and turned around, wanting to regain her composure, because she couldn't forget why she had come here. She stood up and leaned over to him and asked him seriously why he didn't want to be part of the alchemy department. They were sitting in the yard, and after a moment I decided to ask the question in a different way. Her father noticed Christian's talent and wanted to take him as his student, but the boy refused, and so the girl wanted to know the reason for his refusal. The father asked the girl to feel the soil, and she insisted on telling him why he refused. Christian wasn't interested in alchemy, it was just an extra income. He explained that he was a free man and didn't want to be bound to anyone. Amalia was outraged because he had a gift for alchemy and needed someone to guide him so that he could achieve great things and ascend to heaven. He realized that it was difficult to convince her in this way and that he needed to tell her some of the truth, because he could not get rid of her that way. The guy decided to ask her first if she had ever been on their sect's flying ship. She was surprised and said that she had been, and Chris said that when he first saw it, he promised himself to build it in the future. And he explained that he didn't want to waste her father's time on himself, because alchemy was a stage in a larger plan. With his head held high, he promised that one day he would become the best Mr. Forge in the Heavenly Throne sect. The girl was upset that he didn't want to be an alchemist, so she wanted him to do everything he could to become the best blacksmith. The girl got up from the table and walked away from him. The guy looked after her. He looked shattered, because he realized that freedom is really priceless. Chris burst into tears because he needs 150 years of Tsu training and needs to find something to do that will bring him happiness. While he was standing there, something started vibrating in his pocket and he was a little confused. He took the blue sphere out of his pockets and saw that he had 6 unread messages. He sat and read various sect news, that representatives from the Phantom Soul sect had arrived, and that the beauty had begun couples practice, as well as a mention of the ship. Chris wondered if the beautiful woman had started dating his friend Lucas from the combat unit. Someone knocked and came to his house, and he immediately noticed who it could be. The girl began to ask Lucas about his friend and whether he was really as cool as they say. She owed him everything, because without Chris, he wouldn't have had it all. So he asked her to be nice to him, and he would be able to solve her problem in no time. The girl's name was Sophia Young, and she was the first beauty among the sect's outsiders and Lucas's partner in doubles cultivation. She came in and asked if he was home, but Chris looked at her and thought Amalia was prettier because she was still very young and not yet fully developed. They greeted each other, and Lucas decided to ask how things were going with the forging he was learning. Chris, who already knew everything, decided to confirm his speculation and asked if she was the one who was now doing the pear cultivation with his friend. The guy said that it was hard to keep the news secret, as he was able to interest the first beauty of the sect, and congratulated them both. Lucas said that he came to him right away so that he could meet her first, and Chris invited them to the house to talk there. The guy noticed that in exchange for the equipment, he used to bring him a carcass that he had to cook himself, but here He did everything himself, and it surprised him. Lucas explained that when they were on a mission, they met a soul eater, and then his girlfriend got infected with his breath, and now she doesn't sleep well. And now she comes to him, and so he wanted to ask for help, and suddenly a shining sphere appeared over the girl. The guy began to make a couple of hand motions. It was a spell that cleanses the aura. The girl was scared and screaming, and the balloon above her head began to glow even brighter. An evil spirit began to come out of her, and her aura began to glow, and you could see it. Christian began to tell the boy off for running away from such a monster and letting him infect his girlfriend instead of killing him. Sophia was delighted with the process. She said it was a high-level aura cleansing technique, and he explained that he had developed it when he was very bored. The guy was buying some food while the girl asked if he would go to the opening of the secret portal, and Lucas realized that they would not leave empty-handed. Chris was angry that they were trying to trick him into becoming a bodyguard, but he said he wouldn't go because it was too dangerous and he wanted to stay alive. Lucas was surprised that his brother would not go because there was a legacy of great masters to be found there. Someone once found notes of a great blacksmith where many old and lost runes were painted. Christian had already studied 80 runes, but a good master needs at least 1,000, so he was very interested, and the couple tried to think of anything to change his mind. He asked if it was really true that there would be animals only at the stage of laying down the G, and that was it. So he decided to try it and asked how to participate, and for that he had to pay 1,000 spiritual stones, and they would meet near Mount Tianmi. So the guy decided to learn more about blacksmithing during this time. Maybe then he would be able to do something else that would increase his chances of survival. Chris sat down and plunged into the introductory forging course, working his magic to learn. He tried to memorize as much as he could and concentrate only on the educational material. Forging requires extracting essence from all things and forming something new, so it requires a lot of raw materials, runes, and molding. At the stage of laying down the G, there is not enough spiritual fire, which is why a place with abundant spiritual fire is necessary and can be used to temper the ore. This method of hardening is the most basic method of hardening raw materials and should be known by all craftsmen. Even if the materials have undergone initial processing, they still need to be hammered again and then shaped. And the most important step, which must not be forgotten, is that before the creation has cooled down and taken its final form, it is necessary to melt runes into it. To create the most common items, you need at least 3 runes and they cannot be repeated. So the life of craftsman is an endless search for new runes. Later, he would come up with a list of 1,000 types of spirit ores and their characteristics, and all this knowledge slowly sank into Christian's memory. He finally finished the training process and breathed a sigh of relief. He was pleased with his studies, and it was much more interesting than alchemy. He took out the ball and through it heard the voice of his friend Theodore, who learned that he was also studying blacksmithing and was impressed by the boy. He said that he had learned what he had learned during the paired cultivation of alchemy and forging and decided to share this information with him. Chris came to the Kovalevsky Hall and wanted to rent a room for spiritual stones. He went into the room and started warming up, because he could finally try his hand at real forging, plus there was a real source of spiritual fire. It was almost 60 degrees in this room, so I decided to put on some ice protection before I started, and then he could start working. He sat down and began to meditate using fire and alloys, maneuvering them in the air. It was scarlet steel, and the concentration was iron. He tried to mold something out of it. He recalled Theodore's words that when you reach the highest level in one of the crafts, a path of light descends to help you get to the very top. But if you try pair cultivation, it will be seen as a refusal of help, and then you can fight on your own cultivation. He realized that an equally good person in 2 trades is seen as a danger, but it is to his advantage because his system allows him to control breakthroughs. He began to process the lard with spiritual hammers, after which he could add steel and form swords for himself. The guy did not expect the forging process to be so spiritually demanding, so he was lucky to have a fairly rich resource, because otherwise he would not have been able to forge anything. He began to hammer the alloy even more with spiritual hammers and was already in the final stages of forming his sword. It is also important not to forget about the runes that need to be melted into a sword. He added the hardness of a rock, the lightness of a feather, and the silence of destruction. But no sooner had he finished than there was an explosion. The sword could not withstand the load and split into 2 parts. He turned pale and was shocked that he had taken offense and wasted 400 spiritual stones for raw materials. He was sitting on the floor when a man came into the room and asked what was going on. It was the manager of the forge, and when he saw Krim, he asked if it was his first time, but the boy just looked down. Christian was glad that he came, because if he is a manager, he knows something, so he will not let him go until he succeeds. He started all over again, but his supervisor yelled at him that he was hitting the alloy too hard and that he should be more careful. 3 days have passed, and the time has come to open the portal near Mount Tianmi. Lucas and his girlfriend were flying over the mountain on a crane and saw someone else. It was Christian, and he looked exhausted and shouted that they were both tormenting the poor crane, although he admitted that it was a bit romantic. They went down to the ground, and the friend was amazed that the guy was flying on a sword here and was much faster than when he was at the stage of laying the foundations. Chris began to praise himself and said that they had known each other for a while, so now he could almost be called a master forger. A man appeared in the portal and said that a portal would soon open and that after entering, no one should kill anyone. Plus, in a month, they would be thrown out automatically. You can enter it only after paying 1,000 spiritual stones, and he emphasized that residents should be prepared. Lucas was excited about this and asked his friend if he was going with them, but the guy refused. He gave the boy a crystal and told him that in an emergency situation, he should infuse his spiritual energy into it, which would create vibrations, and he would feel it. He was glad that his brother was helping him and worried about him. Chris quickly moved through the portal, quick as lightning, and his friend waved after him. The guy was hanging in the air on his sword and felt very pure energy and a lot of raw materials that were grown in such a clean environment. He realized that time would pass quickly, but he needed a stronghold, so he quickly built a hut with his sword. The boy was delighted with his sword, and then many evil wolves stabbed him. As soon as Christian looked at them, they started to get scared and realized that they had run into the wrong guy. All the animals bowed their heads and stuck to the ground. They were useful to the boy as helpers, and so he ordered them to bring something that would be valuable and useful. He had almost finished building the house, and his next step was to search for the runes that had been left by the blacksmith. The boy approached the lake because he thought there might be something useful there, but before he knew it, the water rose in front of him. The guy asked me not to panic. He had just conquered a flying sword, but now everything is fine. Someone from his sect got there before him, and the guy congratulated him on such a serious achievement. It was Alex Wright, the bearer of a soft and relaxed voice, and he had just conquered a flying sword. Christian was annoyed and shouted how he should address him and wondered why he looked so much like the main character more than he did. Chris bowed and introduced himself as an outside disciple of the sect. The guy looked at him with a curtain because he was more beautiful than him. His sword looked very good and probably had a seal and had already had a lot of kills. He said hello to Christian, but the guy didn't understand what he wanted from him. Alex wanted to give him a pearl as a sign of acquaintance. The meaning of the gift was clear. The guy wanted to cover his mouth so that he wouldn't tell anyone else about the loot. It was hard for him to decide because he understood what it meant and what the consequences could be. Different thoughts came into his head, sometimes off-topic, sometimes about what functions trigonometry performs, or what he had learned, heard, or seen. Alex came closer to the boy and asked if he didn't like the gift or what he wanted to say with his actions. But Christian accepted the gift and thanked him, saying that he understood everything that was required of him. The guy wanted to stay away from it, because the main characters are not only lucky, but also get into dangerous situations. Alex jumped on his flying sword and said goodbye to him, saying that perhaps their paths would cross again. He was not satisfied with the meeting and had no desire to see him again, because they lose minor comrades along the way, and he does not want to do that. The young man had already returned to his house in the evening. Chris threw the turtle and said with contempt that he was definitely the main character, who came out of the bottom of the lake clean and even gouged out the turtle's eyes, even though they were cheap. But he liked this place and could still find a lot of valuable things for himself. The young man's attention was drawn to the door opposite and decided to open it. Behind the door, he saw a green glow and was so frightened that he started screaming that it was ghosts. The animals he had recently tamed came into the house and he was immediately happy that it was them. It has already produced various valuable items such as rootless flowers and red copper fruits. He was very pleased that the animals brought many items and even spiritual stones, so he thought that maybe there was a mine with spiritual stones. The animals showed how they had collected so many items because as soon as the portal opened and they went in, there were already dead people. He activated the agility mode and wanted to go to bed early so that he could work hard tomorrow, because you can't be safe and you have to remember safety. The sun had not yet risen in the morning, and Chris was already preparing breakfast and wondering whether he should get up before the sun. The guy heard some sounds behind him. Did someone else get up as early as he did? He recognized Alex's flying sword. Could it be him again? The boy could not understand whether he was trying to bewitch him or not, but the young man with the sword was glad to see the boy again. He was not happy to see him again, but there was no way out, so he offered to join him for a meal. The boy inhaled the smell of cooked food and liked it. Christian asked him who he was, whether he was an A-rank fighter in the combat unit, but the guy said no. He was a candidate for swordsman and a student of one of the mentors. Chris had heard about him. He came from a great family of swordsmen and was a great master of his craft, so he really had a great future ahead of him. The guy praised him, saying that he had a great natural talent and that when he came back with this big catch, his growth would be even greater. But Alex was upset because a couple of months ago he was at the foundation stage and his cultivation had slipped to the 9th stage. And now he wants to gain as much wealth as possible, because if he becomes a civilian, he wants to live a comfortable life. The guy was a little embarrassed by Alex's story because he did not expect to hear it from him. Chris tried to encourage him that he would get his cultivation back and return to his place, and that he should stay away from him for sure. The young man grabbed the boy's hands and began to thank him for trying to cheer him up, because the others, having heard the story, were laughing and despising him. Alex was touched and wanted to be friends with Christian. The young man kept approaching him, but he tried to dodge him because he did not want to be friends with him, because he was dangerous. The boy began to recover from the young man's insistence, and he would not have given up if a mentor had appeared in the ring at the 3rd stage. After an hour of wandering in the forest, he found the tree he was looking for, called the spiritual tree, and he wanted to make a ship out of it. Birds began to gather in the sky, and they attracted the boy's attention. After waving his hand a couple of times, blue lines appeared and a paw of the beast emerged from the forest. A large bear appeared. He was at the 8th stage of G tempering and would be the one on whom he would test his product. His sword was the first product he forged. It is silent as a drive, kills stealthily, and you can fly with it. And he pointed his sword toward the beast, and it began to stiffen. Christian was pleased with the sword because the beast began to spray blood clots. Behind him, needles flew, almost imperceptible and striking with cold light, and he hoped that no one would distract him from building the ship now. Christian was very happy because he had worked for half a day, and now he had a flying ship above him. If the heavens had not given him life, the world would have lived in darkness. The boy's joy was interrupted by the hesitation he felt, which meant that Lucas was in trouble. He jumped on the ship and commanded to go forward to help his friend. Lucas ran and saved Sophia from giant wasps. A whole flock of wasps gathered in a bunch and flew directly at the pair. The girl was scared. She was not sure that Christian would be able to save them in time. Sophia was determined and wanted to use the secret technique of setting fire to her own spirit and blood so that they could both escape. Lucas used the technique of speed and moved a little further away from the wasps, but they did not hesitate and released their stingers. They dodged the needles, and the boy asked to wait a little longer because he trusted his brother. He put a speed pill in his mouth to buy some more time. He was glad that Chris had once taught him the technique of escaping from the battlefield, even though it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. The girl said that taking speed pills was not the answer and asked him to allow her to use the technique of setting fire to his spirit and blood. Christian used the eagle-eye technique and saw the whole picture. He didn't understand why they were going after the deadly bees. The couple began to rejoice because they saw spiritual energy in the sky, and it belonged to his brother, which meant that they were saved. But as soon as they got up, they were surrounded by a flock of bees on all sides. Lucas began to apologize to Chris for getting him into a dangerous situation. But the guy was not afraid and used the technique of a destructive sound wave. And after the wave passed, the flock of peaches fell dead, and their souls left their bodies. Christian dropped a hook from the ship and caught Lucas by the scruff of the neck and pulled them onto the ship. The guy was cooking. He was grilling meat on the fire while the boy and the girl were walking away from the adventure. He was completely exhausted, and the technique took a lot of spiritual energy from him, and now he needs a couple of days to recover. How much will he lose after that time? Now he cannot use the technique where spiritual energy is needed, but he can use the technique where mental energy is needed. Lucas started screaming that he had gone to hell and was being taken to purgatory. But Chris said that because he had framed his friend, he would definitely go there someday. He got up joyfully and was surprised that he was still alive and that he and Sophie had been saved from those bees. Chris tossed them a bottle while they cried and hugged each other. He gave them a sedative elixir because they were slightly concussed by the sound wave and might have brain problems. And he felt sorry for the young man because one bullet made a good profit. Lucas was very emotional and thanked his friend for saving him for the second time. The guy got angry and calculated the expenses and started yelling at him that he owed him $20,000 for his services and was waiting for it when he returned home. The guy asked me to be his debtor, and the girl behind him started touching him. She pinched him, and he flew up because it hurt so much, and Sophia innocently asked if he was in pain. The girl started crying harder because she did not believe they had survived. As Chris ate, he heard the voice of a girl behind him, thanking him profusely for saving her. He wondered who was so smart and came up with the idea to provoke the deadly bees. Lucas began to justify that the plan was perfect, but something went wrong and he overestimated the technique of escaping from the battlefield. But the young man was curious why they were after them. He explained that their honey is very healing, and he wanted to bring it to his mother because she went to war for 6 years and now has injuries, and then he could ask for her hand in marriage. Chris thought that Sophia's mother was not happy with him, but the guy said no because she really liked him and even reduced the ransom to $1 million. The guy said that he was lucky and that she was a saint, but his friend hoped for honey and thus cut the amount to $500,000. Christian looked at the boy and remembered that he too had been so seriously demanded to pay a ransom. The guy could not understand whether they got the honey or not, but they confirmed that they did, but not the amount they wanted. Lucas was pleased and hoped that it would be enough for her mother, and the young man thought about this honey because forging almost bankrupted him. And so he asked the newlyweds how much it cost, and they said 2,000 spiritual stones per liter. The guy was surprised at the amount and started asking where they got it and if they could describe the place. Christian was stubborn. Nothing was impossible for him when he could make serious money, and certainly the bees would not stop him. The boy rode a deer into a bamboo grove of deadly bees. He stood in front of a beautiful bamboo forest and asked if the territory of deadly bees was really ahead. He told the deer to hide somewhere and put his palm to its head. The reindeer called him a psycho, and Christian flew to the death bees and was quite happy. The guy used the illusion and started showing off in front of the bees, showing that they were of the same blood and he was not their enemy. The swarm fell in love with such a bee and did not move it at all, so it could move freely between them. He looked at the mountains of honey, which is what he was looking for, and hoped that it would enrich him greatly. He started counting the money and how many liters he needed to sell, and came to the conclusion that he needed to sell 10,000 liters and he would be financially independent. Chris met with a queen bee, and she was more resistant to the enchantment technique than the others. He used the technique of paralysis of consciousness, and a window appeared in front of him saying that this honey belonged to the Sect of the Heavenly Throne and that the disciples could take some as a reward, but not more than 1,000 liters. Everything he had thought up just fell apart before his eyes. The elders' hall began a discussion about the student who managed to bypass a swarm of bees and almost paralyzed a queen bee, and they decided that he was worthy of attention. He cut off the honey with his sword, and a voice came from heaven that he had had enough. The guy was not happy and called him a miser because he could no longer take honey. He leaned against a banana tree with honey and collected only 500 liters, but he had already decided to buy the best pot, forging equipment, and many planks. Christian spotted the main character in the sky again, probably knowing about honey, but wondering how much he could take. Someone was very unhappy that the students could get to the honey bypassing the bees because they could ruin it. Alex was surprised that it was possible to move like this. He wanted to sell 10,000 liters for 2,000 and find a wise man to tell him what was wrong with him. But as soon as he wanted to enter the grove, a barrier appeared to prohibit him from entering, and now it is closed for the next 15 years. He was not satisfied and called it a belly, so after that, he heard the words that he should be satisfied with what he already had and not be capricious. The boy traveled on his flying ship through a secret world. His ship stopped over a map of the Great Master's hut, and he was very interested in it. He went downstairs and read the sign above the hut. There must have been a lot of interesting things to see here because it looks impressive. But at the same time, he was angry because he was looking for runes and therefore needed the hut of a great blacksmith. An hour later, the portal closes, and he unfortunately does not find the hut of the forging master and the new runes. But he does stumble upon this. He was happy because there were a lot of interesting things in this library, and it was a successful outing. So now he would have something to do in the boring evenings. He reread the plaques with different spells and was delighted with them, because now it would make his life a couple of times easier. A month has passed, and now the portal is about to close, so Christian is automatically thrown out of the world. To avoid falling to the ground, he used a lightweight body technique and calmly descended to the ground. On the way back, he met Lucas and Sophia, who wanted to treat him to a drunken monk's tavern and also promised to repay him for his rescue. But Chris began reading about a digestive spell that speeds up the absorption of food and accelerates spiritual energy that will be absorbed and strengthen the body and spirit. He gladly accepted their invitation if they were treating him, because after living in the wild, he could use a good meal. Christian was pleased that he had managed to make a good living from honey, and now that he had more raw materials, he could try to forge something good. He made a bird from his list and let it fly. Theodore sent everything on the list and asked to check everything, so Chris carefully studied the invoice and everything that came to him. He was amazed because he sent 300,000 spiritual stones by a feathered courier delivery service. And now he can go into the shutter and forge until he is blue in the face. He was disappointed because 3 years had passed and he expected to be able to do whatever he wanted with his eyes closed. But unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. He also could not understand why the runes of energy control and spirit enhancement rejected each other. He came up with the idea of a rune as a mediator if they reject each other, and then the rune will be a transit and it could be a spider's web. He began to apply the technique, as a result of which the sword began to show lightning, and he finally succeeded in doing so and named it the 1000th Man. He began to hug it, because although he had not forged it for the 1000th time, it was not a small amount of 6 papais, and it took a lot of spiritual stones. The guy was shocked by the news from the Blue Sphere, and especially by the fact that Alex had killed a traitor to the Sect at the Golden Elixir stage. He was pleased with himself that he was able to develop to the 8th stage during this time thanks to the digestion spell, and he also learned all the ancient recipes for alchemy. He thought for the future that when he was at the foundation stage, he would also be able to kill someone at the Golden Elixir stage. The spell of summoning a beast has become one of his favorites. He can summon the spirit of a water dragon whose combat power is at the stage of laying the foundations. And if he had found a suitable vessel, because a sparrow is not suitable, he would have been able to bring his combat power to the peak of his foundations and would have been able to fight back against anyone. He had to go home, so he lay down and rested. The couple showed him their hearts and thanked him for saving them. Chris didn't care much for it and was a little sick of them. He asked why they were so happy if his mother-in-law had given up under his persistence. Lucas shouted that next month, on the 15th of the month, there would be a significant day in their lives and he could not miss it. They tried to please him and make him eat well, but the boy did not understand why they were so lavish. Christian was not in charge of them, although they looked nice, but he was supposed to be a great sage, and is there really a woman in the world who deserves his attention? He finished everything and got up from the table and commanded them to follow him. Lucas was surprised by the room with many objects that he had shackled, and the girl was amazed by his talents. She believed that no one could compare to him. Chris didn't have a wedding gift for them, so he let them choose one item each. But he warned them not to take the warhead and the grenade launcher, because they don't work anyway. Sophia wished for 2 swords, one white and one pink, the white one being responsible for speed and penetration, while the pink one enchants the enemy and creates illusions. Lucas chose the 1000 Blades, a sword that can split into pieces and take on other shapes, and thus reduces the effectiveness of the opponent's defense. He realized that he had spent a lot of raw materials and time on these objects, but since he had accustomed them to his care, he would have to bear it steadily. On the 15th of the next month, he will be going outside the Sect for the first time, so he needs to prepare. A month later, Chris appeared in the Sect square with a large and heavy bag on his back. Lucas's wedding is to take place in the city of Diden, which is 6,000 kilometers away from the Sect. He was surprised by the distance, but remembered that he had a personal flying ship. Christian saw the protagonist again, but he hoped that they would not have to travel with him. He carried his large sack in front of him, trying to hide from it. Alex said hello and was glad to meet him again. He had tried to find him after the portal, but it didn't work out, and now they met again, which is proof of their connection. Even though Christian was not happy about it, he decided to congratulate him on his popularity and the fact that he was now a hero, so he decided to seize the moment. From behind the boy, Alex saw a large ship and asked him if it was his. So the guy jumped on the ship and began to take an interest in it, especially the aero clamp that increases speed, but the owner asked him not to waste his time on it, and he said he was going to the wedding of one of their brothers and asked where he was going. He smiled and asked if my brother's name was Lucas Y. And Alex was immediately happy that they were going there together and that they could talk all the way. The guy immediately bragged about his ship and asked if they could fly on it because it would be much faster, and Cruiser didn't like it because it was humiliating. He looked down on the boy, saying that he had forgotten that he was only at the stage of tempering G. Alex brought more food to the table, and it pissed the guy off because his friendliness went beyond all bounds of decency. Something caught their attention, and Alex immediately took off, saying that he would go out for a while to get rid of a couple of insects. He pointed his blades in the direction of the fire circle and was angry because before they could fly away from the sect, they were already emerging. Chris was eating and looking at this scene, 5 things symbolizing the 5 elements, and it was already like an obsessive-compulsive disorder. And he saw a bunch of bad guys, and he knew that it would be dangerous to be around this guy. He was angry at himself for not being able to scare him away from him, to keep him away, because he knew that friendship with the protagonist was impossible. Alex began to apologize to the guy for getting him involved and explained that these were guys at the Golden Elixir stage and he would distract them and send the ship away. He boldly said that they had come for him, so he shouldn't worry and that he could defend himself. He was a little scared because they could have caught up with him and killed him, and the soldiers surrounded the ship, at least 5 of them against 1. Alex started using different techniques and created a magical sinkhole under the ship. The guy said that he had already killed one of them and that it was their turn, and he had already prepared his swords. A fiery lattice rose from the portal like a wall, but those warriors were not afraid of it if he wanted to scare them with such a trick. One ordered a warrior to chase down Chris, who was in the 2 stage of tempering, and kill him and then return here. But Alex blocked his way so that he wouldn't even dream of following him. But his sword was blocked and he was unable to launch an attack. A sword was put to the butt of the sword, and the bad guy boldly said that he would not be able to defend his friend. He started to get angry with them, but they told him not to worry and to save his strength. He had to focus his attention on them and threatened them viciously, saying that no one would come out alive. Chris began to make a mistake and promised that if he survived today, he would never leave the Sect's territory again. While he was watering, a very bright red light appeared behind him. Liam Sharp was cocky. He thought this walk would be easy. Chris was holding a dragon ewe in his hand. He saw the enemy behind him out of the corner of his eye and knew that it would cost him dearly. He summoned a water dragon and it appeared in front of Liam, who was surprised and flew back a little. The guy did not expect this from a student at the stage of Chai training, so Chris suggested that they not hurt each other and part ways peacefully. The guy was cunning. He paid 5,000 spiritual stones to get the spiritual energy out so it should last for 15 minutes. The guy with his scolopendra was hostile, so he rejected the student's offer. The dragon easily dealt with his animal, and he was shocked as he quickly pumped it with energy to the point of a golden elixir. The guy ordered his beast to kill him, and it memorized the target in its patterns and headed for it. After the explosion, Chris began to panic that if he returned home, he would make 10 more dragons like this and never leave the Sect's territory again. The dragon pierced the evildoer, but he did not give up and said that he would not be able to escape, so he threw a small monster in his wake. At first, the guy was scared, but he immediately used a couple of defense techniques. However, the enemy's strike passed through all the defense domes and hit the guy directly. Chris fell down and realized that it was a technique of psychological warfare, and it was very bad. It started to penetrate his head. He fell off the ship and started flying down and was disappointed because he was probably dead. Somewhere in the mountains there was a hut with small children in it. The girl asked her brother how soon the day would come when they could eat meat. The boy just smiled and wiped Christian, saying that he would do so as soon as this immortal celestial woke up. They saw him falling and remembered the words of their grandfather, who said that if they took care of him, and even if they did not become them, they would live in wealth. He took him by the hand and realized that by the look of him, they would not be able to enjoy a sumptuous meal anytime soon. Although the guy seemed to be sleeping, he had already scouted the situation with his unconscious perception and was glad to be rescued. Chris fought with the Soul Eater for half a month, gnawing away at him bit by bit, but only now he was able to defeat it. The boy and the girl wanted to leave the room to change the water, but they were called. Christian woke up and said, smiling, that they wouldn't get much for such a massage. They recalled the words of their grandfather, who told them to hit their foreheads on the ground and ask him to take them as disciples, and then their lives would be improved. The children fell to the ground and began to bow down and ask him to make them his disciples. Chris applied the technique and asked them to stand up, and their hands began to glow. The guy scanned them and said that at best they would be shotgun meat, but they were decent, so he asked why they wanted to become his students. They shouted in unison that they wanted to eat meat every day. At first he was surprised, but then he mellowed because it was a confirmation of their honesty. He was satisfied with the answer, but he still had to find out more. He cast magic on them, and they seemed to fall asleep in the air. Human nature is unchangeable, and his test was to show everything. If they pass the test, he will become their teacher. But if not, he will still provide them with a comfortable life. Chris looked at his arm, and now he had to check his condition. Although he managed to defeat the Soul Eater, it caused him serious injuries, and he will need at least 6 months to recover his spiritual and mental strength. He was serious and promised that he would not leave the sect for 10 years, and the main task was to stay away from the main character. He took a kettle out of his pouch and poured it into a mug. He drank some tea and decided that he needed to make more war dolls upon his return, because at the moment it is a more effective defense. When my grandfather came into the house, he was greatly impressed and quickly knelt down and bowed. The guy used this technique again and lifted the man up, asking him not to kneel anymore because he was the savior and he should thank him. So he deserves a reward and asked what he wanted. But my grandfather only wanted to live with his woman and not need anything. Chris gave him 10 longevity pills and told him to take them every 2 years, and that would be enough, and he would take the children with him and take care of them. The young man was a little surprised when he asked what happened to them. He smiled and said he was just testing their potential. It was time to find out the results of the test, and he touched the shell. He was holding 2 blue spheres that were supposed to show everything. The boy went through a lot when his parents were ill, but his soul remained innocent. And the girl had the potential and motivation to make serious progress in cultivation, and she has everything to do so. Christian smiled kindly. When they wake up, their lives will not be the same. Lucas cried and blamed himself a lot because his brother had always been safe and never left the sect, and the first time he had to do so to attend his wedding. The girl brought some goodies and tried to support him and believed that Krim was fine and was somewhere treating his wounds, and then he would come back. But the guy didn't want to listen because he had never left since they met, and the first time was his last. Lucas looked down and told Sophia that he would wait here until he returned. The girl was surprised, and he wanted to give him the red envelope he had prepared. So she decided to sit down next to him and stay to wait together for their friend. The older man said that the children met the criteria of their sect and gave them plaques to confirm their identity, and congratulated him and his students. They boarded the ship and set sail, and a boy came up to him and asked if it was hard to become like him. Chris smiled. If they obeyed him, the path would be easy, and he liked him so responsible, and naive questions added to the cuteness. He asked a little cautiously if they would eat meat every day, and the girl started shouting where it was. The kids stood there in amazement, and Christian just laughed back and added that he would do it 3 times a day. A young couple was sitting in front of the gate to their house when they saw their brother's flying ship. Lucas immediately rushed to Nevi's boyfriend, hoping that he was alive because he had already thought of all sorts of things, and the worst thing for Chris was that he had missed their wedding. The guy didn't care about that because the main thing for him was that his friend was alive. The guy saw the children from behind and asked if they were his. Lucas was frightened that he gave birth in 2 weeks and they grew up so quickly, and his wife was surprised at her husband because where is it possible to do this so quickly? The friend thought it was the pills, but Chris got tired of hearing this nonsense and told him that they were his new students. The guy was a little embarrassed because he had forgotten to ask their names. The boy was sad because they had no names. They were given only when spiritual plants were found and named in their honor. Christian was surprised and thought about it, so he decided that they would bear his name. He named the boy Benjamin Evans, and the girl will be Mia Evans. The children fell to their knees and bowed, and they thanked us for the names they had given them. Christian decided to dress them up, since they were already his disciples. He magically formed 2 pink spheres and directed them at the children. They immediately changed their clothes and began to examine their new outfits. Sophia was amazed by this magic and asked what it was. He explained that when he was bored, he created a wardrobe layer and could instantly change his outfit right before his eyes. The girl asked him to buy one for herself, but the young man gave it to her to try on herself. The girl used it and wore a rather revealing dress. Lucas closed the children's eyes and shouted at her to choose something else. Each of the girl's outfits was very revealing, and her husband was constantly yelling at her to change it. Sophia changed into her own outfit and thanked her brother. She doesn't know much about women's clothing, so she will try it on at home. Although Lucas was flushed, he changed the subject to something to celebrate, the first disciples of Jesus. So the mentor asked the children if anyone wanted to eat something meaty. Lucas pulled a red envelope out of his pocket and handed it to his friend to accept. He added that the guy knew what it was for, so he took it. Christian was very happy that he was so talented and had many orders from Theodore, but now he has the opportunity to make many battle dolls. The man reproached him for taking private orders at such a difficult time for the sect when there was a shortage of blacksmiths. The day before, he was told that if he didn't find a blacksmith who knew how to engrave runes, he could hang himself. He did not expect that while wandering the streets, he would find such a treasure and his task would be fulfilled. The guy apologized and explained that he had been wounded and had been back for a couple of days, so he had to complete the task in order not to let his brothers down, and tomorrow he would familiarize himself with the sect's tasks. The man apologized and asked what he was forging and if he could give him some mentoring advice. The man was impressed with the result and praised him for his mastery of basic runes at a good level. Christian said he had a lot of imagination, listed all the elements and used an external fire, and the result was good. He didn't want to retrain, but thought he would be a great master, so he asked him how many runes he knew and reminded him of the sect's mission. With a snap of his fingers, a carriage appeared, and he wanted to take him right away to repair their main ship. He asked if he had ever been to the domestic sector and told me to prepare to see something unusual. They flew away, but a monster appeared on their way, and he panicked again, because it turned out to be even more dangerous than being with the main character. The man tried to calm him down and explained that these water dragons were in the process of merging and were guarding the sect and were interested in seeing a potential client. He began to say in his handwriting that for 10,000 spiritual stones he could ride them on horseback. The guy didn't understand why he was talking about going to prostitutes and why he was saying what he was saying. He laughed and said that he was not so rich now to spend such sums on entertainment, but he planned to have such watchmen in a couple of 100 years. The man felt sorry because it was not a forgotten experience, and we went through the gate. They stopped, and he explained that he had called him to help restore the cladding and bond the damaged runes. He offered to pay 1,000 spiritual stones for a square mat and teach 20 new runes, so the boy asked about some of them. He knew the runes for spatial stabilization and crossing energies, so the guy stayed to watch and wait for the blacksmith. Christian watched the blacksmiths at work and waited for the master at the hollow stage. The repair of the ship looked like a simple repair job, and he was only interested in the part with the damaged runes, and the rest was routine work. Chris turned when asked if he was the newly arrived blacksmith. The guy asked if he had any questions about the work, but he didn't and was ready to do it. He was encouraged by the fact that he understood everything just by looking at the work of others and asked them to work faster because his bonus depended on it. The guy took a melting pot and began to melt into the cracks of the ship. Koval was surprised that a self-taught man could do the job so quickly, and he was so out of his depth. He realized that now he would not be able to work on a lazy day because he would take his place. 2 months passed, and the ship looked as good as new. Finally, it was all over for Christian. He asked with interest what to do now that the ship's lining was finished. The blacksmith said that thanks to them, they had completed the job in 2 months and were very pleased with the top management. His talent was predictable, and he would make a great master. He gave him 5 stones with runes, which he got for nothing, and he hopes that when Chris becomes a great blacksmith, he will forge a heavenly weapon for him. He was happy and said that he would, even though it was still a long way off and he would definitely be dead by then. The Heavenly Throne sect fascinates him because it uses the small chiliocosm as an internal resource, and he did not expect this. Outside students rarely get here, and his grandfather used to take him here all the time, and now he won't do it after graduation, so we have to find a way to get in. Somewhere far away from the sect of the Heavenly Throne, a young couple fought monsters. Lucas suggested to his wife that after completing the task, he would exchange the reward for embryonic pill. But the girl wanted to spend it to bring him closer to the stage of laying the foundations. He objected and said that it was better to invest in the child, because he would end up there anyway, and when he was born, he would be given to Chris, and he would definitely be a genius. The boys saw another wave of beasts approaching them, and there were beasts at the stage of laying the foundations. The bird landed on the girl's hand, and if there are more than 2 such animals there, they will be in serious danger. There were 3 of them, but they can't run away, because then the work of hundreds of students will be wasted. They had only one option left, to use the layer of emergency salvation, which they bought from Christian for as much as 10,000 spiritual stones. He threw him up and finally said goodbye to his money. The ball spun up and started throwing fireballs at the animals. and there was a big explosion. Lucas was a little angry because his brother could have warned him about the powerful explosion and the strong blast wave. He is devastated because if Christian had been with him in the combat unit, he would have killed them quickly and he would not have had to spend 10,000 spiritual stones. The girl was outraged that he was learning so much from him, and her combat training was not even half as good as his. He said that it was impossible to compare them because he was a unicorn and his combat training was excellent. She suggested that the next time they met, they wrestle, and that he should last 3 seconds. But the guy laughed and took 5 seconds. In the crater after the explosion, he noticed a green glow at the bottom. When we got closer, we saw a large green stone that was shining. Lucas suggested that it could be spiritual energy-enriched iron ore because of its smell, color, and density. Having enough of it, you can make yourself armor that will allow you to fight on a par with the enemy at the golden elixir stage. The guy threw her a bag and told her to use it if there were any animals, and he went to mine ore. Chris decided to move out because the big order he had completed for Theodore was actually for Alex, and because he didn't want him to come back to him. The guy demonstrated a new design of the god's armor, and he managed to perfect it with the iron ore they gave him. Lucas liked them very much, and now he can send them on dangerous missions in this armor. The guy gave a guarantee that no opponent below the stage of the golden elixir would overcome him. The young man asked if it had only defensive characteristics, and Chris offered to put it on and evaluate it himself. It was as if the guy was advertising. The suit was both comfortable and reliable. It was all in one bottle. This armor consists of 16 separate elements. Together, they can increase spiritual power by 2 or 3 times and guarantee protection. You can switch the attack mode at any time if necessary. Lucas used fire from his palm and broke the stone. He was amazed by the amazing speed at which it flew. He was amazed by everything. It was a miracle of blacksmithing, and now he was not afraid of anyone. Chris asked if he had made a mistake in giving him the ore. At first, he thought he would be in debt for such valuable raw materials, but it turned out the other way around. The boy asked them to look after the house and his students because he wants to go on an expedition that could last quite a while. The newlyweds were only in favor of him because he constantly helps them and saves them, and so they were happy to help him. They started to organize a theater and were sad that their brother was already going on expeditions, and they didn't even know when they would be able to do that. But Christian had a bad feeling that he might meet someone there because it was a really unique opportunity. He hoped that his premonitions about Alex would turn out to be false. A month later, Chris arrived at the ship and showed his boarding pass at the entrance and went inside. He was fascinated by such a large ship, and one day he will build one for himself. When he went up to the deck, he heard Alex talking to him about how he had moved and hadn't even told him anything about it. The guy came back and said that he should probably call him dear brother because he was already at the stage of the golden elixir and this meeting would not end well. Alex said that he shouldn't because they had known each other for a long time and had become like family, that Chris had already decided to get off the ship, but he didn't know if it was too late. The guy turned to the guard and asked for a good cabin for his friend, so he suggested the one on the left next to him because it was not yet occupied. First, he will give a tour of the ship, and later in the evening, when the supplies are loaded, they will have dinner and a couple of drinks. In the evening, the dining room was a bit crowded, and Chris couldn't get away from him. He was all exhausted, so he decided to pretend to go to the bathroom to get rid of it. Alex was told to make friends with him, and that this would bring him many blessings. So he tried to please him by bringing him spiritual food of the highest quality. He tried to smile and say that it must have cost a lot of stones, but he said no because it was free for the crew. Christian was asked how he coped with his strange illness, which he described. He was touched that he remembered and explained that after he returned, everything disappeared and he was still at the stage of laying the foundations. And after that, he went to the family of the girl who broke off the engagement and beat all her brothers. He looked shattered when he said that he hoped it would wash away the shame of breaking off the engagement, but she went to a mentor and was able to put him down with one hand. Alex has become more serious. He doesn't care about the Mahayana stage, because in 3 years he will be able to improve and show them all what he can do. The guy burst into tears and went to hug him, calling him his foster brother and that their friendship would be eternal. But Chris only wanted him to leave him alone. The young man wanted to leave and said that he had important things to do, but Alex didn't understand what could be more important than swearing eternal friendship. During the repairs, he noticed that the most important runes are on the inside, and he wants to study them here, not drink wine with his brother Alex. A man appeared behind Christian, and he did not expect someone at the stage of chi training to have such a determined look. I decided to offer him to become his apprentice. The man asked him what department he was from and how he ended up in this one, because he has all the makings to be an excellent blacksmith, and Chris said that he was still on his own. So he asked if he wanted to become part of the forging department. Christian said that he was a first-level alchemist and was only interested in runes out of sheer curiosity. The master was annoyed that another alchemist was involved, because a real man's passion should be forging, and the boy only waved goodbye. He understood that if he joined, he would not be able to live as freely as he does now, and if he did not break through to the stage of laying the foundations, it would be even worse. Alex appeared from behind me and said that it was a great happiness when such a serious master called me to be his student. What a stupid habit to sneak up on him from behind, because one day he will give him a heart attack. But the guy apologized. It was all because of the girl. He asked why cheat if he could just refuse, but Chris said that he was involved in both forging and alchemy. He did not want to raise additional questions because he wants to succeed in both crafts and not stray from the path of dual cultivation. Alex threw up and decided to walk on the deck and get away from it a little bit. The voice told him to make friends with him because he was definitely not easy. Christian was surprised to see a large and long monster above the ship. He heard how they were talking about the cloud-eating snake and how she had seen it for the first time and was surprised. He saw Amalia and was happy, but there was another guy next to her and she must have had a boyfriend. The girl coughed and asked me not to say such nonsense. She introduced her older brother from the forging department and he could help him with the runes on this ship. Chris said hello to him and was happy that he was an older brother and not her boyfriend. Grace Walker is Amalia's older brother from the forging department and is a first-level blacksmith. He left home to study forging. He was happy and shaking, so his brother and sister asked what was wrong with him. Christian started to make fun of his name because his school would have made fun of him. He laughed a little more and he felt uncomfortable, but at the next meeting he would explain his behavior. The guy looked into the distance and the ship announced that everyone was on alert. He was watching a warship of artillery, and this is something that should arouse passion in men. He saw the guns and wanted to see them in action as soon as possible. Grace stood with Chris and realized that their thoughts coincided. He said this is what real men need to forge, but he didn't like the suddenness of it. The guy wanted to apologize for his behavior, explaining that he had an idea and wanted to write it down, and he understood because it could have slipped out. Amalia's brother asked if it was fate that brought them together, since they had both given up alchemy to study blacksmithing, and if he would like to share his thoughts with him. The guy pointed to an acoustic rune, a resonant and hidden rune, and asked if he understood that the guy wanted to make a remote communication item. But ordinary runes can be bound, but without external support, they can only go up to 100 kilometers, and Chris realizes that he does know something. But that was not all, and the guy was a little scared and did not understand why these runes were outside the device. The guy was going about his business and wanted to give him time to digest everything, and Grace sat down and began to think. Before he could walk away, he heard behind him that the guy had understood everything, that the runes form a structure of information transmission and, in theory, with enough transits, can be connected over longer distances. Grace said that Brother Chris is a genius. To come up with such a rune structure, no one else would have come up with such an idea. The boy jumped overboard when he saw a bright glow on the deck of the ship. Many golden birds with soldiers flew out of the artillery ship, and they began to overwhelm the whale, thereby catching it out of the water. The young man said that it was a good sign at the beginning of the expedition to catch such a prey, and Christian admired the action. Many people gathered on the deck and actively discussed, including a young student. It was a giant shelf whale, and judging by the look of it, it was at the stage of exploring the void. It had a great beak. But the meat of this beast is dangerous. It can only be eaten at the golden elixir stage and above, and it has become fond of guns, because one shot and the beast is gone. Grace realized that this was the first time he had seen the guns, but the spectacle would be when they saw the beast at the Mahayana stage, when they would shoot from the main guns. Christian had already made himself a ship captain, and in the future, he wanted to build a fleet for himself. He asked how much one shot cost, and it was about 100,000 spiritual stones, but that's nothing compared to the lucrative loot. He started dreaming and calculating, and as a result, he would have to work for a month to get one shot. But a shot from the main guns costs 500,000 and is used for animals no lower than the crossing stage. But the young man doesn't want to think about it yet. In 3 days, he realized that blacksmiths were the most valued, and no effort was spared to improve them. Just because he appeared here as a novice blacksmith, he was given a minimum of 30,000 spiritual stones. Grace said that he had told his mentor everything and now he wanted to talk to him. He was angry because he didn't want to draw the attention of another mentor. Chris followed the guy and came to a small door that one might think was not quite spacious inside. The boy was surprised by the size of the room and thought that perhaps special runes were used to expand the ship. The mentor asked if he was the one who had come up with the original way to make a remote connection, and the young man introduced himself to the master. He said that he had a lively mind and thought that it was possible to realize the idea that if you put 36 transits, you could cover the entire continent. I can even use existing communication devices for this purpose, and if they are modified, we can even start a dialogue with optical display. Christian listened to the old man and realized that he wanted to communicate with his grandchildren via video. And the mentor offered to become his apprentice because he had all the talents necessary for a blacksmith. The guy began to encourage him, saying that he was the best and that he was valued and respected by the head of the sect, and that they could become brothers in the department. Chris bowed and refused, saying that he was following the path of dual cultivation and could not devote all his time and energy to forging. The old man laughed and said that he liked his sincerity and asked whether he liked alchemy or forging more. The guy was serious when he said that forging was the only thing that could make men passionate. The master offered him to become his personal disciple, and he would guide him to the inner sector, but he would have to give up alchemy. The boy smiled and drew runes with magic, and the man realized what he meant when he took out the token. He gave Chris a token to enter the inner sector and added that if he had time, he could come in. Grace immediately bowed to the master and apologized for his behavior, saying that he was still young and did not know what he was giving up. The old man looked in his wake. He knew that Chris was destined for greatness, but he wished he could have a hand in it. The guy left the master's office happy because, thanks to their conversation, he had received a token and now he was thinking about marrying a beautiful woman. He began to choose between Julie and Amalia by listing their qualities and did not know who was better. Someone shouted to look ahead and one of the ships deployed a protective cover, and the entire navy was wearing a cap because they were covered by a large sea wave. And this wave was carrying many different beasts, so the commanders ordered a full advance and most of the beasts were dead after contact with the defense. Christian shouted to be careful and he felt very sick and vomited from the speed of the ship. The clouds cleared and the ship took on its normal speed, with the corpses of marine animals floating nearby. The guy was still not feeling well. He looked around and did not know whether after killing all the animals they were going to search for resources. Alex said that where there are many animals, they are usually rich in spiritual resources and there must be a mine nearby. And if he is lucky, they can find relics of the deity. And the boy has already gotten used to such appearances because sometimes it is interesting to listen to and he is no longer afraid. Alex apologized for the last meeting when he had too much to drink, and his friend decided to change the subject to relics and find out how many of them could be found there. He told us that before ascension, people spend their last kalpa in the boundless sea, and that's where their vows can be found. Chris was already bored listening to him, so he had to set aside some time to find and enrich a couple of such monasteries. The ship was set on fire to a large city on the water that appeared out of nowhere. The guy was surprised where it came from. Alex explained that it was one of the divine relics and they would stay here for at least a month. He was not happy that he was often taken by the hand and offered to live in the city, because with a boarding token, he would now be allowed everywhere. If you get bored, you can join the hunters or engage in alchemy and smithing, but don't move more than 500 kilometers from the city. This city was not afraid of any violent, endless seas. It was a divine relic of the city of Zhanghai and a temporary naval base. He was surprised and decided that it was fate, because the first person he saw was his sister Amalia. She was embarrassed and happy to meet me so unexpectedly. Christian jumped up to greet her. Grace grabbed him by the hand and offered to rent a studio for two, and in a month they could earn several hundred each. Amalia jumped out from behind us and suggested that we practice alchemy together, because many interesting ingredients had been brought up from the seabed. The guy looked at her and said it was a great idea. A man approached the group and told them that they shouldn't mess with the blacksmiths and that they should go with him, and the boy was shocked to see their father. The guy immediately changed his mind and left with Grace, apologizing to the girl. The guy was reluctant to ask what they were going to do, whether they were going to forge or sit around, but Chris had no choice. Voices came from the blacksmith shop saying that one of them wished they had met earlier because there was no such partner to work with. The guy raised his cup and reciprocated his words. A girl walked into the workshop and asked if there was anyone who could repair an alchemy pot and why there were so many beautiful girls in this field. She explained that she had only taken one spare pot, one of which exploded immediately, and the other cracked yesterday. The girl looked at the boy with a pleading look, because if she was left without him, she would not be able to fulfill her direct duties. Christian enjoyed her gentle and pleasant voice, especially when she begged for help. He looked at me and said that the repairman had given everyone some ore for 50 spiritual stones when the mine was opened, so let him give it to me too. Chris began to repair the car, and the girl watched in awe. He took some ore and strengthened it to his heart's content, because after all, it was an order from a beauty. The guy presented her with the pot as if it were new and said that it was the most beneficial investment of 50 spiritual stones in her life. The girl blushed and was so happy that her cauldron was made that she even forgot to take the rest of her ore. Chris explained to his friend that they hadn't left the forge for a month, and he wanted to get much more out of this expedition. If he wants to, he can go for a walk, and Grace can stay at work. He didn't think that for the first time in the endless sea, he would want more. Chris, happy, quickly ran to the exit, leaving the boy alone in the workshop. He flew around the marine areas, and nothing suited him, because they lived there at the stage of the golden elixir. But one area caught his attention, and now he has time for his own expedition, so he goes there on a submarine. Chris was pleased because in his previous life he needed a lot of money to go underwater, and now he is his own submariner. He has been swimming in these waters for hours and so far nothing. It was dark and nothing was visible. Looking at the ship's indicators, he realized that he was 50,000 below sea level. And now it was time for the search, so he got various modules for measuring spiritual energy, detecting organisms, and night optical navigation. He saw a big underwater beast and got very scared, and Alex was next to him. The boy asked his sword grandfather if he should really kill him, but the grandfather only got angry and told him to call him Emperor Sword. This is a swordfish, and it is a godsend, because its spine can be used to make a first-class divine sword. It just needs to be removed, tempered, and shaped. And then, this sword will be able to absorb energy from the surrounding metals, and this sword will not interfere. But now, it does not know how to defeat it, because it is prey now. And his grandfather gave him the idea to swim to his friend and start fighting the beast with all his strength, and then he would help him. But Alex was surprised that he was here. He was angry. He didn't like the plan because Chris was only at the stage of G tempering, and if something went wrong, they would both die. But the sword grandfather asked him to trust and underestimate the boy, and when he has a backbone, he will receive a divine weapon in 50 years using his method. So Alex took the plunge and flew to him and thought it was time to put their friendship to the test. The guy was quietly collecting pearls, and he would use them to make a bracelet for storing items, and from spiritual energy, he would make super armor. Chris felt a slight trepidation as if he sensed something bad was coming. And then he decided to get out of there quickly before he put on something serious. When the guy saw Alex, he knew that he was the one responsible for that feeling of danger. He entered the ship and said that the swordsman was almost dead and asked to finish him off because he needed his spine. He could barely speak and thanked me in advance for my help. He collapsed in front of Chris, who stood there shocked by the scene. He started making a fuss, and I thank you for the previous one, because he hadn't agreed to anything yet. According to the classics, anyone who contradicts the main character or refuses to do so eventually leaves the stage, and he didn't like it. So the guy decided to agree to it and quickly killed the beast. Chris swam out of his ship and was wearing a protective shell against the water. The swordsman at the golden elixir stage was not an invincible opponent for him, but he would not have been willing to leave his comfortable ship. The fish started to swim toward him, but the boy stopped it with one swipe. Before he realized what had happened, Chris quickly moved away from that spot. The guy was circling around, mocking the beast for not being able to chase it. He used such a technique that now 360 degrees is a blind spot for him. No sooner had he been distracted than the swordfish disappeared from view. He was surprised that the fish had a hiding technique, so he used 3 techniques and applied layers of protection. The fish appeared and was even more angry, and the question of the silver balls near it also arose. Chris hid behind a rock and watched, wishing that most of his dolls were fit for underwater combat. But he could distract him, so he gathered spiritual energy from the districts, and now he can use the cloning technique. He started working on it using a crystal, but he needed some more time. The monsters were furious and circled the site of the last clash. Chris was ready and used the Ice Dagger Hurricane technique and directed it at the beasts. Hundreds of crystal fragments gathered and flew into the swordfish, piercing its entire body. The guy started mocking him again, saying that he had taken a long time to figure out what was going on and that it had ruined him. Chris was very upset because all of his mercury ball snakes died in one fight, and he spent 80,000 stones on it. The grandfather watched with the boy. He admired his fighting talent, which was better than his grandson's. If he had been at a higher stage, he would have killed him in 2 counts. The guy put a pill in his mouth and he started talking nonsense. And then he started crying and apologizing for getting him involved, because even he didn't have the strength to deal with him. He immediately ran to hug him and was happy that he was alive and asked if he was injured anywhere. Chris assured him that everything was fine and showed him where his fish was. The boy looked at the bag with emotion and praised it for being what it was and could not believe that it had made it. Christian said that he could not do otherwise, and Alex gave him a warehouse ring that holds 333 cubic meters. The boy was not comfortable accepting such a gift because only a master with full knowledge of the expansion runes could bind him. Something strange began to happen, as if some force was pulling me out of the water. Chris didn't understand what had happened, and Alex explained that they had moved to a small chiliocosm, but they would have to report it. The place looked deserted and abandoned. Apparently, it had already been robbed many times before they arrived. The guys said that they could grieve for their lost prey later, because now they were in danger. Chris asked me, slightly arrogantly, if I had the strength to fight. Alex was a little frightened, but he immediately composed himself and told the swordsman grandfather to report the situation. This world was created by one of the swordsmen, and you can leave it after full recovery, and here you can find items of the swordsman's legacy. His grandfather warned him and said that he needed 10 days to recover and that he should not die and kill his friend during that time. Alex said that he was exhausted, so he offered to hide, but Chris refused because it was too late to hide and they had to run. There were more and more birds every second, and they were flying after the ship. So the guy asked if there was any way to get out, since he had a wise mentor who could come up with something. He firmly said that after he recovers, he will be able to find a way out, but it will take 10 days. Chris said he would defend him during these 10 days. Alex said to fly to the side where the swordsman's house was located, and his inheritance should be there. The only thing he hoped was that nothing would happen during this time. When they saw the land, the guy said they needed to get to the heritage hall. There was a statue of the swordsman Yongsheng in the hall, and in his modest room, let them feel at home and happy to share their heritage. They ignored their grandfather and took everything, and perhaps their fates will cross again in the big chiliocosm and they can become friends. Christian noticed the birds that had already been here, but fortunately they had already cleaned everything up. Most of the birds were still in the G tempering stage, but there were also some at the foundation stage. Using the eagle eye technique, the boy noticed larger birds than the others, which were at the golden elixir stage. The young man put on his armor and warned him that the ship would be a little shaky and that he should be patient. Chris folded his arms and summoned the warriors to fight the birds so they could see who they would be fighting. Again, a voice spoke to Alex to look at him and confirmed that he was not so simple and his ingenuity was amazing. The boy was a little hesitant because he thought they were just dolls, but his grandfather said that they were intelligent and could provide serious support in battle. The battle between the war dolls and the birds began, and they quickly dealt with their opponents. Alex was amazed and said that his dolls were a miracle and that they were already at the stage of laying the foundations. And so he asked if he could make a doll at the golden elixir stage, and Chris quickly advertised such a doll to him, saying that it would cost him 290 spiritual stones. But the young man said that he had no money now, so he would come to him later. He laughed. What kind of a protagonist is he if he is poor? This test was too difficult for him with his level of strength. The boy was disappointed because all his dolls at the stage of laying the foundations were broken in battle. He was crying over his artwork. It was also his hard-earned money, and Alex asked him to stay for 5 more days and he would recover. Chris agreed and wished him to recover well and to take his time. He turned around and flew back to the ship, completely overwhelmed with lunch and indignation. The guy gathered his strength and rebelled, using the technique of killing the birds with the whole osprey. The other beasts flew at it, and there was a big explosion, and it struck Alex because he did not know how to do this at the stage of tempering G, and now he also does not know how to do this at the stage of the golden elixir. He immediately asked the swordsman if he had seen any other such people, and he said that he had come across one and that he could destroy the enemy at the stage of the spirit's birth. He was angry, because such a unicum could have destroyed him in a couple of stages, and he would have liked to see it. But his mentor said that he would meet with him again. The man thought about it because he has to take revenge, or rather, the guy has to take revenge for him. Alex said that he had a better chance with Christian, and he hadn't given him any reason to rate him so highly. Something happened, and brother Chris screamed in pain. Alex stood with his grandfather's sword, waiting to see what would happen next. The guy was furious and was throwing curse words at the enemy, as if he thought he was too much for him. The birds had the ability to launch psychic sound attacks, but he didn't understand where they came up with such perverse threats. Chris got a little angry that they were getting personal and decided to show his and see if he could survive it. He seemed to have gone crazy and knocked the birds out of formation, asking how his colonels were. Chris entered the artillery battery deployment mode and added more supplements to the birds so that Alex was already afraid of him because he would not be able to fight him. Alex said he was ready, and the guy called the underwater tray. They jumped out of the barrier, breaking it, and jumped in the tray. Alex thanked him for saving him and allowing him to keep the spoils for himself, but only to make a copy of the swordsman's legacy. Chris told him to take everything away because he was not interested in this part and that he would contact him if he needed anything. The guy looked down and didn't know how to thank him for everything he had given him. Christian clenched his fist because he had been waiting for these words from him for a long time. He didn't force himself to start because he was interested in one question, and he, being more advanced in cultivation, probably knows the answer. He said that he would try to help, and even if he didn't know, he would help me find the answer. He wondered whether there was a 13th stage of tempering, or whether after the 12th stage, one simply moves to another stage. Chris realized that Alex didn't know, so he relied on his hidden mentor because it was not an option to stumble at this stage for so many years. The boy came into the room and a man appeared behind him and asked the question that his friend had asked him and wanted to hear the answer. The man was not satisfied with the address, so the boy knelt down and addressed him as a great divine imperial sword. His story began with the idea that everything depends on the heavens and that at first the world was ruled by werewolves and people were slaves. They did not allow people to make a breakthrough beyond the stage of tempering G. If someone broke through to the stage of laying the foundations, they were killed. People lived this way for tens of thousands of years, and they developed a system of circumventing the prohibitions of their cultivation, and this is how the stages of Ki appeared. If someone reaches the 24th stage, they can switch to the golden elixir, and the 36th stage to the birth of the spirit. Then the guy interrupted and asked if the 108th stage corresponded to the Mahayana stage. Logically speaking, it is true, but heaven does not like or tolerate such tricks. He would not advise his friend to try it, because cultivation is an attempt to rise above and is considered to be against the will of heaven. These systems were used and allowed because there were no other options, but now he will not feel good about getting to the last one. And the closer it is, the more pressure will be on the person. So Alex asked if there were any ways to go above the 12th stage without moving to another stage. Unfortunately, this is very difficult, and there are no techniques to do it, because if he were on a pizza, he would make a corridor in time and look for them in the past. Christian was lying on a sunbed, but his heart was not at ease. He is tired of anxiety and would like to know how his students are doing, especially the unlucky boy, how he is doing without his advice. They announced the return of the fleet and told everyone to leave the city and get back on board the ship. Grace approached Chris and asked if he had a good walk. The guy was upset and asked if the expeditions took different routes, and it was true because the sea is big and endless. He looked at the ship and said that it was safe anywhere in the sea because it was always possible to repel an attack. Christian would be interested to know in detail how it is made because it looks like a real marvel of technology. The ship was good, but the newly formed sect of heavenly blacksmiths was very annoying and consisted of unpleasant people. Chris understood his brother's feelings because whoever has the best techniques in a field has great power over the market and customers. Grace was deeply convinced that the boy had a unique talent in blacksmithing. He shouted that he was mesmerized by his mastery of engraved runes, his ingenuity, and his pursuit of perfection. The young man asked him to promise that one day he would lead the blacksmiths and they would build an even bigger ship that would be able to fly beyond the sky dome. Christian said that he overestimated him and thought that if this happened, he would be long gone. He was convinced because his mentor said that in 100 years, he would be considered a legendary person and would have the greatest influence on the world of forging. He was pleased, but this was all based on the ignorance that in 100 years he would still be at the stage of tempering G. Chris decided to change the subject and asked if there was any progress with his invention. Henry thought about it and said that upon arrival, they could start practicing and that everyone would probably have a communication device. In the future, existing devices can be thrown away and replaced with his inventions, and everyone will be able to communicate with each other. And if his device is popularized, he will be able to improve it later and add it to the online store. He has already imagined this picture. He thought that if he made an AliExpress here, there would be no more questions about the lack of spiritual stones. Chris saw something in the doodling and used the eagle eye technique to test his guess. Then he asked his brother what kind of island was there. But he explained that it was not an island, but the top of the turtle's shell, which is now at the Mahayana stage. He remembered asking me if he had ever eaten sea acorns, which are attached to rocks, plants, and giant turtles. And in this region, they are especially delicious and probably already available in the canteen, so we went there. The boy was impressed by the look and size of the food, although Grace liked it very much. Amalia came to them with a girl for whom he was repairing a boiler, but he did not recognize her at first. The brother asked where his father was, but the girl reassured him that he was in the cabin and did not want to come out because his favorite pot had broken. The boy wanted to go and subdue him, but his sister convinced him not to because in that state he would hang him by his ears from the ceiling. Then he gave the girl a pot to give to her father, because he is unlikely to turn to the cover leaves for repairs. He asked me to tell him that I had exchanged it with a friend so that he wouldn't know that it was his son who gave him the present. Chris also remembered his father, who had never been able to use his stick to punish him for his failures and troubles. The girl Emily, the favorite daughter of the combat unit's mentor, nicknamed Voivoda, thanked the guy for the pot and said it was better than the previous one. Chris wondered how she would thank him, and she was scared and said she would take it to the market for appraisal and pay the difference. Amalia warned him for flirting because she was the favorite daughter of the warlord of the combat unit, and he had to be careful with her. She was afraid to even think about what might happen to him if he found out about the lunches. He recalled that once they had met, and he remembered him with an unsharpened axe, and that it was to pick bones, not to chop them. The girl tried to hug him, but the guy told her not to talk nonsense. Christian was sitting across from two beautiful girls, Amalia and Emily, and he blushed. The first option is to choose one of them, and the option to choose all of them, and he imagined them sitting together and laughing. The guy tried to tell them loudly but firmly to calm down. Amalia brought her because of her admiration for the cauldron and so that she could bind again, but he was modest that he had only spent spiritual energy and some ore. Christian felt uncomfortable and thought it was better not to touch her. The guy was running away from someone very quickly, dressed in armor, and they wanted to show him something. The guy quickly ran away from the girls who offered him pleasure and had to report, because the territory was part of a sect and werewolves were roaming around. A beautiful girl was sitting in front of the young man, offering him a closer look, and he was shocked. It was a bit difficult for him, and at the wrong time for him, they surrounded him from all sides. One of the girls used magic and tied the boy up. She wanted to know what he was capable of and was ready to sacrifice her sisters, but he only threatened them with a sect that would find them and skin them. They just laughed at his words because they needed him alive, and this alarmed him. It was as if they had bewitched Lucas and dragged him away with them, promising to arrange a paradise on earth for him. Christian seemed to feel that something was wrong with his friend, even though he had often been in deadly situations and always managed to survive. He calmed down a bit, because when he came back, he would be able to get him out of the most terrible battles, as always. 3 days later, Alex came and told me that the methods of the 13 degrees of tempering of G and above had been lost. He also learned that he shouldn't practice this technique because it can provoke heaven's wrath and then it will end badly for him. Although he was sleepy, he realized that there was no point in lying. Chris reassured him that he had asked out of curiosity and not for himself, and now the young man could breathe a sigh of relief. He decided to study this issue in more detail when he returned home, because if they existed, he would definitely get to the bottom of it. Alex took the boy and led him to the dining room because he had done little for him for saving his life, so he wanted to treat him to acorns and drink with him. A month later, he finally returned home and his students were very happy to see him. The children asked him to take them with him next time because if they were not there, who would take care of him? Chris gave the student a hard time asking if he had practiced while his mentor was away. He screamed a little bit and wanted his sister to confirm his words. She said that he trained very hard. He came to the girl and asked her if she would lie to cover for her brother, but she just said that Sophia said she was not a child anymore. Chris agreed to concede that she was not a child and that she should not be pulled by her pigtails. But the guy laughed and changed his mind after unhooking the braids because he knew they were fake. He pushed her and she started crying and saying she hated him, but Chris just laughed at how tender she was. Chris looked at all this and was glad to be home again. He asked his disciple to invite Sophia and Lucas to a banquet he would host to mark his return. Their feast was cozy and cheerful, with adults drinking and children running around and doing tricks to keep things interesting. The children were tired after such a busy day and quickly went to bed. Now with a mentor, they can sleep relaxed with their eyes closed. The guy looked at them and smiled because they had eaten and were now sleeping. And before that, they had said that they were not children anymore. And then he turned to the couple, saying that they must be desperate animals who had moved in with his friends. One of them offered to join them, and after they finished their business here, they could leave him as the elder on this continent. Christian was surprised by such high ambitions as leaving him in charge of the continent. The young man didn't care about their business because they had moved in with his friends, which meant that their conversation would be quick and short. They put on costumes that he had once made and prepared for the attack because he did not want to solve it any other way. He took them both by the skin of their teeth and asked if they really thought they could defeat him in the armor he had created, or if it wasn't clear from Lucas's memories. The werewolf got a pentagram in his eyes and said that he didn't have long to resist, and that they would have time to get to know each other better. And they disappeared from Christian's property, which was a bit of a shock to him. He heard a voice that sounded like Julie, asking if her husband was back, and the girl immediately threw herself into the guy's arms and swept him off his feet. She was very forthcoming and said that everything was ready, both the bathroom and the table, so she asked what he wanted first. Then she would whisper in his ear whether he would start right away or start with the sweets first. Christian was annoyed and picked her up, because if she was a sweetie, he would prefer the third scenario. He threw the girl to the ground and she looked at him, saying that he was very impatient. She was all sweaty and clung to him, saying that she missed him very much. The werewolves got angry because the guy attacked them with an enchanted spell, and that was their specialty, and Chris even asked why they stopped. He directed jets of energy directly at their heads and evil silhouettes began to emerge from them. They came to their senses and threw another one on their brother in gratitude for his salvation. Lucas said that he wanted to commit suicide, but he remembered his words that the main thing was to come back and he would get him out of anything, and he did not regret it. Christian was very serious. He wanted to see what they had done to his friend, and he would pay them back in double because he knew the current spells. Lucas asked them to simply destroy them, but Chris was against it because he had to avenge his brother in the highest category. Due to the war between the two worlds, the passage between them is held by several sects, but a group of werewolves was able to cross into their world through superior technology. He began to see girls hugging him and was annoyed by this because it was probably a memory from them. Chris didn't even expect them to mock him like that, but he was very tense because his wife saw it all. Lucas tried to explain to her that it wasn't him anymore and that they had him under complete control, but Sophia didn't want to hear it. The girl suggested that they shouldn't fight in public, but rather talk at home, and Chris threw the guy a ball. Christian said that he could keep everything. The main thing was to tell the management quickly, and Lucas was crushed that his brother had set him up like that. A werewolf hideout was located near the border area, and there were battles near it. He even felt sorry for them, because in a couple of days their hiding place was discovered. The guy came into the hall and made fun of them. Their elder should have sent more of their relatives. The guy smiled slyly. He didn't want these monsters to self-destruct because it would be very sad. The guy took the cube and looked into it. The monsters dream of reviving their hegemony as it was in ancient times and try to make their way here. His eyes grew angrier, and he asked with a sneer whether they understood who was the hunter and who was the hunted. For a year now, Chris has been sitting in his house releasing energy, and it has been 14 years since he arrived in this world. He took the car out of the box. His memories of his past life never went away, and his guilt was always with him. And every year these memories cause him to feel acute feelings of sadness. Chris realized that he had to drive these thoughts away, that sooner or later he would return home, and that depression would not bring him any closer to that. A familiar chill ran through the guy's body again, and he turned to see the main character. The guy said that he had been praised by Lucas as the best blacksmith in their sect and that he needed his help. Alex said that he was studying the formation of the flying dragon sword and needed flying swords. Chris was smiling and angry at Lucas for not knowing how to keep his mouth shut. The guy made such a sad face that it took him so long to break through to the stage of the nascent spirit, and Chris was only causing him problems, and he was very angry about it. He missed the days when they first met, because before his mentor came along, he was earning more than he was spending. Chris was determined not to help him. He was already helping him all the time, and he was getting even more impudent. Alex started to explain that he needed 36 flying swords and they had to be made of the same materials, but Chris refused. His grandfather's voice began to stir him up so that he would get his way and not mumble but speak firmly, because he wanted to take revenge on his bride. The boy began to get angry, and his grandfather continued to ask him if he thought that when he ascended, he would be in unpaid debt to him. So he offered an ancient box he had found among the ancient ruins, which must contain something valuable. Chris immediately changed his mind and accepted the box, and later he will write a list of materials that will be needed and get to work. The grandfather tapped him on the head for throwing such items around, because he would be helping the poor later, but the boy would definitely not go into the red now. Chris watched his disappointed and depressed friend leave his house. The boy looked at the stone behind him and picked it up. Then a girl appeared instead, and he asked her not to turn into such a terrible boulder anymore. She flew away and started screaming at the tutor not to hold her pigtails. Mia cried and wrote down that he had found her for the 29th time using the transformation technique, and he thought she was making progress. She was sitting at the entrance to the house writing, and when Chris saw it, he asked her to come inside. The girl asked how he found her, if it was because she had turned into an ugly boulder. He said that when she succeeds in deceiving her mentor's eyes, she will understand everything, but for now, let her continue trying. He liked the tea very much, and she thought that his face did not always correspond to his age. She was asked if she had brought anything interesting from the assignment. Chris was surprised that she had sacrificed all her prey for this piece of willow. It was amazing, because the lightning that hit this tree imprinted a natural thunder rune. Christian used his magic to take this unique natural rune for himself, and from the pieces of willow, he made a pill with life force that would restore her health in case of a fatal wound and handed it to her. He asked where her brother was, and Benjamin had gone with Lucas on a mission, so he asked her to tell him that an excessive desire to develop faster could lead to the opposite. He gave an example of a guy who was constantly crawling out of his skin, but now he is still at the second stage of laying the foundations. The happy boy turned around and I was standing behind him, so he decided to have a little fun with what such a warrior at the stage of laying the foundations was doing at his house. For him, this topic was a bit painful, so he decided to show an unusual spiritual ore that he found in the beast's lair and brought for expert evaluation. Chris was surprised when his friend opened the lid. He was still useful. The guy just wanted to kill him in the morning when he found out that he was telling everyone about him and even told his brother Alex where he lived. But in that case, he will regret it, but only if he tells us where he found it. Christian was looking at the ore. Even though Lucas was talentless, he somehow managed to find such an exotic ore. This is the first time that he comes across spiritual ore with such characteristics, because it retains the embedded consciousness for a long time. It also interacts well with other objects, and if you put such a piece in a war doll, it will have a piece of his consciousness in it. That's why he did it. He put a small piece of ore in one of his dolls. Christian wants to test a newer model of the monkey, the conscious version. He created a beast with the help of magic and wanted to spar with it. The opponents stood opposite each other, and the guy was a judge and announced the start of the fight. The monkey first observed and calculated the weakness, while the wolf did not hesitate to attack it. The doll quickly blocked his attack and launched its own attack. Chris was surprised that the fight was over so quickly and that there would be no continuation. It's impressive that a small piece of ore has turned a war doll into a killing monster with 5 times its strength. When Lucas came over, he was amazed that Chris was already killing animals in his backyard and asked if he didn't know what else to do. He asked why the young man had come. He had damaged his armor after the situation with the werewolves' foxes, and he brought everything according to the list to repair it. He rejoiced early on when his wife gave him spiritual stones to restore his armor and asked him if he knew that there was a sect of the 100 Flowers 20 kilometers away. He told me that the disciples of that sect are very hungry for men, and if there is a handsome guy, they immediately begin to seduce him. He said that one of his sect members never returned, and when his mentor went to get him, he barely made it back alive. Chris smiled slyly and asked if he still didn't understand what he was getting at. The guy went into the house and told him not to go there, and if he did, he should not forget about the means of protection. Lucas was a little worried, even though he hadn't planned to go. A man approached him and said that in the near future he would have to go to the Sect of the 100 Flowers. He was a little scared because he didn't want to go there. He just talked about it with his brother. The mentor was serious. They would hold a joint conference to share experiences, and the head of the sect would personally harm the best students. He said that Lucas was the best student in the school, and that he would not let him miss this chance, and that he would not disgrace him. He started crying and begging the teacher because he is a family man and he could not go there. He took him by the face and agreed that it was dangerous for him to go there with such a face. So the teacher said that he would help him and that he didn't have to worry about it. From Chris's yard, voices were heard discussing the value of an item. And what the guy can't do cheaper, he can only make him a digging stick. Alex asked me to tell him what else he could save on because he doesn't have 100,000 spiritual stones. Chris could not listen to this anymore. He is probably the poorest protagonist in the story. Where are his rare swords, valuable items? A voice addressed him and asked if he had no savings. But the guy could have millions, but he was constantly spending it. Chris said that he could only give advice now to try his luck farther away from the sect, because there are better chances there. Alex pawned a few items, and the girl said he could buy them back within a year after paying the interest. My grandfather began to say that if he found himself in the big Heliocosm, he would not say that he was his student. The boy was angry at this and let him collect resources himself. Christian didn't care about anything. He was calm and sang a melody. Finally, he removed the seal from the box, although it took a lot of effort, and now he will see what the main character gave him. He opened the box and was surprised by what was inside. Alex started looking in his pockets for his jade ball for lighting and asked his grandfather if he had seen it, because he didn't know where he put it. He was disappointed. It was just a ball for lighting. Probably the swordsman's grandfather had put it there and taken the treasure out. The guy threw everything off the table. He was desperate because he had been abandoned, and he was raising resources for his grandfather to rebuild. Lucas's mentor gave him a spell to disfigure his face, and he promised Sophia that if there was another such incident, he would hang in front of her. The girls approached Chen's mentor, asking if they liked their warm welcome and how they received their students. The beautiful girl sat in front of her mentor and seemed to disbelieve his words that they liked everything. She looked at the guy and asked him why he was hiding his real identity. The girl asked if she was not beautiful and why he was hiding his eyes, and the mentor explained that if he raised them, he would never leave. The boy tried his best to avoid oncoming glances and touches. He looked at the girl's feet with horror, but she tried to charm him into stroking them. He realized that it was starting all over again, but he was not allowed to and tried to hold on. Chris could not understand why he was constantly unlucky around Alex and that fate was not fair to him. He was always in the red because of him. A bird came to him, and if he had 500 more of them, he could awaken a faint spiritual fire and then become a third-class blacksmith. Once again, he is convinced that he has to stay away from the protagonist, and if he doesn't, he will move away again. Before he knew it, Alex showed up with all the materials he needed and would be able to pick up his flying swords in 2 months. He ran up to his friend and thanked him for his advice because he had found a mine rich in iron. But there were many werewolves there, and he said in secret that they could dig up 5 million spiritual stones of ore there. The mine is guarded by a herd of large down elephants at the golden elixir stage and a couple at the spirit birth, and they can leave after work is done. Chris didn't understand whether he wanted to take him away or sign a death warrant, because in his previous adventures, he had almost died twice. The guy decided to leave him alone, but Alex asked him not to leave because he wanted to share with him as a brother. He ran after him, telling him that he would become the first swordsman and Chris the first blacksmith, and they would ascend together and their friendship would be legendary. He was all wet and grabbed the guy, said they were perfect for each other. He praised himself and him, saying that they were born avenger and blacksmith and that this union was foreseen by heaven. Christian was very confused by this and asked why he alone could not dig it up. Because he can't do it alone, someone has to distract him and someone else has to dig, because if they are all killed, serious problems will begin. In addition, large-bodied elephants occupy a place between werewolves and beasts, and killing them is considered a bad omen. Chris said he wouldn't go, but he would give him a laborer, hide him somewhere near the mine and divert his attention, and he would do everything. My grandfather's voice told me not to stop and try to shake something else interesting and useful out of it. Alex went on to say that it could be very dangerous to go into the lair of terrible beasts without it. Chris couldn't take it anymore and gave him another set of armor, but he needs to return it to him because if he helps him, he can make a lot of money. Then he has to come back for all this in 3 months, so the guy goes to reconnoiter the situation near the mine to avoid wasting time. Christian looked up and thought that his mentor was working against him, since Alex would not have thought of it. Because when he asked for something, his smile was strained, and it was clear that he was uncomfortable and did not want it, so he had to defend himself. He was angry because last time he had replaced the treasure with a glowing ball, and when the time came, he would remind the old man of everything. Lucas was annoyed because he had never made so much mental effort to be chaste before, but he passed the test. The beautiful girl turned to him, because if they were not destined to be together, maybe they could hug each other goodbye. But the guy still refused, because he was a family man, and it was possible to say goodbye in words. But the girl didn't care and threw her arms around him and left a kiss on his neck. He quickly unhooked her from him. A lip mark lit up on his neck and his eyes began to burn. They asked him what had made him angry, but he immediately softened and asked why they were doing this to him. He had done nothing wrong to them. The girl made such a sad face, as if she had done nothing wrong, just noticed him as her own. The man smiled and asked to what he owed this unexpected visit. The girl just brought her student to see her husband and asked him not to look at her like that. She had no respect for his sect and was not going to join it because she could take whatever she wanted for herself. He just laughed and said that he had no such thoughts. He only wanted to make the short visit comfortable. The girl praised the tea. It was exquisite, and her husband hadn't even tried it yet because it wasn't worth it. And she asked me to make another cup of this tea. Christian was embarrassed because the girl had grown tall and they had been apart for a long time. Julie appeared at the gate and turned to greet her husband. He asked her why she had become attached to him if her mentor was in the Mahayana stage, but she did not listen and hugged him because she missed him so much. He thought that she would forget him with such a powerful mentor. The children were surprised to learn that the girl who looked like a celestial and flew in on a large bird was the mentor's wife. They started laughing, and the girl asked me to take away the drool because her clothes were made of natural silk. Julie happily offered to fly with her and have children and live together for the rest of their lives. He said that he didn't want to make up his mind during the cultivation process and her mentor would be against it, so they could wait a while longer. The children ran up to the young couple and greeted their mother, their mentor. Chris explained that he took these children as students after they saved his life. The girl was very pleased and gave the children gifts. Julie was about to leave because she had to go and promised her that once she finished her studies with her, they would always be together. Chris called out to the girl and explained that when he saw the inside of his illusion, his attitude changed, and he hoped that he was not doing all this too late. The guy put a ring on the girl. In his world, if a man puts on a ring himself, they are considered husband and wife. Julie looked at the ring and was happy about it. She said she would miss him, and he reciprocated. The mentor could not understand what her student liked about him if he was a small cultivator and not particularly handsome. But the girl got angry and started shouting that her mentor was wrong and that her husband was the most talented in the world. She said that when she saw him at the age of 13, she realized that they were destined to be together, and the heavenly spirit is rarely wrong. The mentor promised to let her go when she reached the stage of mergence, and before that, when she reached the stage of the birth of the spirit, she would let her go to him. Christian explained that the pills given to them by their mother were based on the blood of a phoenix and were very valuable in case of emergency. He said that even he didn't have such dust, but they did. After they said that, they offered them to him, but Chris refused because it was wrong to take pills from children. Christian was happy that from today he was married. The latest models of military dolls have performed well, but they need scarce ore for them. The next step is to invent a mind control device. He felt strange vibrations and saw something outside the house. The barrier to the house opened and Lucas entered. Christian asked why he was wearing a scarf on such a hot day, or if he was sick. The guy was exhausted and asked for help, and as a result of the business trip, his conscience was clear, but his neck was not. The owner came closer to him to examine the kiss marks and had doubts about his clear conscience. The guy bowed and wanted to give me something he had bought at the Taoist Hermit Fair, and he believed it should belong to him. This is not the first time Lucas has benefited him, so I wonder what kind of gift fate has in store for him this time. He was happy that his friend believed him and would help him. Christian was convinced that this hickey remained on his soul and that if he moved to another body, it would manifest itself there as well. The guy concluded that the girl was in love with him because such a strong hickey can only be given once in a lifetime. Unfortunately, this hickey cannot be removed because it has merged with his soul. And only when he breaks through to the stage of the birth of the spirit will his soul be purified. But Chris had another idea about this hickey. Lucas was worried because he did not know what he was up to and why he needed a big blade. Chris swung his blade, saying that if there is no way, there is only one option to do. He hit the guy and he flew away. He did not understand why his friend was trying to kill him. Lucas started screaming and his neck started burning as if it was strangling him. While he was screaming, his friend quickly threw the pill into his mouth and closed it so that it wouldn't fly out. The guy was surprised, and he explained that if he told him, he would have been even more frightened, so he decided to act without any publicity. He looked in the mirror and saw a scar on his neck that was almost jewelry-like, but still burning. Lucas thanked him for this and was reassured that when he broke through to the stage of the nascent spirit, the hickey scar would probably disappear. Alex was in a big valley with elephants and was running away from them, asking his grandfather to come up with swords because 2 of them would die. There is a magical field for teleportation 600 kilometers away, and he can activate it. But his grandfather felt sorry that he had only saved up energy, and now he was wasting it. He asked where exactly they were teleporting to, but it wasn't important. The priority was to survive and get out of there. While he was flying, the field seemed very familiar to him, as if he had been here before. Alex didn't care what happened. If he survived, it would be great. Amy came up to Chris and started waking him up, because it was already evening. The girl showed me the elixir of restoration of strength and said that she found it at the bottom of the lake. Her brother barely caught up and said that he did not allow her to enter it. The boy stood up and asked if they were sure there was no one more dangerous than the beasts at the golden elixir stage. Christian began to ask the children about rings that can contain prey, what kind of vessels are needed for plants, and what kind of animals are named after them. The girl gave her mentor a scroll and said that she had already thought through all these issues and made a plan of action. He looked at her kindly, as if he expected nothing less. The guy praised her and said that it looked convincing, so he was looking at her plan. The children asked him if he would go with them, and he agreed because he hadn't left the sect for a long time, and this outing didn't look dangerous. They flew to the same lake, and Chris was already thinking about building a cabin here to stay longer. While Chris was trying to figure out how she found this town, his brother was already trying to catch her. Explained that she was running after a fox and came across this lake. He was cute with golden purple eyes. Chris showed them that bunny because when they arrived, he was watching them all the time. He wanted to let him go until he started making fun of him. He couldn't believe that the hare was making fun of him, where it was possible. So he tied him up so he wouldn't run away. Christian gave the rabbit to the children, because if they wanted it, they could have it. They were very happy and thanked the mentor, although the boy was up to something. The kids started playing with him and examining him. They wanted to make friends with him. It was time to get into the portal, and Chris used his magic to wrap them in a shell and descend to the bottom. He was surprised that such a small lake hides such a large world. He showed them the latest development of the Puppet Lord, which was a control center for conscious puppet models. He ordered 50 dolls each to be sent to collect herbs and extract ore, and the rest to go on a punishing expedition against the beasts at the stage of the golden elixir. The guy wanted to try to drain the sea with the help of sea absorption vessels. The lake began to shrink gradually, and when it dried up, many animals appeared. Chris decided to ask Benjamin if he remembered the technique with the longest cyclone name, the Armstrong jet gun, because the longer the name, the stronger the cyclone. The guy began to conjure and began to use this technique to show all its power. He pointed his hand in the direction of the animals and commanded the puppets to move forward. The children were amazed by their mentor because all the beasts turned to dust and a person at the G tempering stage was able to smash the beasts at the elixir stage with one swipe. Chris decided that now was the time to establish authority because later it would be difficult to impress them and the boy wanted to try the spirit cannon. But for that, I got a slap on the head from my mentor because the most important thing is safety and you can't be so bold. The device reported to the owner that the dolls could not cope with one beast and now it was heading to them. They looked into the forest where the terrible sounds were coming from and a huge evil beast appeared. The girl changed her mind about panicking because they have a mentor with them, so everything will be fine. The children set themselves up to repel the attack because the beast must be resisted. Christian was pleased because they had no fear at all. The beast was heading towards them, so the boy asked them to move back because it was too big for them. He was determined and asked me to closely follow his actions and absorb his invaluable experience. The guy tried to hit the animal, but it managed to dodge. The beast roared and ducked. It spread its large wings. Chris was shocked by this. The guide challenged himself and dealt with those who could fly. He gave instructions that if the animal was lying damaged and the body was lifeless, to continue killing it anyway, just in case. This was impressive, because this time the catch must have been large, the entire lake fitting into the vessel of the seas. He realized that if he had been in the company of Alex, he would have run into a more terrible danger, and if he had survived, he would have left with nothing. But that was his fate. In the world of werewolves, there was a young prince of the royal wolf family, and he owns a limited edition skin. Alex was already bored, so he asked when they would go back, because they had been here for a long time, and he asked where he was going if no one was chasing her from here. Since it's not every day that you get a chance to visit the world of werewolves, you should make the most of it. For better disguise, he used the technique of a large chiliocosm, so even the strongest werewolf would not be able to recognize him as a human. He told them to start searching for treasures and valuable resources because he needed many more swords than he had now. When he reaches the Mahayana stage and has 10,000 swords, he will be invincible. After that, he thought that he would become the lord of all the Celestials. But he was immediately disappointed in where he was going to get 10,000 swords, because if you buy simple swords from laymen, they are of no use. When he reaches the stage of crossing over, his grandfather will take him to his treasure hoard, which will cover all the costs of making 10,000 flying swords. Alex's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he wanted to do it so badly. A large and powerful hand grabbed the two strangers, so the spirit immediately decided to leave him and told him to act according to the situation. The voice asked him if he was not afraid to walk in such scary places alone and wanted to take him as a disciple because he loves the brave. Christian stopped overprotecting his students after the catch at the bottom of the lake and let them develop on their own. So he devoted all his time to making pills and weapons and lived quietly and was not disturbed by Alex during this time. He was shocked that time was passing so quickly, and before he knew it, he had lived for 36 years. He recalled how yesterday Lucas had his first child, and now he was his student, and he was a little touched by this. Mia asked her mentor why he was sighing so sadly. He burst into tears because he doesn't know what will happen to him, especially if he doesn't break through to the stage of laying the foundations within 100 years. The girl felt that he was not so simple and that he had a plan, which is why he did not break through to other stages for so long. Besides, everyone knows that he is better than Lucas and that he would move the heavens to find a way to help. When the girl said that he would be the strongest for her, Chris blushed at these pleasant words. She started to get angry with him because she didn't know how to stop him from grabbing her pigtails. Chris did not understand why the sect's inner disciples did not sit in the inner sector, but went to him all the time. Lucas was embarrassed and said hello to his friend, saying that he couldn't stay away from his friend for so long. The mentor said that his son was on a mission, so he would not see him, but the father did not come to him, but to his friend. The children have gone about their business, so now he can say why he came. He wanted to ask to accept another student, the son of his friend, and looked at him with pleading eyes. Chris thought he meant himself by the word friend. The young man covered his face with his hands because he was ashamed, but his friend wanted to hear all the details. 7 years ago, a disciple from the Thousand Clouds sect came to them, and they often went on missions with her. And on one of them, they came across a snake. The snake of the 7 desires released a poison that causes sexual desire before dying, and we were both struck by it. Chris started to laugh, but the guy said he was struggling to keep his body clean. Lucas looked crushed and asked if his friend had ever heard of interspiritual conception, but he didn't understand what his friend was talking about. After being hit by this poison, they fought desperately against this desire, but their souls merged into one, which led to the birth of a new life. He knew it didn't sound true, but it was true, and Chris thought about it, because it meant that this child must be special, and it would be a sin to refuse. Chris asked where his mother was and whether she would be willing to take him on as a disciple, but she died 2 years ago when she returned to her sect. The young man thought about it and decided to look at him first, and only then would he make his decision. They went outside the house and saw a little boy sitting by a tree. His name was John, and he was 6 years old, and he was smart because he already knew 1,000 hieroglyphics. The mentor decided to ask him if he wanted to become his student. He wanted this because Lucas had told him about his mentor and that he could become an invincible cultivator with him. Chris asked why he wanted to be invincible, and he explained that he wanted to find his father and make him repent at his mother's grave. The mentor looked at Lucas and said that he was also rumored to be a victim, but his goal was worthy, so he approved of it. The last step was that if the boy passed the test, he would take him on as an apprentice. The boy slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep, because that's how this test is done. Near the transport portal through which Alex got to the werewolf world, the animals came out and did not quite understand where they were, so they asked what they should do now. The commander of this gang was a big bear, and he inspected the perimeter. A pigeon flew by them, and the bear used his magic to take out its memories. And as a result, they realized that they had entered the world of humans. They had to report this discovery to the higher-ups, because now that they had a teleportation point, the return of their race's hegemony would be raised in the near future. Alex felt great about getting into this situation, but his grandfather told him to be glad that he had a mentor at the Mahayana stage and to listen to him carefully and learn everything. Christian finally managed to catch a decent quality sniper rifle, although the process was not easy. His students came running to him and told him that a wave of werewolves was approaching the border, and their commander was in the Mahayana stage, and it was not clear where they came from. They added that they had already killed all the inhabitants in the Xinjiang country, and he was not very surprised, but asked about the wave of werewolves. He thought about the war between humans and werewolves, and he also felt that the protagonist was somehow involved, because how could he not be? And if the war comes closer to them, the children will be taken to the front, and that is the last thing he would want. They have been growing up in front of him since they were 6 or 7 years old. It's the same feeling as if they were his own children. So Chris decided that they would train only at home in the Hall of Illusions, and he would teach them a secret technique to escape from the battlefield. Then he would be calm for their lives. But first, we had to buy all the ingredients according to the list, as well as bring the souls of animals at the stage of laying the foundations, so he gave out the task. By the time the war comes, they need to be ready and armed with everything they need, because they will take everyone above the Tsu stage, alchemists and blacksmiths. He created this hall to delve into astral illusions, and here they can hone their fighting skills and spells. Time is different from the real one. So he gave them tonic pills so they could avoid the side effects of the time difference. Once they accept them, they will stay here for 2 years. But in real time, only a month will pass, and he asked them not to waste time, but to improve their skills. A couple of million werewolves gathered near the border of Xiangzhou, leading 5 cathedrals in the Mahayana stage. The werewolf race has already swept through several border countries in a wave of destruction, and where they were, there were blood rivers. As they received information from the captured countries, the Mahayana stage of the Strishishin decided to destroy the magic field of teleportation. But one of the great swordsmen did not wait for the others and destroyed the teleportation field himself, and with him the 2 at the stage of Mahayana. A month passed, and the werewolves were sent to the Forbidden Zone, but they sent a message that if anyone invades, they will destroy the seal. In the end, they signed an agreement that people would not attack them, and they would not leave the Forbidden Zone, and the entire territory was strictly guarded. Showed how he struck the beast. Christian was very pleased with his students, how they were able to improve themselves. He talked to the students and told them the latest news, and although they are in a difficult situation, he thinks it is not over yet. Grace ran to his house and asked if he had received the message, because he had personally persuaded his mentor to take him with them. Chris was shocked and disappointed at the same time. He did not understand what he had done wrong to him, what he had done. He told us that a couple of sects have united and put up 5-element guns, and it's a cool opportunity for them to watch the best masters. The next day, the children began to reassure their mentor that it was just an excursion and not so dangerous because there were already 6 people in the Mahayana stage. The guy showed Chris the horizon where the front line was visible. The mentor was looking into the distance and was impressed. He even broke out in a little sweat. The area was covered with a barrier, and it didn't look as dangerous as they said. He asked him his opinion on the werewolf invasion. He thinks they were able to gain control of the spatial coordinates. By controlling the spatial coordinates, the werewolves can move by paying a price, and they are recognized by the heavenly will of our world. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, they ruled this world, and although people drove them out, the heavenly will recognizes their full right to be here. Chris didn't understand this for a while, so the guy explained that at one time they wanted to unite their world with theirs and create one big unified world. And when the merger process was underway, people managed to rise up and drive the coup plotters out of their part of the country, and this process was interrupted. But by that time, the heavenly will had already perceived our worlds as one and the same, and now it cannot be changed. At that time, my brother asked what he was doing. And Grace added that the invasion of werewolves into their world, or us into theirs, would not be considered a violation of the world order. Christian looked at the sky where the ships were flying and realized that there was no safe place in this world. The alarm sounded around the perimeter and everyone prepared to be ready for the beasts and werewolves who were already running to their place. The students watched the cannons work with their mentor, and after one shot, a crater was left behind, and the boy wanted a spell of the same power. Chris laughed and advised him to train hard, and then in 1,000 years he would achieve such a result. A warrior approached them and asked if he was the blacksmith Henry had recommended, and if he could repair the 5th class armor. Of course he could, but he asked if I had an inner spiritual fire, and if so, he would have to stand by me and help. He took his mentor by the shoulder and led him with him. The students were a little afraid for their mentor because the man was very large. Christian was amazed at the state of his armor and was already coming up with theories as to why this happened, but the warrior only got angry and asked if he could do it. The guy was surprised that 5th class armor was easy for him and that Chris could increase his resistance by 20%. He had his doubts because the blacksmith was only at the 12th stage of G tempering and he might be deceiving him and therefore looking for a trick. Chris understood him, and if he didn't believe him, he could spend his time on something else, and he was about to leave the workshop. The warrior changed his mind, because if he was already here, it must be for a reason, so he will go and find materials for the repair. Christian went out into the yard and sighed, feigning fatigue. The students were tired, and the mentor was glad that they had finally built their temporary home because it should be safe to the front line far away. The children started asking for a pill to restore their strength because they were a bit tired, but they noticed that their mentor was gone. The warrior pulled him into the portal and into his room. He got everything he needed, and Chris asked him to provide unquestioning fire, and he would do the rest. Christian began processing the alloy and repairing the armor. This was not bad, because before that he had only read about icy spiritual fire in books. Christian asked him his name, but Marcus was surprised that he had time to talk, even though he was helping, but it seemed like he was not repairing armor. The guy said that he asked his mentor about him, and he said that he was a genius, and now he is convinced of this because he saw everything himself. Marcus offered him a meteoric piece of iron if he liked it, and decided to be friends with him, because now he was forging like an experienced master, and what would happen later? He was delighted with the offer, because this iron is not easy to get, and it is used to make divine armor, and he would also take the yellow crystalline ore for himself. The armor was ready and looked much better than new. Chris had already finished with the mold and asked if he had any treasures of the ice element, as they had to be rebuilt from scratch. He could have also added a magic skill to them and asked him to keep firing normally, even though the guy was already crouched on the ground and counting something. He screamed when he heard about the magic skill because he could not imagine that his iron could be attached to any magical property. He quickly found and brought the box in which all his treasures of the element of ice were stored and asked him to choose the one that suited him best. He was very pleased that the warrior at the stage of emptiness called him a master, and it gave him great confidence and arrogance. Chris looked at it and chose the ice dragon because it would fit the best. Marcus told him that he had killed it himself and asked what magic skill his armor would have. Christian suggested an ice field so that when he moves, everything around him will be covered with ice and it will also strengthen his inner fire. He was very pleased that if he helped him well, they would be able to finish the job in 3 days and first fix the structure with the mixture. He will be able to make mascara and apply runes from the remaining bone powder, which was just used to strengthen the yellow crystal ore. And as a final step, he inlays an ice dragon into the very core. He asked the boy not to panic because it was just a dragon ghost. Marcus thanked the master and, as promised, gave him a piece of meteoric iron and 200,000 spiritual stones on top. Chris fell down and leaned against the wall because now he was really tired and fell asleep. The warrior went outside to call out to the bear, and now he is ready to fight it again. The bear stood in front of him and asked if his new armor gave him more courage. Marcus felt more confident because the rules remained the same: surrender or death, and threatened that he would die today. The bear laughed. He could admit that it wouldn't kill him, but he didn't understand how he had such confidence. They are both at the same stage, and Marcus went on the attack and said that he would soon understand everything himself. The next morning, the werewolves attacked the humans and a serious battle ensued. Took a rifle because after the warrior killed the bear, werewolves started crossing the front line more often and in large numbers. She pointed the scope at the birds and they were all at the golden elixir stage. So it was a great opportunity for her to practice shooting, so she pulled the trigger and the bullet went through the bird. She was happy to kill the enemy at a distance of 1,000 meters, so the sniper rifle became her favorite toy. Soldiers began to run after the boy to stop him, saying that his spiritual energy would run out when he was surrounded by enemies. He was very brave and confident, so he jumped up and cast the avalanche fountain spell. And the werewolves began to drown in the lava, and their souls came out of them to burn. In addition, he dropped more avalanche shafts into them. One of the monsters opened its mouth and began to attack the boy with its purple beam. The bird was already close to the student, but the sister shot it in time and killed the werewolf. But he was a little angry with her. Not only did the mentor give her a cool toy, but also him. So he took one of the cores from his bracelet and released a hurricane cannonball. And the animals began to fall to the ground like autumn leaves after the boy's attack. Marcus was not satisfied because they were not cruel, and the boy began to wonder whose students they could be because they were strong. He told me to go and ask him and also asked why he came, because he doesn't just visit. The young man wanted to know who had made him the armor in which he defeated the bear. It is logical that nothing has changed in his cultivation and that armor played a major role in the outcome of two similarly strong opponents. Marcus started to laugh and didn't want to tell him such valuable information because he had already gathered all the materials and was only missing a good blacksmith. He put the cup down and said that it was already in the master's queue and that his turn would come 200 years before his. That guy was laughing at him back then, and now he wants to get him. So what good will Marcus do? So Jeremy asked if he knew what Sister Leah was sinning against right now, and he almost drowned in the water. He wiped a bit of the wheezing away and asked her what she was dreaming about. The young man just laughed and won't say anything now, but he felt Marcus's heavy hand on his shoulder. He explained that his blacksmith was very modest and only a beginner, so he needed to ask him first if he minded. And then he told me that his sister wanted to go to the city of the Taoists and devote herself to cognition, but she did not dare to go alone. Marcus asked if there were any ships leaving today because he was taking a vacation. Jeremy smiled. Although love is a beautiful thing, it takes the best of us. Chris sniffed and smelled blood, which means that there is a serious disturbance on the front line if the smell has already reached here. He looked at the battlefield and was amazed that the guys had done a great job. Then he noticed his students, but did not understand what they were doing. A guy appeared near them and asked if they were going to make an omelette for him. So the disciples wanted to understand what was inside, and Chris said that it was an eagle's soul-expelling egg and that it was better to make an omelette out of it because they were useless. The girl felt sorry that they found an egg inside the hollow bone of a giant bird. The mentor was very happy about this because he almost forgot and started touching her pigtails. He read that in ancient times there were also blacksmiths who had a system of runes and passed it on to others. But with the advent of humans, this system was broken. So he asked the next time they killed the beast to look for runes, and the girl kept screaming not to touch her pigtails. He got to the communication sphere, and Grace told him to go to them because they were going to make a giant 5-element cannon. The guy arrived at the border of the restricted zone in Tent Camp 2 and met with Grace. One of the mentors came out to them and ordered everyone to be quiet. The guys started whispering. Chris thought his mentor was the coolest, but Shark Ben was the first blacksmith in Xianzhou. And everyone believes that in the future he will be able to grow to the title of a great master. Christian asked how much more powerful this cannon would be, and Grace explained that it would be a little bit more powerful than the cannons on the warships. If you have several of these guns, you can seriously wound the beast at the Mahayana stage. But Chris was not impressed, even though there was a lot of noise. Henry understood what he was thinking and was not very impressed. But it was a great success for them to make one comparable to theirs, because the Heavenly Forge was forging there. The time has come, and now they will see him and his assistants burning a set of their rune blanks. Then the team began to activate the complex using their magic and runes. Everyone was amazed, and he began to think about the precision with which they applied the runes, because he would be able to achieve this not earlier than the stage of laying the foundations. The 5-element cannon was ready, and a protective barrier was installed, so when they wanted to destroy it, they had to pass the spatial barrier first. Chris thought that this outing would give him a couple of nice ideas, and even if he wanted to, he could make the giant cannon smaller and carry it around. My friend asked if he could watch the next cannon being made, but he refused because he understood the idea and wanted to go for a walk. The guy was walking around the temporary settlement and overheard a soldier asking if he wanted to have tea with them. Chris was so funny and sneaked up on me. The girls offered to do a couple's cultivation and said he wouldn't regret it. He laughed and realized where everyone from the town was going because there was a real red light district. Was angry and asked to stay away from him because women interfere with cultivation and his mentor told him so. Chris was watching him from behind the beam and was shocked because he didn't remember saying anything like that to him. So he looked out and slapped the guy, who was puzzled and did not understand how his mentor had gotten there. The guy explained that he was dragged into a house by some women and there were only half-naked girls complaining about their health, and he could not help because he was not a doctor or pharmacist. He started shouting again that if they had a fever, they should drink something from him, because even children know this, and they should treat themselves because he is not a doctor. The girls were furious, but he didn't understand why, and suggested that they resolve the conflict on the battlefield. He told them to be proud of him because he had never lost a battle with them, but Chris was disappointed how he had raised someone with a negative emotional intelligence. The next day, he was walking down the street and overheard two ladies talking about something that they were not happy about. There was a poster which said that he was a kicker and had beaten 48 girls, and if anyone saw him, they should immediately run away from him. Christian quickly ran home and gave me the mask and asked me not to take it off until they got back to their place. I asked my sister to talk to my brother in her free time about communicating with girls, but she said there was no point in it because she had already tried. So he went back, because his student distracted him from the search for the runes, but it's good that it's not too late so he can continue. He noticed his old friend Theodore sitting under the fence crying. The guy was cleaning the room, or maybe he also wanted to make some money from the war. When they approached him, Theodore burst into tears and threw himself at Chris. He was desperate because everything had already been divided up before him, and other merchants were buying goods at lower prices than he was, and to compete with them, he had to work hard. For him, this was not a reason to break up, and he could find another way out, such as creating a new market and being a pioneer and monopolist there. He was sobbing, but stopped for a moment and asked for the creation of a new market alone. And the older man had an idea of how to do it and asked if he was interested. He started shaking it, because if it made him good money and the scheme worked, he would definitely share it with him. He started from a distance, saying that millions of people had been mobilized and the front stretched for about 3,000 kilometers, and Theo was already impatient to hear it. He said that for just 4 million, you can connect the entire front line with a network of communication towers and another 2 million for a communication processing center. And then make devices from 3 runes, an optical rune, a communication rune, and an energy focusing rune, and it will cost 2 spiritual stones. And with this, you can receive test messages and images from the general staff, but send only text messages for short-term popularization. Theodore was amazed. He understood this brilliant idea, even though Chris did not expect it, and it meant that he was a hereditary businessman. He was very grateful to him for his brilliant idea and did not know how to express his gratitude. He promised his friend that for this idea, he would give his friend 10 million spiritual stones. Chris was embarrassed and said that this technique of moving quickly suited him very well. Chris was wondering how soon something like an early Motorola would appear here, and he may have revolutionized it today, but no one will know it yet. Alex has been in the werewolf world for a couple of years now and has already managed to break through to the nascent spirit stage, minus the fact that he is now 3rd in the hierarchy in the Jew lands. He was annoyed that the bears found the teleportation portal and moved calmly, and the plan to invade was realized faster than planned. Dud the swordsman asked if he was so worried about the werewolf invasion that he was so distracted that he forgot to hide his human ears. He was very worried about what was happening there and that he was a traitor to his species, but my grandfather tried to reassure him that they would not succeed. Alex was confused. He didn't understand what his grandfather meant by the words first stage. He didn't want to explain because he thought the boy wouldn't understand, but he said that a great war between the 2 worlds was coming. So he asked who would win, but the one with the strongest soldiers would win, and they were the ones blessed by the heavenly will. At present, the warriors among his tribesmen are somewhat superior to their werewolf counterparts. The spirit emphasized that even if they failed, they still had him, and he was a little scared, so he was a Cossack in exile. So he advised him to study and improve and not think about anything else. The swordsman grandfather was already flying away, but added that he should not care about human lives because only the best will be reborn according to the will of heaven. He decided to agree with his grandfather and focus on cultivation for now because he would not be able to do anything to solve the outcome of the human race. Lucas came to him and reminded him of the story of how he couldn't find anything of value, so he brought a gem he found by accident. Chris couldn't understand why he came across interesting things so often. Maybe the universe rewarded him with luck, but deprived him of talent. Chris was amazed because it was a luminous stone, and he had never thought of getting such a valuable treasure. He had read about it many times in books, and it was supposed to have runes of the sun and moon on it, and with their help, he could control the flow of time. Lucas was happy to help him, and if there are runes there, he wants to give it to his friend. Christian was puzzled and asked if he was sure he wanted to give it away and didn't want anything in return. They are old friends, and when he found this stone, he didn't know what to do with it, so he thought about it and decided that the best solution was to give it to him. He was also the mentor of his two sons, so he could consider it a gesture of gratitude. If Lucas had brought this to any blacksmith, he could have gotten a heavenly weapon. If he had taken it to the heavenly smithy, they would have made a warrior at the Mahayana stage. But now, if he gives it to Christian, he will only receive a thank you. Lucas didn't care. He even laughed a little at the thank you, because he spoke like a non-native. The boy only asked me to be a faithful brother to him, and that's all he needed. And for a young man, this stone is like a mine in the middle of the desert. He said goodbye to his friend and thought how noble he was, and that this gem had runes that he needed to realize his next project. Lately, he has only been thinking about this project. He thought he would peacefully break through to the top at the specified time, but because of his students and their successes, it is difficult for him. He can allow his students to be a stage higher, but because their cultivation rate is high, he finds it difficult to accept his position. Couple of decades, Mia and Benjamin will be at the golden elixir stage, and Lucas's two sons will be at the foundation stage. And if he remains at the stage of tempering G by then, it will be a great shame that will be difficult for him to survive and will be considered the weakest mentor. Therefore, he wants to deceive time and break through to the stage of laying the foundations, for which he needs to build a time room. In the room of illusion, one can manipulate time, but there is no cultivation process. And with the help of the room of time, he will be able to speed up time by half. And in order to influence the basic laws of time in a separate space, time runes are needed. But these runes are very rare, and Lucas was very lucky to find them, and they were on a gem, and he matched the map and the crystal. Some of the best sun and moon runes first need to be transferred to a draft to preserve them and to be alone to absorb them. And then to build a time room and break through to the stage of laying the foundations, and Chris was very determined about this. He can now cope with all his strength and with the help of objects, and when he makes a breakthrough, everyone will see what he is capable of. Christian was exhausted. He spent 3 months studying sun and place runes and another 2 on how to build a long-term functioning time room, but without much success. He looked at the blueprints, and the only way left was to use a grain of sand as a mediator to launch the room. And 1 kilogram of grains of sand is worth 10 million spiritual stones, and this would allow the room to work for about 10 years. The guy scratched his head and laughed, because it turned out that he needed to find about 120 million spiritual stones. He got angry and threw everything off the table, because spatial grains of sand are mined in space, and only the strongest sects of the central continent are capable of doing this. And yet, there is always a lot of demand for this product, so it will be difficult to buy it without some connections. Chris was upset because he had just started to think he was rich, and now he had to sell things that he hadn't earned through hard work. He came into the room with a yawn and asked the students what they were doing, whether they were learning spells, asked him if he knew what spell her brother did best, and although he listed a sale, it was the wrong one. He did best with light and shadow images. The girl asked to show the mentor what he could do, and the guy was to show the class. He folded his arms, read a couple of lines, and animals, birds and other types of werewolves appeared over his head. The mentor asked whether he had seen all those images or had invented them, and the boy explained that this was how he saw the world of celestials. The girl asked him to show her how he was disappearing. He agreed, and in a moment he was no longer in front of them, so Chris was surprised. The mentor was both happy and sad. It was good that his student was so successful, but in 20 years he would look inferior against him. So he decided to arrange a test for his student. He began to change the weather conditions on his device, just to adapt to them. The boy was only 7, and he knew how to blend in with the environment. Chris laughed and praised him and let him down and asked him if he was worried that his sister would beat him up for doing that. Laughed a little and got embarrassed because he failed to outwit his mentor. And the girl was angry and didn't understand what was happening. Climbed on top of the guy and started arguing with him and beating him for wanting to ride his sister. But the guy apologized to her. Christian used magic to create a large and powerful tiger and asked his student to create a hare using light and shadow projection. He gladly obeyed his mentor and quickly created 2 birds with 1 stone, one standing right in front of the tiger and getting very scared when it roared. The mentor decided to complicate the task by saying that if he had a white hare, it must be winter. The tiger chasing the hare was very realistic if you didn't know that it was a play of light and shadows. Focused on the hares and started using all the computing power. It had already turned red and started to boil until the CPU was finished loading. He fell down and started to catch his breath. He could not fight anymore. His coach calmed him down and praised him for a good result for his age. He was pleased and asked the student if he liked playing with light and shade. He answered with a smile that yes, because in this way he can create worlds where his mother is present. He understands that she is dead, but in this way he can bring her to life. Christian hugged the boy and told him that now he had to get used to the fact that they were his family. A mentor from came to the training room and he suggested that he choose a spell that he would like to learn and that he choose wisely. The boy chose many spells he would like to master and put the scrolls on the table in front of Christian. He looked at him and found out that the student wanted to go down the dark path, which suited his bright and innocent face. He's cunning, because when his appearance diverges from his skills, you take your opponent by surprise, so the guy is not only talented, but also smart. Then he allowed him to take all these scrolls with him to study them, and if he did not understand something, he could come directly to him. Benjamin was very pleased and walked away humming a tune to himself. While Chris was grieving, he came to him and started shouting that he wanted to learn the coolest spells like Benjamin. He took him to the Hall of Illusions, and there he began to hone his skills, with his mentor watching him. Now is the key moment of the training session for the boy, and he is focused, he is not at home, and is constantly either on assignments or with his father. When he returned, he was jealous of Benjamin, but now he is swimming and realizes that his mentor pays a lot of attention to him. The boy was standing alone among the animals and was already a little tired from fighting them, and the beasts began to run at him. And at first he was a little confused, but he immediately took his sword and called out to them to respond to his call. And a barrier appeared in the middle of which he was, and the animals tried to get through, but they failed. Then the boy summoned the wind sword, and both swords of wind and thunder began to merge into one and formed an explosive blast that sent the beasts flying away. He was very tired from the battle, but his mentor praised him and said that he was a real swordsman virtuoso. He mastered the wind and thunderstorm technique faster than his elders, but he noted that in a real battle, he would have to be just as brave and determined. These werewolves were at the 6th stage of G-tempering, but because of the joint attack, we can assume that their attack was at the 7th or even 8th stage. The guy understood that it was the first time he had done it, but he needed to train more to be confident, and he had been warned and was ready for it. In this case, Chris wanted to make it a little more difficult for him by taking 10 werewolves at the groundwork stage. The mentor created a new illusion, and the boy was a little shocked and asked him if it hurt much to die. He gave him a slap because he didn't understand why he was so scared and told him to watch carefully how to do it. And the bird was already approaching Chris. Chris disappeared, the birds began to relax from the gentle breeze and lost concentration on what was happening. Once on top, using the same technique, he caused an imperceptible hurricane to hit the bird and it began to fall. The mentor explained the meaning of this technique. A light wind relaxes the opponent and he does not have time to get out of his softened state, and it is a less expensive technique. He looked at his disciple, who immediately decided to enter a state of comprehension and sighed, because he was the same way at his age. When he went outside, he stretched and realized that each of his students would become a great cultivator, so he couldn't lag behind and had to raise money. Chris was ready to sell all his possessions, and suddenly he remembered Alex, who told him not to sell the armor and that he hadn't seen him for a long time. He didn't even want to think about him, because thoughts are sometimes material, so he wouldn't see him for 1,000 years, and in general, he should think about spatial grains of sand. Alex was in the territory of the blood-sucking titans and was conducting encrypted negotiations with the sword-slaying grandfather, asking when he would finally recover. If he stays here much longer, he will eventually turn into a werewolf himself. But he was not unhappy to sit in the circle where he was being groomed. For my grandfather, 50 years were still needed, And during this time, he could accumulate spiritual stones, treasures, and energy, and not complain at all because he had a good life here. Being a beloved student of the master at the Mahayana stage, his status grew so much that even werewolves at the merger stage turned to him, even though he is not used to their smell. The spirit told him that he had a great future ahead of him, and he had spent 10,000 years among demons for the sake of a demonic sword. Alex did not understand why he had been there for so long if he had stolen it anyway, but his grandfather did not think so, because a crime committed against evil is a good deed. He stood up and firmly said that in another 50 years he would return to the world of people, because here he could not help but feel the sense of impending doom. While Alex was engaged in negotiations, he was not paying attention to his actions, so when he stood up, he upset the girls around him. 50 years later, the mentor came out of the shutter and one of his students announced it to everyone. He turned to them and asked who had tuned the cuckoo for this time, because he did not remember doing so. Asked if he was approaching the time of his death, but he reassured him that he did not feel it, and his intuition rarely fails him. 2 others came up to them and asked him to break through, because they knew he had read about the perfect breakthrough, but they shouldn't forget about it. The children begged him to drink this elixir, which would rejuvenate his body and prolong his life for another 100 years. But he refused, because he had invested a lot of effort and money there, and they wanted to throw him back, and he did not want that. He looked at them and was proud of them because Benjamin and Mia were at the golden elixir stage and at the foundation stage, everything he thought would happen. The guy looked down and said that the downside was that they hadn't grown much. He gave him a chestnut because that's what everyone dreams of for a longer childhood, and he's happy for them because they're moving in the right direction. He said that he was ready to make a perfect breakthrough and not to let them be confused by his appearance. The students knelt down and begged him to drink the elixir or to make a breakthrough and reject his dream because it would kill him. But he did not listen to them. The children began to cry, and one of them took their mentor and tied him up. Mia said that they would have to make the decision for him, because if he thinks that everything is under control, they need additional guarantees. He started to get angry with them because they didn't even realize how much effort he had put into aging twice as fast and getting closer to death. The girl knocked him down and ran to him to apologize to him. He began to twitch and say that everything was under control, and she would only waste his idea because he had chosen this path. The student cried a lot and said that they didn't care about his idea. They just wanted him to live and brought the bottle of elixir closer to him. The girl began to turn the bottle over and the drops slowly trickled down the walls and approached Chris's mouth, all standing in anticipation. Suddenly, Amy was lifted up from behind by her pigtails, and there stood the peak of the golden elixir and foundation stage and scolded for disobeying her mentor. He understood her feelings, but asked her not to forget that he was their mentor. Christian said that he only needed 1 month and that if nothing worked and he did not break through, he would drink the cooling elixir himself. He sighed heavily and looked at his disciples and ordered them to rise. He asked why they hadn't understood him in all these years, because he never takes risks, and if he goes this way, he is sure of success. For the mentor, it was a moving day, and so Benjamin decided to take care, so he told Mia to use a spell to confuse him. He and John would take the dolls, and William would break out into the hall to pour the elixir. So everyone prepared and stood in front of the mentor's door, waiting for the decisive moment. Christian was sitting in his room meditating and began to have doubts about the system. All it did was report intrusions. He sat there and was as focused as possible, and he had great faith in this system. He saw a screen about moving to a higher stage, but it took 30 minutes to get ready. He thought about it and hoped that his beloved students would not escape at such a crucial moment, because he could hold them. He began to hope that after his return, the system would open additional functions such as a store or a skill or a weapon, or at least a lottery. Alex stood at the portal and looked at it. He had been in the werewolf world for 60 years, and now it was time to return. His grandfather tried to convince him again, saying that he could eventually become a werewolf fighter and help humanity, and that he had a lot of unfinished business in the human world. He was sad because his parents are waiting for him, and Christian probably misses him, so he can't stay here, plus he sees himself as noble in a battle with them. He was confident in his words and had already figured out how he would explain his absence and say that he had seen a portal in the ground with rich treasures. The old swordsman agreed to help him, but first he had something to say and pointed to the teleportation field to the human world. That some events look random, but they would have happened anyway, and anyone could have been in his place. The children stood and looked up at the sky and were amazed to see 5 colored clouds of good omen, and that they corresponded to the 5 elements of their mentor. Christian stood up and 5 streams of energy came to him. He breathed deeply and kept his concentration, which meant that he was doing well. The boy was hanging in the center of the elixir field, which grew larger each time and reached 999 fathoms. The mentor succeeded, and now he can go back to work. When Chris came out of his room and into the courtyard, his disciples greeted him and bowed. He leaned over to the children and laughed at the fact that they did not believe in him and doubted him. And now, at the stage of laying the foundations, he could handle them. He was shocked by the feeling of freezing cold that went through his body and felt that a bloody war was coming. A message was sent to the sect to leave it immediately and not to return without permission, and if it was destroyed, not to take revenge on the werewolves. Chris started yelling at the students to pack their things and call Lucas, because if they didn't, they would die with 100% probability. The young man and his wife were on their way to see his mentor, who was glad that he was ready for this and taught Lucas how to steer his ship. Everyone had already gotten on board and was quite serious about the development of events. When Alex got to the human world, but didn't understand what this thing was, it was a werewolf tripod and therefore needed to be transported to another place. His mentor appeared behind him. He had been waiting for him to return for a long time and offered to ask him in gratitude if he wanted the whole continent to be destroyed. The mentor laughed and said that when he destroyed everything and there was not a single living person left here, he would name it after him. He took it in his hand and squeezed it, saying that he was going to see a wonderful sight. But a tripod fell on him, and the werewolf let Alex out of his hand and he began to fall into a portal. The mentor didn't understand what had happened, and it seems that the boy had moved on. He got a little angry and broke the thing, but it didn't matter to him to lose a pawn because he had already fulfilled his main role. So now it was necessary to join their own, because until now they had only been hiding in the forbidden zone of the ancient werewolves. Before he left, he wanted to clear the continent for himself, so he released a fireball from his palm and began burning houses. The man recalled that earlier he had been told that fate was preparing a catastrophic test for him, and he believed that this was it. But he disagreed with this, because without destroying the old, there will be no new, and he was sorry that the destruction of the sect was taking place under his leadership. He was glad that he had given them the opportunity to evacuate, because the best of them would be able to build sects in other cities and not disgrace their ancestors. When the werewolves came, the main one stood in front of the sect leader and said that they were all cowards for running away. The chairman was furious. He would still be able to inflict significant damage on them, even if he was in charge of the fleet alone. He was attacking and shouting that once they had lost their positions, and now it would happen again. Plus, people would never be exploited again. Alex asked if his swordsman grandfather knew about this, but he only guessed that it could be so. He walked along the endless sea and asked why he hadn't told me, since even the werewolf world was afraid of him, what he could do to Xiangzhou then. My grandfather started to get angry because he was discouraging him, and if he told him, he would not be able to control his feelings and would give himself away, and then he would be eaten on the spot. The guy took up the sword because people came out of the water and he did not know who they were or what to expect from them. The man said that he knew who he was and offered to join the sect of the Royal Swordsmen, who were also their mentor in the last stage of Mahayana. A couple was passing by and heard that their sect had been destroyed and their supreme leader had fought alone and died as a hero, only to be sorry he had not killed the source of evil. Sophia was upset because if it wasn't for Chris, they wouldn't have survived. And besides, every news story comes worse than the other, and soon all countries will follow Xiangzhou's fate. But my mentor told me to be optimistic. He wants to stay here for a while and show his students Zhongzhou until they decide what to do next. So he invited Lucas and Sophia to go with them because he had enough money to get them all there. The couple bowed and said it would be generous of him, and Chris asked them to leave it at that because they were almost family. At the portal point, he asked Mia to come up with a route to Zhongzhou because once they got out of here, their journey would not stop. Between the choice of salvation and escape, Christian chooses the second option and lets the protagonist deal with the first. And if fate wants him, he will allow him to live for 5,000 years. There were a lot of people who wanted to leave Xiangzhou, and most of them were at the stage of spirit birth and above, and Mia was afraid of what would happen when it was their turn. The mentor asked him to be careful not to bump into anyone, and a man appeared behind him and took him by the shoulder, so he was a little scared. It was Marcus, and he didn't expect to see a blacksmith here. He was happy to meet him. The guy fell into the ground a little bit and said that he was also pleased to see him. Everyone was very surprised by the man. He was so big, and he asked where they were going. He said that they were on their way and asked if he would mind if he joined them. Christian was glad that he was going with them because with such a fellow traveler, the journey would be a joy, and people were surprised by the thug and told him to give way. John began to whisper about his mentor, how cool he was, that such a warrior was getting to know him, and Mia confirmed that he was just modest. There are probably no people in the whole world who are good at blacksmithing and alchemy, and a warrior probably needs to forge something, and he will only be required to protect himself. So the whole group approached the portal and stood under it, illuminated by the magical light. Christian finally began to feel safe, because before that, he had a sense of danger hanging over him constantly. But he thought maybe it was just confidence, because now he was at the stage of laying the foundations and all his strength had increased 10 times. And now he will be able to take his army of war dolls to the next level of the spirit birth stage because he wants to be ready for a possible encounter with werewolves. Benjamin and Mia came to him and asked what they would do now and whether he already had any plans. He realized that they had already come up with something, and the girl walked away praising him for his comprehensiveness and wishing he would open a shop or start a family. None of this would have matched his talents, so she offered to open his own sect. Chris thought about it and decided to find somewhere quiet and then start his own sect. The mentor liked the idea. It was not a bad one, and the students were very happy about it. Benjamin came up with a name for the sect that sounded like the Ghana sect and asked what sounded like something indestructible or not. The guy laughed and said that he had been self-deceiving all along if he thought he was going to become smart, but he didn't blame him for it. He threw them out the door, and first he will create a sect and then figure out what to do with the name. Chris began to rejoice and admire himself because he would have his own sect. He explained that because of his cultivation, he had not yet decided to make divine items, so the golden elixir would be the first thing to help him. Marcus laughed and agreed, and will be looking forward to that moment. Christian thanked his friend for helping him get here, because without him, it would have been difficult, and they agreed to meet in 50 years. The warrior said that he was his favorite blacksmith, so he would never miss this meeting. Plus, he would have a special gift prepared for him. Marcus went on his way, and if the world does not collapse, their meeting will take place, and the guy wished him a good journey. The student asked what they were going to do now, but first they had to get some food to help them recover, and then they would look for a place for a new sect. Chris was very pleased to see that there was a dense spiritual energy here, because compared to the Heavenly Throne sect, it was not often that you could find this. Benjamin loved it, because it was the center of their world for a reason, and he wanted to walk around the city. He looked up and did not understand why these small cloud islands were needed above the city. They were confronted by boys who began to boast about their sects, arguing whose was better and offering them to join them. Chris began to think about the sect's head at the stage of crossing over, because there were a couple of such mentors in the Heavenly Throne sect. They began to compare notes again, saying that some kings were better than others, or were famous for their large gatherings, or whatever they could remember, and they told each other. Chris just clapped and John ran, using the freezing technique, and the two arguing were hugging. There was a lot of noise while they were walking down the streets. People were distracted by something and making noise. The man appeared in front of them again and asked them to familiarize themselves with the basic information about their hospitality in the region. The information from the scrolls began to penetrate his consciousness, and he was surprised that his invention was popular and had advanced so much since then. They have created a full-fledged communication center and use spiritual energy to transmit data, so those islands are base stations for communication. The most important people are not in sects. They are the organization that stands above them. It collects all the taxes, and you need their permission to create your own sect. First, they need to study the map, where there are dots where there are already sects, and the bolder the dots, the more powerful the sect, while their uncle searches for information in the city. The students sat and listened to the mentor, who first chose the area and then watched it live. The main parameters were few sects, resources, and comfort for the students. And one more parameter is to be on the intersection of communications so that you can easily connect to the grid, connecting the entire continent. One of the students stopped and made a sign with his hands for the tutor to wait. Mia said that if there was such a place, it would have been occupied long ago. Chris was a little upset and angry with her, even though she told the truth, but he wants to find such a place. While Chris was busy with his student and thinking, Benjamin studied the map and showed a possible location for a new sect. He pointed to an island near the endless sea, with a forest and a town close to it, and most importantly, it was unoccupied. Christian began to think about it, even though the other students were not happy about it because they thought he was not a good fit. My sister came over and whispered that if it was so perfect and not occupied, it must be problematic. But the guy didn't care, because they are not afraid of difficulties, because with their mentor, nothing is scary. Chris looked at his brother and sister and said that he had always been stupid. But he thought about this option and that this time he might be right. He had to investigate it personally first and then draw conclusions. The boy went to find out about the island and told the children to continue their search because they needed a couple of options. Christian came to the man and gave him a bag of treasures and wanted to ask him about the place and why there were no sects there. It was the largest Taoist city on the western side of the continent, and there were many sects, one of which was as high as the 9th level. But over time, the resources of the area disappeared. Because of the large number of sects, even the coastal shallow areas were cleared and lost their ability to recover. The man added that after a few waves of beasts, the city was devastated and all the nearby sects moved to new places. He ate and listened to the stories with enthusiasm, asked if there were really no resources at all, but the man said that there were not. He added that mines can be found deep in the forest, but there are many different animals there and it comes with many risks. He turned around and saw that he had more guests and invited them inside. Alex was standing in the doorway, and if they were destined to meet, they would meet in a foreign land. But Chris didn't like it at all, so he told them to scatter. Christian changed his appearance, and from what he heard, he realized that the main character had joined the Sect of the Royal Swordsman, and now he had to choose a place. Christian has lived 60 years almost uneventfully since his disappearance, and he is determined to resist fate and reunite them. Alex turned his attention to the guy who was leaving the store and began to look around with a panoramic gaze. He was a little puzzled and asked the old swordsman if he looked familiar with the man who had just come out. My grandfather was resting, but he also paid attention to him because he felt pure spiritual energy and thought that he might be from a high-level sect. Alex doubted that he had imagined it, but Chris had already left the store and was walking down the street humming. Benjamin looked at the map, and the island in the middle of an inexhaustible lake looked beautiful, but he didn't know if there were any animals there and at what level. The man started shouting that the lake animals had come to the surface and that they should all hide until the manager came, so the boy was a little scared. The waiter said that they were closing and that he didn't have to pay the bill. The boy went outside and it was completely empty. The entire population had taken shelter. He thought that the animals here were not so dangerous because then they would have destroyed the whole village, and he had been itching since the morning, so that was the point. Terrible and angry beasts came out of the lake. One of them caught something and held it in its paws. The monster looked up and noticed something glistening in the distance and rapidly approaching him. There was a huge explosion. Benjamin used a nuclear explosion spell and the beasts were charred afterwards. Afterwards, the guy was surprised to see creatures crawl out of the sinkhole and scatter in panic. He did not want to let them go, so the next spell he used on them was to kill the birds as a flock. The animals were lying there without signs of life. Only a light smoke was coming from them. The guy was sorry that there was no one to watch him. Otherwise, he would have used a different technique, and the manager approached him and asked if he had just arrived here. He was evil because the locals would not have killed everyone, but only the main man, so that they would not have organized such a pogrom and would have been afraid and retreated. There is arable land beneath it, and 100 spiritual stones are used to cultivate 1 acre, and he burned their labor. The guy broke up with 1 million because of his actions and apologized for it, so now the manager will not be fired. But the guy was in a hurry, so he said goodbye quickly. The man stopped him and asked what he was looking for, so he told him about his search for land to start a sect, but so far without success. He suggested that he attend the Council of Elders if he was not in a hurry and had some time. The guy was surprised, and the manager was happy to tell him more about the land. Everyone gathered a month later in the city on the border of Zhongzhou, and Christian asked everyone to tell about their successes one by one. Mia and John chose lands on the same beast at the incarnation stage and above, and another with little resource and several sects, but they do not recommend them. William said that the laity, resources, and nothing to do there, just like Lucas, but in addition very far from civilization. Christian also had nothing to cheer him up, as the place he had dreamed of was only 100 kilometers away from the Royal Swordsman, so he was badly wounded. When almost everyone had spoken, they simultaneously looked at Benjamin, expecting him to give them some news. The guy put down a thing, and the map opened, showing two options. One island in the lake, and the other on top of a mountain that is hard to attack. He was given this thing by the administrator of the Council of Elders, who is in charge of protecting the town, and if we decide to do so, he will give us a 20% discount on taxes. The mentor emphasized that such subjects should always be checked, but the student was interested in whether they liked such options for creating sects. The team had different opinions about the area, and they listed both the pros and cons. Benjamin emphasized that the most dangerous beasts are born of the spirit, and if it becomes even more dangerous, you can turn to the council. He was pleased with himself and added that then they would decide and send their men to eliminate them. Christian agreed that this would make their lives easier, as the mines are deep and it would be a laborious task to mine. The mentor decided to clarify about the tax discounts he had mentioned earlier, whether they were given forever. The boy was a little embarrassed, because he had to pay a registration fee and sign a contract for 100,000 years. Chris focused on the map and considered the offer. He recreated the exact illusion of a lake, and this place meets all the criteria, although the situation with resources and communication could be better, but he knows how to make the most of it. Everyone was surprised by the mentor's skills, and he continued to think, the main thing is that this place is remote from others and does not seem like a tidbit. For a newly created sect that has no great ambitions and is not afraid to work, it can conquer the whole world in the near future. He was glad that this place was very far away from the sect of the Royal Swordsman. So Chris was determined that they would start building a sect on the inexhaustible lake. In the city of Taoist Nanil, in the central continent, the organization laughed very loudly at the guests who came to them. The man clarified that if they were here, it meant that they had thought it over and agreed to the proposal to establish a sect on the inexhaustible lake. He laughed that there was no one among them at the nascent spirit stage, so he would send a person with them to purify the beasts of the golden elixir and above. Christian thanked him, but declined his offer because he could decide on the matter himself and had already prepared a bag for the first installment. Everyone was surprised by his smile, and the man thought that tens of thousands of years of practicing a pleasant smile was behind it. To shorten the years in the time room, Christian mastered this technique so that it could help him out when Alex came and he could give up something. The man agreed to make this territory officially their sect, and every 5 years they have to provide protection for the laity and accept 100 disciples. He gave the rest of the information in jade tablets and asked them to read it carefully. They were all heading to the largest island of the inexhaustible lake, and they were all happy because it was now their fiefdom. Chris landed, and in this world there were unwritten rules, one of which was that the main temple building of the sect should be on top of a mountain. And if there are no high mountains nearby, they build with the expectation of future transfer to a cloud island, and the group looked into the distance at the highest point of the island. Chris gave John the opportunity to design their new home the way he envisioned it. The guy reported that his project was designed for 10,000 people and asked if it was suitable, and the mentor liked it very much and decided to keep it. His assistant began scanning the building and came up with the result that it would take 15 days and the number of workers, after which Christian approved. Construction was in full swing, with workers working non-stop on the building. His students were surprised that he could control more than 1,000 puppets at the same time, and they wanted to be able to do it too. He was pleased and decided to boast that they were only seeing the tip of the iceberg of his abilities, and the children began to tell him that he was the best. Lucas approached him and was surprised that after decades of friendship he could still surprise him and offered to fix it. Chris began to push him away and said that he was really stupid if he didn't realize what he had always been hiding, so the son asked what was wrong with his father. The boy was pleased with the work, but it was not over yet, so his dolls would have to run and work a little more. He ordered the cleaners to scour the island and kill the animals at the stage of laying the foundations and above, as well as to explore the lake's waters. Mia was assigned to the reconnaissance unit and had to explore the bottom of the lake and record the locations of mines and look for other resources along the way. The recruiting department went in search of students and gave John a jade tablet with the parameters they should meet. Chris was surprised that they had a daughter, but ordered that if the beasts came here, the dolls should be moved because they had no fighting skills. Christian was pleased that he had distributed all the duties and tasks that were needed, and now he could do his own. He needed a vault to store all their valuables for security purposes, so he created a shrew to dig it. Next in line is an automated farm, because it will be necessary to feed 100 students, and the leftovers can be sold and medicinal plants can be grown. The next is an assembly line for the production of spiritual class weapons for action dolls. The only pity is that only one type of rifle is possible. Therefore, its capabilities are currently exhausted, but when it reaches the golden elixir stage, it will be able to turn around normally. But it would be only 50 years later, and he was a little sad about that. But he could find something to do in this wilderness. He looked at the house, and it dawned on him that they would be called the Mystery of the Spirit Sect. Lucas reported that all the animals had been killed, but he sent Benjamin to go around again and came to talk to him for a while. Chris said that he had also set up some doll production here and was waiting for news from his sons. The guy couldn't believe that the ball was controlling everything. A device appeared behind him and told him that his name was the Dark Lord of the Dolls and that he could call him that as well. The guy was a little scared of the device and asked if it was spying on them. He offered him an alternative name like Churnish, but he was only baking, and the young man did not understand the sound. He showed him a lot of screens of his workouts and was a little embarrassed because he didn't know that William was turning his nose up when he was training with him. Next, he showed his family how he turned away when Sophia was with John and William, and it was clear that he was trying to avoid the boy. Lucas pouted because he thought he had set him up, but Chris said no, because if even the doll maker had figured out his secret, it was only his fault. Chris explained that when he reached the stage of the golden elixir, he would be able to test for paternity himself if someone would point it out to him. He realized that he needed to make friends with the device, so he stood up straight and greeted the Dark Lord, and the latter reciprocated. The Overlord flew away and the boy could finally exhale and relax. He explained why he had created such a demonic apparatus, and although he was not afraid that the truth would come out, he felt very ashamed and regretted it. Chris encouraged him that he himself had been a victim of interspiritual conception and that when he was on the golden elixir, he would change his appearance so that it would not happen again. So the mentor suggested how to explain it all to John, but for the warrior, every day he didn't know about it was a victory. The boys finally returned home, and there were already some students on the ship with them. Lucas offered to reduce the parameters for the students, but the mentor refused because quality is the main thing, and 65 in a month is not bad. The children were very different, and so were their impressions and opinions. Some thought for their parents, some finally saw how cultivators live, and most importantly, they were selected. John sat and recalled the words of the older man when he asked him if he wanted to be his mentor. When they landed, the guy made a report that all the students met the requirements and listed them by their characteristics. Christian praised them and ordered them to take them to Sophia's house so that she could accommodate them, and they could rest and then go to collect more, and then the sect would be formed. Now he has to choose the head of the sect, and he thinks that Mia is a good fit because the others are doing their own thing, and she is careful, not stupid, and has no such flaws. John said that they were not very tired, so they were already on their way to find new students and boarded the ship. Chris waved goodbye to them and asked them who they were so good at, and his friend was standing next to him listening. Lucas said that only a deaf person would not hear his hints, and if he wanted to laugh at him, he should do it quietly. The girl was impressed by the ship. It can go down tens of thousands of meters underwater, which is something few cultivators can do. She looked at the records, which said that 60,000 years ago there had been a werewolf invasion, but it was quickly suppressed. The reason for the appearance was an underwater turbulent current, and somewhere on the bottom there must be a weak point with an unstable environment, and there must be runes there. Instead of exploring the area herself, the girl decided to ask her mentor to make a device for finding valuable items. She made a report via the connection, and her mentor liked the idea of a cutout for finding treasures of different composition. Christian said that tomorrow she would be able to pick him up and informed her that she would become the head of the sect, and when there were 100 disciples, she would take office. The girl was happy and at the same time confused. She did not know what to do, why she was doing it, and many other questions that worried her. The mentor started to ask her if she had any brothers or friends, but after thinking about it, she doubted it and agreed with his decision. She also asked if their Uncle Lucas could be a possibility, but Chris knew that he was not so easy to deal with and did not consider him at all. She sighed, because now she would have to search for information and knowledge about how to be a sect leader and realized that it would be difficult. Chris sat and sighed heavily, because although the sect is almost formed, they have no time to rest, because compared to other sects, They are like homeless people. He was very sorry because he had invested most of his saves in the room, which would last until the golden elixir, and then it would stop functioning. He couldn't give up because now he was not alone. He had a whole sect behind him, and the lake had a lot of resources, although mostly iron ore. But that didn't matter. He praised himself that even a basic rune turned into gold in his hands, and that even if all the resources were deep, he could build an entire fleet. A day later, on the shore of a vast lake, Chris handed his friend a shopping list and spiritual stones and told him to take his wife and organize a honeymoon. He knew that he needed a lot of materials to equip the house and decided to send him as a supplier because he was not doing anything anyway. And he could not be let go alone, so he told me to take his wife with him because he would make a baby with someone else. He was very impressed that his friend had given him 100 million spiritual stones. Lucas asked him slyly if he was worried about running away, but he wasn't, and told him to have fun with his wife in the city and buy everything on the list. He liked the idea of running away better, but he did everything according to the instructions, and finally his friend threw him a mask and told him to put it on. He said that this mask changes his appearance, and now every time he leaves the sect's territory, he has to wear it. He also noted that they are a sect of the Sacrament of the Spirit, and that outside the sect, one cannot discuss their internal affairs with anyone. He just smiled and took the mask because it was his style. He sent his friends away, and now he can think about what other things he has to do. The first thing to do is to install a system of protection for the entire island and a satellite reconnaissance system along the perimeter of the lake. Then send the dolls on a hunt, and finally, when they have enough iron ore, research the market and create a product and a conveyor for it. He didn't like the idea that he would have to turn into a bourgeois who was constantly thinking about how to earn more spiritual stones. And I mentioned to my friend Theodore that it would be nice if he took on this role. In Zhongchao's country, one of the main trade and transportation routes was Theodore, and he sneezed loudly. He put on a mask and was tortured because he did not expect that at the stage of laying the foundations, you can also get sick. He was sorry that he did not give his son Liam to his friend Chris as a disciple and follow in his father's footsteps. He had everything in Xianzhou, but he lost it because of the werewolf invasion. And now, in this rich country, he has nothing to do with his epics and no strength to rise either. He recalled how after meeting Chris, he had gotten into contact and had good success, and this invasion had negated all his efforts. He put a sphere to his face where there were no messages from him, and he missed him so much. His son tried to support him, saying that they were now in the central continent and could turn around here. But he believed that there was no chance. He was desperate, but a couple passing by caught his attention. He quickly knocked it out and began to recall his name, calling out to them to stop. Lucas was surprised that he recognized him because he was wearing a mask that changes his face and aura, and his style of clothing had also changed. They were a little surprised, but they greeted their old friend nonetheless. Liam guessed that it was Lucas and his wife, Christian's friends whom his father had mentioned, and Theodore was very happy and said that he did not recognize them at first. He explained that he remembered very well the layers of the wardrobe that his friend had designed earlier, and the girl looked at them with surprise. Then he asked to meet with Chris, but Lucas explained that he had to ask his permission first because he knew how clever he was. The guy gave him his phone and said that when he got permission from him, he would send him a message. The son brought his father tea and asked him if he was waiting for messages from clients because he hadn't closed his eyes for a couple of days and was constantly looking at the screen. He was already looking forward to it, as it would be the message that would allow them to rise back to the top of the business. A week later, Christian learned that his friend had met with Theodore and was shocked. He was already happy and had come up with something, so Lucas wanted to make sure he was willing to meet with him. So his mentor asked him to send him the sect's address and said that they would soon have a head of foreign trade. So his friend gave him a small gift as a token of appreciation for the honeymoon, and he was a little surprised by the gesture. He explained that he had seen it in a shop and that it was a spiritual stone with a surprise, and that inside it was a ring that belonged to a cultivator executed for a crime. Chris thought about it because just one stone in a shell was worth 100,000. His friend thought the shell was cool, so he bought it. And if there was nothing interesting in it, it wasn't his fault. The boy looked at the stone and was happy because he always loved gifts. He began to melt it and was glad that he had sent Lucas shopping because he would not have expected such a gesture from others. He began to study it using the technique of conscious study. The boy was delighted because the ring contained various rare ores and even 2.5 space-time grains of sand. He searched a bit and took out an astral crystal from the ring. This crystal is an essential element of cloning one's soul, and if the body dies, it can be reborn, so everyone's eyes would light up at such a treasure. Christian now has the idea of creating a new control center for the pseudo-divine class, whereas before his plans for such a thing were kindergarten. The son came running to his father's screams and was very frightened, and Theodore kept muttering about the country of Tanlan. He kept talking about the immense lake, that it was the biggest island, and Liam was beginning to think he was crazy. He stood and looked at the communications area in front of the building, wondering who was crazy. He was adamant in asking me to tell the 4 mothers that they were going to see Brother Chris. He decided to create his own system because the one he received was practically selfless, and now, thanks to his gift, it is possible. And she will be able not only to forge and create dolls for him, but also to keep track of the available resources and analyze that even this idea made him drool. He even managed to come up with the name of the system, the Capital Devil System, which includes many gems. Today, he was full of a lot of energy, so he decided to start merging the ingredients and engraving the runes now, and it goes without a hitch. While Chris was working on the product, the clouds began to mock, and a strange magical lightning bolt formed outside. It hit the house, and he could not understand why his hands started to tremble. He was irritated because when he wanted to create, someone would interfere with him, and a dark cloud would hang over the house. The mentor continued and managed to create a system. He was happy. The system asked him what the first order would be. Christian got excited and began to reread the list of things he needed to do, such as creating an army of dolls or refining iron ore. The system could only fulfill the first 2 requirements, and the rest required resources. And he was a little embarrassed because it was their first meeting. He agreed and said that his system was developed on the basis of a capital B system, but the robot could not guess its name. Chris grimaced and called it Grape because it was all purple and it was too artificial now, but he agreed as long as he liked it. A ship with Theodore and his son Liam arrived on the Sect's territory. He quickly began to run and threw himself into Chris's arms, his tears welling up because he missed him so much. The head greeted him, and his friend immediately began to say that he already knew something about the Sect and wanted to join. So he beat his mentor to the punch about advertising the Sect. He invited the guy inside and offered him a seat to discuss everything. Since he was ahead of him, he didn't care that they had just started. Chris explained that he needed it because he was planning to open a foreign trade department. Theodore started to catch up with him and said that he wanted to make him the head of this department. He was offered to take half of the profits, but he was embarrassed because he had just arrived as chairman and there was a lot of competition in the market. Chris thought that if he was giving up half of it, it was important for him to have fun and offered 1% to keep him motivated. The mentor called Vinohradinka, and he instantly appeared and showed him a screen where he chose to build a foreign trade department. Christian did not doubt his talent and watched him rejoice and ran to his son to tell him that although he had been in business for 100 years, now it was all beginning. The puppets were tired, a little more, and the system of mining from the bottom will start, and the spiritual iron will be enough for the full defense of the island. He began to dream about building satellites, unmanned missiles, and the time when he would hand over all his responsibilities to Mia. And when he has done all this, he will be able to devote all his time to his beloved. Something went wrong, and his dreams were shattered. Chris decided to find out for himself what happened. He saw the invasion of the beasts from a bird's eye view and became very angry, and he would not let them destroy his sect. Someone ducked out of the water and struck the animals hard, and they began to scramble and growl. The warrior began to cut off the tentacles of the beasts and injure them, and blood began to spray in all directions. Chris was glad that Benjamin had returned in time, but his sister was worried that he would not be able to cope even with the armor of the 3rd-generation god. He said that although he was stupid, he knew his job. He explained that when he taught them a set of magic skills, she did not master the last and most important one, but he did. Another strong and powerful beast appeared from the lake and roared at the whole neighborhood. When the girl saw the beast at the stage of the spirit's birth, she was afraid for her brother and explained to her mentor that she had to help. The guide detained her and told her that her brother was having fun, and if she could fit in, she would ruin his fun. He was confident in his verbal, and that the beast at the stage of the spirit's birth was not his opponent, because he could finish it off with one shot. Benjamin turned around and told his mentor that he was making progress on the last skill in his set. A bright light appeared behind the boy with the image of a man with gestures, and he hoped that his mentor would appreciate his success. He began to concentrate his attention and work magic by performing certain elements in a sequence. The guy was serious and pointed his arm toward the enemy with a spell of Armstrong's cyclone jet gun. A strong magical ball of light and fire burst out of his hand, and the monster began to melt and was greatly frightened and surprised. After that, he began to calm down and calm his power. Mia looked at her brother, who had indeed mastered the latter ability, but did not understand why she could not. She was upset, and her mentor explained that some people need only one bend to master something perfectly. But she is smart, and it is difficult for her to concentrate on one thing. Benjamin began to rejoice and flew to his mentor, asking if he had seen what he had come up with in the end. He started shouting at him that he had used a multi-armed mirage, but he had used only a couple of arms, and it made no sense. At first he was shocked and a little upset, and decided to explain himself to his mentor, but he interrupted him. Chris smiled, and his expression changed as he complimented the student on his last shot because it was a bomb. His eyes lit up, and he was happy to be praised and to do well. Theodore and Liam watched them, and then his father asked if he had convinced him that he was right. He explained that this was a personal disciple of his, and that there are 4 of them, and that the rise of the sect was only a matter of time with such a leader. He looked at his son slyly and said that the main task now was to become important at the beginning of the journey, and the son trusted his father. Theodore asked his son to write up a report on their experiments and make a clear account of them, and he would go with it to Christian's head. The guy was depressed because he had less than 100 million left, and his confidence in the future was melting away with his fortune. Chris started to cry and thought about Theodore and how he was doing with his experiments, because if he didn't get the stones, he would have to stop the projects. Theodore came into the office and asked to see the report, but he didn't ask in a formal way because he had passed the job to Mia. He attacked his mentor and said that he had done all this for the younger generation and to free himself up for important things. Chris read the report and pondered the proposal to produce the armor of God, and wondered if it was too bizarre for the local public. Theodore said no, because similar armor is already on the market and is made by a heavenly smithy. He said that there are only 6 or 7 sets, but they are inferior in quality, and if mass production is started, they will take over the market. He spoke enthusiastically about the idea of movement and thought that these 2 areas could raise the whole situation in a short time. Chris showed a mini farm he had developed, but Theodore did not appreciate it, explaining that there are many such products on the market. He agreed with him and called Venohradinka to his room. I asked them to suspend the production of mini farms and, on the contrary, to calculate for armor, and when they raise enough iron to think about moving. The 4 personal apprentices were embarrassed and watched the head of the trading department leave in a good mood. The children looked in on their mentor, who was a little surprised and asked what was going on. Christian laughed a little when they offered to sell the Phoenix blood pills and treasures he doesn't use to earn spiritual stones. He was very angry with them and asked who they took him for to do such a thing. Mia began to cry, and he poked her with his finger, explaining that her life was priceless and that this pill could save her at a critical moment. He emphasized that they can help to move from the stage of dividing the spirit to incarnation, and that such treasures cannot be thrown away. The guys began to calm the girl down and encourage her, so the guy asked if they had anything else for him. Mia glowed a little and asked to cancel the rule of overcoming a doll of her own level, so she and her brother were ready to move on to the stage of spirit birth. Chris was shocked and started shouting at the girl, asking her if they wanted to grow up to be scum because they had average natural gifts and that they needed a careful approach, because he would like to meet them in heaven, but with this approach, it will not work. The guys stood aside and were glad that they were not in her place. Although she was delighted with the mentor, his main disadvantage was his high demands, and she felt depressed after the conversation. All the students stood there unhappy and looking at the mentor as if they were looking at him, so he told them to stop acting like that. He gave them a chance to prove themselves, and the condition was to hold out against him for 5 minutes, and they could run or fight at point-blank range, whatever they wanted to do. Chris looked at the students with a smile and said that he would then allow them to advance to the next stage by skipping the Battle Doll Challenge. But he asked me not to complain about him later and say that it was not fair, because he was only at the stage of laying the foundations. The children were worried because their mentor is not a simple cultivator and never gets involved in losing ventures, so it was difficult to decide. Benjamin decided to take on this challenge because he had long wanted to fight his mentor. John tried to restrain his mentor and said he could only hold him down for 5 seconds, and he got dizzy. The other students began to run decisively to attack the mentor, while their friend held him back a little more. The children were convinced that it was all intangible and that they could not be afraid to hurt their mentor badly, so they sent a strong blow at him. Chris decided not to hold back. He liked the idea, but noticed that he was too slow for it. He also responded to the students' attack and used a double mirror that absorbed everything and began to use Benjamin's skeleton. And he was the first to drop out of this test, as he did not last 5 minutes in the fight and allowed himself to be killed. Something began to fall out of the mentor's hand, and he asked Mia if she had given up on direct confrontation and decided to hide. He noticed a flower that began to bloom and pointed his hand with falling peas at it. The girl was upset by the defeat, and Chris smiled lightly at her without giving away all his emotions. He called William and promised to fight only with swords without any tricks, and a sword appeared in his hand. He ran up and asked what was the point of fighting if even his sister couldn't hide from him. He held his sword tightly and was sweating a little, but he asked his mentor not to hit him hard, realizing the consequences of the collision. When he agreed to the students' condition, they clashed swords. The students were frustrated and exhausted by the battle, and Chris noted that there were 2 golden elixirs among them, but they were unable to defeat him at the foundation stage. He was being cunning, because they would not break through to the higher stage before him, and that would be 50 years away. Although if we use the time room, it would be only 25. 3 months passed, and Christian was sitting in his room, and the sounds of an active thought process could be heard coming from him. The guy was alarmed by the number of orders, but Theodore said that this was just the first batch and that when they proved themselves, there would be more. He looked at the guy because it was many times more than he had optimistically calculated, and then the head of the sect praised him for his excellent work. Chris went up to the guy and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that this was their first victory and thanked him from the whole sect. Chris began to study the rune Stormstone and examined it for the presence of the thunderstorm runes of the intersection he found while walking. He picked it up and looked at it, as far as he could remember, and he realized that the main purpose was to melt it down into a simple object, and there would be a chance to turn it into a divine one. The guy lifted the stone above him and did not understand why he had been very lucky lately, as if he was picking up gifts from fate. He was delighted with the stone and hoped that he would not have to pay for it. While Chris was swearing at the stone, Vinagrada flew up to him and started waving it in front of his face to draw attention to himself. The system said that the order required an uninterrupted supply of iron and that it would take 148 days to complete. So the head of the sect gave him a ring with iron ore and told him to start production. The production of armor and sets was in full swing, and the dolls worked non-stop on the assembly line. Chris leaned over and asked about the production of pills, because they can also make money. The system explained that you can only use the simplest pills of medium quality and summarized everything. He leaned on the system and agreed with it because we had to start somewhere and ordered us to start tomorrow. A screen with a map and coordinates appeared in front of him, and he wondered why Mia had sent it to him and what it meant. From the island of the Sacrament of the Spirit, Chris came to the girl, and she was in a hurry to show him something. Her mentor asked her if she had found anything interesting, and she just laughed, keeping the intrigue alive. The girl decided to organize a quiz so that the boy could guess what she found and he could think about it. When he was about to say that Mia interrupted him and found one of the worlds of the Malachiliacosm, he was a little annoyed because it was as if she wanted him to guess. Christian's eyes lit up and asked her to tell him the most important thing and whether she had learned anything valuable in that world. She was a little angry because the world was small and there were no special treasures and the spiritual aura was poor. She shouted that none of this mattered, and that the most important thing was that there were people there, or rather, an entire state. The girl was excited to tell him that people were achieving the golden elixir, but Chris didn't want to hear it because they wouldn't be able to support them. They have no resources and can barely feed themselves. But she didn't care because this was the first world she had found on her own. Mia reluctantly admitted that she would not have found it without the help of a treasure hunter, so her mentor told her to mark the place just in case. He said that when he was on the golden elixir, he would be able to connect this world with the sect and send some of the energy, and maybe something would come of it. Some guy burst in and started shouting to be welcomed by high society as a new resident. Chris was lying with his head on the ground and asked Mia to evaluate his fighting abilities, although he was a good swordsman, but with many shortcomings. The mentor was still lying down when the boy began to ask if this was the world of the Celestials and what they were doing when they were down on the ground. The girl greeted the new resident and said that he was in the world of cultivators and that this was the territory, but she did not have time to prove it. Chris told him to fly to the southeast because that's where all the interesting things are, and he quickly took the girl and ran. Mia could not understand the mentor, as the man Voznesensk means special, but he explained that he felt trouble from him, so they were not on the same path with him. If he was able to get into the mainstream world so young, it means he was the main character there. He's already avoiding his own. He doesn't need someone else's. The guy was surprised and puzzled because he did not understand why they were running away. He asked if all people here were so cold. While Chris was trying to catch a fish, a guy he had met before came by and asked if they had a cultist sect. He was irritated and said that everything was written on the gate, but the young man did not understand the writing of this world. The mentor did not show any emotion and explained that he was on the territory of the spiritual mystery sect. He sat down next to him and asked him what he needed to do to become part of their sect. Chris was alarmed and told him to look around first because they were just a small provincial sect and didn't grab stars from the sky. The guy was surprised that the young man caught a fish and explained that if he got to them right away, it meant something, and if he had to take the test, he was ready. He quickly got up and ordered Vanaradinka to call William to him now. The boy quickly flew to his mentor and asked him how he could be of service to him. He explained that his fellow swordsman wanted to join the sect, and the condition for entry was to defeat his student, and then he would accept him immediately. The young man thanked him for the opportunity and focused on the enemy, threatening that he would not spare him. He introduced himself as Oliver Collins, the first Avenger of the Kun Kingdom. William introduced himself, and Christian began to shout at him that he should not disgrace his mentor and that he would be waiting for him nearby. They quickly prepared and rushed to attack. They clashed with their swords, and the guy activated the wind. Oliver felt a gentle breeze wash over his entire body. He realized that the faint breeze was very different from his degree of danger and immediately activated his defense. William was already there and whispered that it wouldn't help him, thus puzzling him. But the young man struck the boy, and he flew away from him, falling down, but he pointed his sword at him and sent a strong explosive energy into him. The guy barely got up and admitted his defeat in this battle. William landed and explained that it was about swords, and if he had a good sword, he would have lasted longer. And Chris was proud of his swords. His mentor began to mock him, saying that the difference could hardly be justified when the opponents had a stage difference. He was disappointed and tired and asked him if he would give him another chance. William began to tease his mentor, and the latter gave him 3 attempts to beat the boy at least once, and then he would accept him. The boy asked if he had any magic skills for him and John, but Chris asked them to take their time unless they were ready for the puppet test. He imagined himself lying unconscious, with his brother crying over him and saying that they had failed again. He laughed at the fact that we weren't ready yet, so I replied that we shouldn't beg for skills then. He recalled the situation from the battle and wanted to hear William's assessment of his opponent. He explained that if he had such a weapon, he would not give it up and imagined Oliver crying about the sword and training with it. Christian looked at the boy and warned him that he would come back, and if he lost, he would abandon him and kick him out of the sect. The mentor's words scared the boy, and he put his hand on his head. William was angry and said that this would not happen, but Chris just laughed and hoped that Oliver would not come before the golden elixir, and then he would have a magical skill. The guy asked if he was creating it himself, but the leader had already done everything and named the sword of the merger of heaven and earth and pointed to it. The student was already impressed, but the mentor added that it was not yet finished and still needed to be strengthened. He said with conviction that in 2 years he would definitely break through, and Chris asked him to take a crab to his sister so she could cook it. Christian was very pleased with the dinner and praised Mia for her culinary skills. All the boys supported the mentor and began to praise their sister, which made her feel ashamed and blush. Chris began by asking if everyone had eaten, what they thought of the sect's development plan he had outlined. Mia asked to go on a treasure hunt, and John leaned back and said he would like to fly around the entire central continent. William didn't want to go on a trip when he got the magic skill, so Benjamin decided to stay and protect the sect and his mentor. Christian got angry and slapped him because he meant the development of the sect, not their fun. But the boy could not understand why he was the only one who decided to stay. He was bursting with anger that he had not cared for and raised such ungrateful students. The mentor banged on the table and said that the initial phase would take 5 years, and even after that, they would be responsible for resources and eliminating threats. He put his other hand on the table and set a condition that each of them should take 3 students and raise worthy members of the sect. And he shouted that the whole territory heard that no travel could be for a student below the stage of the golden elixir. 6 months passed, and Christian walked to and fro at the entrance to the house, waiting for a guest. He was pleased with Theodore's work, because in 6 months he earned 400 million for the Sect on armor. The head decided to allocate 20 million for the creation of a trading company, and everything is at his discretion, and it is understood that he will be in charge. He shared that with this amount, he would create a network of stores, and they would be able to get the news firsthand, so Chris didn't even doubt him. Theodore was pleased with himself, so he jumped up and down and left the office of the Sect leader. Chris was hugging a bag of money. All he needed was a big ballroom cruise ship, like he had in his last Sect. They spent tens of billions returning from the expedition, and the Sect needs a flying ship with artillery. He told Vinorodenka to save her resources for the future. Lucas came to him and told him about the situation with the werewolves, that they had taken over the whole of Xiangzhou and were invading neighboring countries. Chris had already heard about it and said that the elders who guarded the passage between the two worlds had gone to fight them and were looking for volunteers. And cautiously, the guy asked if he could go there if he wasn't really needed here. He was worried and explained that he was able to visit his family right away. Although Chris felt sorry for him, he didn't want to stop him, but first he would forge some good equipment for him. 3 months later, the head of the Sect handed him a ring with materials that would help him develop to the point of spirit birth. But he asked him to come back here in 50 years and hoped that his wife wouldn't kill him for another romantic escapade. Lucum thanked his friend for everything and said that the LDS Sect was forever his home. Christian ruffled his hair and laughed and told him to get lost, so their farewell seemed quite light and innocent. He realized that for a friend of his nature, living in the middle of nowhere on an island was like living in a prison, so he let him go. 3 months later, a man came to the Sect of the Sacrament of the Spirit and poured him tea. The clerk of the Council of Elders did not understand who this girl was and what she was doing here. He explained that she was his student and the new head of the Sect. He was just a mentor and asked why he had come to see them. The man continued that they were new here and did not yet understand how their relationship worked. Then I decided to show them the tax data so they could check it, and Chris was very shocked that he owed 30 million and did not understand how he had such accurate data. The man laughed and explained that the Council of Elders was founded by 36 Aryans 30,000 years ago, and now it is 56. And each of them has a unique technique, and nothing is impossible for them, and they know everything in detail thanks to the 10 divine objects. The first celestial watchdog device that keeps an eye on everything. The second starship that can be used to get anywhere. The next were mirrors that show all the reasons and everything is counted, and Chris was tired of listening to this because the clerk was just showing off. When he was done listing, he wanted to explain why he was telling all this. He looked at them with contempt, because if they don't have the resources to match, they'd better not evade taxes, because there are many sects like that here. Chris handed the clerk the full amount of the debt, and he was glad that they had come to an understanding. The head asked if they were attacked by a villain who wanted to destroy the Sect. Would the Council of Elders help them? He laughed and said that if it was any werewolves, they would not interfere in other cases. At most, they would put him on the wanted list and put a reward on him. But Chris didn't like that, because it wouldn't help him at all. The clerk tried to reassure them that it was peaceful here and that the villains were working in another city, so he said goodbye to the owners. He used his magic to stop him, because he had something else he wanted to ask. Chris asked if they would tell information about their sect, because they don't like attention from outsiders, and that guy is hanging around. The clerk replied that it was easy to resolve the issue if they wanted to keep it a secret, because one guy had already come and asked. The guy watched him fly away from his territory and he didn't care. He was ready to accept 10%. He wasn't surprised that they stayed on top for so long, and they had no obligations. All they have to do is collect everything, and it doesn't matter who succeeds or goes bankrupt, they will still get their percentage. Mia did not fully understand the mentor and asked what it meant to groping, and he explained that they collect money from ordinary people. The girl got excited about it and suggested that they join the council when they became strong. But he objected because he had a different opinion that when they became so strong, they would be in the great Chiliacosm. And he hoped to develop a tool that would make them richer without doing anything. In the dungeon of the Sacrament of the Spirit Sect, the assembly line was in full swing, with dolls near it recording production data. All the dolls were working hard on the line, and there was a lot of noise from the different stages of production. Christian sighed heavily, because he thought they would bite while the iron was hot and focus on the armor. Theodore came into the office and explained that they couldn't bite off a bigger piece than they could handle, so the head agreed to do as he said. The mentor asked for information about students who had aptitude for alchemy and blacksmithing, as he would be teaching them personally, and Vinogradinka quickly reported to him. And the system also told me about one student with spellcasting abilities, which drew a lot of attention to that person. In the field, there was a fight between two students who wanted to settle their relationship with each other. The judge ordered them to stop talking and insulting each other and announced the start of the trial. The guy called for spiritual rain, and it poured down, but they were not happy with it, saying that it was useless for plowing. Then he came up with another spell for water rain, and feces began to fall on the boy. When Theodore came in, he saw Chris falling down laughing, and that he liked the guy Vinogradinka had just shown him. Then, he also showed how he was learning his spells, and his mentor told him to stop, because he had already decided that he would be his 5th personal student. He realized that a spellcaster, even in the central continent, is a scarce talent. They put out an alarm around the perimeter. Vinogradinka reported that there was another invasion of beasts and the defense was activated. Chris didn't know how to get rid of them because they were tired. He saw them hitting the barrier and jumped on his ship. Benjamin had already arrived at the scene in his armor and said that they would now see and feel the branded equipment from the Lava series. He saw his mentor's ship and reported that he had distributed all the students and was guarding the area himself, and that everything was under control. Chris asked how long they would be able to hold them back, and the system reported that it would be about 2 weeks, and if no one was at the stage of spirit birth, no one would penetrate. He ordered me to stay here, and he would take Mia with him, and together they would search for the leader of this invasion. He laughed at the student's words and told him to take better care of himself and not to worry about him, and waved goodbye. Christian found himself in the middle of a large magical figure in the form of a warrior. Mia asked him what their plan was, and he explained that he would launch a frontal attack and she would come in from behind and inflict at least 1 injury on the beast. Chris was a little surprised and said that their opponent might be at the stage of spirit dissolution, but she was not afraid as long as she was with him. She was confident in him, because when he was at the stage of G-tempering, he could handle the golden elixir, and now he should definitely be able to handle the corruption of the spirit. Chris ducked and flew straight at the enemy and called the girl with him. He pulled out the memories and realized that it was a giant turtle that wanted to take the eggs it had left behind from the island. The mentor said that she should have turned to him, but now he would take her children for himself, and a scoop of light came out of his eye. He ordered us to stay behind him, and when a turtle appeared, to come up behind it and wound it. The guy moved right at the turtle and activated the silk meat grinder, and a laser grid appeared. He noticed a large crowd, and there she was with her retinue, and in a moment, the beasts at the stage of spirit birth began to rise. Before the beast could react, Christian released an electromagnetic arrow from his hand. Even though he wounded them, it was not enough to kill them, and the guy was angry about it, because 1 arrow was not enough for them. He threw a seed on the beast's face, and it began to sprout and bind their bodies. A giant, beautiful flower sprouted on the water, and now it will become fertilizer for the land. Amy, who was sitting in the shelter, was amazed by this. The turtle came out of the water and growled, and the boy felt sorry that it was not smart, because they could talk like that. It must have seen a lot in its life. The water began to rise from the lake and fish flew out, not knowing what was happening, followed by Christian, and now it was time for Mia to come out. While the heron was preparing to attack, the girl flew from behind her. The mentor realized that he was trying to lock him in a limited area. She readied her sword, because while his attention was on his mentor, she had to take advantage of the opportunity. When the girl touched the turtle, she immediately jumped away, and this bite was like a mosquito bite for the turtle. The mentor was ashamed of his student and asked her to show respect for the beast, because you can't just pierce it. After it was thrown away from the turtle, it began to spin rapidly, and when it stopped, all of its armor flew apart. He was bored by this, but the girl already knew what to do and said that it was just a test stroke to assess the hardness of the tail. He was disappointed and told her that if it wasn't for the armor, she wouldn't have survived, and now she should try to be more careful. He dodged the attack and learned that the turtle still had combo attacks, and then he unleashed lightning bolts on it, which hit the turtle. Chris paid full attention to himself, and then Mia began to act, striking with her sword, using the technique of piercing spiritual armor. The girl pierced the beast and its wound exploded, and magical particles began to fall out of it. A hole formed in the tail, and the mentor ordered Mia to retreat because her mission was complete. The girl was very surprised and thought that it did not help and did not give any result, as the place of the torn flesh began to heal. Chris folded his arms across his chest and began to watch closely and asked her to take her time, and soon she would see the result. The turtle felt a sharp, stabbing pain. Tears flowed from its eyes, and it growled as it stomped across the lake. Flowers appeared on the beast's head, and Chris called it a sea of flowers. Mia, who was standing next to him, was angry and asked if he could control her now. The girl was fascinated by the turtle, but the main thing was that it would have an impact on others, because they would have to fight each one individually. At first, the other animals started laughing at him, but when the turtle turned around and looked at him with his fearsome gaze, they stopped and got scared. He was pleased with the work and now wants to find out where it came from, because there are no animals on the immense lake above the stage of spirit birth. Chris used a mental technique, and 50 years ago, she laid her eggs on this island, and now it's time to come back for the children. He was happy and suggested that we stay here and there would be enough space for everyone because he had long wanted to have animals. Christian found 12 turtle children, and his final decision was that they would stay here to live with their mother and grow up to be stronger than their mother. He approached the giant turtle and told it where they would live. It agreed, and now their lives are in his hands. The children came to the mentor and begged him to teach them how he turned animals into flowers, but he just laughed at their childish behavior. He made himself very important, created a 7-colored flower, and asked them if they had any idea how it would grow, but they didn't know. Then Chris said that they were not predisposed to learning this ability, and they started whimpering, not understanding why. William went up to his mentor and explained that the battle had pumped him up, so he thought he was ready for the challenge of the battle dolls. After the boys' confession, John said he was ready for it too, because he had realized a lot today. Chris looked at the boys. John had been ready to break through for a long time, but he had to hide his progress to wait for his older brother and save face. The mentor was happy that there would soon be 4 cultivators at the Golden Elixir stage, and this would be a big step forward for the sect. The children were shocked and disappointed, and they all felt the falsity and pretense of the mentor's smile. 3 months ago, the brothers went into hiding, and soon they would break through. So Chris asked if she was worried about it, but she wasn't, because no one would take her place anyway. The guy took her and started shaking her. He hoped she didn't think that the whole sect was based on her alone. He asked her not to worry and that he would not put pressure on her. As soon as the guys broke through, she would be able to go on a treasure hunt as she wanted. He asked her if she thought he was giving her a break from her work, but she said no, because that was not the case at all. He was calm and happy that when her brothers returned, they would not stay long either, because they had to find their own way and would probably come back bigger. The girl was a bit of a handful and promised to travel only on the central continent so that she could return quickly at any time. Chris started pulling at her pigtails because he could see through her that she was eager to leave, but it was out of the question. A man's silhouette appeared in the sky and magical music began to play. This is how the heavens welcomed the manifestation of the first cultivator Benjamin's spirit in the sect at the stage of spirit birth. The door opened and a young man ran out and reported to his mentor that he had successfully broken through to the stage of spirit birth. Chris was happy and told him to go rest until he stabilized the flow of spiritual energy and not to train actively. 2 more brothers came out after the guy and reported on the successful breakthrough. They looked very happy. He smiled at them, but inside he reproached himself, for he was again weaker than all his disciples. He gave them scrolls with magical powers, but it's not certain that they will become invincible, but they will definitely be useful far from home. They wanted to go on a journey, and now no one is holding them back. But the requirement is that they do not leave the central continent until they have mastered all the abilities from the scroll. 3 days later, John, William and Mia left for their travels, so they left the sect's neighborhood. Christian was upset because there was no one else over 18, but Theodore tried to encourage him that the new generation would soon grow up too. He looked at the yard where the students were, and it was true that in 10 years they would be completely independent. The guy was angry. Naruto, the demon slayer, was playing in his head because Chris had gotten him hooked on it, because a spellcaster has no place without imagination. The mentor came to him and invited Hunter to lunch. He became angry and seemed to go crazy, threatening to destroy the entire village. While he was waving his arms, Chris told him to wake up because he had already left the illusion. They were eating pasta, and the mentor repeated his words and asked if he would really leave no one behind. But the boy said that the pasta seller and the beautiful girl could stay. Hunter was a little exhausted, but he still kept thinking about the old man and how he had to be killed. The boy was annoyed that the man could not give the protagonist a normal, happy childhood and could not understand why he was so cruel to him. Chris was eating and thinking that it would be unusual if the main character had an ordinary childhood, and in general, it is dangerous to hang around them. They touched each other, and Chris asked him to pay attention to the fighting styles and techniques, so the student apologized for that. He brought a piece of food to the boy's mouth and said that he would keep him busy with something else when he had gone through the entire manga and anime library. The tutor was a little red-faced because 3 of his 5 students had run away and he would have to have fun with him alone, so he apologized in advance. Ethan Parker was the natural manager and has been running the Sect's affairs for 5 years, reading production reports while Chris fished. He was surprised by the latest news that the head of the illusion department, John, would soon arrive at the Sect and be accompanied by 2 children, and then let Ethan go. Hunter missed him and asked how his mentor could see the managerial talent in his brother Parker. He explained that it was immediately apparent that watching him as a child, one could get an idea of his character in his adult life. Christian reminded him of his dung rain, and he laughed slyly because he didn't think he had any ideas about it from that time. Hunter boasted that he had perfected this spell to the final tornado, and Chris asked why he was wasting his time. The guy got excited because no one could stop his development and wanted to show his latest idea. And his mentor just asked him not to be nervous because no one was holding him back. Chris got a little scared and put a couple of umbrellas over himself, but the guy hurried to reassure him because he had something else in mind. He clutched something small in his hand and said something about the fusion of metal and fire. And he launched an explosive jet of energy from his finger. He analyzed that the energy consumption and combat power were on par, so this idea had a chance to live. Christian looked at him in surprise and asked if he was showing it to praise him or scold him, and after these words, the boy froze. The mentor strongly criticized his spells of accuracy and range, and asked him if he knew what a firearm was and why a barrel was needed. So he fired a bullet directly at the bird's head, and it went through and it began to fall down rapidly. Hunter was amazed that his mentor had used as much spiritual energy as he did to achieve such accuracy in shooting from 1,000 meters. His mentor told me that he invented this spell at the 5th degree of G's tempering, but because of his weakness, he hasn't used it since. He said that he was 20 this year and had never left the Sect since he was caught and would let him go for a year when Theodore came back and left again. Chris wanted the boy to visit every major city in the central continent. Hunter wasn't too happy with the idea because he didn't want to go anywhere. He still had a lot to learn, and he didn't see anything interesting outside. But Christian had already made up his mind and was expecting photos from 24 major cities on the continent, and they should have stories about the city. The guy turned around and said that when he arrived here, he swore that when he became a cultivator, he would return to the village and get married, so it was time to fulfill his vow. The guy was very upset and crying. Chris did not understand him and got angry and asked what was wrong with him. While fishing, it turned out that the girl had already gotten married, but the guy thought there was no chance with her anyway, and Chris regretted not kicking her out sooner. The mentor got up and explained that he had to go back because his brother, who had been gone for a couple of years, would soon come, and they needed to establish brotherly relations. The girl was in one of the main cities of the continent, and she asked someone how to look for someone if he was so big. The animal snorted, and she took it as a sign that with her luck, no matter how hard she searched, she would find him. She stroked the deer and jumped on it and agreed to do as he said. The main thing was that it was alive, and the rest was nothing. Julie recalled her mentor's words that he had settled in the central continent, and she could now start looking for him and hoped that it would happen very soon. The blacksmith brought the sword and bowed to his mentor, wishing it to serve him well. He thanked the boy, but now he had a new fictitious name, Ilya Stark. The boy was ashamed and said that there was no need to thank him, because he had saved him, and if he had not given him the treasure with rare runes, he would not have forged such a good sword. Ilya sighed heavily, because he wished Christian was around, because with such runes he would have forged a real masterpiece. He looked at the sword and thought about his friend and whether he should go in search of him. And in the meantime, he remembered the words to make a good blacksmith out of this boy. The spirit began to say that he still lacked 12 legendary class swords before completing the 1,000 swords of the forbidden space. And although it would take a long time, the old man was in no hurry. Then he put his hand on my shoulder and said that it made no sense for him to keep the treasure with the runes because he was a blacksmith. He looked away, because he had originally collected them to give to his brother Chris. My grandfather started to get angry that he was switching to Malanka, but the boy didn't want to listen to him or talk to him, so the blacksmith got a little embarrassed and said he would try. He noticed that although Ilya is often open and friendly, sometimes he gets very sad and cannot hide it. At that moment, the elder came to the window and the swordsman grandfather repeated that a great man must be heartless. Through the use of various manic beginnings, their sect is hidden, and most cultivators flying over the sect do not see it at all. 10 years later, the disciples went on a journey and the sect found a field of medicinal raw materials and used seals to create an ideal place. They also had a ring protecting the entrance gate, which collected all the spiritual energy, processed it into a liquid, and it flowed into a spiritual pond with a waterfall. The liquid in the pond continues to thicken, and when it reaches the limit, wonderful animals are created, but they are of little use. But they make a cool impression. A frog sat on his shoulder and asked if he wanted more information about other objects. The girl asked the gentleman what kind of thing fell on her when they left, but the frog answered her question. He assumed that this creature was born in a spiritual pond. John was amazed. He hadn't even finished the caramel berries when he arrived and told the children that it was time to meet their mentor. He was impressed with Chris because he had refined his original design to perfection. He almost forgot and turned into a child, explaining that all the students had made a pact to remain children to show honor and respect. He laughed because his mentor complained that others might misunderstand him, but they owed him their lives, so it didn't matter what they said. He ordered the children to behave like him and show him full respect. John went into the house and saw his mentor with the bird, bowed and said that he was back. He was very frightened and surprised when he saw the children and asked if they were his grandchildren. Chris rushed over to the boy and was amazed that he was the youngest, but the first to bring the babies and hang them up when he made them. John was sweating and explained that these were not his children and he had only saved them. He explained that his parents died when bandits came to the city and slaughtered everyone, and when he arrived there, he found only them. Chris helped him because he knew what it was like to be without parents, so he couldn't pass by and asked about their spiritual roots. He told me that the boy was a natural blacksmith and the girl was an alchemist, and that they met the requirements of our sect, so he brought them here. John gave a command to the children, and on 2 occasions they shouted in unison to be accepted by the master. He laughed because his life was becoming cyclical, and he congratulated them and said that from now on the sect could be considered their new home. The children ran away happy, and the mentor invited the student to tea and talked to him for a while. Chris saw in his eyes that he was confused and struggling with inner demons, and asked him if he remembered why he had asked to be a disciple. John remembered, but he was just a kid then, and the reason he became a cultivator sounds a little silly now. And he said that he had recently found new motivation and set a new goal, which surprised his mentor. His target became one of his demons, and Chris did not want him to send his father to his mother and did not know how to explain that he was conceived by accident. The boy had already mentioned Lucas's name, but his mentor interrupted him because he wanted to hear about his new motivation first, and so he quickly changed the subject. But John continued to talk, and if Lucas is really his father, he wants to use the ability of 100 rebirths. Chris didn't show his face and asked if it was too much, even though he wanted to call it off. He was pouring tea, and he had a desire for them to live one life together because it's not forever anyway. Chris agreed, because one life is not so much. And as for his father, he would have to find out for himself. The mentor asked where William was. He had just mastered all his magical abilities and was now fighting werewolves in Shenyangzhou somewhere. The head casually asked if they were still on good terms even when there were doubts, and he explained that this was not the case. Many years ago, in the illusion training room, William gave his hand to a young man who was watching and not so determined at the time. Then the boy said that his father was friends with his mother, and he promised to take care of him, so he would do it too, even though the level was easy for him and not for his brother. It was a bit difficult for William, but he continued to talk because they have the same mentor, so they are almost family and he can call him brother. Then they wrapped themselves in a blanket and sat by the fire, and John couldn't sleep because he missed his mother, so his brother offered to lean on him. Although he wasn't sure that Lucas was his father, his son was forever his brother because he was the first person he had ever known after his mother's death. Chris asked how long he would stay, and he said a month, and then he would go to his brother's house to help him, and William beamed at the mention of himself. He turned around and felt a bad feeling, and then the silhouette of a powerful beast appeared behind him. He began to run away from the beast, crying and asking his son to help him and save him. William reproached his father for asking him not to come here, for he would figure it out himself, and for following in my footsteps again. Lucas was delighted because the decision to give him to Chris as an apprentice was the best decision he had ever made. William kept him at a distance while his father praised him, saying that he was the strongest in their family and that he was so proud of him. He rejected his father and said that he was only distracting him, so let him sit with his mother in a safe place. Sophia just laughed, and Lucas felt terrible because his son was calling him out, and he felt old and didn't know how to live with it. He wiped away his tears and was glad that he had a wife to support him, because his brother Chris was probably sitting in terrible loneliness on the island. The mentor was fishing again, and the children were running near him and started screaming when they saw someone approaching in a boat. There was his wife, who had finally found her husband and a beautiful deer with her. She jumped on him and started hugging him and squealing that she had finally found him. Chris was surprised. He didn't expect her to be able to find him and started asking her how she was doing and how she ended up here. She began to cry and apologized that it took her 60 years to break through to the stage of spirit birth, and she was released after 2 months. The guy took the breathing machine, and her stage of spirit birth explains why she is so strong, and the girl showed her biceps. Chris looked at the girl and noticed that not only her hands had grown bigger. He enlarged his ship and decided to give a tour of the sect to show everything. She was fascinated by how beautiful everything was here, and she loved it. The kids in the yard noticed the girl and started whispering about who she was. Some thought she was a new student, but she didn't look much like one. When Chris spotted the children, he decided to introduce her as a visitor. He said that it was his fiancée, and the children congratulated their mentor mother. The girl invited everyone to her place to distribute the gifts, to which her mentor was surprised. The mentor asked Julie where she got so much because he estimated that she had already given away 200 million spiritual stones. She explained that while she was looking for him, she came across the ruins of an ancient sect and found everything there. So that's the advantage of being a carrier of the heavenly spirit. She was upset because her mentor told her that until she gained full control, she could not have love affairs, so she compensated with treasures. The guy hugged her sincerely and said that he didn't need anything because she was a treasure in herself and he didn't plan to live off of a woman. He could do everything himself. Christian received an urgent message that he had to come immediately, so he ran, and his wife asked him to come back as soon as possible. The clerk looked very kind and said that it was a problem that only he could handle, so Chris asked him to speak for her. He explained that his friend was practicing pear cultivation with his partner, but it wasn't working out, and he wanted him to come up with something and wouldn't leave him without a reward. He didn't show emotion, even though he was angry with them because they didn't deal with the animals, and he was in a position where he couldn't go and send them because he didn't want to help. He boasted that he had a technique for such cases and that if he shared, he would not go hungry. He pulled out 2 scrolls and said that by chance he had come across a technique for harmonizing yin and yang and thought it should help, and Kirk was so excited about it. He gave them to his assistant and asked her to take them to the bedroom, which surprised the guy to do so right away. The clerk said that a parcel had arrived that his friend had sent and asked if it was from Lucas, and immediately reminded him that he had said something about a reward. The clerk began to delay and first thanked them for dealing with the invasion of the beasts themselves, but Chris was losing patience and kept asking for a reward. A joyful, full of energy man came into the room and asked if he was Christian DeWalt. He introduced his sister Camilla and said that she was hopeless in cultivation, but she was gentle and obedient by nature. He boasted to himself that he had tried his technique and was very pleased with the result, showing off his muscles, and decided to give it to his sister. The man started to pull him, but Chris refused because he is almost a married man. He became many times bigger and sternly asked if he wanted to turn away from his gift and disrespected him. He was pleased with himself because he had saved his unselfish sister and didn't seem to be an ungrateful bastard. Chris was furious because if the system didn't hold back progress, he would have put everyone in their place. Julie started screaming that they hadn't even gotten married before he had a new hobby and pointed her fingers at the girl. Chris started interrupting her and refusing to let her talk because he wanted to explain everything as it really is. She didn't want to hear anything from him, and her fist was already pointed at the guy's face. He saw that such a blow could kill, so he quickly dodged it and made up an excuse that it was a bride for Benjamin. Chris was defending himself, and there was no agreement that he was to marry her, and the guy was shocked by what had happened. The mentor began to convince him to get married because it was high time and the girl was beautiful and obedient. But he did not like it, and did not want it. He was walking through the sect and saw the girls sitting tortured and asked what happened and why they were breathing so hard. Julie explained that they were getting married soon and Camilla didn't have a wedding dress. Chris breathed a sigh of relief as it was just clothes and called for a layer of wardrobe for her. He put it in her hands and asked her to imagine the dress, design it into a layer, and he would do the rest. Julie was impressed because with this layer you can change your wardrobe every day, and she asked to show it to her fiancé. He was sad because he was still young. How could he be an uncle? He asked to be called his mentor and will accept her as an external student for now, but in the future they may become co-students. Chris gave her the pills that are suitable for the first stages of chai tempering and taught her some basic fifth element techniques while Julie ran inside the house. She wanted to find that layer and remembered that she had seen them in his room, where he probably kept outfits he had designed himself. She tried to recall where they were and remembered that they were probably on top of the wardrobe. She screamed what she had found when Christian came into the room and asked why she had run into the house. Chris started shouting at the girl not to touch the balloon, but it was too late because she had already activated it. She started screaming loudly and Chris kept telling her not to touch him. The girl began to change into various very revealing clothes. That her outfit made his nose bleed and he fainted. His eyes started to double when the girl asked him why his nose was bleeding. Chris was touched and asked me not to worry about him because after seeing this, it was no longer a pity to die. Amy opened the door and was very angry because she had received an invitation to the wedding and could not believe it. Julie grabbed the ball and ran away. The guy was confused and shouted where she was running to, and the girl stood next to him and asked if she had interrupted them. Amy said she would apologize when she saw it, but she wouldn't apologize to him because she came back with something and he would definitely like it. The guy said she was too active and offered to make her a calming tea. She started the story by saying that she joined a group of treasure hunters to find a small chiliocosm and was shocked by the amount of resources left there. She told me that she was a good student and left the doll behind and hid behind a rock while the fight was going on. And then there was a werewolf doll at the stage of spirit birth, which seemed to be controlled by Vanohradinka, but she chose a good moment to finish her off. Chris grabs her by the pigtails and stands over her, asking when she will reach the point where he will be delighted. Tears appeared on her face. She said that she had collected the rings from her fellow travelers, and there was a spell to preserve the worlds, so she brought it. Christian said that if he wasn't satisfied after a boring story, he would have drowned her for 1,000 years on an island. I praised her for the gift. He looked at the world with special attention and saw a celestial ship in it and was completely delighted. He couldn't look at the ship after the lecture and the facts he was admiring, and there are only a couple of them on the planet. Chris realized that even though it was only a ship's blueprint, if they knew about it, they might not live to see tomorrow. He started whispering about whether anyone could have left alive and whether she had found any details, and the girl told him that the monster had eaten them all and that the details were in the small world. He did the calculations, and he could only reach the full state at the stage of dividing the spirit and began to count how many before him. Christian was upset because he couldn't do it now and had to hide it carefully, so she thought it would be better to sell it somewhere along the way. He began to push the girl to develop quickly to the stage of Mahayana so that he would not be afraid for everyone and would not have to bury him. Mia asked not to put pressure on her. He got excited about it and shouted that tomorrow he would immerse them in a more intense regimen. But she was not thrilled. Chris asked Vinohradinka to scan the ship and tell him what he needed and how to change it to make it more human-friendly. He asked me to integrate with the small world because he had left empty modules before and just one could be taken over by him, and he stood there watching this process. The system scanned and provided all the materials needed to restore the ship. The guy was upset and left it as a bookmark for now because only all the property in the island can be sold for only a grain of sand. Vinogradinka started preparing the island for sale, and Christian and Mia were scared. The mentor started to withdraw his request and explained that he had only set it in comparison and that he didn't need to do anything. Vinohradinka calculated that it would take 50 years to transform and create new runes of young formations, and the owner started the process. With her pleading eyes, the girl asked me to pump her rifle and explained that she was running out of bullets as a sign of gratitude for the small world. He patted her head and said that everything had been ready for a long time and was just waiting for her, so she looked happy. He explained that he had upgraded both his weapon and bullets to the 4th level, and now it would be able to inflict a fatal injury to dissolve the spirit. Christian could see her eyes glowing and that she was eager to shoot, so he ordered her to bring him a divine class of prey. Mia took the rifle and was incredibly happy and said that he would be even more surprised by her gifts next time. She ran as fast as she could because there was a message about entering the sacred lands, and Chris looked at her and was glad that they were growing faster on free range. And then he remembered that he mustn't forget about his other pigs because that child had turned his head. Christian kicked down the door to their bedroom and took Benjamin away, telling them not to come back before 3 years and to make sure they moved on to a new stage. Harley was sleeping peacefully when his mentor woke him up and told him that he had to go on the road too. He brought them to Theodore and ordered the couple to go their separate ways and to drop the boy off in the largest city when they all got off the island. He said that he remembered the spatial and temporal grains of sand and would work on it. Oliver fell face down on the ground after a battle with a war doll, and Chris asked if he was hurt badly. He praised the boy and said that he had made a great leap in 10 years and his student was happy to fight him. But he had 2 attempts left. The guy spat out seaweed and said that he didn't need to be consoled because he was not destined to join his sect. Chris said that he knew why he was here because he wanted to look after his world, which he found here, and asked if he wanted to buy it back. He realized that he had a chance and asked how much he wanted for it. And the head gave him a 20% discount because he was a good guy, or for that amount of treasure. Chris said that if he accumulates this amount in 100 years, he will have the whole world to himself, and Oliver thanked him for that. He was excited because if everything worked out, this deal would be a real gift of fate. And he remembered that he hadn't opened the gift from Lucas yet. He opened a box containing hollow werewolf bones used as storage rings in cultivators. He took one bone and was amazed that it was a box with a surprise. He started to sort through the bones, and the first one was something cheap household and threw it into the firebox. He was happy because the second bone already had a Lululemon and objects with runes, and he needed it. He saw the pentagrams and didn't understand what the 16 hardenings of steel were, so he wanted to try it out in his spare time. Chris found some stinky stuff and it was filled with something rotten, but it's true what they say, what's good for a werewolf is good for a man. In the last bone, there were many different treasures like sun grains of sand, a meteorite stone, and with all of them, he could level up the grape to the legendary class. He was over the moon and had no doubt that Lucas would not disappoint him because he always brings good gifts. The grandfather emphasized to Alex that he expected a serious booty from this raid, but he agreed to help and take revenge. But that was not all. He stopped short of saying he wouldn't do it if it was a detriment to other people, as it was to his brother Chris. The swordsman grandfather began to scold the boy that in a big case, one should not be distracted by trifles, and he was especially angry at the mention of Christian. But the guy did not care and threatened to catch the swords they had been collecting for his favorite formation for so long. My grandfather was scared and said that he and the girls were melting down for a good haul, but he couldn't melt down thinking about Chris. He let go of the sword and he hit his grandfather, shouting that they were brothers forever. The old man was hurt and promised, but he shouldn't give up, and he wondered if the boy thought the same about him. The swordsman grandfather noticed the girl and said that she was not so simple and that he should take her with him because she could be useful in a difficult moment. While she was choosing an item, a guy came up to her and asked if she was also going to the sacred land of the ancient werewolves to find treasure. He said that she probably already understood that it could be dangerous there, especially alone, so he invited her to join like-minded people. She was surprised, felt as if she already knew him, and asked him about his treasure hunting strategy. He said that he is cautious and he likes to clean up the periphery and avoid the most tasty places and avoid conflicts because no benefit is worth the sacrifice. It sounded like a simple lure, but she took it in stride and agreed to his proposal. The guy introduced himself and said that he was from the sect of the Royal Swordsmen in front of the group. Since they are all professionals, I invited each of the attendees to introduce themselves, and they all came from different parts of the world and sects. He suggested dividing all the loot in half, and after the division, everyone would decide whether to stay in the team or not. He found the source of the entrance to the sacred land of werewolves and, after confirming it, sent the data to everyone. He commanded everyone to take their swords and they flew towards the entrance. Alex said that time was of the essence and they had to act quickly. His partners were surprised by his sword and asked who had forged it. The swordsman grandfather thought that the first one inside would die, so he advised us to hurry, but not too much. My grandfather noticed that none of his partners were easy, but in case of danger, he told them to keep an eye on the girl with pigtails because she could kill him. He decided not to quarrel with her in this case, especially over the prey. Everyone was hanging in the air, and Alex pointed to the gate above. It was the entrance to another world. Chris was walking on a turtle and opened the news and saw that the Intelligence Bureau was broadcasting from the gate. The journalist told the audience that everyone was wildly interested in this gate, especially those who were treasure hunters. They learned that 150 years ago, the place was inhabited by 9-tailed werewolf foxes, which is why it was named that way. Christian didn't like it because he expected to be broadcasting outside the gate in the middle of the action and to see Mia there. He called Hrdinka and explained that he wanted to make one of his students and asked her to check who was best suited for the role. He hired a trading desk apprentice because he knows how to gather and analyze news and has a passion for other people's secrets. The boy saw an ad that a senior mentor wanted to see him and got scared. He didn't understand why he remembered him while fishing. He quickly took off and arrived at Christian, who was sitting on the shore fishing. Noah Black liked to take photos of everything he found interesting. He greeted him, and the head invited him to sit wherever he wanted. And Chris quietly asked him if he knew why he had called him. He assumed that the guy wanted information about Theodore. He laughed at that because he knew everything on the island, and the guy was alarmed because it turned out to be true that he had some kind of power. Christian said that he knew all about his hobby and wanted to see the results. But the student had one condition. He had to keep everything he showed him a secret. Noah pulled out his device and showed photos of the students, of someone admiring a sword, of girls, and of them training and using their abilities. The head of the sect was disappointed because he did not know that his students were doing this in their free time. Chris asked where he had learned such spells, and the boy explained that he had asked a friend to redo the spell with his wishes. He ordered the boy to study this issue with a spell so that others would not feel it, and he would also send him on a trip to the main cities and ask if he was happy about it. He gave him a scroll, and Noah asked him what was required of him, and he needed to shoot the main beauties in each place. These spells were very secret, and if you learned them, no one below the stage of mastering the void would know them. Noah started shouting that although he loves filming girls, what he was proposing was beyond moral standards, and he would not do it. Christian was angry with him because he meant what he did, so that he could make money from advertising, and he apologized for thinking badly of him. The head wished him good luck and told him to maintain the rating of Celestials and write why he included them there and then pass all the materials to him. The guy agreed and understood everything, and in addition, Chris threw him a bag of spiritual stones. He said that he would not execute him and also gave him a pill, because he must not forget about cultivation, and the student thanked him and said he would complete all the tasks. Noah was happy and flew away, and Chris waved goodbye and asked him not to film the girl at the stage of merger or worse. He was satisfied, and he was also convinced that a lively interest is a driving force in the development of a personality. The head was fishing again and decided to create a special course based on 5 elements for the advanced physical student he had replaced in the pictures. He hadn't thought about the name, so he called it the 5-element method, and he regretted that he should have paid attention sooner because he was an orphan. So he decided to ask if there were any students he hadn't noticed at Hrdinka's school, and there were many, ranging from creating dolls to combining runes. Chris thought of creating personalized training for each of them to unlock their potential and build a list because the best students need the best equipment. He was determined because there are thousands of paths to immortality, and the main thing is to find your own and not to leave it. After 3 months in the sect, some students received a message to come to the main treasury and receive teaching material. The dolls handed out educational materials and said that the senior mentor had developed it for them personally and that everything they needed could be found in the chest. Sam Layers was surprised because the chest contained heavy armor, chi-tempering pills, and the training course itself. He was very touched that the sect treated him so well, and he was ready to give his life for it. Other students with special abilities received their own teaching materials and equipment and were very happy to be treated so well and trusted. Christian watched as his students enthusiastically looked at all their materials and thanked him. They were happy to have their talents recognized. He was also happy for them and praised them, and he really wanted to see them take off in their careers. At this time, 2 groups of searchers met in the Nine-Tails den on the cliff, and Alex tried to resolve the situation by lowering his group in front of the higher stage people. He had already stretched his arms and explained that they were just wandering around the periphery and picking up all sorts of trinkets that cultivators of their level didn't need. The grandfather explained that there were 3 for the birth of the spirit and 2 for the corruption. So they had to deal with the weaker ones first, and the young man said to give the rings to save his life. One of the group members collected 3 rings and handed them to a representative of the other side. The guy asked that Alex give his ring away because it was a hopeless situation and they would not be able to cope with them. The enemy was bold and asked him with arrogance what he thought about giving him the ring. Alex had already activated his swords and said that he would not give them up without a fight and threatened that it would not be easy for them. He activated the flying dragon formation, and the young man liked it because it was more fun for him, while the others stood there in amazement. The battle began, and one of them fell dead. The older one realized that it was a long-range weapon, and this raised the question of whether someone had ambushed them. Alex took advantage of the confusion, and it was the perfect moment to join the fight. Mia was 3 kilometers away from the battle, and those 2, at the stage of spirit formation, were best suited to test her new bullets. The grandfather was encouraging him to finish with them, and the boy was annoyed because he didn't understand why the girl was lurking. Alex crossed his arms and stood in a sword stance and summoned the greedy throat of a flying dragon, but the enemy dodged the blow. One of the enemies used consciousness reconnaissance and found out that this was the only formation he had, so he had to clear out his partner with weapons and deal with him. The swordsman grandfather suggested that they were looking for a girl, and she was waiting for the right moment, so he decided to create one for her. So he used a flying dragon ring takedown, and they got the hint, and one said they needed to get out of here so he would cover him. The girl laughed at the fact that they used a shield, as she thought it would not help them. The shield began to break, and the guy got scared, and in a moment, the bullet went through his head and flew on, leaving a spray of blood. The young man realized where she was hiding and planned to take out her intestines after she fired a shot, and his friend was killed. But his partner did not allow him to do so, using an instant meat cleaver, after which the guy was cut and pierced. Mia flew over and suggested that we share the spoils, because it would be unwise to go deeper and fight again. He began to divide, and it turned out that each of them had 16 million spiritual stones, and there was also spiritual ore and raw materials to divide. She gave the boy all the weapons and utensils and took the building materials and spell plates for herself because she remembered her mentor's words about sharing the spoils. My grandfather began by saying that he knew about her weakness, that she was no good in close combat and needed to act quickly. He offered him to take all the loot because for this amount, one could go against one's conscience and, moreover, not kill it. Alex said that they had already discussed this and that his grandfather was very angry with him, saying that at this rate it would take them forever to collect 10,000 swords. The guy got angry and reminded him that if he moved in, he would still be in charge and threatened him not to cross the line. So my husband agreed and said that it would still be a risky idea. Because his body could explode from his charisma, Alex immediately gave the girls some of the treasures they hadn't sorted out. He stretched out his hand because he didn't know if they would be able to talk again, and Mia replied that everything was in heaven's hands and that if fate would have it, they would talk. He thought that she was too trusting, that she was walking with her back turned, and my grandfather explained that it was just a doll, and she was hiding. Does he still think she's a simpleton because she killed 4 of the 5 and he could be next? Mia has already gone back because the workday is over. So Alex asked him why he was teasing him, but he only noticed this magical feature at the end and reproached him for not helping him well. Christian was having fun counting the floating seashells and decided to call them the 12 protectors of the inexhaustible lake. He checked their pedigrees and couldn't understand how a deep-sea dragon and a giant shark ended up there because there were still normal land and sea turtles. The giant turtle howled and Chris did not understand it at first. Afterwards, he asked me again, and it turned out that the animals of the inexhaustible lake have a lot of mixed genetics. And she said that purebred animals do not survive in the lake, and that is why she did not survive, because there was not enough diversity in her kind and gave her a pill. Chris was feeding the turtles and said that in order to make them defenders, we needed to find a way to cleanse their blood. And they were well trained that in the event of an invasion, they would be able to wean the enemy off. And he introduced the Ninja Turtles. He realized that in only a couple thousand years, he would be at the stage of Mahayana, and his disciples would ascend into the great Chiliocosm, and therefore only shells would remain near him. He was scared and wondered if the turtles would call him a hermit later. The girl came up out of the water, and Chris said that her skills were close to perfect, but that her attempts to outsmart her mentor were naive. She asked him how he did it, and explained that Vinohradinka had reported that you had returned from the reconnaissance unit and had successfully completed the mission. The girl was sorting through something in a bag, and the mentor noticed that the catch was successful, because otherwise she would not have returned so soon. She was in a bad mood after they found her and said that she brought in a little more than the Sect's income for the month. He thought about it, because half a kilo of this tea costs 100,000 spiritual stones, and having earned such money, he wanted to spend it. Did he really teach her this? He was touched because she had earned so much money, and the first thing he did was to show respect for his mentor and let her say she was wrong. Mia sat down across from him and told him that she had met a very interesting person from the Sect of the Royal Swordsman, and Chris couldn't understand why he couldn't leave them alone. He started pulling her pigtails and told her to stay away, because although they have great success, they also have terrible trials where their companions die. The girl said that she got a lot of items, but it was difficult for her to assess their value, so she put them in a rather strange suitcase. So she asked him for help, and since she shared it with Alex, he had all the valuable things, and she put everything in this suitcase without realizing it. The only valuable thing the werewolf gave the child was a gnawing rodent to grind her teeth with in her free time, and she was angry about it. Alex was angry with the merchant because his entire pile of items was worth at least 200 million spiritual stones. He was not satisfied with the price, so he wanted to go to another store, but the seller stopped him. He was surprised that he knew the price of each item. The boy thanked his grandfather because he did not even expect that there were so many valuable things in this pile of junk. He finally saw how much he was doing, and the old man noticed that the girl had only a scrap of the valuable stuff left, and the young man said he would pump the swords in gratitude. But his grandfather resisted him, saying that he needed swords of the legendary class, not the third. Mia and Chris were resting on a turtle, and one of the students brought them lunch. He immediately noticed that he had come for a reason, and the guy asked to take a couple of hills for experimental landfills. He gave his mentor a scroll with brief ideas for his project. Chris reread his suggestions and liked them, but still crossed out some of them and agreed to implement them. The mentor also wanted to show her his filming equipment with communication devices for live broadcasting and wanted her to see the results. He showed me a student, and it was the strongest student of his generation physically, and now he fights with war dolls every day. Amy was already giddy with the quality of his photos. They were so realistic, but he wants to do 3 more Daimyaks. She received an alarm from her brother, who was in Linxen, and she asked her mentor to help her brother. He shouted at her to hurry up before he did anything, and if something happened, to contact him. Benjamin was talking to a girl when a guy approached him and offered to join the 9th level 1000 Ways sect, and he would receive a newcomer's package. The young man said that he was already in the 2nd sect, and the man was a little embarrassed and sad when he showed him the 2 leaflets. He started bragging that they had a heaven-kissed spellcaster and that they didn't have one, but the guy shut him up because they did, and they were just as good as them. The boy was furious and said that he would call his students to fight him, and he would realize that he should not waste his talent on a sect, and the young man was eager to do so. He ran up to the advertiser and asked if there was a fighting arena somewhere near them because he was all for it, for competition. They arrived at the 1000 Sword sect, and Mia was eager to see the battle and decided to bring her mentor along. He was presented with 3 of the best students, and if he defeated one by one, he would abandon the idea that they were better suited to him than his sect. The enemy was surprised by the appearance of the mentor, and they were told that he wanted to see if his favorite student would pass into safe hands. He crumpled a little, muttered, and agreed to this act. The guy was cheerful and self-confident, so he suggested that if they wanted to attack in 3s, they could. They were angry at Benjamin's insolence and threatened him that they would show him what he was really worth. The battle dome was raised, and Chris called the children to watch their older brother defend the honor of their sect. And they were surprised that he had found a new victim. They started watching the fight, and the mentor said that his opponent was underdeveloped if he wanted to hide in such a small area. When Benjamin was ready, he unleashed freezing, assault fire, and rain on the enemy, who hoped that this was his only trick. Benjamin was bold and said that their G training students were better at disguise and called for the next one. The next one said that his technique was based on wearing armor, and the young man didn't mind it because he loved it. Benjamin sent a lava waterfall, and the others were shocked because it was an original spell and did not understand how they could have such a spellcaster of this level. They mentally agreed that they needed to find their caster and lure him to their side at any cost. Chris was so shocked that he choked and felt like he had just been used. The audience wore goggles because the student used a nuclear explosion, and the enemy's eyes hurt from the bright light. They tore down the dome and attacked him, saying that such maniacs need to contain werewolves, and he was walking around their city like a tourist. And as a token of apology for his time, they presented him with a mug of the source element of wood. Benjamin was uncomfortable and did not want to take it, but the girl behind him started to stop him, and they forced him to take it. Chris noticed that there were no delays when he watched the fight live, which indicates an impressive data transfer rate. He decided to send the doll to the outside world instead of himself because the data transmission speed and lack of delays are good in the central continent. He was fascinated by it because with a good signal, he could control it no worse than a character in a game, and it would be reliable and, most importantly, safe. The children did not understand their mentor's condition, but he grabbed them and they flew away to test some idea, and the turtles asked for pills or if they would not be fed today. He came to Koval Nu and asked Vinohradinka to evaluate the remote-controlled doll, but she asked if the answer was honest or funny. He said it was the second option and angrily told me not to fool around because it was a serious matter. He explained that this model of signal reception is limited, and the opponent of the golden elixir will create a lot of interference, and Chris was very upset about it. He was irritated and snaked the sheets off the table and ordered to optimize it and solve all the problems because then it would make no sense. To fix the problems, we need a barrier-breaking stone, and now it costs 1 billion and is given 2 voters. Either Lucas will bring it or buy it himself. It was hard for him to make a choice, but it was too naive to expect a friend to do so, so he clicked the buy button himself. Christian began to cry when he was approached by a delivery man who brought a parcel of 1 billion spiritual stones. He began to forge, and now no one will stop him from creating a fully functional avatar. 10 days later, he showed his creation to Mia and controlled them with a joystick. She was impressed and it looked cool. Chris introduced her to his understudy, who will be going on long journeys on dangerous missions instead of him, and he will be managing him from here. She hugged her understudy, and finally she will be able to do a treasure hunt with her mentor, because she was tired of random partners and he liked the idea. He gave her a layer that was a wireless base station so that every point would have a good signal. He ordered to protect the station as the apple of his eye, because it cost half of his fortune, and she almost cried from his pressure. He quickly put the girl in the car and sped her off to get the treasure to test the doll. The boys were sitting at the table, and John decided to ask about Lucas's condition because he had been bitten by a snake, and William replied that he was hallucinating but should get better. John asked how he was doing because he felt like he had a stone on his heart, so he asked me to share it with him. William had hoped that he would make rapid progress on the front line, but after 3 years, he hasn't made any progress and is upset that he hasn't even been able to master his magic ability. He was angry with himself because his mentor was a genius and had developed a special magical ability for each of them, and now he was ashamed to look him in the eye. John poured him more tea and said he had a way to help him with this problem. He explained that his magical ability could help him, and if he lived an extra life, he would definitely achieve what he wanted. Then he asked if he was willing, and William tearfully agreed to take this chance. Then they had one last drink, and John was preparing to immerse him in another world. He laid down and was a little scared because he didn't know where he was going to end up, but his brother tried to calm him down and said it would be quick. John said he would move him to another world, but he would say goodbye in this one and activated the first world. The duck was indignant, as if he would be interested in training in the world of love. And the boy began to worry a lot and guessed on the flower whether to wake his brother or not. He began to fuss a lot, because while he was guessing on the Higenbana flower, which has many petals, he lost a lot of time. Brother sat over William. He did not think that his first experience in using his ability would be so intense. William woke up and showed his skills to his brother, easily defeating the war doll. John was glad that he had achieved his goal, and now he could leave with a sense of fulfillment of his brotherly duty. William thanked him, and he was sure that within 50 years he would break through to the birth of the spirit, and when he visited his father, he would return to his mentor. He was called out and asked if he regretted living this life. He thought about it, because his memories only came back to him when he was 50, and before that, life was a miracle. He could not believe that they would actually get married and that it would be the happiest day of his life. He blushed, and John watched him, laughing and not even hesitating. Mia and the understudy met the fire tiger at the stage of spirit division, and the mentor was impressed that she could interest such dangers. She was lying there with a rifle, and said that if she had tested the doll on low-level animals, it would have looked like a mockery of her mentor. Chris threatened her that if this doll, which costs a dozen of them, dies on the first day, he will not entrust her with such important tasks anymore. The signal was turned off, and the doll managed to dodge before the operating limit was reached. The mentor started to get nervous and shouted that the high-speed network connection was to blame. Otherwise, he would have killed it long ago with critical blows. The girl was amazed at the tiger's ability because she had only used the magic ability of expansion to run away. The stand-in moved to the girl and took out the screws and fired that the girl was so shocked that she forgot to shoot through him. He started pulling her pigtails and reminding her of her words for her useless partners, and she explained that she was so fascinated by him that she froze. The tutor was happy because the doll had passed the test, but the speed was too slow, so he could only improve it. Jeannie and Robert greeted their mentor, and he noticed that he hadn't seen them for a long time and asked if they hadn't forgotten to feed them. He looked out over the staircase railing and asked the third man if he was the first to arrive as usual. The turtles were surprised to hear him ask why they hadn't been given pills, and he laughed and asked if they missed him or the pills, because he had been busy lately. He stroked the disciples and said that he entrusted them to his disciples to feed them. He stretched out his hand and asked everyone not to bother, because there was enough for everyone, and he was even surprised how they were growing so fast. He thought about them, because they were developing rapidly and surpassing his first students, and in a year they would be able to study alchemy and forging. A student came to him to complain that since his arrival, all the turtles have been around him and now they have no business with him. He just didn't like the fact that they had no backbone and were constantly whining, and he would have to figure out how to temper their character. Vinorodinka informed his mentor that something was approaching the sect's borders and he would bring up a picture. Chris was happy to have John back, and it seems he has brought new students. And the boy proved that he had brought a talented student who passed the test in the hardest category. The mentor asked which one of them, and the young man replied that he was very surprised that they all managed to pass his most difficult test. The first newcomer bowed and greeted him. He looked very ordinary, but the difference was his eyes. Chris had never seen them before. He touched his forehead and saw his birth as he grew up and asked him what his rebirth was. The student did not understand the mentor and asked if something was wrong. Chris asked the boy if he wanted to become a cultivator, and he said he did, and then he was curious to know why. He was angry because he wanted to destroy the werewolves and rebuild the village they had burned. He hoped to be able to weaken it when he was reborn, but then he was immediately thrown into the thick of the war with the werewolves. Christian extended his hand to him and asked him if he wanted to become his personal student. The young man bowed to his mentor and said that it would be an honor for him. I asked him his name. His name was Friedrich, and he was a little scared when he saw a tree with students on it. But Christian didn't like that name, so he decided to give him a new one. And from now on, he is Dylan. He called the man and ordered him to take the new student and show him everything, as well as to take the twins, because they had classes soon. 50 John asked his mentor if he thought this guy was considered a rebirth. He wondered if he was someone's great rebirth or endowed with a heavenly mandate, and had no other explanation for this. Chris thought that the young man was a good candidate for the role of protagonist because there were many cultivators in the world, and if he grew up, he could turn it to his advantage. John was a little uncomfortable because he was so surprised by the talent that he didn't pay attention to it, and they asked where his parents were, and they were in Linksing. He asked to be sent to him to take care of him and told John that none of this mattered, as long as he remembered that the sect was good to him. Christian thought that in a couple of years, the werewolf war might spread to more territories and that the sect should prepare to protect itself by then. Christian asked his disciple how many rebirths he had managed to experience with the help of 100, and the young man replied that he had 11. His mentor told him to do it once every 5 years, and after the 20th, every 10 years. But John didn't know if he was making it up or if it was really necessary. He gave him the Sutra of 1,000 Dreams and 100 Paths, because after studying it, it would help stabilize the emotional state after each awakening. The guy was surprised because he hadn't paid attention to it before. John turned to his mentor and remembered all the positive moments with him and how he helped him. So he bowed and thanked Chris. He tapped the boy on the back because that was his duty when he became a mentor. And the boy tapped him on the back, and John cried with his head bowed. He offered him to stay for a couple of years and noticed that his state of mind was shattered due to the overload of stress. The guy was given a tour and told the story that the sect was founded 12 years ago and is considered the first level. showed what a beautiful nature they have because green mountains and emerald waters are a prerequisite for good development. Dylan assessed the formation as containing werewolves only at the void stage, but with room for development and a good function of hiding the sect. The next one was spiritual waterfalls, and he liked it very much, because one day you can level up the pearls to the divine class. He liked the initial conditions. He was able to rekindle his memories and got into a promising sect, so he had nothing to complain about. Because compared to the small chiliocosm, he died at the age of 150 due to illness and old age, and he regretted the years he had lived, showed the training ground, and that all the students were now at the stage of tempering G. And the young man thought about it, because here, a small sect is stronger than his world. The boy was amazed and puzzled that in 12 years in this paradise city, no one had advanced beyond the temperament of Tsu. The guide said that when he got to the middle stages of the Tsu bookmark, he would know the answer to his question. He sat in his room and drew, thinking about the technical elements present in the sect, such as dolls, artificial intelligence, and so on. He was shocked because no one had ever seen anything like this when crossing the central continent, not even in the vast chiliocosm. He recalled how his mentor touched him and thought that he must have realized that he was being reborn. Or perhaps this is not his first life, and he has been reborn as well. But he didn't care about that. His goal was to learn all the knowledge and then, after the 9th attempt at rebirth, to be born as a Buddha. 77. The correspondent introduced himself and asked her to take a picture and if he could ask a couple of questions for the main beauties of the continent. The girl was impressed and agreed, asking if everything was okay, and a guy entered the frame asking for help with his luggage. Chris was pleased that his sister was doing well and was glad that he had bet on him because he was doing a good job. John noticed that for cultivators who break through to a certain level, they change their appearance to the ideal, or so they think. The main thing about them is their temperament, because they are all different. Some are graceful, some are belligerent, some are quiet. John didn't expect their mentor to be so superficial, because women's beauty is not just about beautiful legs and faces. Christian was embarrassed and said that the student did not understand anything and that this was his only normal reaction to girls, but the boy could not understand his primitive look anymore. The guy felt sad that this was his weak point, the beauty of women that is not limited to the physical shell. He was angry with the student because he had spent his whole life devoted to cultivation and their education, so now he wants to be guided by girls through the screen. He explained that he ended up in the brothel by accident because a courtesan rescued him and paid her by painting pictures and composing poetry. Chris gave him a stack of paper and told him to write to each girl in the materials, praising her beauty. The guy was impressed when he looked at the leaflets, and if he is not superficial, he should be able to do it easily. John laughed at the words of his mentor, who asked him not to distract him anymore and to write. Mia came on the air and was happy to finally get through to them and ask if they were doing anything important. She informed her brother that she had contacted the sect and informed them that they were going to the front and that they were being held accountable for their entire sect through the Council of Elders. Benjamin asked her why she ended the conversation so quickly and explained that it was important to say something, otherwise he would have discouraged them. At least 10,000 new recruits were gathering at that site to be sent off. Amy asked if they would be able to put out the attacks, but her brother didn't know because the situation was difficult, with the 9th-ranked sects sending dozens of their masters. My sister asked me to listen to her when they arrived at the front because he was better at striking and she was better at running and dodging attacks. For the sake of the common good, he agreed to listen to her in everything, and the girl was happy about it, saying that he would not be lost with her. He thought about it because she called herself Aunt Mia, even though she was his sister. They noticed a boy who looked to be in his 20s and was in the process of laying the foundations and asked him if he was an alchemist or a blacksmith. A giant passed by and pushed the boy off the road, but the girl managed to catch him. He greeted me and said that he was an external apprentice of the Heavenly Forge and wanted to earn points from the Council of Elders, so he would work in the repair camp. Their eyes lit up because it was this sect that builds the ships their mentor constantly dreams of. They would be surprised to return to the sect, and the young man was very nervous because it was the first time he had left the sect, and he was sincerely glad to see them. Mia asked him his name and asked what category he belonged to, as there are 5 categories in their sect: A, B, C, D, E. His name is Logan, and he was classified as a B, but he was a little shy about telling us about himself. So they decided to ask if such a blacksmith would be hired and what category he would be categorized in, and they showed him the bracelet. Logan was amazed by the product and the runes. He hadn't seen anything so close to perfect for a long time. He said that a few manipulations and this thing could be divine, and that this blacksmith could become the best master of their sect. He was eager to meet this master, and his sister and brother said that he would have the opportunity. Benjamin took his bracelet back and realized that when the time came to build the ship, it would help them a lot. A spatial gate appeared above them, and they had to prepare for its opening. There was already a spaceship in space between three lines: the werewolf world, the collision line, and the Feiyu world. On the ship, a man approached the gentleman and asked if they were still waiting, and he was told that yes, because the time had not come. The servant explained that if they made a mistake, the ships would be damaged, but the master did not care. He wanted to merge the two worlds before he ascended. The guy gave up his fist at first. He wanted only a finger twist. In the border countries, they were asked to move to their positions according to the distribution sent to the device, and they ended up in the same camp together. They said goodbye to Logan because they had to leave and wished each other good luck. The soldiers on the front were asking for reinforcements as their defense line was falling. Mia and Benjamin arrived at the front and were immediately called upon to help other soldiers in the fight. The guy really liked it there and it looked cooler than he thought, and his sister went to look for a good firing position. They ran up to him and asked him if he was afraid to turn around, and he just smiled. Benjamin had already prepared for the attack and asked us to disperse because it was going to be hot. He waved his hand and walked the lava apocalypse across the territory. The werewolves were bathed and burned in lava, creating various horrific sounds for perception. The guy continued and used a lava demon, and then hands came out of the ground and grabbed the werewolves, squeezing them in their palms. Everyone was overjoyed and happy that finally an MBA had appeared in their camp. Chris and his student watched the live broadcast, and the mentor asked if it was from the Shenlingzhou front line, and his guess was confirmed. Christian didn't understand why there were so many of them and why they didn't have birth control committees, to which John was surprised because his mentor was missing the point. He laughed and pointed to his brother Benjamin, who looked as if he had found the confession of his life. He was proud of him because he had always loved large-scale destructive attacks, and he had developed the latter on his own. John turned his mentor's attention to the screen and showed him which eagle was aiming at him. It was at least at the stage of spirit dissolution. Chris was a little annoyed that his student was so bored because arguing with students doesn't fit into his ethnic framework and started to tug at his cheeks. But the young man did not know what a husky was, so he asked and was told that it was a breed of dog that resembled wolves and grew up to be smart and playful when raised. John began to imagine what dogs look like and to make a pretty good chain that ended up with William, but his mentor interrupted and asked what he was thinking about. The boy began to ask the husky's mentor with his pleading eyes, but he could not get him one anywhere. An eagle hovered over Benjamin and attacked him, and he started shaking as if he had been electrocuted. Mia, who was waiting in a firing position, struck directly at the target, piercing his head. A bird fell down nearby and friends started running up to it, asking if it was alive. The guy stood there as if nothing had happened and smiled. He thanked them for their concern, but he was fine. They just didn't understand how he managed to survive. He replied that his mentor taught him the first rule of remote combat, and it was also the most important. He explained that under no circumstances should one allow their true location to be discovered. Christian was proud of his student, and John praised him, but he was a little angry that he did not choose more respectful words. The boy with the bias called his mentor an absolute genius, like the truth of heaven, and added that they did not deserve him. Chris asked if he hadn't received these words from William, and he confirmed that he had blushed a little. His mentor explained that most of his faith came from his father, as if Lucas had passed on his habit and asked him not to say such things anymore because they sounded vulgar. Jenny called the turtles to her and asked them not to push because there would be enough room for everyone. We started looking around to see if anyone was coming to get a huge pill. The girl said in secret that she had prepared this pill herself and added bone powder and animal blood so that the skulls were salivating at the smell. Christian wanted to know how the war with the werewolves would end. So he launched a fortune-telling in Vinegar Dinka and hoped that the hexagram compass would give him the answer. After that, the beasts that appeared from the water started flying at him, and he was shocked that he was not informed before they attacked. Out of nowhere, turtles appeared, looking like ninja turtles, and they began to deal with the invasion of animals. Vinegar Dinka tried to excuse herself, saying that it was not a threat to them, and Chris accepted it. The tutor laughed a little when he called Julie and asked her to bring the pill, because animals probably came to smell it and wanted to see. He scanned it and thought it was brilliant, and he didn't understand why he hadn't thought of it earlier. Because it contains bone powder and the blood of the golden elixir beast, the mutation rate increases after ingestion. The mentor allowed the student to take whatever she wanted from the refrigerated warehouse and devote her free time to making pills. He fully supports her. Christian thought that with the world in such an unstable situation, the sect must be stronger than ever, so it was worth bringing Lucas and the others back. Alex was pleased because in one day of beating werewolves, he had gained enough points to exchange a 5th-class sword. But he was dissatisfied and began to calculate how long it would take him to earn 1,000 swords, and his grandfather added that it was not his place to decide on the war. He showed me that no one has ever appeared here at the stage of crossing over, although the heavenly court of dragons is above it, and they are engaged in the fuss of insects here. He noted that real serious events are hidden from the eyes of pawns like him. There were battles in the area beyond the edge of the sky, and one of the masters had to drive the enemy ship to the point where the Lord wanted them to be, and then his task was completed. The ships began to collide with each other, and the enemy drove them here on purpose. The ship was heading for some kind of shell, and the question was whether they wanted to use human blood to unseal the ancient werewolves. People threatened them not to even dream about it, because it would never happen. The man spent all his property to buy 2 shells of thunderous punishment, and they were worth it, so he was happy with his purchase. The Lord ordered us to collect the spoils of war for now, because the merger of the 2 worlds would soon begin. He smiled slyly, saying that the other side wanted to lure the ancient werewolves to their side, and he would like to see how they would succeed. In the airspace above the border, there was a celestial dragon court, and one of the masters at the Mahayana stage called to go with him to exterminate the werewolves. The guy was amazed at how quickly they wanted to end the war, that they forgot about the trophies, so Mia offered to do it for them. Everyone was rapidly heading for the enemy, and the students were thinking about how to exchange points, so the boy wanted heavenly runes, and the girl wanted polar dust for his next breakthrough. The men locked the werewolf in a circle and insolently told her to use her blood for the seal, and she was shocked by the brazen way the men acted. She laughed more viciously and warned them that their unintentional successes had turned their heads and would ruin them, and she threw them to the ground, summoning a pentagram. And giant werewolves began to rise from the ground, hungry for flesh, roaring and trying to free themselves from their hold. The Mahayana masses pledged to restrain this monster until the arrival of their lord. They created a sword formation to destroy the enemy from 10 sides, but he only covered his hand from the sword attack. The giant monster caught the purple ball with one hand, breaking all the swords. The masters were amazed that he was unaffected by divine-class swords forged specifically to kill werewolves. The monster was already hovering over them and laughing, and they unanimously apologized to the bishop for not being able to restrain it. The werewolf stood in a light glow, and instead of a head, a flower was blooming. A jet of bright light washed down from heaven into the monster, which could not stand on its feet, and the masters realized that the Lord was already here. The bishop underestimated the enemy because his forces were more powerful, but he thanked the masters and said that he would handle the rest. Benjamin suggested staying here until they got the first news, and Mia agreed because her mentor always said to assess the situation first. Christian got in touch with them and told them that he felt something was wrong and was going into an unplanned lockdown, and that they should return home as soon as possible. The mentor told Robert that since he was going to the cloister, he didn't need to bring food, but that he shouldn't forget to feed the turtles. Dylan hesitantly came in and asked if his mentor had called him. He explained to the boy that for each of his personal students, he develops a magical ability that enhances their best qualities. But the problem with him was that he was perfect in everything, and it was hard to decide which direction to go, so I asked him what he thought about it. Christian didn't know who he was, or whether he was someone great or had a heavenly mandate. He even doubted leaving the sect and going into hiding. Dylan bowed to him and said he wanted to follow the path of spells. After 5 lifetimes, he is fed up with alchemy and forging, and the main question is whether this mentor will help him and teach him new things, because if not, there is no point in staying. He said that a number of his fellow congregations had already taken this path, so it was a more suitable option for him. He gave him the scroll, and Dylan began to look at it. He actively uses his aura to check it, and the guy was impressed by it. Christian noticed strangeness in the guy's aura, and this happens to people who have lived more than one life. He asked the student with a good and kind face if he had anything he wanted to tell him. The guns were in the air above the sect, pointing their barrels in the direction of the student and his mentor, so the boy was in the crosshairs. Dylan freaked out because he didn't think anyone could burn him and didn't disguise his aura and didn't realize how he was being seen through on the basis of the foundations. He explained that he was an immortal from the Yamen and came across a treatise offering him a life path through reincarnation to become a Buddha. And explaining that he was now living his 8th life, Chris was disappointed because he would not be able to subdue such a character to his interests. Christian realized that it would be inappropriate to call him a mentor and gave him a bag of stones and hoped he would successfully complete his journey. Dylan gave up the spiritual stones and asked to remain in his sect as an ordinary disciple. Chris was not happy about leaving him among the students and wanted him to suggest something, but Dylan promised that no one would be harmed during his stay. He also gladly offered spells of technology and magical abilities from the world of the Great Chiliocosm. Chris blushed a little and said that if everyone was a disciple as clear as he was, there would be no price, and told him to consider the LDS sect his home. To make sure that he was not from his world, the mentor asked if he played pug and invited him to his house and promised to talk about the Great Chiliocosm when he had time. He was sorry because he hoped to test his sky-based weapons because he did not know what they were capable of. He was looking at the sect's map and it was hard for him to resist the temptation. There was a strong explosion and a turtle that was walking did not understand what had happened. Vinahradinka has already calculated the data, and it turned out that the island's protective formation was slightly damaged, but it has already been restored. He fell out when he learned that all the beasts of the county had been killed during the transformation stage, and he thought that his island would become a place of safety. While he was rejoicing in the results, he received a message on his communication device that he was being summoned by the Council of Elders. Christian began to make excuses and say that everything was fine. They were just conducting small tests, but assured me that everything was under control. His communication device began to develop from calls to his cell phone, which was starting to piss Chris off because he couldn't go into hiding. Mia and her brother walked Logan to Kianlian's studio, and he was grateful for it. Benjamin noticed something and pulled his sister's hair to call her name. She got angry and asked him where he got the courage to pull her hair, and he showed her the sign. Henry was forging and thinking that more than 10 years had passed, and he didn't know where his brother Chris was now, whether he had broken through to the stage of laying the foundations or not. He was sweating and thinking that he must have given up blacksmithing and greeted the guests by saying that he was patching up objects above the 5th grade. The children were shy when they saw their mentor's friend and greeted him. Henry recognized them and was glad to see them because it might help him learn something about his brother. Rumors spread through the sect that the mentor had come out of hiding and 3 months had passed. Chris seemed to have done everything and reached the peak of laying the foundations, developed a 5-element course, and finished improving the defensive formation. He remembered that Henry and Lucas and their family were due to arrive soon because they had called him earlier and figured it should be around now. As soon as the ship arrived, my friend immediately went to him, saying what a paradise he had made for himself and was amazed by everything. In an instant, he falls down and starts vomiting. Chris barely managed to jump away and asked what was wrong with him. He explained that they had a very thick spiritual aura here, but it was not scary and he would soon get used to it. The head only told him to clean up after himself. Gold chains appeared in the sky above the sect and everyone was surprised, raising their heads up. William didn't know what it was and decided to ask his mentor what kind of chains had just appeared. Christian took his compass out of his pocket to read hexagrams. The Lord ordered to activate the communication chains of the worlds and to notify all the sects to prepare for heavy battles. When they destroy everyone, he will elevate the united world into the Great Chiliocosm, and he began to concentrate his magic on this. Chris was at a loss and looked frustrated as he held the fortune-telling compass in his hands. Chris was angry with the higher-ups, saying that if there is a merger in 20 years, they don't have time to get ready, so they need to be actively preparing. He told his students to train harder and ordered them to finally cure Lucas, who was lying on Sophia's lap. And Henry appointed him head of the blacksmithing department and gave him the authority to use Vinahradinka, which shocked him. Christian dragged his friend along as he explained who the grape was, and the students greeted him. He led him to the dungeons of the island of the Sacrament of the Spirit, where the workers were actively working and Vinogradinka was supervising them. Chris showed the production with working dolls and said that they would need to increase the army of combat dolls, and he would help them with this. The guy was amazed. He didn't understand how he had done so much in just a decade and thought about how much money he had invested in it. Theodore got in touch and said that prices had risen by 50%, so he tripled the price of their products. He was touched because he was his personal god of wealth and wished him enough time to make all the money in the world. Bears have appeared on the border between Shenlingzhou and Xiangzhou, some of them stuck in magic trees. They rushed to attack a defenseless girl. They were mountain bears in a herd of dissolving spirits. Benjamin appeared behind the beast and asked if he was not at all curious about what was happening behind him. First, he sent heavy rain at him, and the next step was targeted freezing, and the enemy was frozen in ice. The guy turned around and flew off a little to break the ice into small pieces. Rachel from the Thousand Ways Sect thanked him, and she thought he only specialized in the element of fire, but it turned out he knew water spells as well. He was modest and said that it was a team effort, because if she hadn't distracted him, he wouldn't have been able to use it openly. The bear tried to negotiate. If they let him go, he would tell them where the main treasure of his clan was. Mia went up to her brother and said the words of her mentor that you don't negotiate with a defeated enemy, you have to finish him off, so she shot him in the heart. Rachel was sorry to leave the company because she enjoyed working with them in the werewolf slaying business, but she was called to the cult. Benjamin held out his fist and said that there was more to do, so they would definitely meet again. She turned around when she heard that he wanted to make a bet on who would kill the most werewolves. They clashed fists as a sign of agreement that they would meet again and have a dispute. The brother and sister hung in the air and watched their friend leave them. Mia was upset that because of many people, they didn't have enough points to exchange for gifts for the mentor, and that the serious guys were taking everything for themselves. They were sad and thought about exchanging all the points for rune plaques for now, and getting the polar dust some other time. He agreed to do this and then go back to the sect, because he was worried that no one was protecting his mentor, and his sister agreed because it sounded like a plan. The group from the Royal Swordsman sect had killed many beasts, and Alex was asked by his grandfather if he had thought it through. His grandfather was setting him up to go to the forbidden lands of the ancient werewolves to begin his ascent, but he wasn't sure and wanted a partner. He started listing items that would make him a lot of money, such as the blood of ancient werewolves or random artifacts. Alex was drooling, and he took a step forward and said that his grandfather had convinced him and didn't need to tell him where to go or what to do. The swordsman grandfather explained that Vladika had to seal or destroy the ancient werewolves, and now the main thing is to get there when it is safe, and then he will tell everything. He led him gently. The flower on the blood he had turned over grew in a crevice under the cliff, and slowly they made their way to it. When the guy first landed, he saw this flower in the stone in front of him, but something caught his attention. A large stone fell in front of him, and he asked what the sudden rockfall was. My grandfather told me to get ready, because a whole pack of werewolves was running at him. Until 15 minutes ago, a brother and sister were fighting near the Forbidden Lands and did not understand how werewolves managed to breed so quickly. The girl realized that there was no point in killing them, but that the leader needed to be killed, so she would distract them with her doll, and her brother agreed to the plan. She took a position and began to cover her brother as he ran forward, and then they ran in different directions. Alex was confused about where so many rats had come from and made complaints, but it didn't matter anymore. He had to run because everything was about to collapse. They were satisfied with their work because when they chased the doll, they didn't think to return and were confused about how their leader was killed. Benjamin took the head and hoped that it would be enough for a gift to his mentor, and that the sooner they exchanged it, the sooner they would return home. Alex sat down and started crying. He didn't understand why, because he had just seen the flower on the blood and he was so close. They were told that the aura with the heavenly runes would attract attention and that they needed to be taken to a safe place as soon as possible. And they thanked them. They were already getting attention, and Mia was happy and hoped that her mentor would be delighted. The girl saw that her sister had turned into an alley and they could not smell them, so they began to fuss and hurry. The guy pointed to the sky in despair, because now they would not be able to catch up. The boy was annoyed that they had brought him to this point and that the girl did not know how to fly before. But she did not care, because the main thing was not to lose sight of them. The girl stuck her tongue out at them, mocking their flying skills, and the boy said they could not compare to her because she was constantly transporting prey. They returned to their usual form, and, thanks to their mentor's abilities, they were carried through. But it was too early to let their guard down. They came to their mentor and opened a chest with a tablet with heavenly runes. He was delighted, and the disciples could not return without a gift, and the fierce blacksmith had to have a set of heavenly runes. He stared at the bottom and promised to make a legendary class weapon when he broke through to the golden elixir stage. He looked at her slyly, because he couldn't just sit there. Someone was training. He was going to the lockup and offered to write an intensive training course for her. Mia ran away, saying that a new portal was about to open and she wanted to check it for resources. Benjamin said that he had no portals, so he blushed and said that he was waiting for an intensive training course, that they asked if he was a masochist. The confluence of the two winds caused a chaotic mood among the people. The girl walked around humming a song and was watched by hustlers who felt like a fish out of water in unstable times. Chris was already in the third hour of his lockup when he ran in, saying that there was a trouble, that something terrible had happened to the head of the sect. He looked at the girl and felt so sorry for her, but she just said that she had a couple of scratches and that she was not little anymore to go complaining. Benjamin was very disturbed and showed her condition. Her body was covered with wounds. There was no living space. The guy asked me not to say anything, but Mia didn't listen and told me about the city of Linxing, the stage of mastering the void, and her brother gave her a couple of drops of the wood element. They took away the storage ring, and tears flowed from her eyes because it was the ring her mentor had given her. They were shocked and aggressive, and Christian tried to calm Mia down and promised that he would make them pay for everything. He ordered Vinna Hrdinka to take a couple of dolls at the birth of the spirit and go in search of them, and they boarded a ship to set sail. He came into the room and was angry, addressing those who had done this, or who had not been taught not to offend the weak. The boy took the joystick and will take care of their behavior himself and show them what it is like to insult those who are weaker than them. The young man was walking with a sack and asked him if he was sure about the tip and whether he should take it, because what if they didn't have anything valuable on them? The guy was tempted to do it and kept Mia's ring, because he didn't think he would find so many things, and after tomorrow they have to go into hiding for 100 years. Another laughed because if the Council of Elders did not use the Karma Mirror, no one would find them. But caution comes first. Holding the ring, the runes glowed, and this gave them away, and they were caught. The guy stood by the cannon to target the group, and today he wanted to collect a percentage of them. He was angry, because when he broke through to the golden elixir stage, it would be their time of reckoning, and the boys stood and cheered as they looked at the open box. And two bastards jumped up in front of them and made a sudden attack on them, and the main one took and cut off their head. They began to take the valuables from the box, and people began to kick and scream, asking who gave them the tip. There was a big explosion, and the robbers laughed, because they didn't bother to explain themselves to the insects. Christian watched everything and realized that they were very arrogant and wanted to show them his latest masterpiece. He pressed the start button on the screen, and the satellite flying overhead released its magic current. An electric circle formed around them, and they did not realize what was happening. And they started to panic. One of them shouted that it was a trap, and they had to run away. Chris watched them from his room and realized that they wanted to use the turbulent flow to jump out, but he wouldn't let them. The robbers rose into the air and were enveloped in an electric shell that made them shake. They wanted to know who was controlling it, and noticed a silhouette on the top of the hill and thought that this terrible force was controlled by someone from there. He was in a panic because he couldn't feel his body, so he had to resort to extreme measures. There was a strong explosion and they jumped into the coffin, which fell back into that vicious circle. Chris broke his joystick in anger and started screaming because he had dropped it. He was in despair and crying, reproaching himself for not shooting him in the head right away, and he began to despise himself for it. He went back and saw that one was ready, and that was a good sign. The doll took the guy, and he was supposed to take him to Mia so she could decide what to do with him. I could hear Chris's voice from the house, forcing me to drink a couple more drops, as it was necessary for such injuries. Mia explained that the essence of the tree element is not lying around, and those 2 drops cost a fortune, so the clone was already thinking about using the power. The mentor explained that she had to obey him, and she could not compare because she was his student and her life was the most valuable thing in the world. He showed her some footage and explained that he had already partially avenged her. She will get the other one next time, and the one at the stage of transformation of the spirit will soon be here, and she will be able to do as she wants. She lowered her head and started crying, and she was very grateful to her mentor. Christian hugged her. For him, taking on a student was like having children, only without a wife. He explained that he would also expect them to take care of him in his old age and told them to hurry up and break through because the sect needed them. The mentor wiped her tears and asked why her brother had left her alone. She explained that he had gone to train, and she felt that he blamed himself partly for what happened to her. Mia looked at him and said that after her recovery, she also decided to go to training so that no one could offend her. He liked the idea and promised that as soon as he broke through to the golden elixir stage, he would create even cooler magical powers for them. There was a knock at the door, and Lucas came in with a mixture he had made himself with a healing crystal and incense to help heal the wounds faster. William also brought a gift of a sword of luck for good luck in all his endeavors, and Sophia a pill with phoenix blood to help with recovery from heavy blood loss. She was very touched and began to thank them all for their care and gifts. Luca began to whisper to Chris that they needed to talk, but the boy did not understand what had happened. He said in his ear that John was preparing for a breakthrough, but it didn't surprise his mentor because he already knew that. Lucas was in a panic because he didn't know what to do. He felt that his son was already guessing, and after the breakthrough, he would be able to check everything. Chris said that in the worst-case scenario, he would live the same life as his mother, but that he would be okay with that. He was happy and asked if everything would be easy, because he was supposed to fall asleep and it would be over by night. His mentor suggested that he talk to John and maybe he could convince him to abandon his plan. My father shouted and looked ready for a conversation because he was tired of running himself. The next day, Christian sat in the time hut drinking tea. John got in touch with him and asked why he was calling him so early in the morning. The guy said hello and told me that Lucas had just come to him and said that he was his father. Christian was amazed because he advised him to talk to him rather than admit that he was his father. Without giving away his emotions, the mentor asked if his uncle was okay. John looked away and smiled a little and said that it must be good. At least he looks alive. Half an hour ago, Lucas came to John's yard and addressed him. Then he looked down and admitted that he was his father, which confused the boy a bit and immediately used his magic ability of 1,000 rebirths. The student told him all this and asked his mentor to take his uncle away from here. He admitted that today he killed his inner demon and gave his mother a whole life with his father, and now they are even. He's tired of having to clean up the mess his friend made. The next day, Chris's stunt double was in Lucas's yard and asked if he was okay. He started crying and shouting why they had to wake him up. He put a pill of oblivion in his mouth that he had specially prepared for him, and after he took it, he would feel better. Lucas is all soft. He's going to be a vegetable for a while. But it won't be long, and now he can go into hiding while the students practice. And John has turned the page. 5 years had already passed, and the clone was in front of the cave, because if he hid the army of dolls well, they could then come out of the blue. 10 years later, John and William were ready to make a breakthrough in the birth of the spirit, and the boy was sorry that his mentor would not see it. But he should not be distracted. A little more time, and the merger of the two worlds will take place, and the Lord ordered the heavenly forge to reduce the price of sea and heavenly ships. He was pleased, because a little more and it would be very hot on the vast expanse of the endless sea. When the shield started to break down, Chris asked us to wait until it was broken. The bishop was told that the werewolves were throwing teleportation discs and redirecting themselves to the central continent, and they could not be counted. He used the mirror of change and ordered all the sects to be prepared, because the mirror would only absorb at the stage of merger and above, and they would have to deal with the rest. Robert was riding a turtle when he saw something flying overhead. He didn't know what it was and thought it was a meteor shower. Vinegradinka reported that the werewolf aura had been launched, and that they would be here soon, and that she was now waiting for further instructions. Chris understood everything, even though he didn't look very good, but he had been preparing for this for a long time. A large number of wolves began to pop out of the portal, and one of them said that today would be the beginning of the countdown to the ascension of the wolf tribe. Ships began to approach the portal, and war dolls began to jump out of them. The wolves were interested in the dolls and wondered whether they would like the embodiment of the wolf fighting spirit and began to attack them. The system recorded what they were, which ones had a protective effect, and was already preparing guns of the third type, from the 1st to the 10th. She sent a request to use 20% of the capacity, and they seemed to be able to crush this bunch, and the mentor gave permission. The wolves were losing, and this was communicated by others that their elders at the stage of fusion and above were gone, they had all disappeared, and the 9-tailed foxes were all dead. They were shocked because without a leader, the majority would turn into a bunch of sheep, and they decided to retreat immediately. There was a strong explosion, and the werewolves began to actively activate their teleportation discs. The members of the council looked at all this and asked the elder whether they should be allowed to retreat or not, because they decided to retreat. But the teleportation ring cracked, and they were left with no choice but to fight. They had a supportive force in the form of Benjamin and Mia. They were confident, and it turned out that they could not do without them. They interacted with each other and were a good team. And by applying shock therapy with lava hell on the enemy, a powerful explosion occurred. A council member noted that the spiritual mystery sect is still young, but they can defend themselves, and another said that it is better not to get in their way or they will hurt you. Mia told her brother that their mentor was about to break through and she didn't want to miss it, so her brother agreed and picked up the pace. He used a lava demon, and all the werewolves began to burn in the lava with no way to get out and no chance of survival. They reported to the Council of Elders that half of the tribe of Dusk Wolves had been destroyed, and they asked the council to take care of the rest because they needed to return. The elder agreed and said that they would soon find time to visit their sect. After his speech, the brother and sister quickly flew away, and the man was surprised at how fast they were. When they arrived at the time hut, they shrank back and asked the brothers if their mentor had already broken through. John turned around and said no, because heaven will tell them when it happens. A bell began to ring in the sky, and a golden dragon with a firebird circled around it. The disciples were amazed, because John was right, that the heavens would let him know when his mentor made a breakthrough, and the smell of the elixir was strong, and it was amazing. William was not in the mood and did not understand what his mentor was doing, that there was a whole steam going on in the sky. They hoped that Vinogradinka did not let others see it. Everyone was very impressed by this action, but the guy was still not happy that it was still going on. Benjamin started shouting at William to close his eyes and try to feel the divine rhythm of the heavenly brush. Dylan was very impressed by this. He did not expect to see such a sight. When Chris came out, he was surrounded by his students, and the young man was biting his nails and thinking that in his 8 lives he had been doing something completely different from his mentor. A golden pill appeared in front of him, and when he took it, he returned to his youthful state, and he breathed a sigh of relief because he was finally able to shed that old age. When he came out, he saw my students at the entrance, cheering for him and congratulating him on his breakthrough to the golden elixir stage. This news spread throughout the territory, and it was a holiday for the students. They all congratulated their senior mentor. He gathered his students and told them that he was now in charge of the masters of alchemy and smithing and had rethought the 5 elements method, so they would need to take it again. He called Vinogradinka and ordered him to find the scoundrel in the city of Jew, and he spotted him, so it will be easy to find him, or bring him alive, or his head. Although they try to remain unnoticed, the mentor will not allow his students to offend him, and the sky has turned black over the city. Now he is ready to put an end to it. Christian was very angry, because whoever offended his people would pay not a tooth for a tooth, but double. The girl was very pleased and warm that her mentor was so protective of her, and she was very grateful to him. When he entered the dungeons of the island of the Sacrament of the Spirit, he saw a list of things he needed to do, and now it was time to do them. He picked up the grape and applied the secret of the 8 trigrams to it and directed his power to it. While he was working, the question of how to transform her arose, and he didn't even know if he would be able to recognize her later. The system began to say synthetic things, that he had never held her so tenderly, and that perhaps there would be a change in their relationship, a new stage. Chris asked if she had upgraded, and he told her that now she needs a little bit of her power to do all the tasks and can disengage. He pulled her closer. It looked like he was upset and wanted all the details, but she refused because she couldn't fulfill the request right then and there, and Chris was confused by this. Vinogradinka reported that some foreign objects had illegally invaded the territory of the inexhaustible lake. Chris asked not to destroy all the discs, but to keep one, and ordered his students to arrive at the place where the disc landed. John was by his mentor's side and assured him that they would get through it. The students understood that their mentor was busy with many things for so many years, and Mia suggested that the weapons do the work first, and then they would do it. They were serious about the battle, and Benjamin ordered them to get ready to eliminate the threat. The bear turned to the people and said that they should hide the teleportation discs, and then the titanic bloodsucker would make one of them close to him. The warriors prepared and attacked, threatening the blood-sucking titan that his plans would be ruined. Christian said it was time to test their 50,000 puppet army at a puppet birth and ordered them not to touch the last disc because he had plans for it. He explained that they needed a way into their world because there could be a lot of metals and spiritual stones there, and they needed to compensate for military spending. He was looking to see who was going to arrive, because if they were waterborne, they would have an advantage on the lake, so he ordered Vinohradinka to use targeted freezing. The war dolls activated the Arctic branch on the lake, and an ice flower bloomed. Badgers at the stage of spirit birth teleported to the island, and all shouted with one voice that they were going to attack in the glory of the tribe of impenetrable badgers. While they were screaming, an army of war dolls began to appear from the sky at the stage of spirit birth. They were a little surprised, but they didn't seem to care that there were so many of them. They were confident of victory because their clan had known many terrible battles but had never been defeated. Chris asked Vinogradinka to order the puppets to be surrounded so that none of them could escape. The students asked who the werewolves were who rushed into the surroundings. Their mood was stern, but he did not know, so their protector came to them. The man greeted the master and said that he had been sent by the Council of Elders to support the sect. He was a worker at the stage of merger. So Christian asked if he knew what kind of werewolves they were, and the boy told him about the impenetrable badgers, and he was surprised that they hadn't gone extinct. Their main problem is that they are stupid and naive and are used as a suicide squad, even though they were great warriors and an elite clan. They have a teleportation device on their backs so that they can hide it, and other werewolves can get into the world without danger to their lives. As soon as Chris heard that they were easily suggestible, it was time for John to leave. He promised that no one would get through to the outside world. He began to speak to the badger to open the portal, and the animal did not understand whose voice it was, but in a moment it opened the portal, and he ordered them all to go to the portal, and they rushed there with all their might for the sake of the clan. John analyzed the tribe and said that they could wipe them all out even today, and the mentor agreed to fight and catch a dozen badgers with the devices. The man said that he could help them with those who were in the process of merging and that they would handle the rest themselves. And he flew away saying that no badger should leave this island, and everyone understood him. For Chris, it was a good excuse to exercise his bones after a long shudder, and his students supported him and said they had his back. He quickly avoided the enemy's attacks, which the badgers did not understand how he did it. One of them appeared behind him and shouted for him to die, and Chris was a little scared. But he was protected by his sword, and he was a little bit offended by the enemy that he could not do what he wanted. The man activated his sword with spells of incarnating the spirit of the sword and piercing spiritual armor. He threw a punch, but it ricocheted, and the shockwave threw the war dolls away. Christian grabbed his head when he saw this and thanked the worker for making it difficult, because with such friends, you don't need enemies. There was a gap, and it was a chance for them, so the man shouted that if they left his sect, the council would bring him to justice. He was irritated because he had made a hole in his line, and in case of something, he would be asked to pay for it. And where was the justice? The system said that all those who jumped out were detected and combat dolls had already been sent for them. He praised Vinogradinka for his good work. He tried to speak convincingly that not a single badger would escape from them, and that the Council of Elders did not have to worry about it. The mentor turned to his students and said that he would show them his new technique. He called it a trick so that tough guys don't come back to explosions, but Mia didn't like it because she was a girl. He snapped his fingers and there was a big explosion. He did not turn to look at it, unlike his students. Everyone ran up to him, praising how beautiful it was and asking him to teach them how to do it too. And Chris felt proud of himself. A fiery flower flew by, and the mentor was angry with the one who intercepted his moment of glory. He drooled and forgave the girl who had very beautiful legs. The girl sighed, because she didn't know which clan she would encounter and didn't realize that she would meet the stupidest ones. She was at the stage of merging. She used her fire magic and unleashed a fire axe on the badger, which had used a defensive stance. But it didn't help them, and there was a powerful explosion so that some of them managed to jump away and tried to run away. They realized they were losing and decided to retreat as quickly as possible. The badgers helped their comrades get off the ground and take a breath, and the older one announced that everyone needed to start retreating. Grace did not understand how they managed to survive to our times and thought about burning them all now. He stopped her and explained that the neighbors had already collected 6 teleportation stories, and she hadn't collected any, or she would get in trouble for it. The mentor was unhappy, because if she killed those already under his control, who would be able to extract resources for him? She started stroking his hand, saying how smart he was and how nice it was to be taken care of. Grace addressed them, explaining that some wolves had gone over to their side and that they would be given a comfortable world in a small chiliocosm. The badger disagreed and shouted at them. He sat down under the teleportation disc and hoped to be transported when fireballs flew towards him. And there was an explosion at that place. They didn't have time to move, and the teleportation disc itself fell and activated self-destruction. The explosive wave threw the girl so far back that Chris barely had time to grab her hand and pull her to him. He wafted and smelled, so hot was she like fire, and married her to a blooming rose. She leaned against him, and his nose started to bleed, and he begged for strength not to give in to his desires. Christian looked at her and explained that she had to be careful because the teleportation discs could have been torn off. The girl looked at him with admiration and thanked him for saving her. He tried to fight his desires because he already had a fiancée and had to keep his thoughts pure and shorten his natural urges. Christian looked at the stranger and asked if they wanted to set off unauthorized fireworks. After these words, the teleportation disc stopped its self-detonation. Grace was still hugging the boy, and he made himself out to be a hero, saying that he hadn't even been asked for permission and that they were dreaming too much. The girl said that her energy circulation had not recovered after the battle and asked him for a place to rest, and he was surprised that she hadn't even thought of anything. Chris offered to have a colleague look after her, but he suggested that he put her in as a nominal mentor because they don't have any. They explained to him that she had been rescued a couple of times in her life, so it was normal, and he asked John to find a place for Grace to rest. The man said that she practiced the cultivation of 100 passions and that he was probably one of her objects, but he couldn't because he was already engaged. He praised her, saying that she was very rich and that she had a heavenly ship, 2 sea stones, and many spiritual stones, which the boy swallowed hard. He felt very sorry for her and wanted to ask her for some spiritual stones just out of friendship because he wanted them so badly. He took off his helmet and said that he would not sell it for profit and that this was not the way of a true cultivator. The man said that it was okay that he had become an object and that he respected his strong moral convictions, so he could just send her away. Grace thanked for the hospitality and that she liked everything and the room she was given to rest in. I pressed against him to give him the bag and said that it was for discussing the interior, and she whispered in his ear that she would visit them often. Christian sighed heavily because he did not know how much longer his moral principles would be tested. It was already a mockery. In the dungeon, there was a council with clones, but he was against it because he didn't create them to trade their bodies. But she had a lot of money. He was furious because he was against it, and if they didn't shut up, he would get rid of them like a marriage. But the clone suggested that one of them do it anyway. Chris shooed them both away and told them there would be no easy money and to go work. He began to feel sad and asked Vinogradinka if she had managed to contact her virtual werewolves in the world. And she explained that she hadn't yet, because the badgers who control them hadn't found a suitable place yet. The guy was desperate because he had turned down a rich investor, and he was having trouble getting resources, and he was not happy with the day he was having. The system informed him that he had created a new formula to reduce the cost of iron alloy. It would not be suitable for dolls, and for the rest of us, it could replace iron ore. He was happy to hear this news, because it was the only positive thing he had for the day. So he asked Vinogradinka to use his new alloy to create the bodies of the latest model of dolls. After the system's calculations for the spirit transformation stage, the enhanced strength hull required 20 million to launch 5 billion. He was shocked because as soon as he clamps down on one hole, another one appears, and he cannot achieve the balance of how the problem arose and solve it immediately. He was shocked when the doll took 100 million and Vinogradinka said that 4 and 9 billion were still funny. Christian started yelling loudly for him to find a way to move the badgers faster because he needed the money. He was fishing and launched his own bait. He was in a good mood because of all the students. She is the most respectful because she sometimes visits her mentor. She explained that the brothers smoked completely in preparation because they hated the thought that in case of serious danger, he would have to seek help on the outside. He blushed when he thought about Grace and how happy she would be. So it was good that his students were being trained and saved from falling into sexual bondage. The guy tried to reassure her because he was thinking about a weapon that would destroy even at the stage of fusion, and Mia really didn't want him to sell himself. Then he asked her what she was doing here, if she had found time to go fishing, and Mia explained that she was uninspired and was not getting anywhere. Then Chris thought it was necessary to raise morale, and since the sect was founded, they have never tested all the disciples in combat. She started to crumple. She had a bad feeling and asked how to do it. The mentor gathered everyone in the testing arena and first congratulated everyone on the upcoming test. He has gathered the best people here, but later there will be more tests where everyone will be able to prove themselves. But now it's a game of survival, and the rules are simple. The selection principle will be based on the Battle Royale. The location is limited where there will be only initial skills. The rest of the weapons can be found in the equipment boxes. He explained that the area would be covered with poisonous gas and would shrink every 15 minutes, and that when approaching, they should get to the safe zone as soon as possible. The task will be to kill each participant and stay alive and ask the students if they understood the rules. He then announced that the first survival games were officially open. He waved his hand and a dome formed in the arena, inside of which were the students who had passed the selection. The girl hovered and asked them to be patient and announced that she would be commentating on the competition. All the students were moved to the virtual world and they would see it soon. Hunter started yelling at his mentor why he hadn't selected him. He was also a student of the first selection. He reminded him of the fiscal tornadoes and said that he would literally shit all over his location. He offered a compromise. He wasn't ready now, but he would include it in the next one, because first he had to wean himself off the habit of throwing shit in any situation. Mia noticed the glow and thought it must be from the most valuable box, but decided not to say anything until she found at least some weapons. She was a little disappointed because there wasn't much in the box, and another student was already flying at her with a sword. Colin was serious about winning, so he apologized to his mentor, but the girl managed to shoot him quickly and a box appeared instead. She was glad that she had thought of the gun at the last moment, and that it was too early for the guy to catch up with her with such concealment skills. He was the first to be eliminated from the game, and she didn't think that he would be the first to play the box. Chris wondered how long she would last with the pistol, as she was used to a rifle, and asked what she would do now. At the same time, Benjamin was dealing with another student by attacking him with boxes. He noticed that the light pole had disappeared, because someone must have gotten to it, but he didn't have to go far, and he had to catch up with it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a stone flying at him, but the guy managed to put up a lava block. He guessed that it was Mia, and asked if she was afraid to raise her hand to her older brother, or if she wanted to go home in a hurry. She was standing behind a tree and asked him why he was hiding. If he was so brave, he should come out of hiding. He came out and started mocking her weapon because he had put a hole in it and wanted to show that he was not as dumb as people thought. He laughed and found himself asking her behind her back why she wasn't pulling the trigger, seemingly upset that she didn't think he would guess. And they started fighting like brother and sister. She shouted for him to let her go, and he shouted for her to drop her gun. She was annoyed, because if she wanted to shoot him, she would have done it. But the guy was not sure about her because she was always cheating. The girl suggested that her brother unite against William and John and asked if he wanted to hear her plan to eliminate them. Mia explained that they were tied to each other and could not be defeated one by one, and her brother thought that they had already found each other and must have opened the chest. Christian started clapping because the sweet part was about to begin, and he was looking forward to it. On the island of Royal Battles, there were battles between students and dolls. One student tried to shoot a grenade launcher, but the guy just laughed at him because he was not accurate again. He didn't remember that he had mastered the technique at that level. He must have found this function in the armor package. A student came at him and shouted that he should be punished for such a loss of concentration and that he was going to get it from him. John suggested that his illusions may not work here for Benjamin and Mia, but the younger generation has no chance. They were on top of their game and easily lured students into their traps. John thanked everyone for the equipment, and now they can be sent to a well-deserved rest and turned into boxes. The light beam appeared again, and this scheme was already worked out, so they began to wait for the elders to eat the bait. Jocelyn was shocked because some of the best students of her generation were killed and said that her brother had expelled them with a particular cynicism. Hunter was upset and asked if he thought the students would learn something bad, but a cultivator could not survive by learning only the good. Chris said that students should be prepared for the meanness they might encounter in the outside world, and the boy decided to write it down. The brother and sister have already come to the same valuable box with equipment at all locations. But Mia felt that something was wrong. She felt that this place was like a trap. She pointed to the top, because if it was occupied, they would be on a platter, because you can't think of a more vulnerable position. Benjamin patted her head and asked if she wanted the items in the box. She looked at me with pleading eyes because she really wanted to. There must have been valuable equipment and probably a rifle. And the guy went there because then he had to take it, and what will happen will happen. She was pleased and proud of her brother, praising him. A sword crashed into the ground in front of him, and the guy asked who was so brave as to threaten him. William appeared in front of him and greeted him, and the boy reciprocated, and he suggested that he just fight without tricks. Benjamin remained vigilant and asked where John was and why he was not walking. John said that his brother likes to fight fair and that Mia should not interfere in their fight and threw her away with a string. But she managed to dodge, and the girl admitted that he had found her. Chris watched as their passions flared up and they completely forgot what they had forgotten as the poisonous fumes approached. And the students were far from the next safe zone. Mia started shouting at them to stop because they had to go to a safe zone, and her brother supported her by saying that they had to drink the elixir. And in order not to die, everyone drank the elixir on Thursday to improve their health. Their battle did not stop. They were chased by boys with swords, although Mia asked them to stop, but no one listened to her. They were already approaching the safe zone, and when the girl saw this, she showed her brother and said that they needed to put on the gas. John was angry. He grabbed them and tied them up, saying that he would not let them go, that Benjamin was confused. Mia explained that if he kept them, he would not make it to the safe zone and would die with them. The guys were already having a hard time, and John agreed to die together, because then they would see who would be awarded the victory. They all left, and Mia began to fuss and quarrel with John, although her brother tried to restrain her. And the winner of the game was, and the phrase was heard, "If there is a win, then we can now eat." He explained that he wanted to eat before the fight and sat down to dinner, and it turned out to be enough to win. Christian started laughing with all his might because he hadn't even expected this outcome, and his student was on her way to him. She began to cry and freak out that he hadn't won because of his fighting skills, and his mentor explained that sometimes luck is enough. He reassured her and analyzed that after the system upgrade, even large-scale games do not use much power, but students have learned a lot. The students gathered around him and asked to be invited back to the next game, and nearby Mia was running after John to rip out his tongue. Chris came to his room with the exhibits, and when he put the Sect's life in order, everything went back to the way it was, and now he even has PUBG here. He looked sadly at the family at the table, and the keyword was similar to the previous one. He looked down at his hands and called Vinogradinka, who was already there, and he asked if he could create a spell to move through space and time. The grape figured out that the owner's current state and capabilities to successfully cast the spell were there and asked if he wanted to try. He looked at his family again and said firmly that he wanted to try. He closed the door to the next room and sat down, beginning to grow ready for work and unrolling the scroll. He plunged into magic, holding the open scroll above his head. Mia was playing with a slingshot, and Benjamin was studying the scrolls when a blue light barrel appeared in the distance. They were surprised and wondered what the mentor was working on because he looked very cool. And Benjamin started yelling at his sister that she was doing nothing, and the mentor was not allowing himself to rest, and she understood him and said she would train. He opened his eyes and saw the space-time reversal of the golden elixir, and he was happy that he had managed to do it. He was congratulated on his new spell and asked if he wanted to try it right now. Once here, he tried to avoid danger and thought that the further he moved, the more chances he would have to get home. He was sad even to develop with all this, and especially with his disciples. But even if he left, he didn't have to worry about them, and the sect would be in good hands. He told Vinogradinka that if he was unable to return, all his powers would be transferred to Mia, including his management. He activated the scroll and didn't know what would happen next, but he dared to do anything, no matter what. The light was very bright. You couldn't just look at it. He opened his eyes and was flying downward and could not realize where he was. He saw the city and thought he had managed to get home, but at the bottom he saw a countdown button. He realized that he would only be able to spend one day here, and time was running out. He quickly packed up and hurried home, because he didn't have a minute to lose. He opened the door with joy and shouted to every member of the family that he was back. But the family, who were eating dinner, could not understand anything and looked at him in surprise. The man became stern and would ask the boy why he broke into their house. Chris was puzzled and asked who he was, and the girl took a photo from the shelf. She showed her husband the photo and asked if it was him standing in an embrace with his father. They noticed that the guy in the photo and the one in front of them looked like two peas in a pod. The boy rushed to him because it turned out that he was his uncle, and his father told him a lot of things, and Chris asked where his mom, dad, and brother were. After these words, he lowered his uncle's hand and looked at the table where there were two signs and candles lit near them. When they came to the table, he said that his father himself had put them there. Christian felt a lot of pain and started to cry a lot. He could not believe that his parents were dead. His nephew said that since he disappeared, his parents have not stopped to find him. He told me how they walked the streets of the city and asked passers-by if they had seen you, showing them your photo. That my grandparents did not lose hope and did not give up until the last moment, when my grandfather fell down on the street and did not regain consciousness. He added that when his grandfather passed away, his grandmother never stopped beating herself up. She began to sit in a dark room and punish herself for not being able to save her husband and son, but she believed that Chris was alive to the last. As a result of these experiences, she became blind. Her last words were that she asked his brother to find him because she felt he was still alive and he had promised her that. Christian grabbed his nephew's hand and asked where his brother was because he had to be alive. The boy brought Chris to the hospital, where his brother was lying on a ventilator and his son wanted him to see who he had brought. His brother recognized him and reached out to touch his silhouette with his hand. Chris said he was back and wanted to know what had happened to him. And now he and their parents could be at peace, and now their souls could find peace. And the heart support device started beeping, and a solid white line appeared on the screen, and my son started shouting to it. The doctors came to the ward and asked them to leave so that they would not block the passage. Chris was in despair. He came home and there was no one there, and his brother died in his arms from the last stage of stomach cancer. The guy was desperate, but he thought that death was a long-awaited deliverance from suffering. Chris noted that his brother had always been in perfect health and did not understand why he was so seriously ill. The guy was angry and said that he had often dreamed about how their family's life might have turned out if he hadn't been there at all. Chris began to imagine different developments as if they were happy, or as if his brother was asking the officer if there was any news about him. He watched his nephew walk away and realized that everything should have turned out differently. He began to blame himself for everything that happened to them, because if he hadn't disappeared then, his family would have been fine. He wanted it to be so, and the price of his cultivation would be money if he could not change the fate of his loved ones. Christian moved back to his room and was stunned by what he saw. The system told him he had serious injuries, but he didn't care and set a task to clear his abilities to come back at a specific moment. To improve the spell, you need to break through to a higher stage, but it cannot detect which stage is required. Chris was angry at the analysis and that he didn't know what stage it would take to perfect the spell. Christian was getting worse, but he will work on each breakthrough until he achieves a result, and if he lives long enough, he will definitely return. Someone started knocking on his door and he quickly wiped the blood from his lips. As Mia was recounting all the events, she was very angry. First, there was a pillar of light, then a dark sky, and finally it disappeared. William and John were still standing behind them and were surprised by this and then asked if he was okay. Christian recalled all the moments with his students, how he raised and taught them, and how they had fun together. He hugged his students and tried to reassure them that everything was fine. He also petted William and John and told them that with them, no matter what happens, everything will be fine. He was sitting in a dungeon and realized that he had been so distracted by cultivation that he had completely forgotten about looking into the future. He opened a fortune-telling compass, and apparently their future was not at all cloudless. He saw erupting volcanoes and had to do something. He thought that he did not offend anyone on the central continent and did not understand who wanted to destroy his sect, and looked at the clones who said that he was using them as slaves. From what he saw, a werewolf in the fusion stage will come for him when there is no opponent near him, similar to Grace in the fusion stage. Christian noticed that Venohradinka had managed to contact the werewolf world and wondered what the badgers had found. And the system reported that they were able to dig up iron ore, consciousness retention ore, and medium-quality all-purpose ore. He had grandiose plans and said that he would let them continue digging, and as soon as they found something valuable, they should send it right away, because there are never too many resources. Chris ran to keep Grace by his side and ordered them to work on creating a shield of steadfastness, and the clone threatened him that they would find him hanged. Christian came to the beautiful lady and said hello. He said he wanted to consult her about cultivation. She ran to him and jumped on him because she could have used his help too, and put her finger to his lips to keep him quiet. He stood there like a stone, because his blood pressure always rose in her company. He compared hard work to selling yourself and standing at the same weight, which leads to liver failure. The girl grabbed him and asked him what questions he had about cultivation. She snuggled closer and asked in her ear what they could do in her house. She wrapped her arms around his nose and explained that it would be a little tight when moving, and Chris was surprised at this ability, if he could do it too. They moved to a beautiful meadow, and there were exquisite temples nearby. Fairies came out from under the flowers and whispered that their mistress was not alone and that it was her new husband. But the guy just said that he was visiting. She went up the stairs and called him and said that no one could find a better place to cultivate than her temple of the knowledge of truth. He had to pull himself together and make sure to buy time to keep her close to him for at least a month. She explained that she was cultivating the method of the 100 passions, and if his sect helped her make a breakthrough, she would thank them in a way he had never dreamed of. A maid came to the girl and told her that one of the villages with the civilians was under attack and asked her to come help. She asked me to report to the Council of Elders that she might be on the verge of a breakthrough and let them find a replacement for her for about a month. Chris was frightened and scared. He saw a teleportation ring above the sect, and it was the same enemy who was trying to lure his defender away. When the guy arrived with the snake, we were amazed at the defense he had built for himself. He could not understand why he still felt the aura of a warrior at the stage of merging. The snake said that they had not succeeded in luring her out and would come back later. Chris exhaled because it turns out that he got away with it this time and managed to buy some time for himself. Grace started stroking him and telling him that he wasn't focused enough. She clung to him and asked him what he was thinking about. The guy was on the verge of a breakdown. He was trying to control himself around this lady. He quickly got up and ran away, saying that he was very tired today and offered to continue tomorrow. Grace was shocked. The girl waved goodbye to him and agreed to do so, saying that she would see him tomorrow. A month later, he was back in the dungeon cultivating, and the clones noticed that he was more energetic than usual, because everyone resists temptation somewhere. Chris continued to create the shield, and Vinegradinka congratulated him on the successful creation of the legendary shield. One of the clones made a joke that now he wouldn't have to sell his body. He looked like a saint because now his body was no longer subject to worldly temptations. Lightning began to strike the snake from the sky, and it began to wriggle in pain. Chris noticed that her clicks were too high for him, and he was too much for her, so he pressed the lightning attack button. The snake was amazed that they noticed it so immediately and could not understand how it happened. The students noticed that the sky had turned black and that there was something in the sky, and one of them decided to quickly report it. Parts of the werewolves began to appear from the portal, threatening that everyone would die. The snake crawled out of the portal and laughed and called them miserable people, and the boy finally saw them because he had been waiting for them. It was furious because it didn't understand who he was that dared to attack it. He introduced himself, and with the appearance of the shield of steadfastness, no beast will pass unnoticed, especially the one he has been waiting for. He began to show off and brag to him and repeat again that he had been waiting for him, that the snake was so angry that he was so damned annoying. He started spitting and attacking the barrier, and at first Chris got scared, but then he calmed down and said that he was rude. The werewolf promised to make him his slave and would practice killing so many werewolves in his sect that he would forge for them for hundreds of years. Christian got angry with him and said that his leaving with spit would not be tolerated and called Vinegradinka. The system reported that a dozen celestial weapons were ready, and another 360 cannons and thunder cannons were ready to teach him a lesson. He was stern and said he would show what would happen to anyone who neglected hygiene. Mia laughed at the werewolf, saying that he wouldn't last long in their land, and Benjamin felt bad because he couldn't fulfill his dream of saving his mentor. The snake got angry with him and said that he had already gotten it and quickly started crawling toward the barrier. Chris said that today he would demonstrate how to act against fast opponents at the merger stage, and he summoned his war dolls to attack the enemy. Mia started screaming that it was the same scoundrel, and he had made a doll out of him, and he loved her the most. Her brother saw this and asked her to calm down. Chris explained that the first step was to lure the enemy out and sent a flower and silk net at him. And they pointed it in the right direction and saw the snake trying to evade it. Christian activated a heavy water cupule formation through the system, and jets of water rose rapidly upward. The snake was caught in the middle and had no way to escape, thus limiting the maneuver for the fast enemy and depriving them of their main advantage. The snake was coming back, and he didn't understand whether Chris wanted to lock him up here, because he was making it worse for himself, because he would stay here with him and called him crazy. And the werewolf spat on him, and the ball flew right at his mentor, and he was a little scared of it. He hissed and said that no one could survive the effects of his poison. But the doll boy shielded him from the poison, and he was amazed by this because he did not expect it. Chris was furious because again this cattle spitting, ill-mannered, but the beast didn't believe it, because he was only at the stage of the golden elixir, and he was getting away with it. Chris stood firm, because if the shield hadn't protected him from the spit, he would have given up on his blacksmithing career. The snake did not like this and believed that such a dangerous biped should not be left alive. He formed a triangle and said that when the enemy has exhausted the tricks he could use to catch you off guard, he can pull out his trump cards. And Christian began to use his magic ability of the many-armed Buddha. And in addition, he threw up a burning mantle, and the descent of the golden raven hit the snake with all its might, which began to spit. The mentor drew his sword and announced that the lesson was over. But the werewolf was not going to give up and wanted to show him where he belonged. A green flower began to appear, releasing a green jet, and the doll tried to hold it back. Benjamin got up and shouted to his mentor, and Mia asked if it was time to help him. He said that now he would understand what the stage of fusion was, because no one had ever managed to leave his area of darkness. He said that when his soul began to decompose, and when his area of darkness covered the sect, they would become part of him. Scary silhouettes began to climb towards Chris and his doll, ordering them to die and laughing at him. But he did not give up and began to form a kind of formation in the middle of this area. He was breathing heavily and asked if all those people were killed by him. He laughed and said yes, because he adores human souls, and there is something in them that strengthens him much more than the souls of werewolves. Something started pulling at his pants, and he saw a little girl who said she was in pain. He stroked the little girl and said that he would soon put her out of her misery. He asked Hrdinka to use 20% of her spiritual energy to strengthen the dolls at the stage of mastering emptiness. The spiritual energy broke free and flew straight to the area of the serpent's darkness to strengthen the doll that was near the mentor. Mia was shocked because it was supplies from the spiritual liquid pond, and John waved his hands because it turns out that the mentor needs it. And then Christian tried to use the multi-armed Buddha again with the help of a doll. Chris summoned a fire dragon and unleashed a serpent in the area of darkness. The dragon swallowed the flower, and the werewolf who was nearby was amazed by this. He took the serpent with his paws and began to squeeze it so hard that its scales began to fall off. The dragon began to stretch it, causing indescribable pain. And the last element was to grill it, and now Chris knew what they were going to eat for the evening. They were going to have a barbecue. And he shot a fiery arrow into the throat of the beast, which passed completely through its oblong body. The snake kebab from the chef of the Golden Dragon was ready. The soul of the beast came out, and he did not expect that they would end there. He threatened him that he would come back for him, and the dragon had already opened its mouth to eat him. Christian started running to stop him, because it was his battle trophy, and he had no right to open his mouth. But the dragon did not listen to him, and blew to throw him away. But when he turned, the snake on the arrow had disappeared. Christian landed and realized that he had to be careful with that weirdo and rubbed his face. His students started running to him, asking if he was okay. He put on his glasses and proudly stood in front of them and asked if they had followed the battle closely and had taken notes. The students praised him. John said that this battle would be the stuff of legend and song, and Benjamin asked when their mentor would be able to teach them how to summon a dragon. He looked up because he heard someone approaching. He noticed Grace flying on a blue whale and calling out to him, which made him shudder. He began to pretend that he felt severe chest pain and said that he urgently needed to lie down and rest. He fell down holding the statuette, and Mia looked at her mentor with a confused expression. The girl blocked the lady's passage and explained that the mentor needed some peace now and that she might be able to visit him later. She laughed and offered to give them a ride home, clapping on her whale. The student said that she didn't need to force herself because their dolls would do the job perfectly and pointed to them. He smiled lightly and praised his student for finding her way around quickly. He was put on a stretcher and carried away by his disciples, and his return to the sect could have been triumphant if they had not carried him. Christian was sitting in a dungeon, sorting through a bag of iron ore, spiritual iron, and healing raw materials from the werewolf world. Hrdinka reported that she had analyzed the contents of the hollow bone found in the snake of darkness, and Chris was interested in the result. He came closer and asked me what they had found during the search. He was impressed, and now it was enough to level up many modular weapons to the legendary class and asked if he wanted to start. Chris was already tired, and unfortunately he had only mastered 2 divine-class celestial runes, because the multi-modular apparatus could have been cooler. Henry was annoyed that his friend was saying that a small mistake in applying the rune formation and there would be no legendary class weapon. Chris knew and understood all this, and he just had to put the finishing touches on it. A small cannon began to descend, and Henry did not understand what it was. The satellite was covered with a shell, and a magical connection connected the 3 elements, the satellite, the cannon, and him. Christian looked at his hand in amazement and did not understand where these streams of spiritual energy came from. Flows from the hands went through the vessels to the central source. Slowly, his golden elixir went through the stages of its perfection. He did not believe that this spiritual energy could advance him to the birth of a spirit. John was frightened and asked his mentor if a celestial spirit had just put a seed in his body. Chris was shocked and looked at his large, rounded stomach. He got angry and hit him on the head to stop him from talking nonsense. But in a moment, he saw his stomach light up and he didn't realize it. John had already managed to put on his helmet and picked up a frying pan when his mentor started yelling at him that he had cursed at him. He felt indescribable pain and fell to his knees, curling up into a ball. His stomach continued to grow, and Henry ran up to him and asked if he was okay. The guy was excited and said that he could see his fetus moving, and Chris shut him up because he was a prophet and asked him if he wanted to kill him. He sat down and looked at his belly and said that his baby was glowing. He clung to the ground and could not believe that heaven had really decided to use his body to bear their fruit. Inside the glowing ball, something was gradually stretching, and that's why the guy felt a lot of pain. A dark pillar appeared and broke through the roof of the hut. It was connected to a satellite and had runes on it, and the whole pole was electrified. The guy fell and was in despair, wondering why he couldn't break through the system in his full prime. He was helped up and realized that he was an unused stream of energy that had to be transformed into something. So Chris handed over control of the last weapon to Vinogradinka, and from then on, he would be known as the Werewolf Destroyer. He was exhausted and was put on a wheelchair, and the system reported that it had taken control of the Werewolf Destroyer. The weapon rose above the Sect, and the laser cannon module, railgun module, and sensing module were ready for use. The mentor stepped back a bit. They had finished with the previous one, and now they had to deal with more urgent problems. Henry was reading a book about pregnancy care and instantly flew out of the room with his mouth covered with superglue. Christian was still concerned about what was happening to him and stroked his stomach. He wanted to see what it was, so he closed his eyes, and spiritual energy flowed from the center of his head. He was surprised to see an egg-shaped thing wrapped in something with runes. He touched it, and if he removes this rune seal, it will become a part of him. He touched it completely with his palm and made sure that it was really alive. There was a knock on the door, and when he looked out, he saw Grace, who said she wanted a gun like that and asked him to name the price. He said that he didn't want to repeat this experience unless it was for $1 trillion, and for her it was cheap, so he said to give a deposit first and come back in 10 years. She took off her ring and threw it into his luggage and asked him if he was going to run away, and he said no, but with a sly expression. He felt the pain again and realized that this kid had a violent temper, but he didn't know who had it. The guy came closer to the door and paid attention to the sign, and it turned out that he came at the wrong time to ask for a sword to be made for him. The plaque said that he had gone to the world of dreams and asked not to be disturbed and fell asleep sweetly in his room. Julie rejoiced greatly and shouted to her husband that she had finally reached the stage of transformation of the spirit, and he was happy for her and stretched out his arms to take her and hug her. The girl rushed into his arms and the two looked very happy. The girl wanted to kiss the guy, but suddenly felt a jolt in his stomach. Julie asked Chris in surprise if he was pregnant. The guy was in shock, and this phrase was repeatedly heard in his head. He was in a panic and shouted that he was not. Chris was in the dining room eating, and a large stack of plates had already gathered around him. The students asked him if he was okay, but he was just passing through. Benjamin offered to make tea, but Mia didn't understand how he could eat so much. Henry brought his signature wontons with steamed meat and put them in front of his friend, and the latter started eating them so fast that the guy even cracked a little. Chris liked them very much and asked us to make another 5 kilograms, and Henry was pleased that he liked them. The children came up behind him and asked him if he didn't think he had already eaten too much and offered him tea, and Mia asked him what was wrong. The mentor turned to them and began by saying that something was really happening to him and that he had something in his stomach, but he did not have time to say what. Henry shouted out with impatience that he had a baby in his belly and started laughing and tried to show it with gestures. Amy and Benjamin were shocked to hear that. He began to tell them that their mentor had been chosen by heaven and no one knew what would happen there, but they would still love him. Chris didn't show any emotion. He was running through different thoughts in his head and wanted to shut his friend up when a plate accidentally fell. He explained that a clot of energy had formed inside him, probably of celestial origin, but it was sealed, so he wanted to feed it. and he wanted to have the strength to break it down and asked if he had explained it clearly, and the students started shaking their heads frantically in shock. But Mia couldn't understand the difference between increased appetite and normal pregnancy, and Henry was hysterical and breathing into a bag on the floor. I came and told him about a couple of orders for dolls, a part of the royal stage, and an invitation to a talent competition, and Chris was interested. They read a letter stating that the competition would be held in 3 places with students of the same stage, and the winners would receive items of the legendary class. Chris put the letter on the table, and now they had to decide who would represent their sect. The tutor began to rejoice and jump that he was definitely a legendary class item, and Mia asked if pregnant women could jump like that, and everyone said no. He was so happy that everyone began to worry about him and the child. He fell face down and shouted that he needed help, and a cripple with a doll approached him. Chris pouted and drove away, and the student shouted that he should be more careful in his position, but Henry assured her that he had already realized that. Christian was sailing on the Sect's ship and was in despair. He did not know when it would stop terrorizing him. William pulled the guy who was resisting with all sorts of methods, and his mentor paid attention to them. He said that he was Anthony and had a great talent for building sword formations, but because he had no money, he transferred to ordinary swordsman. But the boy screamed and refused, saying that he preferred to wield one sword, but William asked him not to lie to them. Christian got curious and, to find out, he used magic and held his hand in front of the boy's face. He asked him to close his eyes and not to be afraid, and a blue glow appeared in his palms. He heard the murmur of water and looked up to see a beautiful sky and admired it. Then he saw a lot of swords shining in different colors and flying over him, and he was standing in the water among hundreds of swords. And a sword appeared in front of him, shining with a golden glow, and the boy was surprised. Anthony stood and watched as this golden one descended among 1,000 swords in the sky. Christian asked the boy to say what he wanted most, and William joined him, asking him to speak from the heart. He started crying and said that he wanted to learn sword formations, and his mentor was not surprised, only saying that he already knew someone like that. He was pleased and gave him 2 more swords and a manual describing basic formations so that he could study for his health, because their sect takes care of its students. The student asked him what was wrong, and he explained that he had a friend whom he had not seen for a long time, and he was probably undergoing a transformation of the spirit. Alex sneezed, and his assistant asked him to rest more and take care of himself because you can get sick so quickly. The blacksmith gave him 5 6th grade swords, and he can still make 14 5th grade swords, but it will take 3 months. The boy took the sword and looked at it, and his grandfather asked him if he should buy new scissors, but he didn't understand what the point was. They weren't despicable, but he didn't have enough money for that because he spent all his money on swords. Alex started whining that there were no financial problems with his brother Chris, and his grandfather started yelling at him not to be a wimp and that a talent competition was coming up. Alex opened the letter and read it, and his eyes lit up at the thought of this competition and especially the legendary class subject. He shouted that he was going to register and hid behind the clouds. One has become the head of a sect, and the other is interrupted by occasional earnings, and although fate has scattered them, they will be brought together again in the city of the Heavenly Forge. The children were delighted. Anthony said that there are pre-divinity classroom items here, and John liked the Tower of Illusions and wants to try it out. Christian stood in front of them and wanted them to notice that Benjamin and Mia were shocked when they looked at him. He shouted and started waving his hands and asking whoever wanted to take part in the talent competition to raise their hand. And the students began to come up with various excuses that someone was not fighting in the open or that they were interested in the tower and slowly gave up on the idea. Everyone said goodbye to the mentor and started running away, leaving him alone, and the mentors shouted for them to stop, but the children did not listen. Chris got angry and grabbed all 4 of them and asked who would get the legendary class item for him, and Benjamin volunteered, saying he wanted to flatter them. He began to hug his pet and said that he had no doubts about him and gave him a couple of magical powers so that he could destroy everyone and take the youth with him. John and William tried to get their mentor to go see the Tower of Illusions, and Mia was having lunch with him. The boys left happy, and to make up with the student, he said he was going shopping and asked who wanted to get her attention. Mia's mood immediately lifted, and her eyes lit up at the thought of going shopping, and her mentor told her to follow him. She asked him for a minute to fix her hair, and he said that she would do it when she bought a lot of new clothes, and the girl was very happy. Alex was already walking away from the registration desk when Benjamin passed him in the opposite direction and was amazed at how many people were there. The guy replaced him and mentioned that his mentor had recognized him as a level 5 danger and that he was the same protagonist he was avoiding. As soon as they missed each other, the student decided to warn Christian as soon as possible so that he could be on the lookout. Mia didn't understand why he was looking at everything, because here the weapon is inferior to teaching what kind of dolls are made, but looking at them broadens his horizons. He said that the beret looked great on her and that she was the most beautiful in the city, and he saw that someone had sent him a message and Mia asked who it was. He read from his student that he saw the main character, and Chris panicked because he had just escaped from his island and had already come across him. Alex looked in the door and asked if they were forging, and Chris jumped when he heard his voice, and the girl turned around and was shocked too. While he was standing in the doorway, his mentor jumped aside like a scalded man. The boy noticed that this young man looked very much like a friend of his heart, and Mia tried to talk him out of it. Chris turned around and started shouting that he was her fiancé and couldn't stand such smarmy cretins harassing his fiancé. He grabbed the girl and ran out. The boy who was sitting and eating looked at this love triangle, and Alex was shocked and wanted to explain everything. He ran out of the store like a madman and hit people on his way. And I was glad that he had a good reaction, because otherwise they would not have turned away from him. The next day, there was a battle at the foundation stage, and Anthony competed and used the 5 elements formation. Chris noticed that although he was talented, he had met a stronger opponent, and he was unlucky to meet such an opponent from the Flying Sword Sect. The enemy was attacking him and realized that something was up. He swung his sword, but Anthony blocked his blow, although it was difficult to restrain him. Alex was sorry and hurt to see how many swords were broken, so he decided to give him a couple of them after the battle that he didn't need. The swordsman grandfather rolled his eyes and asked if he decided to play the benefactor because he had so much money at his age that he would not have dreamed of at that time. The enemy put a sword to his neck and said that his formation was broken and he had lost, and the guy started crying, but he did not want to give up. He got up and charged with his sword at the enemy, who was slightly shocked. He dangled the swords in front of him and said that he was not finished yet, and the opponent himself was not against it. And Alex was shocked that he still had a spare set of swords. Anthony was lying in the arena, sighing heavily, when it was announced that the guy from the Flying Sword Sect had won the foundation duel. The grandfather asked why he was wasting his time here, and the boy wanted to have a rest sometimes and saw the groom crossing the room and heading for the losing contestant. Anthony bowed to the senior mentor and apologized, but he did not scold him and said that everything was fine. He said that he just didn't have the experience, and then he would develop an individual training plan, and Alex jumped from the stands behind him. He approached Chris, said hello, and explained that they had a misunderstanding. He continued that he did not torture the girl because they had known each other for a long time, and when Chris returned, he said that he had confused him, and he closed his mouth. Alex apologized to him because he mistook him for someone else from behind, and his mentor put his finger on his mouth to stop him from saying anything and said that it happens. Christian was angry because Mia was right that he had found him here and told them to get out of here quickly, and the student was surprised that he had grown up again. A guy was watching them as Benjamin was telling him on the pond how the food was prepared here and that it was still full of spiritual energy, so he wanted to order it. He quickly ran to the table and grabbed his hand, greeting him, and the student asked who he was. Alex said that he knew Mia, but before he could prove it, he saw a pregnant woman who was scared and said that he was hurting her. When the scalded man took his hands away and explained that she looked like his friend, the woman was surprised and could not believe that this had happened when they met, as she was married before. All the people in the cafe started whispering to each other and pointing fingers at him, saying that he had met the girl in front of her fiancé, and he started apologizing and running away. She began to cry that he had hurt her, but the student had already said that he could stop pretending and picked up the device. Chris was glad that now they were writing about him as a pervert and that he had to go to the police. But for some reason, he was scaring his student with his behavior. The bells rang and announced that participants from the Royal Swordsman and Green Hills sects would meet in the final stage of the spirit transformation. The enemy was happy to see him and beat him up, shouting that he was a pervert. Alex dodged and tried to explain that it was a misunderstanding. The warrior activated his magic ability, a mariachi of crushing fists, and rushed at him. But Alex was hardly surprised and drew his sword to repel the attack. He formed a shield in front of him, which stopped his fists, but the enemy did not give up. Chris thought, because his sword looked like it had been forged by a novice, that it would only be suitable for cutting fish. He watched the battle and thought that at this stage he should have been a starving man and wondered what went wrong in his life. Alex was angry with the werewolves who had driven him out of the Forbidden Lands because he had found resources and had a normal sword that he wasn't ashamed to use. The warrior did not expect anything more from him than molesting boys and pregnant women. The boy sighed heavily and called his swordsman grandfather, who asked if he wanted to take him out on his hill again. His grandfather inhabited him and activated the magical ability to strike 9 clots of chaos and pointed his swords toward the enemy. With each count, he found it harder and harder to hold back his cold sweat. Alex was proud of himself that he didn't have to launch an entire attack, while the defeated man sat next to him in complete shock. Christian was shocked by the cheating if he suddenly rose up and turned the tide of the match because it was all about his mentor's magic ring. Benjamin got in touch and asked if his mentor had already come to the podium because his final was about to start and he couldn't see him. He stood up and stretched a bit because he had to run to the next stand to see his student. Opponents of the 2 sects of the Sacrament of the Spirit and the Divine Spirit have already appeared in the arena. Mia was rooting for her brother, even though the opponent was quite strong, and the other viewers did not believe in him and considered him not an opponent of the Thousand Ways sect. Christian was disappointed because his student was not a favorite of the audience, and now he would not see the subject in the form of a legendary class. They started the fight with the first magical ability, Polar Night, but the enemy was not impressed, and in what was his signature move, there was bad news for him. Benjamin was sitting on the beast and decided to focus on defense while he tried to wear him down. The guy was annoyed and agreed to play by his rules. Chris tried to catch it with his ice tricks. When the enemy landed, he had blood coming out of his mouth, and he praised him because he had underestimated his opponent at first. Benjamin thanked him for his kind words and stood up on the beast, activating the multi-armed Buddha. I started throwing fireballs at him, but he covered himself with a shield. The shield was burned, but the guy did not give up and said that he was exhausted. Benjamin raised his hand, and 3 black balloons with skulls appeared above him. The guy didn't care what the shells were filled with, because his shield would hold out, and he hoped that he would soon exhaust his spiritual energy. The guy barely survived the attacks and bombs that fell on him. The guy vomited after the attack and will have to pay a fine of 500 spiritual stones. He felt bad and said that he had used a sneaky trick and thought that it would make him admit defeat. The guy asked if I could make him change his mind because his mentor told him that the best defense is an attack. They were wearing gas masks because they couldn't stand the smell, and she said that her brother was capable of creativity. He ran away as fast as he could and said that it was not over yet and that he was afraid of revenge. The end of the duel was announced, and Benjamin from the Sacrament of the Spirit sect won. The enemy was in a panic because they could not wash that stench off you. A guy came up to him and said he would help him with it, and the guy was placed in a pink shell. The disciple asked him to forgive him because in battle, all resources are good, and the witch loves to win. So he asked him not to hold grudges, but he did not care. They shook hands, and then the guy made a pained expression on his face and said that he was just lucky this time. Then Benjamin invited him to tea at the sect if he didn't shit himself anymore, but the guy didn't even want to listen. Everyone was surprised that he won, because according to the calculations, he was supposed to take second place, but because he's shocked, the opponent could not stand it. The guy handed the thing over to his mentor and said that he didn't need it anymore, and he would come up with a better use for it. Chris was surprised by the disc of the 9 dragons because it could be added to the formation protecting their island. He thanked me for the gift and promised to make a legendary class item for him one day. The mentor told his students that now they were not afraid of their enemies at the stage of merger and could go travel wherever they wanted. Mia wanted to look for treasure again, and William wanted to visit the famous school of unsurpassed swordsmen, and they all went to the ship. Chris smiled at them as they left, even though he was very sad in his heart, but he had to keep smiling. The mentor gave his pet the essence of the water element, and he increased the power of his water technique by 50%. Chris was very bored that even the fish hadn't been biting lately and asked Vina Hrdinka if there was any news. She reported that 3 werewolves in the northern borders of the sect had been spotted at the stage of fusion and asked whether to follow the elimination protocol. He got excited and told her to get the werewolf fighter and that the party would start soon. There were 3 poor animals, a snake, a badger, and a tiger, and they wanted to take away the energy clot of the dead spirit because the sect invented it and they are now the executors. The tiger was angry and told them to communicate telepathically or to shut up because someone from the people could hear them. The badger sensed the danger in the air and confirmed that the spirit clot was in the inexhaustible lake and wanted to find it as soon as possible and escape. They felt a light breeze swaying a couple of blades of grass, and the tiger asked if he had already had lunch. In front of the animals, something rushed through the tiger's face and made a big hole, and blood splashes flew. They started shouting and making a fuss, saying that we had to go underground. Chris liked it and decided to get them underground with his railgun and gave Vino permission. And the weapon attacked the pit, and its shell went straight into the pit. He quickly caught up with the werewolves, and when they turned around, they were very frightened. The beaver was trying his best to dig the ground because he was so scared and carried the spirits of a tiger and a snake on his back. A clone approached him and asked if he was lost, and he was frightened and stunned when he saw him. The badger began to transform, and instead of him appeared a boy who asked to be pleased with him and sealed the mouths of both of his friends with spirits. Chris checked the information, and it was true. So Vino asked if he wanted to kill her or turn her into a pet. He was touched because he was very cute, and pangolins are listed in the Red Book, and he began to actively pet him. Christian took the 2 werewolf spirit clots and put them in the werewolf ball and asked him why they came here. He timidly explained that they had come to take away the spirit of the serpent of darkness that was supposed to be in the inexhaustible lake. Chris listened to him and began to think about whether he was telling the truth and whether the price was really a clot of darkness. He began to stare and asked if he knew the exact location, but the guy said that he was either possessing someone or attached to someone's body, but he did not know the details. The guy looked at him and said that he had no other choice. He took off his pants and started peeing in the lake, saying that he was wondering who had scared all the fish away and had no beak. And a frog with the spirit of a snake of darkness jumped out of the water, threatening to kill him. But the guy caught the clot and imprisoned it in a werewolf ball. The fool wanted to have a party, and the main competition was juggling werewolf balls. After he caught the clot, a giant turtle with shells jumped out of the water and began to apologize. The turtle was very angry, and Chris explained that he had forgotten that they were also in the lake and was very ashamed of his behavior. He wanted to change the subject and asked when her sons had managed to grow up so much and cultivate the attributes of ice, fire, and thunderstorms, and he was glad that his student was being fed pills. The turtle leaned toward him and howled, and he translated that it wanted to go with its children to the endless sea so that they could receive their inheritance. Christian was very sorry, but he agreed and asked them to return no later than 20 years later. Even though it's not a short time, even then it will be disgusting to return to the sport without the lake, and Chris shouted for them to return, because with the lake, his heart was also empty. He realized that he needed a replacement, but the badger started making noise that he couldn't swim, and that even if he controlled him, he would drown and die. The head set a condition that if he passed all the tests, he would become the Sect's protector, but the badger made a fuss that he had already told all the secrets, and he would have to let him go and fall asleep. And that was the first lesson I learned from Christian, that you can't stop thinking about self-defense for a second. Chris stood in the middle of a large magical circle, for he had a serious job to do. He had collected the werewolf spirit clots for a reason, and he had to use them. Borsuk shared a method of unbending the spirit, where you can release spiritual energy and direct it to strengthen an object, but it is dangerous to test it on people. But this technique was supposed to work on the island, and if it did, he had to ask the council whose people had them and order the system to embed them in the dragon's disc. The shifter bolus was embedded in the 9 dragons disc, and the growth process was successful. Chris was pleased with the result and the fact that he was right. Golden dragons appeared in the sky, and the students on the ground panicked and began to run, but someone tried to calm them down. It was raining on the disciples, but it was not just any rain, it was spiritual rain, and one of the disciples shouted that he had broken through. And the disciples began to praise the senior mentor and thank him for pampering them. He asked Vino if it was a stupid thing to do, and asked how long the spiritual energy of those 3 werewolves could burn. He began to plan a takeoff scheme, which now has a task for impenetrable badgers, and he will need a lot of dead werewolves. In the werewolf world where badgers worked, the system announced a new task, that it needed clumps of spirits of the spirit birth stage and higher, and that the more the better. The badgers left their tools behind and wanted to go after the clan of night dogs, because they had been bothering them for a long time and they had to deal with them. They began to revolt, saying that they should be killed and the clots should be collected for their master, and shouted death to the night dogs. A guy from the Thousand Ways sect called the master and asked if he wanted to collect data outside the sky and that they had taken the doll. He was lying down and resting. He explained that he only wanted to be allowed to get on board, and that he knew how to collect and take photos, and asked if it was a problem. They were happy to help him and kindly invited the doll on board and asked Chris to send it with them next time. They would be happy to have his company. He shrugged it off and laughed at it, because why would he risk it if a clone could do everything? Because it even sounds dangerous, and he would go when he created a starship. He was wondering if he could meet any scaly-type star animals here, and a boy ran up to Vinogradinka and asked why he was always silent, because Master Chris said he was smart. The system thought that talking to him would take away half of his calculated power, but the guy hung around him and asked what he was doing. When they started attacking the ship, everyone started panicking and running to their cabins, and the system pushed the guy away because he needed to collect information during the battle. The disciples were circling the Supreme Teacher and asking him to run away because none of them knew how to pilot during the heavenly battle and they might die. The mentor was angry with them because they were trainees and learned nothing, or they hoped that the Heavenly Robbery Sect would allow them to collect resources in peace. He was very angry that this ship had a very complicated combat mode and could not figure out all these buttons and calculations. The master was about to command the enemy, but his disciples interrupted him and cried that without him they would only lose the ship. He angrily shouted at them that they knew what they were doing and that if all the loot went to rebuild the ship because of them, he would skin them. A light pole passed through the ship and an alarm went off on the computer that the ship's side was badly damaged. The man thought about it and said that it couldn't go on like this and decided to distract them so that they could escape because he saw no other way out. Vinogradinka continued to analyze the damage to the ship and compare the results 6 hours later. The man told the students to run away while he bought them some time, but they started crying and said they would not go anywhere without him. He turned slightly to them and felt sorry for them and asked if they died with them, who would avenge him. Vinogradinka came through the door and threw the Supreme Mentor away, and the students had to catch him. But he had one condition. If he could do it, then 80% of the spoils would go to his master. The man was shocked because he did not know who he was and came closer to him to ask whose he was. The guy began to drink the system, explaining that it was Master Christian's from the Sacrament of the Spirit sect and that he had asked him to come aboard, but now he would live it out. The senior mentor stopped him and asked if he was created to calculate operations and if he could handle piloting the ship. He proudly said that 99% of the time he successfully rescued them from the situation, and the remaining cases accounted for 1%. The man took him with him and said that he would sit at the main control and pilot. Vinogradinka asked to fasten his seatbelt because it would shake, because neglect of safety could lead to tears of its owner. Someone asked him if he would really entrust such a responsible mission to a doll that came from somewhere. The mentor turned on the serious mode and his shirt tore. He said angrily that it was better than just waiting for them to die. The doll began to control the ship and move quickly through space. The senior mentor watched him fly the ship and was scared for those flights. The students began to shout with joy that they had managed to dodge and were amazed that he had calculated the trajectory, firepower, and the pairing of the projectiles. The man was amazed and put his hand on the doll's shoulder and praised it, and he promised to reward his owner generously for his help upon his return. At that time, Chris was preparing some goodies for himself when the system came to him with an urgent message from his clone. When I asked what to do when my mechanical arm was broken, the mentor was furious and said that I should demand financial compensation. On board the ship, everyone was angry, and the senior mentor asked if he could manage with one hand. The system explained that it had been sent repair runes and was currently undergoing repairs. But he also noted that this did not exempt him from financial compensation, and the man was desperate. On the ship of the Heavenly Robbers, the boy already thought that the enemy ship was being commanded by someone experienced. But as it turned out, they were just lucky. The worker reported that the enemy had dodged their shell again and that their ship was damaged, and the guy was in shock. The ship's crew created a protective energy shield around Vinogradinka's clone just in case his mentor broke anything again. 2 powerful explosions occurred in space, and the mission could now be considered successfully completed. The man felt sad that talented employees were not appreciated and that his owner did not want to treat him as a human being. He ran to the doll and hugged it, crying, saying that he would save it from its owner and it would become the most respected pilot in the Thousand Paths sect. He jumped out of his arms, and the original received a request for an audio package with foul language and a report on the successful completion of the mission. The Supreme Master of the Thousand Ways came to visit Christian's sect of the Mystery of the Spirit. The clone tried to escape from the man's clutches and asked him to let go, but he did not listen and said that he needed him as he needed him. Christian came out to greet Master Christopher, but he didn't understand why the clone was torn apart if it wasn't meant for combat. He showed the screen and said that he would soon receive his reward, and he also wanted to buy his doll and wanted him to name the price. Christian smiled and explained that this doll was a clone of the main invention and could not be sold, and he did not know if he would be able to create something like this again. The man was serious and didn't care what Chris would do if he couldn't sell or create. The clone asked me to get rid of my stupid fantasies because by analyzing his facial expressions, he could tell for sure that they were stupid. He put his hand on the clone and said they could discuss a temporary lease if they needed him to pilot the ship. Chris set his price at $50 billion for the flight, which freaked Christopher out and wanted to call a doctor. They started to tussle. Chris shouted that he couldn't be sure if he was financially independent, and the girl was watching. Grace coughed and greeted her mentor, who had forgotten about the system out of fear, and as a result, Christian fell to the ground with the system. In this case, he offered $20 billion for the flight thanks to Grace, and his mentor agreed to it and added that they could have avoided making a scene in the first place. The head of the sect explained that he had seen the materials from the expedition and wondered how they trained the pilots and whether they had any special simulators. Christopher said that he has a combat mode simulator developed by the Heavenly Forge sect. He showed Chris and Grace the disc and said that he couldn't pass the final test for a couple of 100 years. He activated the disc and they all rose into the air with a special magic spell. They were transported to the space where the ship was located, and the girl was impressed because it was very realistic, and Chris was reminded of the holodeck from Star Trek. He was disappointed because the graphics looked like a mosaic, and if he was developing a simulator, it would be at least 4,000. Christopher invited Christian inside and showed him the control panel and told him that there were a lot of compasses and especially buttons that were very difficult to understand and memorize. He first approached the sphere and first had to keep the ship in the right position. Many screens appeared in front of them, signaling the start of the final test. Christopher started to panic and said that he forgot to reset his progress and asked to withdraw from the challenge because he didn't see the point of starting it. He challenged himself because he thought it was no harder than a video game, and since he had a Vino he would play with cheats. 3 black and large shells were flying at the ship with 20 seconds left before impact. The older man suggested shooting down the first and third shells with light artillery and dodging the other one, but the guy didn't like the idea of wasting 2 shells. On the panel, Christian selected the button with the large caliber cartridge, and when he saw what Chris was doing, he started to tell him that he wouldn't be able to do it. But the guy asked to watch in silence and fired the weapon, and the man was shocked by his naivety because he did not believe that 1 round could hit the shells. And there was a big explosion above the ship from the shells that were flying directly at the ship. The man analyzed that the first one was hit and ricocheted off 2 more, while Grace ran to Chris praising him. The man was depressed because he had not been able to pass the test for hundreds of years, while others passed it the first time, and he said that he was not lucky. Chris was joking that he had nothing special, just a little luck and equipment, and Christopher was looking at a screen with lots of explosions. He was proud of himself for creating Vinogradinka, and now she was able to help him pass the test the first time. And on the ship's screen, a screen appeared announcing the successful completion of the test. The man wanted to take him with him and suggested that his sect should also join, but he was against it if they wanted to join his sect. And so Chris gave him the idea, and now he wants to consult with his own people. And he was shocked because he just said that as an example. The guy was angry with himself because if he offered his friends such a thing because of him, they would be offended and then not want to have anything to do with him. Grace grabbed his hand and said that she would visit them soon and explain everything and offered him a celestial ship since he knew how to fly it, but she would get 30% of the loot. He was happy to have such a rich admirer, although his child did not like her, and she added that she would have 1 more condition. She wanted to become a full-fledged mentor in their sect, because her qualifications should be enough for that. Grace winked to indicate that they had an agreement, although Chris did not give his full consent, but remained silent. He didn't care if she wanted to, let her. It wasn't like being a wife, and he had repeatedly made it clear to her that nothing could happen between them. A voice came from the portal, and the girl asked if her husband had not waited for her and found someone closer to him. He began to make excuses, telling everyone that he was almost a family man and that he would have married long ago. But she kept postponing the wedding. The girl flew in on a beautiful blue bird and said that they could get married anytime, even today, but she could not share a bed with him yet. The girl attacked him, and Chris realized that the fetus didn't like her either, and that he couldn't hug her. But if he did, he might hurt Julie. But he didn't care and decided to endure the pain and hugged his bride with joy. The girl was having fun and twirling, they couldn't get enough of each other, and Chris exhaled a sigh of relief that he had managed to get away with it this time. Rose petals appeared in his stomach, and a panda appeared near the golden ball and hugged him. She pulled in all the petals, and it was clear that she was very full, and now she was farting into a golden ball. Julie was afraid for the boy because he started shaking and asked what was wrong with him, and he explained that he was just hungry. She smiled at him and told him that it was easy to fix. The boys waited outside in the kitchen and didn't know what to expect because no one had ever seen her cooking before, and Hunter praised her for her hospitality. The girl turned around and was very beautiful and called her husband, saying that dinner was ready. They all sat down at the table and made a casual appearance in anticipation, and Julie was already bringing them lunch. Chris laughed a little and asked if she had cooked, because it smelled so good he couldn't find the words. The dish looked creepy, and one could not be sure that it was edible. The girl advised us to start eating it before it got cold, and the boys looked at it in horror. Hunter wanted to compare the dish to his feces technique, but Henry shut him up in time and said they admired how much spiritual energy was in there. And they ran away, saying that it was wrong to interfere with their company because they rarely see each other, and especially if they wanted to fulfill their marital duties. Chris started to cry because those scoundrels left him with this dish, and she blushed at his words because they weren't married yet to fulfill such responsibilities. Julie was surprised and asked him why he wasn't eating, if her dish didn't look appetizing. He decided to lie and said that he was delighted with the way it looked. The boy was very worried and resisted when she decided to feed him personally. He looked at her happy face and had to think of something to say in case he threw up. And she started feeding him, and Chris thought that they weren't married yet, and their union was already costing him a lot. He decided not to put off the torment because he just had to swallow it and forget it like a bad dream. Julie looked at him with her fascinated eyes and asked him how he liked her dish. Christian was on the verge of chewing it. Not only did it look like mucus, but it tasted terrible, and he didn't know what was more traumatizing. He could barely contain himself. He didn't know how he was supposed to reach the top when he couldn't stand his wife's cooking. Inside himself, he realized that his fetus liked it very much, and he could not understand what kind of pervert and monster was growing inside him. She noticed that he was greedy to hurry up and swallow quickly because he had gotten his mouth all dirty, and she reached out to wipe it off. The guy was very pleased to be taken care of in such a way and held his fiancée's hand near his lips. Julie was all red and scared, and she asked the man what he was doing because that's not right. He licked his lips and realized that her food was terrible, but he had never eaten food so rich in spiritual energy before in his life. The girl fell down, and the guy was scared for her, but before that, he asked her where she got the ingredients for her dish. The girl was a little ashamed because she had cooked some old fermented octopus that her mentor had given her, and Chris's heart was begging to be pounded out of her chest. He took the cabbage out of the plate and recognized it because it was grown in his sect and filled with spiritual energy, probably because it was a carrier of the heavenly spirit. He forced himself to eat it because he thought it would help the fetus to break the seal, and the girl sat opposite and admired her husband. Chris wiped his mouth and said that while she was here, he would feed him 3 times a day. Julie was very happy and excited to cook for her husband. Hunter didn't understand him and thought it was the power of love, but Henry noticed that his mentor was a very fierce guy and he was scared of him. Chris began to cry because he did not want to part with her, and especially with her food, because in just a couple of days, the seal around the fetus had broken down by half. Julia was shocked with her husband because she fed him heavily, and instead of getting better, he lost weight and looked quite sickly. She felt sad because if her mentor hadn't promised to go to the ice continent with her, she would have stayed to cook for him until the end of her days. He started to get angry about the long-distance relationship, but when Julie came close to him and kissed him on the cheek, his mood changed instantly. And she explained that she is now at the stage of spirit birth, but when she reaches the stage of transformation, she will be able to stay longer. Chris looked at her, leaving him with a kind expression on his face, and he will look forward to seeing her with his child. A student contacted the mentor and asked why he hadn't said anything about his mentor's mother flying in, because he wanted to talk to her. The mentor was strict and told her to mind her own business and collect materials to create a legendary class weapon. Mia was smart, so she called her mentor for a reason, because she had already collected everything on the list. She was so distracted by the list and the conversation with her mentor that she didn't notice she had hit a healthy guy. And in a moment, there was no one around. She didn't realize what had just happened. The mentor asked what was wrong, but only the girl wanted to tell him how she had changed her mind and happily said that she was already flying home. She was flying on an airplane, but she got under a storm cloud with lightning and it caused her to panic. She managed to leave before lightning struck the plane and destroyed it with a powerful explosion, and she watched and thought how scary life is. Before she knew it, a storm eagle at the stage of merging began to fly at her from the cloud. She was a little angry because she realized who had left her vehicle and threatened him that he would be responsible for it. It formed a ball of lightning in its beak and directed it at the girl, burning everything in its path. Mia was furious because she wanted to get home as soon as possible, and now she has to stay late because of him. After a failed attempt to attack, she panicked because something was wrong with her ring and thought it had been replaced. The eagle began to overtake her with its layers, and she began to cry and call for her mentor, saying that his favorite student had been eaten. While the eagle was burning everything and the girl was screaming, war dolls appeared above her to save her. Christian was fishing from the shore and watched from his communication device. He shouted to Vinahradinka that saving Mia was a priority. Chris was angry because whoever threatened his disciples must be punished and destroyed. Both the war doll and the clone stood in front of the Thunder Eagle, repelling its attacks with their shields. He wanted to show him what the power of technology was capable of and began to activate his clone. The clone rose from his hand, strange strands of energy appeared, and he asked her to sit downstairs for a while or hide until he figured it out. At first she did not understand, and then was very surprised when she saw wings behind her back, and they were very beautiful. He held out his hands and said that this was not all he was capable of and that she should keep looking at him. He pulled on the arrow a couple of times and the eagle started to feed, with blood spraying from under its feathers. She started circling in the sky and Chris was happy about it, saying that's what she needed. The girl ran up and gave him a big hug, saying that her mentor was the coolest. He took her by the pigtails and asked her why she couldn't handle one bird on her own, and Mia asked him not to touch them because she would explain everything. The clone brought it to her mentor, and he began to tell her off for not listening to him and still wandering around a foreign land with a full ring of treasure. She was screaming and saying that someone had replaced the ring and she was completely unarmed. Only a couple of guardian dolls were there. He noticed that the ring was very similar to the real one and that only a perfect professional could make such an exact copy without being noticed. Chris used his light and shadow technique to see the memories at the moment when the ring disappeared. He saw Mia holding the device and she began to scream that at a given moment in her memories she had no contact with anyone at all. And while watching it, he noticed strange oscillations of the flashlight and he couldn't explain it because it wasn't the wind. He reminded them that love of knowledge is the right path and taught them to always pay attention to details. He put her into a dream and put her in the training room of illusions and had to find all the differences because until then, she would not wake up. Mia was in a panic and crying, begging her mentor to sleep and get her out of there because she was already spinning in her head and had already realized everything. Chris looked angry because now it was time for the thief to be punished. The boys were amazed at the amount of treasure she had on her and the fact that someone was behind her, so they began to worry whether they would be able to escape punishment. But the guy assured me that he had worked cleanly and continued to examine the ring and saw something start to protrude from it. And from the Pignolo ring, something smelly, some green liquid. He began to kick and sweep this liquid off of him, shouting that it stank and he was going to vomit. He tried to wash away the stench, but it didn't work, and his friend asked him not to use a purification spell because it only made the situation worse. Hunter and Christian hit it off, and now they have spells that can't be broken and can command anyone. After leaving the sect, William went to the City of the Heavenly Sword, because it is there that there is a large repository of cannons and knowledge that every swordsman should have. William trained the students, and since they stood in the rack for more than an hour, they could call him a teacher, and whoever stood the longest, he prepared a gift. The girl fell to the ground and apologized to her mentor because she couldn't do it anymore. So he turned to his assistant and told him that the students could rest in his auxiliary residence and that he should take her there. William looked at them angrily, for this exercise was invented by his mentor to test the potential of future swordsmen. Because the exercise requires a lot of physical and spiritual strength for most people, but you can catch a state where you merge with the sword and you can hold on for a long time. William did not expect that there would be 2 talented students of earthly rank among his disciples. He wanted to visit the Great Vault for an unlimited time, but he needed 10,000 points, so he had to kill 100 spirit births and 10 stages of division. A guy approached him and asked if he was too ambitious at the stage of spirit birth because he was here alone, and werewolves do not walk around alone. He said that they stay in packs and with a spirit transformation leader, and so the guy decided to ask if he knew how to earn 10,000 points more easily. He boasted that he knew, but his services were paid for, and he could share them for 100 spiritual stones. William gave him the stones, and his eyes lit up from the bag of spiritual stones. And he began to show me, saying that if his goal was to visit a large canon repository, he would recommend this option. He said that every year the sect holds competitions, and the students who take the first place can stay for months in a large storage facility. And the guy gave him a few more stones as a tip, which shocked the storyteller. He asked him to add something else and advised him to take the Class B of the earthly rank. William turned slightly and thanked me and said he would remember. He approached the mentor and he was impressed because they had heard about their sect for a long time, especially after the talent competition, and he said that he wanted to be a teacher. The guy showed his aura, and the man was amazed and said that when he reached the transformation of the spirit, no one would stop him and asked what class he wanted to teach. He was not interested in the heavenly class, nor in the heavenly class before the heavenly class. He was interested in the earthly class B. The guys were training hard, and it seemed very difficult for them to stand in a sword stance. Others were delighted to see them because they managed to master the spirit of the sword, and a spectator said that in a little while he would be able to do it too. After all this time, they were exhausted and hung in the arms of the dolls. William ordered to take the 2 disciples to the outhouse so they could rest, but someone stopped him. The assistant said that Colin should be at home taking care of his mother. He explained that this student was very talented and could have studied in a heavenly class, but he chose to do so that he could have the energy to do his homework. William was not happy about this and did not want it to hinder his progress and gave his mother the deworming because it was a chance for her to recover. He took out a paintbrush and asked his mentor if he could lure the 2 to their sect. Chris was against it because he thought his name sounded like the main characters, and that's not a good name in a cult, but he told him to be nice to him. He was thinking about it because Colin has all the prerequisites of a future protagonist, but as for Klaus, he didn't know what fate had in store for him. He asked to check William Klaus for suspicious items such as pills, vessels, or rings or anything else. He reported that he had found a jade necklace of unknown origin. Chris thought so and told him to treat it as if it were his own children and to burn it. He was thinking about the main characters, some of them tragic, and he wouldn't be surprised to meet a protagonist from his world or another from a small chiliocosm. He believed that as long as the main characters are small, they should be treated with warmth and care. Then he would have a chance to raise good ones and be repaid with main heroic artifacts, and cultivated on his bed would be heaven for him. William stood in front of the students and asked Klaus and Colin to come forward with a serious tone. The guy declared the 2 of them winners because they fainted at the same time and asked them both to win the competition. Klaus secretly told his mentor to be careful because the academy was dangerous. He had a dream about a thief who had gotten in, and now he was not at ease. He was worried because the boy might hint that he knew he was going through his things. But in order not to give anything away, he thanked me for the information and advice and said that he would be in touch. Shouts began to come from the house that the treasury had been emptied and that it was necessary to report to the office immediately. The students felt a strong stench, and although the thief was gone, the smell remained, as if his entire aura was soaked in it, and wherever he was, it remained. He wrote to his sister that the thief who had stolen her ring had fallen into his mentor's stinking trap and was now cleaning out the treasury, and after that, she ran to him. Mia was furious and was on her way to find him with her flying machine because he would pay 10 times the price for the theft. The brothers sat and drank, and John was amazed that he became a teacher because he thought he would be a mercenary or go wandering, but fate decided otherwise. William asked if his brother had forgotten about his request, but he could not afford to do so. It would be reckless. He presented him with a temple and told him that he had found a specialist to set up an external server and set the difficulty levels himself. And the guy presented it to him saying that he loved his students very much if he thought about it that way. William started laughing and stroking his brother so that he would not be jealous, because he still loves him the most. He pretended to be a saint because his students lacked natural talents, and he wanted to illuminate their lives with a ray of hope. Mia came running to them and started drinking very fast. At first, the brothers didn't understand what she was doing here and asked her to drink quietly or she would get sick. She explained that she was sure that he had emptied the treasury and that she was tired, because as soon as she smelled him and he was gone again, she felt as if she had fallen through the ground. She started to smell it again and quickly said goodbye to her brothers to move to the place where she smelled the stench. The girl was in a tree and was watching someone whose aura was saturated with this stench. She smiled because she had finally caught him, but she also realized that he had brought her here for a reason, probably hoping to kill her here. He wanted to make a contract with her and threw the ring, saying that he would return it and she would rid him of the foul smell that permeated her aura. She covered her nose and asked him with contempt if he wanted to close the matter by returning her own ring. She was followed by war dolls, and the first condition was that he would pay her 10 times the amount of what he had stolen. The guy was surprised and still asked if it was tenfold, because the girl was serious. He made a spiritual hand and put it over them and asked her if she was afraid that she would be killed. She threatened him in return, because thanks to him, they could track others, and if she told everyone, he would not be able to hide for long. He was shocked that she knew his real name, but he didn't care. He didn't believe that she was at the stage of spirit birth and that the dolls would do anything to him. Mia was already behind him and told him that a thief like him would not get very rich from such a sum. Jeremy was shocked at how fast she was and said as soon as he lost the tag, he could make up for it and become invisible and elusive again. He was annoyed because he couldn't get rid of her, he couldn't catch her, he couldn't get her off his tail, and so the only thing he could do was agree. He started laughing and said that the contents of that ring were 10 times what he had stolen from her and wanted her to repent to heaven and take away the mark. She began to swear to the heavens to punish her if she could not rid him of this mark. She was satisfied with the contents of the ring and thanked me and added that she would ask her man to come here and solve his problem. The weapon received a signal and activated Plan A and is now heading to its destination. Hunter landed near Mia and reported that Vinogradinka had sent him here and that to break the spell, he needed to read the spell aloud. Jeremy was furious and didn't believe he would ever be free of this stink again, but he was still a shit and the only thing that wouldn't stink for everyone. Mia realized that her mentor had decided to make fun of him in the end, and Hunter added that it would be enough to read about himself. The guy was cunning and was happy that the plot worked and opened the whirlpool that was trying to wash something away with magic. Hunter was knocked down, and the guy said he wouldn't be him if he hadn't thrown them in the end. He used magic to take her ring, because he was used to taking, not giving, but taking. And he began to laugh evilly that he would give it to some fool to open, and he would take all the contents for himself and remain intact. She laughed at him and told him that he had asked for it, and now he would experience the full power of the Sect's main weapon, the sacrament of the spirit. The system arrived at the target point and immediately found the target and opened fire, while the guy tried to escape. The birds began to fall after a powerful shot exploded, and the boy went down with them. Hunter stood in front of him, saying that he needed it, and pinned him to the ground with his new one. Amy showed the thief to the treasury guard and told him his name and told him to search it, because he probably had treasure on him and hoped they would reward her. He said that she was their thief and gave her 500,000 spiritual stones as a modest reward for her tremendous work. The girl was happy to get her ring back, and the man gave it to her. Vinogradinka also did the math, and as it turned out, the redeployment and travel expenses totaled 500,000, and Hunter took it all for himself. Christian played and was angry that nothing was being caught from the werewolf world, and the only thing that came into their budget was Mia's reward. The clones were not happy either, but they were telling him to get a grip because he had annoyed them. He came back and smiled, saying that he already gave them a stable flow of energy for drawing runes and did not understand what the problem was. Chris was in complete despair and crying. The clones laughed, but the other one asked him to go back to work. Vinogradinka reported that a couple of valuable treasures had been taken from the werewolf world and that he had noticed a hatchling that looked like a white tiger, and he was very interested in it. 2 months ago, the cradles were drilling through a wall, and when the stones collapsed, there was an animal lying under them, but they didn't know if it was alive. Lilka touched him and tried to move him, but the system had no information, and the only thing he was sure of was that he was a high-level beast. Chris was glad that the corpse was fresh and decided to hide it somewhere so that it would not begin to decompose. The system added that they were used by the dragon tribe to hatch eggs, and the mentor began to fuss and ran away. He ran into the room where his assistants were holding a large egg, and he wanted to check if it contained a dragon egg. Chris started admiring it and hugging it, because he didn't care about anything, because the time would come and it would crack. So he ordered to bring the egg to his room, and he would wait for it to hatch. A fetus began to build in his stomach, and the guy began to talk to him, asking who he was or if he was the baby's father. His stomach began to grow larger, and Chris did not understand what was happening. He jumped up to the ceiling. It was so painful and unexpected, and started screaming to him that he was the only child he had. But the fetus did not listen to him and continued to stab him, causing the boy to fly around the room. He landed and clung to Vinohradinka and ordered him to get the egg out of here as soon as possible, or the fruit would kill him out of jealousy. So he told them to carry him to the pond with the spiritual liquid, because he thought that he would hatch faster that way, and laughed. The clone was the first to start shouting for him to get to work, because in addition to the planned orders, the head of Mia insisted on creating a second Vinogradinka. The installation of the second system was already underway, and Vinogradinka was not satisfied, and he spent more than he could reasonably afford to create his brother. And he reported that an abnormally high concentration of spiritual energy had been noticed above the sect, and he thought it was another serpent of darkness and was happy to welcome him. He sat down, and this time he was already bored and decided not to even get up, as he had done the first time, when it was unusual and boring. He laid down and enjoyed the peace, because he loved it when he could deal with problems lying down. Some projectile tried to approach him, but a shield appeared, and he was surprised to see runes just like the ones that were spinning around the fetus inside it. He was pleased that his child cared about him and wondered whether he was having a boy or a girl. He started screaming and was frightened that he was thinking like a pregnant girl, which shouldn't be the case because he is a man. While Chris was working with Vinohradinka, something started to happen that caught his attention. He saw a plane crash on the screen, and the system reported that it was falling directly on their sect, and that the blast wave could raise water that could wash everything away. Chris began to fuss and give out commands, so he ordered all the dolls to be sent to the place where the fall was possible. The puppets arrived at the possible scene and were already prepared, their hands enveloped in spiritual energy. Chris started working on the computer in earnest, clicking a lot of buttons, and called in a water hand to help, and as a result, a circle formed in the middle of the lake, and when he activated it, the water went up and the dolls flew with it in the direction of the carousel. The guy was angry with his friend because every sortie could not go without a disaster, and although his conscience was gnawing at him, he wanted to try to minimize the losses. He thought it was a good idea to send the ship into the lake because he thought it was in the middle of nowhere and there shouldn't be many people there, so almost no one would die. He braced himself with all his attention, focused on the ship and the environment in which he spotted the legendary weapon. He pointed it out to the boy and explained that if it was a legendary class weapon, there must be a sect nearby. The ship was rapidly sinking and a water hand was waiting for them, supported by all the sect's dolls. They landed directly on the arm, and one of them praised the pilot because he thought the giant arm had grown by itself. Elder Aiden asked me not to be angry with him because everything went well. The guy noticed that having weapons of such a class and scale, the formation deserved their attention, and Cain saw that they were already being met. The commissioners of the Council of Elders greeted them, along with the warrior Grace, and behind them stood Christian and Benjamin, who also bowed and introduced themselves. Cain took him with both hands, which scared Chris a little at first, and he asked if he was the head of the sect, but it wasn't quite so, although it depends on how you look at it. He was happy and praised them because he understands that it is not easy to live in such a poor city, but he laughed and said that now he has no place more valuable than this island. So Cain called his friend to go back to the main headquarters, and the guy didn't feel well after such a favorable pat because now he needed a sick leave. Aiden was very excited and wanted to discuss his dolls and weapons with the master, so he grabbed his hands, but Chris didn't like the attention from the elders at the Mahayana. He was happy and pulled his mentor's hand to show him the guest rooms because he might want to stay here for a couple of days. Chris was angry that everyone who passed by wanted to stay here because it wasn't a recreation center and he was already thinking of ways to make it not a cult. Aiden began to ask him if he created legendary class weapons and dolls or if he created new ones with the hands of old ones, and he confirmed his theory. He grabbed him by the head and asked him if he had artificial intelligence with a lot of computing power, but he asked him to ask whatever he wanted and did not intend to hide it. And the elder told him that he had a friend who wanted a doll that could pilot in combat mode and whether he could make one. And Chris thought he was talking about himself. He added that the previous head of the Heavenly Forge sect had designed a model of a legendary class doll for him, and the boy was already drooling over the scroll. Christian took it in his hand because it was a model from the head of the sect himself, and he thought it would be stupid not to at least look at it, so he carefully unfolded it. He saw the different parts that could be separate dolls, but together they form a combat vehicle, something like a Transformers, and started to get angry that he hadn't thought of it. And an elder came up behind him and asked him in his ear if he could do it. Chris handed it back and explained that it was very sophisticated and harder to create than a divine grade item, and the elder felt sad because even he couldn't. He began to feel that he was only at the stage of the golden elixir, but when he broke through to the development of the void, he would fill this world with evangelions. Aiden was about to fly away and said that he would not forget his helping hand and would come back when he was ready to implement the project. He asked his friend what he thought of him because he seemed like a nerd looking for cheats everywhere, and the system asked him to be quiet because if it heard him, it would delete him from the system. Chris felt sorry that his weapon was no longer a secret, and Vinogradinka added that if he caught the thieves, it would be, because Mia hadn't even killed him. Christian said that it was worse for him because she had handed him over to the treasurer, and when the other victims found out, he would wish he had died. He realized that then he and Mia would have a karmic connection, and he didn't like that, so he had to protect her. 4 months later, in the city of the Four Seas, Mia was walking and noticed that she had a replacement ring and screamed the name of the guy at the top of her lungs. And from somewhere, I heard a voice saying that he threatened her that he would kill everyone, her family and her mentor, and that their sect would go around the world. The girl took on the challenge, because as it turned out, he was a good man to escape from the Guardian. But if she caught him, she would wish she hadn't been born. Jeremy was angry and promised that he would find out where her sect was and clean it out. Mia came to her mentor in the dungeon and started screaming and crying that he had robbed her again. But he didn't care, because there was nothing of value there anyway. She was crying and looking at her mentor in a confused way, because she could not understand what he was up to. He patted her and said that he knew this would happen and explained that he had done some manipulations with her ring. Chris said that he had made 8 more rings and asked me to steal them and tell him that when the time came, he would find out what social death was. On the way out of the room, the mentor stopped me and asked me to play it believable when he stole them because he still had to finish the pearl of absorbing spiritual energy. After a while, Mia was walking with a bunch of rings, very happy, and behind her were lightning and a skeleton that had been electrocuted. Christian finally finished working on the spiritual energy absorption pearl, and it was a legendary class item. The mentor asked the clones to install the pearl in the dragon's disc, because the last time the soul clots helped for a short time, and now there was no need to waste them. They entered the formation of the 9 dragons disc and began the process of placing the energy absorption pearl in the very center. Christian watched the process with Vinogradinka, and a disc was visible in the sky, with dragons rising around it. Someone shouted for everyone to pay attention to the formation because it was filled with 9 celestial dragons. One of them swept over them, and a spiritual rain came down, so that the disciples felt themselves overflowing with spiritual energy. A golden silhouette of something appeared on the side, and Christian and Vinogradinka wondered what it was. Chris analyzed the celestial phenomenon and thought that one of the disciples had made a breakthrough to the golden elixir, and it was confirmed to him because he had defeated a strong puppet. He saw a faint spot on the apparition and assumed that his cultivation was not strong, so he told the system that it needed a couple of drops of metal element essence. The celestial dragons came to the celestial phenomenon, which caused them to be surprised, and I realized that they noticed the inferiority and solved this problem themselves, and it was really a miracle. Grace came in and said that this was normal, because they are known for being able to condense essence, but it takes them 100 years to create 1 drop. He thought about the fact that 1 drop in 100 years, but it didn't matter, because it was better than nothing. She hugged him and told him that he was having a nice reign here and wanted him to create the same formation for her. She wanted to install it in her bathroom in the palace where she lives. He started to run away and said that he would not be able to create the same one and let him get a little wet. And to move on to something else, He thought that he should drive the student to free grazing. The doll recounted everything his mentor had said about weapons, armor, and missions, and noticed that his mentor had emphasized that he should not return before the age of 10. The guy looked at the device and couldn't figure out what his first task was. The guy read the first task, which was to go to the city and get a service kit in the Pavilion of Caresses, and thought there was a mistake. But he arrived in the City of Sweetness and stood in front of a large building, and girls were standing below and asking if he was interested in leisure. A girl came to him and held his hand, but the guy was serious and couldn't relax. When he went inside, he saw a lot of people and girls dancing on the stage. The girls here were very beautiful, especially the dark-haired one in the red dress, and she danced beautifully and easily. The girl pushed off the stage with her foot and jumped into the audience through the people. She landed in Alex's arms and asked him in her gentle voice if he had come here to relax. He started to get angry and asked not to be moved and told us about the task, and the lady realized that it was his first time because they all don't know how to behave when they first come. After half an hour in Alex's room, the girl crawled out and asked to be replaced, but the guy wouldn't let her go, saying that the time was not yet up. The girls were angry with the guy because of his attitude, because he asked them to massage harder, because if not, they would write a complaint against their establishment. They started hitting him on the back, and he liked it, and they wanted to stop serving those who practice body conditioning because they were threatened with a bad review. Others began to look in on him because they had already sent 4 girls, and the second one explained that he was practicing body conditioning, and it's always difficult with such people. The girl at the reception said that it contained 300,000 spiritual stones. He put down a bag of money and said that for such poor service, he would never set foot in their place again. The others started shouting that they didn't want to see him here and wouldn't let him in again. But the guy didn't care and was already looking at the next task. Alex came to the office of the Whole Vision where he wanted to find out in which lands there are at least 10,000 werewolves of the golden elixir. The man easily got the information and wrote it all down in a scroll, where it was described in detail, and said that it contained 2,000 spiritual stones. They had an exchange, and when he was hiding the scroll, he also said that they could get all the information. He turned back to the man and asked if they knew anything about him. The man sighed heavily and put his finger to his forehead, where golden courses with orbs and runes appeared. He was amazed when he said that he had participated in a talent competition because he had used a fake name and an aura hiding spell, and asked how he knew. The man smiled and said it was a secret, then begged for 100,000 spiritual stones for information about himself, which surprised the boy. Alex felt sorry that he had been played for 100,000 like a fool. With that money, he could have spent another hour in the pleasure pavilion. The guy felt a spiritual energy that passed near him and did not understand what it was. Then he saw that the ring had been replaced and started screaming that it had been stolen, and he didn't even feel as bad about losing the 100,000 as he did about losing the ring. The boy was uncomfortable, but he contacted his senior mentor and told him that he had been robbed. And at first he was surprised, but he understood everything right away. Christian was furious because he did not understand how the office knew all about his sect and his students. He thought that the council was leaking information to them. He began to recall the words of the elder, who said that there was nothing to hide from them, and Vinohradinka closed his mouth to the mentor because they could hear. He was angry that they had a lot of resources to collect information and data, that it would be secret only for the commoners, and that the system promised to hide the island in hundreds of years. Chris smiled slyly, because no doubt it was the same thief, and he had probably made a report on him, and he had stolen 5 rings from them already. He decided to take some time for himself and read a little while everything was going according to plan. Alex moved through the teleportation field to the city of the Eternal Tree. He looked at his hand and was struck by how cruel the real world is, because before you know it, your ring is stolen from you in broad daylight. He stepped in and kicked the stone. He felt sorry for it, because the ring had gifts from his mentor and his fellow soldiers, and he wanted to go home. Stones started falling from the mountain and a building collapsed, and he was standing below, and it scared him. He began to scream and cry, asking Vinogradinka for help in which direction he should go to kill the werewolves. The system informed him that it had analyzed all the available information and was thinking about an action plan, and that he needed to meet with the head of the sect first. He was surprised and asked if the head of Mia was also in this city. He was irritated and said that if he wasted time talking and asking questions like that, he would never find her again. The girl was sitting at the table, and it would have been so nice if she could have taken a nap in the sun after a refreshing fruit salad. When she opened her eyes, she was a little scared because she didn't expect to see a guy there, and he bent down in front of her, cheerful, and said hello. She got up from the ground and said that you can't sneak up on people like that, and asked him to sit down because she didn't like having such a thug standing over her. She opened the screen and asked him if he had completed the first task with a visit to the City of Sweetness. He got angry and broke the plate because he didn't even want to remember, because those skinny girls couldn't really stretch him, and it turned out to be a waste of time. The girl laughed because it turns out that the mentor is worried that any girl can take him away and lead him astray, and he just wagged his finger. The girl is happy to help him and take him to a place full of werewolves of his stage because this is not the right place, and asked the owner for the bill. The girl looked behind her belt, and a student approached her looking somewhere and asked what was wrong with her, but immediately got a slap on the wrist for looking where he shouldn't. She took out the ring and showed it to me, explaining with a sad face that she had been robbed again. He showed her his ring and said that he had also been robbed, and he noticed that it was done by the same person and was angry with him, asking if he was looking for death. The girl looked like she was up to something and told him to steal if he liked it so much, and she told him to go. Mia and Alex had come up with all sorts of plans to keep her rings, but the weirdo kept stealing them one by one. The girl was pleased and called her mentor to report that they had already stolen 10 rings and what the next step should be, while the guy sat there and did not understand what was happening. Chris had just received a parcel from Theodore and told Mia that he was very naive if he thought that nothing would happen to him if he didn't open it himself. But he was ready. He hung up the phone and opened a scroll about a thief's technique. If you know how a thief works, then punishment for him becomes inevitable. While they were drinking their tea, a guy came out of the bushes and started farting a lot, and everyone around him ran away from him because they couldn't get the smell out. He was shocked and did not understand why it was happening again. If he did not open the rings and felt a lot of shame, so he had to run away quickly. He was running down the street and farting all the time and was panicking and crying because he didn't know how he was supposed to remain an elusive thief now with so much noise and stench. She asked Vinahardinka not to let him out of her sight anymore because he must not escape, and she held a camera in her hands. She received a message with the knowledge that he understood everything and admitted the loss and was ready to give her everything he had, but asked to remove the spell. She wasn't happy, and now she didn't care about him because he had to think ahead of her. He tried to escape, but he kept farting, and during that time he received a new message. When he looked up, he saw a big pipe flying at him, and he started farting under himself, lifting himself up. The pipe hit him with a powerful explosion, and at first he covered his face because he couldn't see properly. The explosion cracked the ground, and the guy was lying next to it undisturbed, and a limited edition anti-sniffing aircraft flew over him. They were wearing protective helmets. The guy tried to move him with a stick and asked how they were going to take him because he was constantly farting. Mia presented the student with a special personal coffin that the mentor had designed for him. He carefully placed the boy in the coffin and asked what was special about him. She casually explained that the gas circulation system there was isolated. Alec thought it was too cruel, and the guy could no longer bear the stench in his coffin. And on the island, Hunter already suggested that his mentor come up with new smells because he was getting bored with just intestinal gas. Chris acted like a child and told him that he was doing well, and the student reciprocated by explaining that he was learning from the best. As soon as Mia landed, she immediately went to her mentor and reported her return. The girl was sad and whimpering as she showed Christian the bag, and he asked why she was like that. Did she not take everything she wanted? Chris wanted an explanation, or she wasn't happy about the booty, but she didn't like what he started developing, thinking he was being badly influenced by Hunter. The boy ran up to his mentor and asked her to protect him, and she started shouting that after their missions they stank, and she was not allowed to do that because she was a girl. He asked the girl not to cry and showed her the gifts he had prepared for her and that he had improved her equipment and created another doll. She had a comprehensive upgrade, improving her scaled shield and spiritual attunement, as well as a doll that was at the stage of mastering emptiness. While Mia was choosing what perfume she wanted her mentor to create for her, he gestured to Hunter to get out of here. 378. He began to run as fast as he could, despite being tied up, because he noticed that she had been holding a grudge against him for a long time, and he didn't want any trouble. Mia was looking for someone, and in the world of experienced thieves, they hide like frightened rats. At home, she sought at least a little comfort and asked to be held by her mentor. Cole was tired and dirty and asked the teacher if he was close to winning this time and held his hand. William was pleased that 6 of his students had already been able to awaken the spirit of the sword and looked at the boys as they were already actively using it. He went up to the boys and told Klaus that he had almost missed out on winning because he had acted very risky, and the young man thanked him for his valuable remark. He said goodbye to his brother and teacher and went home to look after his mother. William gave Kai 2 scrolls with magical powers because he did not have enough experience to follow the path of the 100 swords, so he advised him to master that first. He was very happy that his mentor decided to share this knowledge with him, but he immediately covered his mouth with his hands and got scared, then began to apologize to him, saying that it came out accidentally because he was excited. And he presented the situation as him being scared of his mentor for getting close to them and becoming their mentor because they are potential protagonists. He would show him classical inscriptions where, by the time the main character kills all his crows and villains, many of his friends and mentors will have died alongside him. And the last thing he said was that his job as a teacher is very dangerous. He felt guilty, but because they are talented, and if they have a bad teacher, they can go down a crooked path, so he will keep his distance. He exhaled and calmly said that these abilities would be enough for him until the peak of the foundation stage, but warned me not to share them with anyone. Colin was happy and said that in 10 days there would be an annual competition and promised that he would not be ashamed of it. He looked up at the sky and thought that a year had already passed and had completely forgotten that he had taken it upon himself to visit the Great Canon Repository. 10 days later, the Heavenly Sword Academy held its annual competition in a battle arena located in the sky. The hosts handed out registration cards to everyone and asked them to make sure where their site was and to warm up well before starting. William decided to make a small gift and gave them boots to move faster. The competition was about to start, and the representatives of the sects were already seated in the stands, and the boy met someone's eyes. And someone felt either sick or hurt and began to scream, asking where the teachers with such strong spiritual swords came from, because he almost fainted from the sight of them. Some of them started discussing the students and didn't think there would be so much talent here. Noticed a couple of heavenly ranked students who would make good first-class killers. One liked a guy who used magic, but first he wanted to watch him for about 2 or 3 years. The elder was interested in the students of Class B of the earthly rank because they had serious basic training and he would be ready to take them under his wing while others asked to leave them. William said that although their students lacked natural talent, by the end of their studies they would be ready for independent living, and the asymmetry decided to flatter him. But the guy hoped that as soon as Kai or Klaus took first place, he would send them to a large canon repository and forget about teaching. White evil wolves began to come out of the portal and run right at the boy. The assistant was very nervous and asked the teacher what to do. People were panicking and started screaming and calling for help. He took his sword and answered her question, which is what every teacher should do. He started running to his students because his task as a teacher was to protect them. While Christian was studying the letter, a red screen with urgent news came on. He read this message and was angry because this is where William posts it. He ordered Vinaradinka to prepare a ship and dolls and to take a gift that would contain everything a victorious monkey would need at the stage of emptiness. The wolves were running forward despite the cries of the students for help, and William was heading towards them on a ship. Vinogradinka flew up to him and said that the owner already knew everything and had already called for reinforcements, so he asked him to hold out a little longer. The guy did a backflip, and during that, a temple appeared in his hand where the swordsman would be checked, and he wanted to shove them all in, which surprised the wolves. The temple began to grow larger behind us, and the wolves continued to run, and the voices of the students could be heard behind us warning the teacher. William was confident and put his sword in front of him and said to them that they did not think that the 3 dogs would be able to grab him and eat him. The wolf was brazen and didn't care if they didn't catch him. He wouldn't mind eating human children. At first, they started to fight each other because he was pissing off the other one with his spit and muzzle. But then a sword appeared behind the boy, and the wolf wanted to see what he could do. As soon as the wolf attacked the teacher, he didn't have to wait. He rushed in and used the technique of merging the sky and the earth, which made everything look different colors. There was a powerful explosion, and the wolf that attacked him was fried in a jet of fire. Then he stood in front of the other 2 wolves, sword in hand, and invited them to come back if they wanted more. The wolves analyzed that he needed 1 and 88 seconds and tried to go for a second go. The boy cut down the black wolf with one swing of his sword. The wolves looked at each other after seeing what they had seen and asked what they would do next. One of them activated an enchantment spell and said that while he distracted them, let the other one run for help. The leader of the herd at the stage of merger was burning the city from the inside with his abilities. A wolf flew up to him and told him about the situation. At first, the leader was surprised that only one of them managed to knock them out, but he reassured him that they would sort it out. His gaze became malicious and cunning, because this person had to be special, and therefore his meat was a real treat. One of the wolves tried to provoke him and asked why he was flying away if he had just been brave, but he was not a fool to fight against the crowd. He reported that he had been chased by a werewolf at the stage of fusion, and that they were far away from the city, and asked if he had any ideas what to do. Vinohradinka advised him to just fly forward with all his might and not turn back, so no one would kill him. The guy was shocked by the system's words and stopped, which is why the pack leader had already caught up with him. He hid somewhere in the smoke and said that he was already here, and the wolf viciously threatened that he would not live long. They were shocked because he used the force of his punch to fly further. They didn't understand how he could do such techniques as a spirit-born. He was relieved when his mentor gave them the jade plates, because without them, the jade would have been digested in the dog's stomach. He threw away the chain and asked the system if it meant to run as hard as he could and apologized for doubting his abilities. He flew into some clouds and didn't realize where he was. The system said that it didn't expect such a development. He saw a long, hanging bridge and thought it was the Clear Sword Sect. He did not even expect to come across an ancient sect and asked if he had any information. When he picked up the communication device, he was surprised to find that the system had no information about this place or the sect. A woman's silhouette appeared above the stone, and she announced that the entrance exam to the Clear Sword Sect was about to begin, and he was shocked. To pass the first test, he had to climb the stairs, and he was happy about it because he hoped that he could get some food there. They pushed him away with their fingers, and he began to fall, arguing that those above the stage of laying the foundations were not allowed to participate in the test. He managed to pause and realized that it was not him who was lucky, but his students. He got to the temple, and the disciples jumped out. Some of them began to cry and apologize to their loved ones. Klaus crouched down, and tears flowed that he could not protect his mother. William tried to support him, saying that those wolves were not interested in people with low cultivation, and if they hid well, they would not sniff around. Klaus took notice of him when the teacher told him that he had stumbled upon an old abandoned sect and that a phantom had remained there. First, you have to pass the entrance exam, and anyone who is at the stage of laying the foundations and below can do it and ask who wants to try. Klaus stood up and said that he wanted to take revenge on the werewolves, so he had to look for opportunities to become stronger, and his friends supported him. Other disciples began to follow him across the bridge, and William watched them. William was amazed that swords appeared in front of him and hung in the air, all of them of different colors. He was fascinated by swords because, for example, the red one easily cuts through rocks, and no one can catch up with you with the yellow one, so all 9 swords are unique. And if you have power over your students, you can sometimes use them. But if you cut them all, you can become a full-fledged sword owner. A bright green light appeared in front of him, and the jade plate on his neck cracked again. He covered his face with his hand, and was surprised that she saved him again. He sat down on the ground and realized that he was not strong enough in spirit, so he needed to strengthen his inner core to resist temptation. A wolf came to the leader and told him that they could not find the boy, even though they could smell him, so he thought that he had found some kind of portal. And for his words, he received a strong blow to the mouth from the herd leader. He got angry with him for saying that and asked him what clan he was from, or if he had forgotten, and the wolf started whimpering and saying that it was just an expression. The leader was enthusiastic about the idea and didn't want to let go of the opportunity to eat the meat of the cultivator who had managed to escape from the enemy a couple of stages up. The giant sword pierced the wolf and he roared, and the smaller wolves that were circling him were very frightened. And a guy appeared in the sky and asked the brazen wolf who he wanted to eat there. The guy was transformed and said that the last fool who wanted to overturn his disciples, and he did not die, but ended his life in the tomb. He grabbed his sword and angrily said that they too would suffer the same fate. He thought that one of his students had accidentally fallen into the portal. But there was a storyline of the main character and the question of whether it was Klaus or Kai. The monkey was not happy and lectured him that he was a disgrace because he had only used one technique for one person and made him come here. William saw him and greeted him because he thought it was his new image and asked if it was his real body. He boasted and said that he was in control of this monkey and that it was a gift to him and that its body was more mobile and flexible than that of dolls. He was sorry that he didn't have a staff because a monkey without a staff looks somehow not canonical. The students turned to their mentor because one of them never came out of the portal, and the monkey said that he was destined to receive the entire inheritance. He said boredly that William was back, and he was only one companion here, and if something happened, he would be notified, and some other small things. The guy bowed and thanked the mentor for his help, and said he had to go back to the sect. William was calm, because even though his mentor constantly scolds him, he does not stop caring for him, because that's how much help he is allocated. The monkey took out a shrunken ship and put it in front of the students to make it bigger. The boy smiled and told his students that it was time to look for their loved ones, because the werewolves had already been driven out of the city of the Heavenly Sword. He gave the address of Klaus's mother's residence and asked her to take care of him until he returned and said that he would receive a monthly payment. The boy understood and bowed to the teacher as a sign that he understood and would do it. Aiden went to the teacher and explained that he realized he was making slow progress and wanted to go wandering and maybe he could join a sect. He didn't want to part with him, but over the course of a year, he became attached to him and couldn't just let him go, even though his mentor asked him not to contact him. He threw the book right into his hands and Aiden began to look at it, but did not understand what it was. William explained that it was a 5-element method developed by his mentor for early-stage students and gave him 1,000,000 stones. The boy rushed to him and hugged him so hard that the teacher did not realize what had happened. He wiped away his tears and said that no one had ever taken care of him before, so he lost control of his emotions for a moment and apologized if he had embarrassed him. He handed over the box with the crystal and quickly ran away, saying that he had found it by accident and was giving it to me as a token of gratitude for everything, and said goodbye. Before he left, Kai turned around and asked the boy if he could call him a mentor for once. William looked at him joyfully and said with a kind expression what he could say. The boy knelt down, folded his hands and bowed, calling him a mentor, and he stood in front of him. He gave him his spiritual mark and told him that once he named him, he was obliged to protect him for the rest of his life and that he could contact him with the mark. Kai left his mentor and thought that now he could leave the city of the Heavenly Sword without feeling unfinished business. The guy retold the story and said that he just gave the crystal, and that was it. So I asked if it could be some kind of main hero artifact. Chris laughed, because he didn't even know. And so he decided to call his 6th brother, because he had seen the most of the world. Dylan said that this sacred medium-grade jade is used as currency in the world of the Great Chiliocosm as spiritual stones. The coach understood and allowed him to continue training, but the boy was angry because as soon as he got what he needed, he was immediately kicked out. Chris closed the box and told him to keep it as a valuable souvenir from the student, but the boy did not accept it and said that it was better to keep the valuable things with him. They began to pass this souvenir to each other because one told the other to keep it. And while they were passing it to each other, the stone jumped out of the box and flew up, and the boys were surprised because they hadn't expected it. And the stone took off and flew somewhere, and they were puzzled, and Chris started shouting where it went, and William thought that another unknown thief had started. They started flying after him, and the mentor shouted loudly for the object to stop. It was as if he had splashed into the water, and they did not realize what sounds were coming from the pond of spiritual liquid. Chris opened the device and displayed a screen on which the egg he had previously placed in the pond began to suck in spiritual energy. And William didn't understand what was happening. He asked him not to be afraid because he was waiting for a dragon to hatch, and the boy was surprised and asked if their sect would have a real dragon of its own. His mentor took him by the ear and told him not to get too excited and told him to go train so that next time he wouldn't distract him and call for help. Klaus was where he was, but now he was sitting under 9 swords and the phantom of an ancient sect was watching him. A butterfly descended to him, and he received an inheritance, so he was appointed temporary guardian of the sect, and, after the merger of the spirit, a full-fledged owner of the sect. He felt stronger and more confident than ever, so he got up from the ground and told his mentor that he was back. He was tired and was approaching the stairs when the portal passed, and he decided to find his mother and mentor first. He saw the dolls and remembered that it was one of the teacher's dolls and realized that he had left it here for a reason, and the doll had given him the scroll. He read a letter saying that his mom was fine and that he should come home, so he was very happy. The doll had already brought the ship up and snapped her fingers for him to go to it, and the boy was shocked that he would take it and that they would fly. He was already sitting in the ship and rereading the letter. He realized that the teacher had not only taken care of his mother, and he noticed that the teacher knew that even if he received an inheritance, he would not be able to fly a sword and organize transportation for him. He began to cry because he was very sad and called for the teacher. The doll brought him straight home, and as soon as they landed, he quickly jumped out of the ship and ran home. He opened the door and ran to his mother, who was lying down, and she was happy to see him and that he had returned. She started laughing and crying because when she saw him for the last time, she was ready to leave this world with a peaceful soul. Klaus did not want to hear anything and said that in the Bright Sword sect, he had found a secret medicine that would cure her and asked her to take it, and she agreed. When she swallowed, her whole body was filled with spiritual energy and the boy was shaking his head back and forth. Suddenly she was lifted up and hovered in the air. The boy stood there surprised and worried about his mother. His mother became strikingly younger and stretched out her arms to him, calling him to her. He began to cry because now she was safe, and he promised to be strong to protect her from all harm. They both hugged each other tightly, and my mother said that he shouldn't let it be because he had suffered so much, and he answered her in the same way, telling her to lie down, and he would bring her something to drink. When the boy came out of the house and saw the war doll that had brought him and his teacher in the yard, William greeted his student and asked how his mother was doing, and if she was okay. He began to cry and fell to his knees, saying that he would never forget what he had done for him, and the guy ran to him, frightened, to pick him up. He was so nervous that he even broke out in a cold sweat and asked to get up because he had done what every teacher should have done. The guy stood up and held up the box and asked him to become a mentor with serious intent. The boy was walking with his student and was surprised to see a dark cloud with purple lightning. He took a closer look and thought that William had arrived home. The guy started to speak carefully and explained that he did not need it because he had already received the inheritance of the Clear Sword sect, and his sect did not recruit disciples. He began to go on the offensive and offered tea, asking him to accept him as an external disciple, and for that he did not need to join the sect. But William resisted. He fell down and stood up again, approaching the teacher and repeating each time that he was a mentor. And he was panicking because his mentor hadn't given him any instructions on how to behave in such a situation, and he was frantic because he didn't know how to behave here. He promised to call him a mentor for only one day, and then his sect would not do anything at all and would not be considered to have broken the rule. It was very difficult for the guy to make a decision, and it turned out that he had no other option but to succumb to fate. He accepted the tea and said he would drink it, but asked me to keep the gift because he had many swords and he would need it more. Christian was calm, and the attempt to divine William's fate was blocked. But now he had to ask how to withstand the pressure. He went into the hut and said that they shouldn't be angry because they had just recovered, but asked not to worry about him. The mother laughed because she couldn't help but celebrate that her son had a mentor and was already setting the table. He was impressed, and the guy advised him to start with stewed meat and social sauce and reached into his pocket to give it to his mentor. After such an advertisement, it was a sin to refuse, so I decided to try it. So I took a piece and started chewing. He was extremely happy because he had never eaten such juicy cow meat in his life and had already thought that it was the food of the Celestials and that he was having a festival in his mouth. Klaus went up to his mentor and asked him with pleading eyes what he would advise him to do next. He was almost crying because the Heavenly Sword sect had been closed, and if he did not teach, he would have to go to the Clear Sword Mesa to learn by himself. William said that he would go with him on a groundbreaking trip to return to the Clear Sword sect, and he would come back for him in 3 months. He was so embarrassed that he blushed and asked me to wrap the stewed meat and sauce with him. The sect was spying on Christian, and he was fed up with it, so he told them to leave and stop sticking their hands up to his back. William was uncomfortable talking and explained that he had taken the 2 students he considered to be the main characters as personal students, and the mentor was very surprised. He took him and started pulling on his ear because he almost wiped out his tongue, warning him against it because he told me to stay away from them, and he tied them up. He showed him the box and asked him not to be angry because he had brought him food. And Chris said that he was taking a big risk and that if it didn't taste good, he would be offended. He was delighted with the food because it was wonderful. He enjoyed every bite. His whole body was sore, and what could it be but the food of the Celestials? He was happy and thanked him for thinking of his mentor this time, and William was pleased too. Christian returned to him, and, in return for giving him a good dinner, gave him advice that if his disciple was on the verge of death, he should not think of sacrificing himself. William was shocked and did not understand why his mentor could not do this. Because he followed the fate of the main characters, they survive even when they are on the verge of death, and if they are saved, they will surely die. He kicked him out, but at the end he added that if he was too stupid to learn it, he could at least memorize it. Christian was playing with war dolls, just like when Vinegar Dinka flew to him and reported urgent news from the werewolf world. He was surprised because he didn't understand why he couldn't do without it, and the dolls began to look at him thoughtfully. He turned to them, and they were already sitting in their seats, and ordered them to stand still and not move the dice. He asked Vinohradinka what happened, and she told him that the local hegemon was losing power, and the leader of the Badgers thought they could take over. He pushed the system out of happiness and certainly wanted to support them in their political ambitions, because the more possessions they have, the richer their sect is. He said that there should be at least one at the Mahayana stage, so they want to enlist the support of an elder, but he wants 3 items of the legendary class. The Badger bowed and said that he understood that they were asking for a lot, but he did not waste time and got him the highest grade ore, and it should help them. He took the ore in his palm and showed it to the clone of his mentor and asked him what he would say about it. The guy praised him and asked him to agree on an installment plan every 100 years and that their clan would definitely become a new one. But the clones were not happy and had no hope for work. When the clone started to climb the wall, the Badger was very scared when he saw the stone flying out of the bag. Henry was in the blacksmith shop and turned his attention to the door when there was a knock and a message to accept the delivery. When he opened the box, it was filled with high-quality ore, and the guy was shocked. He went out into the yard and started shouting for everyone around to hear and thank Brother Chris. He continued to play games with his dolls, and although he wouldn't get rich playing with them, he could pass the time. The next morning in the morning, Chris woke up and went to the door. He was still sleepy, so he did a stretch. Christian wondered what Henry had done and landed near the anvil sign of Henry's master. He ran out of the anvil and was overjoyed to have discovered a new formula for alloying legendary class items, but the guy himself was on the verge of exhaustion. He said that he had passed the formula to Vinohradinka so that the head could study it, and he would lie down for a while and pass out in front of him, and the young man thanked him for his work. Christian carefully studied the alloy, and it was not suitable for creating legendary class items or dolls because it is very expensive. He wondered if Henry would find out that he had spent so much effort, to the point of exhaustion, to create some slag. He was afraid he might jump off a cliff. And I imagined a situation where he was stripped naked and falling head down in tears, saying goodbye to this cruel world, and he couldn't stop him. My mentor didn't even want to think about it, so he couldn't let it happen anyway. He found that this material was suitable for building his own heavenly battleship, because after the visit of the elders, he did not stop thinking about it. The boy quickly ran to Henry's hut while he was resting and tried to wake him up. The blacksmith looked into his friend's face and became frightened with each passing moment, while he looked at him fascinated and blushed in places. The guy was sitting there in complete shock because his friend just kissed him for inventing the material to build the ship. The next day, in the dungeon, Chris was looking at the purple stone, fascinated, while Henry was watching him. As Chris was admiring, he noticed the reflection of a guy standing behind him behind the door. He turned around and cheerfully invited him to come in and not to mope around at the door. But he was afraid of him for some reason. As soon as he started talking about the alloy he invented, he immediately ran into the room, and the head praised him and told him that it was suitable for ships and they would be twice as strong. He showed him the scroll and said that they had sketched out a couple of layouts with Vinohradinka, and if he wanted to take a look, and Nenri's eyes were already burning with the idea. He ran like a dog after that scroll and wanted to catch it with his teeth, because he was surprised that he wanted his own heavenly ship. He had a lot of questions when he was looking at the layout, whether they would have the materials and whether it would be costly, but the head was quick to reassure him that money would not be a problem. He jumped out of his chair and shouted that there was a valley to the northwest near the forge, and it was a great place to assemble the ship. Chris interrupted him and asked if he had the cultivation to take on this project. Henry thought about it, because it was true, because you need at least the birth of the spirit, and for this you need at least 3 months of meditation and staying in the cloister. The guy fell right in front of the stairs and began to meditate to pass the time. But Chris didn't understand him because he could at least get to his apartment. Vinogradinka reported that the Supreme Master of the Thousand Ways sect had come, and the boy decided to hurry before he broke one of his dolls again. He got a little angry with his friend because he sat down so far that he couldn't walk normally. As soon as Chris walked in, his mentor started waving to him and saying that he was very happy to see him and called him a friend. He shook his hand and thanked him, because thanks to him, things are going very well in the region beyond the edge of the sky, and gave him a bag. It was his share of the proceeds and rent. He was happy because, just as he thought, money was no longer a problem and was coming to him. The two mentors were talking, and there was a tornado near them, and Chris decided to thank them for the opportunity to get rich, and the other one didn't see a problem with that because they were brothers. He leaned over to him and said that he had to help improve the doll he goes on expeditions with, but Chris didn't understand him at first. The action doll complained to him that he couldn't move without breaking something, and Chris realized that being careful was not his main trait. His mentor was not satisfied with the extent of his capabilities because he could only handle 3 enemy ships, so he could not keep up with his tactical thoughts. They weren't happy because he was a nubile and demanding guy, so the guy started to repair his arm. Chris tried to be as polite and tactful as possible and asked what he was offering. He offered to keep the clone for himself, and on the expedition he would go with the original, and the head was shocked by this idea. He looked at the cabbage dog and would never agree to this, because even Vinogradinka would not let him, and his brother went with Mia, so let him enjoy the clone. He took the doll under his armpit and kicked the cabbage, eventually screaming that this was out of the question, but he asked me to wait. He began to look at me with pleading eyes and show me what he was offering him in return, and showed me the ring. He said that if he gave him the original, but pumped it up to handle 1,000 ships, all the contents of the ring would be his, and the guy seemed to be on fire. They were sitting at the counter with watermelons and negotiating the price, and came up with 100 and shook hands with each other. He got on his motorcycle and already fastened the doll in the back and rode off, asking her to make herself comfortable and that he would be back soon. He came to the dungeon and asked Vinogradinka to pump his clone 3 times, but she replied that it was a deterioration for the original one. He was still hiding behind the doll and showed Vinogradinka the money and told him to pump himself up later and that he already had all the materials for that. I decided to use the trick that I would have to give all the materials to his brother's improvement, and then he agreed and said he needed 5 minutes. And the system noticed that the friend was waiting for the original, or thought he wouldn't recognize his old friend if he continued to criticize him with curses as before. And he hit the nail on the head with this thought because it was a deliberate remark, because it never occurred to him. And he went into the settings to delete an audio file with foul language. He showed him the war doll and said that he had already put the original into the new doll at the stage of spirit transformation, and now he was sure that it would not disappoint him. The Supreme Mentor swung and took the doll's head off and asked if he would not call him names this time. His mentor was amazed that he could recover, because he thought he would be tricked into pumping his clone and getting drugged again, but he didn't. Chris started laughing nervously, saying that he wouldn't dare do that, especially to lie, and thanked him because he was a pleasure to deal with. The system sounded the alarm and told them that their underground base in the werewolf world had been attacked by mind spiders. Chris asked if there were any of them at the fusion stage and above, and he said no. The strongest ones are at the transformation stage, but they have abnormal combat capabilities. Most of the dolls had already been injured and defeated by these spiders. The monkey said that he would look for the leader and kill him. Then the others would scatter and ordered him to manage the other dolls and protect the base's storage. He moved to the world of werewolves and ordered Vinogradinka to bring forward a couple of dolls to carry out a sweep. And the first dolls moved forward to attack, while the monkey stayed in the city. 2 warriors stood in front of the monkey, and fire came out of their hands. It was a magical ability, a whirlwind of hellfire. And as a result, to incinerate those spiders that were closer to them. He heard the clicking of feet, someone walking down the corridors, and saw one emerge from a corner. A mind spider in the stage of spirit transformation appeared and called her Baby Bon, and in front of her lay dead spiderlings. The monkey was surprised and said that it was a unique specimen of the local fauna and he did not want to kill it, but to take it with him for study. He focused his attention on it and folded his palms together to form a spell. And a wall moved out behind her and knocked her down, so she was scared and didn't fully understand what happened. Baby Bon was cheeky, and when she saw the monkey at the stage of exploring the void, she said that she already knew what to eat today. The mentor didn't understand that usually when werewolves see someone stronger than them, they immediately run away. But she was not like that, and he asked why. He crashed into the ground with his hands, and one giant hand came out from under the stones near her, and this puzzled her. Just as the hand was about to grab her and squeeze her, little Bon got very scared. After that, my hand balled up into a fist, and there was a lot of smoke mixed with dust. She breathed heavily and slipped through her fingers and watched the monkey. He did not expect to see her again and was surprised to see her. She stood in front of him, and her braids went into the ground and came out near him, pouring over him and not allowing him to move. Christian was in a huge cocoon, and the spider came back to her normal form, taking her hair into a grafted form. She would laugh sarcastically and say that baby Bon should eat because she was hungry. Spiders were climbing the walls pointing to the cocoon, and when she got closer, she did not understand where it was going. It was strange to her. She started whimpering because baby Bon was hungry, and her meat had run away and she was upset. She was thinking about him and was so sad that she didn't even notice when hands appeared from the ground and started grabbing her paws. When she felt it, she did not understand what had happened. The ground under her feet collapsed and all hands were holding her legs, lifting her up a little. She was very scared. She smiled and realized that her meat was already here, but she was placed in some closed room and she was very angry and screaming to be let out. But the monkey was calm and smiling and said that it was unlikely that he would have to eat it, because he analyzed her voice and thought that she was just a child, and the girl was surprised and frightened at the same time. The monkey asked why she was here, but Bon only cried and asked to be released, threatening him with her mother, who would come and make life hell. He laughed at this and ordered her to come to him, wagging her finger. The girl did not leave, so the wall started moving and pushing her closer to him. She struggled because she did not want to go to him. The monkey started laughing crazily and showing his sharp teeth and asked how dare she threaten him. She started shouting at him and threatening him, saying that her mother was very angry and that he could break someone like him like a straw. But he didn't believe her, and silhouettes of weapons were already appearing in his hand. He took a fire sword and brought it close to her lying head and told her to stay and wait for her mother. The girl threatened that she had memorized his aura and spiritual energy. She began to burn, and a red portal with windows sucked her in and finally said that he would soon pay for it. And he didn't finish and got angry because he didn't have time and she managed to escape. It touched her blood, and if it had gotten into a sealed space, it would not have escaped, so she will soon return here with help, and it is already dangerous here. The mentor called Vanna and ordered everything of value from this base to be transferred to the dungeon of the Sacrament of the Spirit Sect. But she reported that the mine spiders had already taken everything of value and the dolls were smashed to pieces, and he saw the whole picture when he entered the vault. He was annoyed, but they still needed a base, so he ordered the impenetrable badgers to choose a place for it under his fiefdom. Strange symbols appeared on the details of the dolls, and before leaving the place, the mentor decided to leave a small surprise for his new friends. Baby Bon has brought her mother to the very place where she wanted to make a nest for them, but her face was injured, and now she asks her to help her take revenge. The Spider-Woman shut her daughter's mouth because she was a disgrace who couldn't handle some monkey, but because of what she got, she won't punish her too much. She agreed that it was a good place to build a nest, but she didn't understand the clan behind those dolls and kept walking. The symbols on the dolls' parts were glowing, and when she saw it, she didn't understand what it was. They moved to the fiefdom of the impenetrable badgers, and Christian gave them a unit of war dolls and a project for an underground base, and the elder said he would not let them down. The group noticed high smoke behind the mountains, and the badger decided to ask what could have exploded there. The monkey was happy that it worked like clockwork and said that he would give him a bonus upon his return, and Vinogradinka laughed quietly at him. After the breakdown, the stones began to fall on them, and the spider was angry with the monkey and threatened to tear off all his limbs as soon as he was caught. They have already completed the improvement of the spiritual reactor and thus increased the speed 15 times over the ship itself. Koval said that now they could still fire a volley, but only 2 guns at a time, and that was enough for him, because the hull could crack. The Supreme Master was very grateful, and the blacksmith said that it was always a pleasure to work for a fair wage, and with his ships. Then the man pointed to another and asked if he wanted them to repair the werewolf ship. He started making excuses like he had forgotten something because he had memory problems, that he had to go somewhere urgently to do some business. The The blacksmith started insulting him and saying that he knew that he had a new blacksmith on the side and that his mentor was already running away at the speed of light. The ship was in space and hit all sorts of flying debris, and at the bottom there was a cannon that shot a strong green jet. In the middle of the ship, the doll was sitting at the helm with a mentor by his side, and they were watching a screen that showed a large explosion. Because he wanted 10 dolls and was up against 1,000 ships, there were questions about whether he would have enough money for his dream. He felt sad because the new one, although not swearing, poked him right in the heart and wanted to ask for a new model of mute because he could not stand them. The system detected a new luminary and it was located in the meteor belt, which is rare, and the mentor suggested that someone might live there and wanted to visit it. The system received the order to move, activated the engines, and quickly flew to the star. Everyone was in shock. Most of the crew was falling backwards and no one could understand what was happening. The system alerted them to an alarm and said that they were observing enemy vessels surrounding them. Some were lying on the ground, others were trying to hold on to something, and the Supreme Master saw that it was recommended to walk around the heavenly body. They already had a rough analysis of the enemy, but they had always avoided such direct clashes with ships, so they asked if they were retreating. The man began to laugh angrily and told them to leave him alone, because with such helpers, they would not be afraid of 10 ships. He turned to the doll and said that they would not run away from the werewolves like cowardly rats and asked if they did. But the doll just kept silent. While the mentor was holding his hand on his shoulder, he pushed it away a little and said he had a question. He waved that he knew all his questions and that if they defeated one of the ships, he would send it to the owner. The master felt that the clone was noticed by the activity leading to the potential benefit of the host, and so it activated remote support. Vinoradinka's brother said that the clone's control had passed into the hands of the elder. They ordered everyone to get ready, and the guns were already loaded and ready to fire. The enemy ships came from the planet closest to the Supreme Master. All the guns of the ship began to shoot a light blue jet of light. Everyone watched the screen and saw the powerful explosions happening in space and was surprised and boasted that he was right and told him to spin them. The mentor asked him if he had hit the control cabs, but kept the bodies intact and pointed to the screen to make sure he understood everything correctly. And the action doll explained that it was because one of those ships would belong to his master, so he had to be as careful as possible. The Supreme Master was ecstatic and danced because this treasure has no price and that he is a natural genius, albeit an artificial one. He was so happy that he bent down and wanted to kiss him, saying that he was his precious. The doll conducted reconnaissance and noticed that a new enemy was approaching them. Enemies had moved out of the planet, a pinkish trail appeared from them, and they were already close to the ship. The doll took the Supreme Mentor's hand and ran away with him, but the latter was only looking at her and panicking. His mentor ordered him to remain vigilant because he could not miss the finish line, and the doll would not let go of him and kept him holding him. It updated the target data by making manual adjustments and pointed at the planet, determining that the enemy was near the star itself. A rapid fire jet covered the ship and it fell rapidly downward from the planet itself. The war doll and its tutor were dancing because the target was hit and an explosion was visible on the screen, so the man praised it and climbed, and the warrior angrily told it to get off. The planet was burning from the explosions, and it was an unexpected defeat for them, but the bones will be fine and the meat will grow back. One ship that survived left the planet and decided to leave, and there were strange animals with horns on their heads. A large golden bell of the Master of the Thousand Paths Sect appeared above the horned ones. The mentor recognized them as horned elves when he took the bell. They were always neutral, so he asked them why they opposed them. It began to ring, and its noise was so loud and carried throughout the endless sky that the unicorns could not stand the sound. The man insisted that he was not a victim, but a fool, and the boy said that werewolves had forced them to do it. They tied them up to bring them to the Council of Elders, where they would decide, and ordered them to wrap the star in hand chains and take it with them. The guy was begging his friend to let him move the ship and was hanging around him. The pilot explained that piloting in the area beyond the edge of the sky was not his place, and the bishop forbade him to approach the control panel and patted him on the head. He laughed and said that he was a bigger noob in piloting than he was the supreme mentor of 1,000 ways and was surprised when he saw his ship. And my friend asked if that was his ship staring out the window, and apparently it was. They had a big star tied to a trailer and their ship was moving in the same direction. He was told to remove the protective barrier, otherwise his ship would be blown to smithereens. But his mentor did not listen and ordered him to get lost because he was not invited to visit. The master took the doll by the neck and told him to hide, and he felt like a married lady's lover, as in a bad joke, and did not fully understand what was happening. The guy stood in front of the door and yelled at him to open the door, or he was naked because he was losing patience. He was on the verge of a breakdown. His hands were already glowing with fire, and sparks were flying out of his eyes, and he shouted that he was coming in. Colin rushed into the control room and knocked the foreman down, landing a millimeter away from hitting the floor. He was irritated and took him by the collar to tell him who was piloting, because he wanted to ask to be his apprentice, and the master took all the glory while the doll was hiding under the table. They started fighting and quarreling, Colin saying that he was a bigger nerd than him, and the master kicked him off his ship, threatening to complain to the Council of Elders. Colin said that he met a blacksmith who could make dolls with artificial intelligence and started shouting at him that he would ask him to make him a pilot doll, and his mentor started laughing that he had never heard such nonsense. He was irritated and angry because he was pissed off that he had to appease Christian first, and then he would rub his nose in that supreme mentor's face. At that time, the man took the doll in his arms and apologized to him, saying that everyone was happy for his safety and wanted to kiss him. But he also had to prevent him from finding out about Chris. The senior mentor was in a dungeon, and he was shivering and cold, as if he would soon be between a rock and a hard place. He became indifferent and started laughing again, because he didn't want to spoil his mood and looked down at me, calling me his joy. He was extremely happy that Vinod managed to preserve the hull, because there were real treasures inside, so much divine-grade carbon steel. He started poking at the screen and dreamed that his ship would be collapsible and that he would put more artillery. But the system interrupted and said that it exceeded the budget. There were only 5 billion in the vault, and Christian got angry and started shaking Vinod, asking where the money was, because he was just fabulously rich. The girl was near a large temple, and the system said that all the stones were taken by the head of Mia, and she was playing something and thought she would hit the jackpot. So the mentor flew to Mia's hut in the Sect and approached her barrier. With a spell, he summoned a giant hand that passed through the barrier, grabbed her, and pulled her to him, which surprised the girl. He leaned over to her and asked why she had taken more than 150,000 billion spiritual stones, and Mia stood there pointing to the ring. Then she raised the ring up and told her good ones to come out and sprinkle various valuable things, such as scrolls and ore, down the river. She began to show her mentor various pills while standing waist-deep in treasures. One that could extend life by 500 years, another that could integrate 3 souls. Mia was listing all the valuable treasures she had when Chris started to cry and tears rolled down his face. She happily started waving to her mentor that she had taken a pill to accelerate the transformation of the spirit and was now ready to make a breakthrough. She was having a lot of fun and Chris couldn't take it anymore, so he pointed 2 fingers and sent her a wake-up call. The drop penetrated the girl's head and she seemed to come back to normal, stopped laughing like crazy and rejoicing in these treasures. Chris reminded her of all her behavior during this time, how she was having fun and being happy, so she was ashamed to hear it and turned her back on him. She was embarrassed and lightly asked her mentor if her mind was foggy. He slapped her and started screaming that she had spent 150 billion on a bunch of stuff, and now she shouldn't think for herself whether he was dazed. He was angry because even in his previous life, he had never ordered so many unnecessary things on a bachelor's day. He stopped and took her hand, keeping his fingers on the pulse, because the fortune-telling told of large-scale ruin in the world of cultivators and thought it was a financial crisis. While he kept his hand on Mia's pulse, a drop of blood fell on his glove. Chris wondered why and what had happened, and his face showed traces of blood from his nose. She was scared and wanted him to take a life extension pill, but his divination led him into the world of the Great Chiliocosm, which is punishable, and he asked what happened to her. She didn't know what to say and was surprised, so she silently handed the pill into her mentor's hands. She explained that during her last outing, she came across a strange place in the middle of strange ruins, and it was a bench of luck, so she wondered why it would be there. There, a mannequin met her and told her that for 100 million spiritual stones, you can open any bag with a surprise and find objects from the Great Chiliocosm. She decided to try it once and brought the bag close to her face, and its smell penetrated her body. She was fascinated by sitting on the stone and opening one bag after another and thought it was a very fun activity. She came back to the shop to the mannequin and said that she needed another bag, and she would see how it went. The mentor was amazed because it reminded him of something like Mr. Boxing and didn't understand why he hadn't thought of it himself. He was excited about the idea and wanted to try to open such stores across the continent, and then he could make a lot of money from it. Mia began to fret that the place had taken over her mind, but he asked her not to worry because it was easily treatable. He would just limit her to 10 million so that she wouldn't make reckless expenditures. She started to cry harder, and he apologized when he said that she had bought a lot of junk because he saw a lot of interesting artifacts there. He took from that pile a scroll of the yin and yang luck invocation technique because it can be used to boost your luck. He opened it and started reading it. And in the conclusion of the instructions, he thought that it could work both ways. He saw a coin there and decided to toss it to see if it would spin. It fell on the ground on a rib and was spinning so fast that it was hard to tell what was going to happen. Mia and Christian started to watch the coin's movements more closely and were waiting. The coin showed yin, and Mia asked what it meant, and it explained that the mentor would not be lucky in the near future. He was in a panic, because to say he was unlucky would be an understatement, because Peter had almost filled the entire coin. They were standing near the barrier, and something was flying rapidly out of the sky, and Chris was scared. But the thing ricocheted off them and flew on. Mia and her mentor moved to the pond with the spiritual liquid, and the dark thing was visible in the sky. He was frightened by the rapidly falling woman next to him, because a little more time and he would have been left without a fortune for his descendants. And the system malfunctioned, and the defense formation behaved abnormally. The turtle came out of the water calmly, and Mia and her mentor were surprised that he asked why it came out. She opened her mouth and let out a magic ball and blew it toward him. When the bullet stopped near him, he did not realize what it was. The sphere began to shine, and the aura of bad luck evaporated. He was glad he had placed it in the pond to purify the blood. The tutor gave Mia a coin because it was her turn, but she was nervous, so he tried to reassure her that he had adjusted the technique and everything should be fine now. He flipped a coin and covered it with his other hand, holding it in front of Mia while she watched his movements. Chris realized how it worked. If he could get guaranteed positive results time and time again, then she could go back to that shop to try her luck. There was a box on a pile of valuables and something flew out of it, something light, and it flew right into Mia's body, and the girl was very surprised. The girl did not boldly say that one of the legendary divine class items had awakened and recognized her as the master. He was happy that this technique was working, but the girl interrupted him by noticing that he didn't have a storage ring and looked at his burnt belt. He was panicked and crying because he could not believe that what he thought was a financial crisis in the world of cultivation turned out to be his own crisis. He stood by a pond with a spiritual liquid and stuck it down, and a black cloud hung above him and rained from it. He looked at his hand with a white shattered ring on it, and behind him, Mia called out to him and asked how he was. He took a communication device and wrote to Theodore about the difficult situation in the Sect and asked him to transfer funds from the Chamber of Commerce to the Sect's vault. He turned to the girl and told her to take out the divine class item to see if it could be simplified so that it would be useful now. The girl looked at him and didn't want to question him, so she thought of another option. She wanted to run away under the pretext that she had an urgent matter, but her mentor stopped her and called her an ungrateful pig. He took her by the pigtails, and she admitted that she realized she was guilty and asked him not to touch the pigtails. He looked at her slyly and wanted to give her the ring, explaining that everything was there and that she should keep it for safekeeping. And when he achieved the transformation of the spirit, he would change it to suit her needs. The ring began to speak, making a claim that he had the right to change it if he was a resident of the lower world, and the guy was surprised. Chris smiled and said that if he had awakened consciousness, then let him come out and they would talk, and some balls of energy appeared above the ring. The ring began to glow brightly, and a bright and strong energy, as well as some particles, came out of it. Someone collapsed in front of them, covered with a scroll, and they were surprised by this appearance. The paper showed the torso of a frowning guy who was not very happy to come out to talk to them. Christiane and her student began to look at him, and he seemed like an interesting character. The guy was hostile and began to threaten him, saying that he was finished because he had powerful patrons and that he should prepare to die. Chris and Mia looked at each other to see if they understood the threats. Chris stood over him decisively, wondering who they had run into, and clenched his fist around some spiritual lines that had appeared. He started checking their consciousness and saw the guy pulling something out of the people, and he felt so bad that he started screaming. He was holding his head and screaming, with spiritual lines rotating around his scroll, and the inspection must have been a painful process for him. The scroll became very small, and still the lines were rotating. Mia watched what her mentor was doing and was amazed. And he gave it to him, explaining that he has a master from the great Chiliocosm who clings to life, and when he absorbs consciousness, he uses the body to move. She began to fuss and wave her hands, asking why he had given her this demonic thing. She didn't want it. He grabbed her palm and told her not to be afraid, because her mentor would not let anything happen to her. And if he gave it to her, then everything would be fine. She had confidence in herself and said that divine objects from other worlds would serve her, not the other way around. He suggested that she eat the pill and break through and stay in the sect to strengthen her cultivation, because she might encounter the benches of luck more than once while searching for treasure. She accepted the jade tablets from her mentor and thanked him and agreed to listen to him. 3 months later, the girl came back excited and said that she had mastered all her magical abilities and thought she was ready to go on the road. So he wished her good luck. Chris asked Vanahradinka if anything special was happening on the continent, and he reported that they had found ruins that were of great interest to treasure hunters. He magically pulled out a coin of good luck and, looking at it, said that he understood why Mia had broken down so quickly. He sat down in the lotus position and folded his arms, asking for good luck to come and accompany him all the way. Many golden birds appeared in the sky, flying away from the central one. One of those birds was flying at Mia from behind at a high speed, and she didn't even realize it yet. She turned around and saw a forceful hand digging into her back and red, lighter dots appearing on her body. She thought that her mentor had shared some of his good fortune so that she would do well. While she was flying, she decided to create an origami bird and ordered to fly to her mentor and thank him on her behalf. In the mystery of the spirit sect, Chris began to move away from the bird in which Mia was telling him how grateful she was for living in the light. He covered his ears with his hands, and the bird was getting closer and closer. Chris stumbled over a rock and fell face first to the ground, while the bird continued to relay Mia's words that the system was already going crazy. He began to spin on the ground and said that he was sick and that he had given her not half, but all of his luck. Christian started to cry when Vanahradinka explained that although he had changed the technique, he hadn't thought it through, and now he couldn't think for all the students. After these words, a thought came to him and he went to the pond with the spiritual liquid, landing right in front of the water. He plunged with his head and hands in the water with his clothes on, as if waiting for something. Underwater, Chris opened his eyes and opened his mouth a little, and bubbles started to form. And I found a turtle lying on its shell on a rock with a frightened expression on its face and legs twitching. He turned to him with a slightly angry face and said that he needed a good luck buff like last time. She opened her eyes, and when she saw him, she was very frightened and tried to get up. The guy was all wet and had nothing to say when Vanahradinka asked him what he had said and what had happened as a result. He looked at the water and began to cry, because the turtle could repeat this trick only once every 10 years. A doll came up to him and covered him with a blanket, and Vanahradinka asked him to wipe himself off because water was running down from him like a river. He was in despair and said that it was not rain, but his tears, because although it was clear outside, it was cloudy in his soul. He sat down and left crying and asked not to be disturbed. Whoever came to the full restoration of his luck was going to retire. At the same time, Mia came across the luck bench again, and the model asked if they wanted to try their luck. She was ready for it and said why not try it. The girl came to her mentor and brought a lot of gifts, explaining that she wanted to take revenge, but the divine sword fell out and she couldn't stop. Christian asked her if she was kidding, or if she didn't see that the sword was broken, and at best it would be possible to remake it into a legendary sword, and it was not worth it. He started touching her cheeks and saying that she was not grateful and that luck was not on her side. She started explaining that it was his idea, and she did what he asked. He started listing everything she needed to pack for him, and she was shocked by the situation. The girl changed her clothes and was sad because it would take her at least 10 years to collect everything, and Chris said that until she did, she should not come back and told her to be careful. Each remote town had students with assignments, so she would have something to do and could save her money, but he didn't know whether to share his good fortune with her. The device received a message from William that the master had fallen victim to a curse and that he had already used all the means to restore his health. But nothing worked. He was serious and told them to fly to him and he would meet them there. He was dissatisfied because he did not understand what was happening but only wanted to go into hiding. Christian asked the heavens why they were asking him so many main characters, whether there was no one else who could save them, or what. William and Klaus came out of the portal in his arms and went downstairs. Klaus had no hope at all and asked if he was going to die with his eyes down. William looked at him and said no, but he said it was on the plus side, because he would finally see his grandfather, his mentor. Klaus decided to give him the key to the Clear Sword Sect, and the boy was surprised by this decision. He didn't look very well and said that if he was gone and died, this key belonged to him. William was annoyed with him because he didn't want to hear it. A large flying ship was heading toward them, and they looked up at it. Chris decided not to come to them alone and took the monkey with him, and when they got close, his mentor told him to climb on board. He landed on board, and Klaus was lying on his lap, and the boy started shouting that he needed to be rescued urgently, and his mentor asked him to calm down because he was already here. He began to scan it, and 2 rectangles of different colors appeared, which interested the senior mentor. After that, he formed 2 balls of energy in his hand that circled around the sphere. I pointed it at his forehead and explained that the curse is a magical ability of poisonous frogs and is aimed at repelling the spirit and then absorbing it. William was afraid and asked if he was saved, he might lose his ability to cultivate irrevocably and become a mere mortal. Chris suggested another option, but this one was a big gamble, so that Klaus would absorb the essence of the frog spirit and ask him if he was ready for this. But there was a 10% chance. The senior mentor smiled and thought that for the main characters, 1% is usually enough to survive. It was hard for him to speak, so he raised his hand and told his grandfather that he was ready to take the risk and play the game, because he had nothing to lose. His entire group's eyes began to burn purple, and Chris warned him that he would have to be strong to withstand it and praised him for his bold decision. Klaus and the boys sat down in the center of the pentagram, while a war doll and a monkey stood on the outside, and the circle began to glow with black and red light. Christian took William by the collar and explained that it was very dangerous in the middle of the magic field, or he did not realize that he had set it up even with someone else's hands. The circle began to appear in the sky and became very large, so the teacher took his student and they left the ship. A hurricane appeared in the middle, electrified by magical lightning and reaching all the way to the deck of the ship. William said that the field looked abnormal and asked if everything was okay. Chris didn't know how something that absorbs entire clans of werewolves could look normal. The guy was sitting on the deck and the lightning seemed to be hitting him directly, because there was a strong red glow around him and you could see that he was having a hard time. In the central continent, somewhere in the wilderness, a frog was chained with various chains and a bleeding wound was visible in the center. She was frightened because she realized that it was the work of a high-level spellcaster and blood was pouring out of her mouth like a river. The guy got down on all fours and scraped his nails on the deck, and as a result of all this, he had a very hard time. The frog was already constrained and ready to give up the essence of his spirit because he wondered how the child's body at the stage of laying the foundations would withstand it. He lay down on his stomach, the pain pierced his whole body, and he called for his mentor and his mother because it was extremely difficult. Then he abruptly got to his feet and, in addition to the red glow, another dark force began to envelop him. William asked if everything had worked out and if it was over, but he was in control and said that it was just beginning. The frog fell to all fours and spat out blood, threatening that as soon as he recovered, he would be sucked dry. But the chain reappeared and pierced right into his body, which was heavily drained, and his eyes were crawling with pain. 396. The chains intertwined and pierced every frog in the clan, and from their wounds, blood flowed, and they screamed in pain. In the middle of his consciousness, Klaus was lying calmly in the water and did not move. It was as if he was asleep and did not realize where he was, because only recently he felt as if he was in hell. A golden-haired girl appeared to him and started stroking him and asking if he wanted to wake up. But here he felt warm and good, as if in paradise. She put her hand under his cloak and he said what a prank, but he didn't understand what was happening and was a little angry. And the girl started tickling him all over, so much so that Klaus couldn't stop laughing and couldn't do anything. More girls appeared behind the girl and shouted why she was starting without them, because they wanted to. The girl continued to tickle, and it was clear that Klaus was having a hard time. She felt sorry for him that he was so badly injured, so she wished him a speedy recovery. He continued to lie in the water and had already managed to blush because it was quite pleasant for him, but at the same time hot. He jumped out of the water as if scalded and screamed in pain. William felt all the pain he was going through, and Chris said it had begun. The mentor walked forward when a wide red path appeared all the way to the heavens. Klaus began to scream in pain as if something was being pulled out of him. The guy was very worried about his student and asked his mentor if he would kill him. Christian was cunning, but he didn't know what was going to happen, so he said they would see soon, because there was no turning back. The process was very painful, and the guy's forehead began to show a rune. Immediately behind him, a sword appeared and directly directed its full force at that rune on Klaus's forehead, which made him grit his teeth. The clouds began to dissolve, and the sword began to absorb everything that was happening around it, as the boy sat and watched it all. And in the place where the poisonous frogs were located, the spirit of that frog began to come out. The frog fell dead. It was all over for him. And from there, all that spiritual energy and spirits were drawn into the magical field. The guy started to cultivate, and 9 swords of different colors and different purposes appeared above him. Christian allowed William to go to him because it was safe on the ship, and everything was over by then. William asked his mentor if he would like to talk to his grandson. He explained to him that their fates were already more connected than he wanted them to be, and if they got to know each other, their sect would be doomed. Klaus barely opened his eyes and saw someone's silhouette in front of him, so he asked if it was his grandfather, the swordsman. He was glad that the boy woke up and said that he would talk to his mentor some other time. They were sitting on the edge of the deck, and the teacher was holding his student in his arms looking down. The guy was resting somewhere on his way to the sect and drinking something. It was good to be somewhere away from the main characters, because he could even breathe easier. Vinogradinka flew up to him and said that he had a report on the student's latest achievements at the Golden Elixir stage. When he watched the news, he was furious about why his student was walking around the world in a large group of girls and killing werewolves, and he needed urgent details. A month ago, at the Boulder to Boulder exit, werewolves attacked a girl and she was screaming and calling for help. Then the pigs offered to go with them in good faith, and then she would be a concubine to their leader because shouting at the top of her lungs would not help her anyway. While the pigs were laughing, a big guy was already standing behind them, and he was quite serious. He asked them in a stern voice how much they could shout because they were making him angry. Alex walked confidently toward the girl, but she stood there, unmoving. He passed by, but the girl grabbed his hand and thanked him, and now he is her hero. The girl ran in front of him and asked him to stay, saying that he was very handsome, and she was smiling all the time. She explained that she was a novice of the Monastery of Consolation and had nothing to thank for her salvation, only her heart and body. He mentioned with arrogance that this was a place that trained girls who could not even give a massage. He turned around and advised me to work on my heart and body, because being at the stage of the Golden Elixir, he could not deal with pigs, so he had no interest. She got angry and said she couldn't arouse his interest, so she would call her sisters, and then they would show him. The girls had already come running and were shouting at him to wait, because they were coming and would show him everything. He punched a pig in the face, and the girls were delighted and said he was so strong and brave. He turned to them and started shouting why they were picking on him and what they wanted from him. The girls surrounded him and hugged him, saying they just wanted to be friends. But Alex didn't like it. Christian laughed at the spicy plot unfolding there and didn't understand why he was only seeing it now. The system said he should look at the report more often. The girls were exhausted, sweating and complaining that they couldn't do it anymore because they were as bright as a lemon. He had a lot of tired girls around him, and he said that they were weak and needed to train more, because it was scary to go out in windy weather with them. The girls were just crying and complaining that the promise of consolation had never been so humiliated, and it was a complete failure. The system gave away all the girls who were members of the Hero Catchers squad. Chris was a little scared because he recognized this famous group of seductresses from the cloisters of pleasure who poached talent from other sects. Christian had a plan, but Alex wasn't the right guy to execute it, so he had to find the right guys and got into the communication device. In one of the rooms where the students were studying, there was a notification. The guy read the assignment from his mentor that he had to find the hero catchers to marry and return, and to go to that sect means betraying his own. Chris asked about the novices who get married and can leave for another sect, and Vinogradinka confirmed this and added that they still give a substantial dowry. He stretched and was satisfied because that's exactly what he expects. The guy stood opposite the enemy, who was cornered because there were large rocks around. He jumped up and used his imperishable bronze body and headed for the enemy. He jumped and landed with a great roar that particles of earth flew in different directions and raised a lot of dust and started waving his arms. The girls covered their noses and began to brush away the smell and particles of earth. They had never experienced such a cold attitude. His heart is cold, as if made of ice, and the girls realized that they could not melt it, no matter how much they tried. The girl was breathing heavily and said that if they didn't succeed, no one would, but the other thought that someone else might. So she suggested calling Angelina to try to melt his heart because she breaks rocks with her breasts. The man said that the head was against returning her, so she did not hope to hear a different answer because the girl did not look like a seductress. She covered herself with a fan and said that she could have been sent to protect the detachment, and the man was surprised at her impudence. While they were talking, Angelina was actively training and honing her boxing skills, so much so that the temptress was frightened by the way she breathed and hit a pair. Her husband was watching her practice and received a message on his communication device. He was very excited because he received an assignment for Angelina. The girl was shocked and did not believe it at first because the last time she almost killed a hole, even though it was an accident. The man stepped up and told her to forget about it, because he was a eunuch and because she was practicing body conditioning and chasing werewolves one stage above her. He began to jump and emphasize that she shouldn't try to kill him, but only seduce him. And then she understood and completed her training. While he was trying to fight the werewolf, the temptresses said goodbye to him, saying that they had been called back and wished him to take care of himself. He waved goodbye to them, and he was infinitely happy because he thought they would never leave. While he was waving, something behind him caught his attention that he was a bit shocked. A stone giant appeared before him, and he was at the stage of transformation of the spirit, and he was also very strong and difficult to deal with. He picked up a large stone, and Alex got scared and started running away from him. He was lying on the ground and was very worried and afraid, and he said that only a miracle could save him. And I saw a girl in front of me who was apologizing for him, her fist glowing. She struck the giant, and he was thrown back so normally that he tried to resist. But he was not very good at it. The stone werewolf was in shock. Not only was it emitting smoke from the friction, but it was also missing some teeth. And that's why he decided to run away after such a blow, because who knows what that girl is capable of. Angelina stood with her back to him and watched the werewolf to make sure he didn't come back. Alex was amazed and uncomfortable that he was saved by a girl. He could not believe it. She turned to him and asked him how he planned to repay her for saving his life and smiled. She put her hand on his shoulder and pulled him to her, and Alex realized that things would not be so smooth. Angelina leaned over to him and asked him what the heart and body could be. He was covered in sweat because he was afraid of her and asked if he refused, would she beat him to death. He could barely get 1 foot off the ground and was shocked that so many girls wanted to get into a relationship with him lately, and he didn't understand why. He made a lot of effort to get his other leg out, but it was stuck so well in the ground. Angelina came to him and took him by the clothes and lifted him up so that his leg was free. He looked like a puppy and thanked her for her help, and without any emotion, she told him to grow up big. Then it dawned on him, and he asked if she was with those girls from the Monastery of Pleasures. She was angry and asked him what was bothering him that there were such ugly people among the novices of the convent. Alex leaned closer to her and said that if you look at her closely, she is very pretty. He looked at her and listed all her advantages, such as silky hair, healthy skin color, immense strength, and a strong body. He laughed and was ashamed because beauty can be different, and for him it was beautiful. She smiled lightly and was very pleased because it was the first compliment she had ever received in her life. She said angrily and seriously that he would be hers because she had decided so. He started jumping and waving his arms because he thought she would knock him down and drag him into their abode. She put on gloves and explained that they both practiced body conditioning, so she saw only one way to solve this issue. Angelina decided to arrange a sparring match, and if she wins, he will go with her to the abode of pleasures, and if he does, the decision will be his. He started to feel very nervous because she was stronger than him by a whole stage, and he thought it was not fair. She could no longer hear him and ran to attack him, telling him not to delay. The girl threw a punch, but Alex stood up a couple of times bigger and covered himself from it. At first, she was surprised that it could take this form. That's why Angelina transformed like him and went up to him. She immediately struck him, and he flew away, unable to withstand it. He was very nervous and realized that she would not be ceremonious with him and would beat him with all her might. Alex landed on the ground and activated a 5-element barrier against it. Then he rose into the air and stopped in front of her, and Angelina was already running to strike. When she hit, her blow went through the entire barrier, but he withstood it. They were standing on a hill, and the girl tried to break through the barrier with her punches, but nothing worked, and the guy stood firm. She praised him and noticed that he had excellent defensive magical abilities. He smiled slightly and noticed that she was hitting him as if she didn't care whether she got him alive or dead. Alex concentrated on forming the giant's earth spirit magic ability and said that it was her turn to defend herself. He stood up and explained that his magical abilities compensate for his lack of cultivation, and although he was inferior to her in the latter, he was doing just fine in the former. Angelina was quite happy with this, and his mood, on the contrary, encouraged her and turned her on. So they stood in front of each other in a fighting stance, and now she wanted to test his endurance. The students watched from the mountain as the battle was going on below, and explosions and fires were happening almost at every step. Christian sat and watched them fight and laughed so hard that Vina started to worry about him, because this is not a healthy symptom. He explained that this couple was very funny, and he had never seen mating games on the brink of an earthquake. The girl surprised the mentor. He did not know that they had seductresses for every taste to recruit talent, but it is not yet clear what this will turn into. The grape gave 99% that it wouldn't develop into anything, because he was only interested in cultivation. But he didn't believe it, because the system doesn't understand human feelings. He looked at him and bet the remaining percentage that he would fall for it. They moved all over the neighborhood, and with each stop, there was a powerful explosion from their blows and magical abilities. She kept hitting him and provoking him, and Alex decided to get the last trump card while he could, because he didn't know how much longer he would last. He changed his form again because he activated the hammering demon. This time he was more confident, even though she was already waiting for him. But that didn't scare him, and he swung his hammer. He released it from his hand, and it flew straight at her, knocking her down and continuing to fly with her. Alex watched the explosion after the landing and the guy standing next to him in shock. The student turned to him and asked if he had been too cruel to her, since she was a girl. Alex came to his senses and flew to her, because he had completely forgotten about it and had not taken it into account. Angelina was lying on the ground, recovering from a severe blow, and it was clear that she was having a hard time coming to her senses. She was surprised when Alex approached and gave her his hand. The girl took his hand and admitted her defeat, so now he could put forward any conditions he wanted. He laughed and said that from now on she would train with him because he thought it would be fun and useful. At first she was surprised, but then she agreed and they shook hands. Christian had been fishing and was ready for a nap, even though the sun was still high. He looked at his belly and started squeezing it because it looked like it was bloated. He was worried that something was wrong with his fruit, but Vina reassured him that he had just eaten too much at lunch. Then he exhaled with ease and laid down on the bed because then he was fine. A large turtle and its hatchlings came out of the water and headed toward the tutor, who opened his mouth a bit when he saw them. He was very happy that they had finally returned from the endless sea and asked if her children had received an inheritance. He noticed that she had recovered a bit after writing, probably because she couldn't tear herself away from the tasty food in the endless sea, and that she was blushing. She leaned over, and Vina translated her words that she was pregnant, and Chris was shocked. He was angry and wanted to know who did this to her, and he would deal with him. And the system translated that it was a dragon. After these words, he changed his mood and was very happy for her. It was a great happiness for him. Christian invited her to move into the pond with the spiritual liquid, and he would soon enlarge it, which the turtle was a little impressed by. They came to a pond where there was already a turtle and a couple of students in the water. He picked up the turtle and told it to look for a new home to give way to a pregnant woman, and the blood purification experiment would be conducted later. A pregnant turtle came in from the pond and enjoyed it, and her young wanted to follow. Chris quickly blocked their path and ordered them to leave their mother alone because they were adults and told them to be on their own from now on. He was running here and there, getting in their way, and they were offended by their mentor, so they turned around and left. The turtle was taking a lot of spiritual energy from the pond, and the disciples showed him this because, at this rate, they would have nothing left. The students were flying out of that pond. The guy was shocked by the dragon genes because you can't get any spiritual energy with them. She lowered her head and blushed, and Chris asked if she was worried that it wasn't enough. Chris was serious because he had not just been accumulating stones for so many years, educating disciples to give up. But the question was how to increase energy so that the development of the sect would not stall. A whole year passed as they forged the pearls of condensation of spiritual energy and hoped that soon it would be a storm, and the first clone felt it too. But he didn't understand what was supposed to happen and asked what the mentor was giving away, because he was always giving away. One of the pearls glowed and rose, and Chris said that soon he would feel it himself. Lightning formed in the sky and struck them, and the mentor laughed and asked if he had ever encountered a reaction to the creation of a legendary object. The pearl fell into the water, and a great influx of spiritual energy came from the disc. So everyone was very happy when they saw it and were very grateful to the mentor. He noticed that the descendants began to show light and saw 6 eggs, but he did not know who to expect from such a pedigree because what he would do afterwards. A guy flew to him and advised him to take a dragon's blood purification pill and a spiritual root strengthening liquid, and he would be able to extract their coolest characteristics. But he didn't have the money for such experiments, so he offered him to earn some money, and he was already waiting for him in the Council of Elders. They arrived in the city, and when Christian went inside, he was delighted with what he saw. He saw a tall stone mountain with lava pouring out of it and a hammer sticking out of it, a sacred fire, a place that was a real paradise for blacksmiths. At the entrance to the blacksmith's temple, an old man met him and greeted him, saying that he was very famous and had heard a lot about him. He saw the legendary class sword that the boy had forged and noticed that he was skilled beyond his years. But Chris said he was forging as best he could, so he thought that only he would know if he would get access to the sacred fire. Christian said that this hammer is the tamer of emptiness and heard that it can be wielded by Mahayana blacksmiths because it is intended to create objects that are not of this world. The old man laughed and said that he was very well read. Then he took his hand and wanted him to accept the token because they made an exception for him and accepted him into their ranks. At first, he was happy because the mission was completed, but he was immediately asked if he was ready to contribute to the common cause if he had already agreed. He looked at him and said that there was a war between 2 worlds and there was a shortage of blacksmiths who forged legendary class items, so he asked if he would work here for a while. Again, he was tricked, so he laughed and agreed because he had no choice, but he wanted to leave to get his things. The former asked the latter whether he would have new challenges for progress because he felt that he had hit an invisible wall. Chris was immediately excited and gave me the opportunity to work with the sacred fire because it is the dream of any blacksmith and they have long synchronized their memories. The clone was happy about it because he thought that now he would have a life, and Chris was cunning because that's what he needed clones for. 2 months have passed since the clone was in the City of Rituals in the blacksmith's hall alone, working on a legendary class sword. Everyone was amazed that it took him less than 2 months to create such an object, and a friend told him to take photos because he would be at the end of the line. He panicked and began to quickly paw at the screen because his friend was right. The clone finally finished and wanted to take a mini vacation while the original was away. When he opened it, many scrolls flew at him and he was shocked. He was sitting among a pile of orders. Although the situation had changed, his status as a slave had not, and he began to cry because he did not understand why he had such a life. Christian was sitting fishing in an inexhaustible lake when his communication device beeped. He read that the orders were coming in by the truckload and his job was to pick the fattest ones, so Chris agreed and asked if there was anything he needed right now. He read that someone needed 3,000 5th-class swords and 3 legendary class swords and models of ancient swords in exchange, and Chris thought it must be Alex. The guy doubted that he could rely on old forging models, because if they were used, the fact of a forgery could be immediately revealed. The swordsman grandfather decided to calm him down and said that these were real models, and they were absolutely working, and similarly, the proposed technical processes were also working. The only drawback was that for successful creation, divine runes were required to forge a divine class sword. But my grandfather assured me that no one would dare to forge a sword from a model of a large chiliocosm. The main value is familiarization with the technical process. The old swordsman asked him to wait a bit and his order would be accepted. Alex hoped that the fraud would not be revealed, because then no one would want to cooperate with him, and they waited a long time for the order to be confirmed. 2 hours later, the order was still not accepted, and Alex was angry that his grandfather's plan did not work. He was sweating because he did not expect it. In the city of Ritual, a man asked if he had seen the order where 3 old models were awarded and asked if he was not interested at all. So the clone asked why he didn't hire him himself, because with his resources and experience, there was work for a couple of Sundays. He blew into the mug and said that he had a lot of them, but the runes to them were blurred, and he thought that it would be the same with those. He was amazed that he had a lot of models from the big Chiliocosm and asked where he got them. He explained that his father was considered the greatest blacksmith on the continent, and before his rise, many of the great Chiliocosm wanted to recruit him. He opened his cloak and boasted of such goodness, and Chris asked with contempt where he got it from or if he had cut it off his father. The man laughed at him and said that before his ascension, he had left everything to his loving, hopeful son. The clone looked at him without any emotion and did not believe that everything was as he said. The clone thought he was using the same mash matrix and showed it because it allows you to create legendary items of higher quality, but no more. He didn't understand at first, but then ran to him and asked what he was holding because his eyes were lit up. The clone explained that to create high-quality divine class items, you need more than just random divine runes. He needed a specially constructed divine rune matrix, and he had recently designed and created one, and it floated into his hands. He started to cry because his father told him that he had a chance only with his inheritance, but now he realizes that he was wrong. The clone was calm and agreed that relying on parents is for weaklings and that you should only rely on yourself. He threw himself at the clone and said that he was now his support and that he could now consider him his adopted brother. He flew out of the room all happy and ran to try out his gift because now he had something to practice on. Not far from the city of Ritual, there was a battle with wolves that attacked and fought each other. With incredible speed of movement, Kai injured the wolves. My grandfather said, without any enthusiasm, that he was just a kid, and even assured me that he would never reach the stage of fusion and told them to leave. Alex looked at the result of the battle and noticed that his formation had a clear structure, which meant that he had learned from the greats. His grandfather yelled at him for doing charity work instead of going to the place to negotiate for the swords, and Alex thought the kid was missing something to order. He was serious and said that he fully understood, as no one else could, how difficult his path was and that he wanted to help him. Alex flew up to the guy and asked him if he was cultivating the path of sword formations. Kai bowed and said that he was very insightful, because that is what he does. So the warrior decided to give him a couple of swords that he no longer needed and handed the boy a bag, and he was amazed by this act. Kai was shocked and said that he had a lot of them too, but he was still grateful. Alex came back and said that swordsmen should help each other. Kai wanted to stop him and shouted, but Alex was already far away and did not hear him. When I opened the bag, I was amazed by the glow, but later squinted to see it more closely. He thought it was noble and was touched by it, because it turns out that he himself did not have much, but decided to share it with him, even though it was rusty junk. Kai called his mentor and asked if he could recommend a blacksmith because he needed 3,000 second-class swords and he had plenty of ore and spiritual stones. The boy hoped that his mentor would recommend a normal one because the ones he found spoke of a deadline of almost 100 years. Christian was fishing again, but this time on the tray, and Vinogradinka informed him that an internal order had arrived. Chris cried for the person he had raised because William wanted to provide his student for free at the expense of the sect's budget. The mentor searched for information, and according to his data, Kai was full of spiritual stones, so the request would not have been so strange if he had financial problems. But instead, Chris wanted the ore from the flame core and told Vinogradinka to have the swords made on an assembly line, and she reported that it would take 2 weeks. Sophia was waiting for Lucas at some waterfall in the center of the continent. I was very worried that something had happened to him because he had been gone for a long time. Some kind of stone tunnel appeared out of the water and doused her with water because she was coming in at speed. Lucas looked old and exhausted. He asked her for help to get home and fell into the water. The girl grabbed him and started crying, asking what happened to him, but he was already unconscious. As soon as Chris read the message, he immediately left his boat. He arrived at Lucas's apartment, and the boy was lying on his wife's lap. Sophia cried and begged Christian to save her husband. Chris leaned over his friend and asked him why he had aged so dramatically. He began to do something and ordered Vinogradinka to bring the essence of the wood element and the consciousness preservation pill from the treasury. Lucas started coughing a little, and Sophia was shocked that he came to. Tears flowed from his eyes because he saw his brother, and he thought he would never see him again in this life. Chris was irritated and asked what had happened to him, or who had sucked the life force out of him because he was on the verge of death. As soon as he wanted to confess, he saw his wife looking at him, and he turned away, saying that no one had done anything to him, and that he had simply found a secret space where time passed quickly, and that 1,000 years had passed in an instant. Lucas put an egg in his hands and said that it was the only thing he had managed to take from there and hoped he would find a use for it. But there was no time for an exchange. Christian's tears welled up, and he promised to bring him back to life, no matter what the cost, even if it meant eternal damnation from heaven, and began the process. He placed the pill in his friend's body, and a large cocoon appeared in front of them, flanked by a monkey. They sat across from each other and used the synchronous control technique. They told the fate chronometer to appear, and it hovered over the cocoon. Chris was angry because his life's journey was about to reach the finish line, and the hands were already ticking away. He flipped a coin and hoped for a technique to call in the luck. The coin was spinning over the fate chronometer, and the ribbons of death resistance fell on it, and they forced the hands to unscrew back, using great effort to do so. He started to get younger, and the barrier was slowly disappearing. Christian stopped his faithful monkeys and said that enough was enough for today, because if they continued, they might die themselves. Lucas tried to get up and said that he had no doubt that his brother would snatch him from the clutches of death, and everyone was shocked. Sophia reached out to him and hugged him tightly because she thought she had lost him and cried. The girl got up and went to Chris and made a deep bow and thanked him for saving Lucas. He lifted her up and said that he could not do otherwise, and that she could thank the monkeys because they had tried hard and, by the way, loved bananas. The monkeys walked and supported each other. The girl promised that she would take care of them and told Lucas to take care of his savior. As soon as they got out, Chris turned to him and angrily asked if he would tell him what had happened to him, or if he wanted to find out for himself. He looked down and explained that it started when he was young because of his passion for women. And although he saved her, she continues to appear to him in his dreams. The mentor was angry and asked me to tell him who he was talking about and about that secret space. Lucas immediately started to change the subject, but Chris knew him and he was too weak to lie, so he decided to see for himself. The boy was very afraid, and when he touched it, a bright light came out, which also surprised his friend. Chris and the boy moved through time and space and hovered above the ground with their eyes closed. When he opened his eyes, he heard someone laughing and turned his head to the sound. He slightly pulled back the flower curtain and saw someone on the lawn. A girl was sitting by the river with a basket, and children were running around behind her, having fun. She said that he did not belong here, and that if he had not prolonged his life, he would have been with her forever. Chris angrily told her that no matter what magic she had, he would not let her kill his brother. She looked at him angrily, and her eyes reddened and asked if he wanted to take his place. Their gazes crossed, and they looked at each other sternly, watching each other's movements. Christian had already prepared a gift for her in his hand behind his back and was ready to throw. They were interrupted by Lucas, who announced that he was already home, carrying a rocker on his back and a bag of gifts he had brought them. The girl asked him not to go to the widow anymore because she didn't like the way she looked at him, and the boy asked him not to be jealous, but to do as she wanted. Chris was shocked and burned that paper when he saw that picture, and after the girl said that Lucas was the best. The guy turned toward Christian and asked his wife who he was. The girl hugged the guy and said that it was just a traveler who wanted to ask for water and asked him if it was true. Children started running to him and shouting that they wanted to pick him up, and he was happy to catch them. Lucas asked to offer tea to the guest, and they and the children will soon join him. She laughed and said that of course she would, and Chris stood there not knowing what was going on. While tea was being poured, the friends sat across from each other, and the boy watched his friend play with the children. The girl leaned over and whispered that it had taken her almost 1,000 years of his life to create this world, but she also needed the strength to maintain it. She offered to take his place if he wanted to save his friend. He pushed her away from him. He was not in the habit of taking wives from friends, and he had never liked her. She took his hand and leaned against his cheek, because she had changed her appearance, and asked if she was his type now. He took her by the chin and tilted her face back, saying that they would come to an agreement because he hadn't been able to hold on to it for years. He drank his tea, got up from the table, and thanked them for their hospitality because he had already decided to leave. Chris blushed, and it was clear that he was up to something and was laughing slyly. Lucas began to shake him and call for him to come too, because he began to scare him with his condition. Then the mentor told him that he didn't understand why he was doing it. He was ready to kiss him, because he did not understand why he had become his first friend, but because he was the key to solving the main problem in his life. Then, he ordered Hrdinka to install satellite surveillance over the young man's apartment and to have 10 dolls guard him because he was the greatest treasure of all. He was cunning because the system does not allow him to break through before reaching the vital limit, so now he will be deprived of vitality. He stretched and seemed to be happy, because at first he thought that the stage of the spirit's birth was 300 years away, but now he had to prepare for it. A year later, Christian burst into Lucas's home and told them to finish what they had started, and the family was very surprised by his behavior. Before they could finish eating, the guy rushed to him and penetrated his mind. The girl was not very surprised that he came back, because it turns out that he really loves his friend very much. They stood opposite each other and watched, and the girl had already managed to change the accounting to something more pleasant for him to look at. Chris sternly told her to stop talking and to start sucking his years of life out of him. The girl was a little angry that they were not in public like this, and she was not sure that they were just friends, because such sacrifice is inherent in another type of relationship. The girl got close to the boy and was sorry that she could not take care of the man to create a habitual environment. And she started kissing him in the neck where the pentagram was depicted and thus sucking the life out of him. Christian was overjoyed because it had worked and he would soon be able to break through to the stage of spirit birth. Chris was laughing like crazy, and then the girl stopped and felt a little bit bad. She turned around and left, and the guy started clutching his head and panicking. He asked her what had happened, because she was only 200 and more years old, and she explained that she was moved by love for her friend and could not take his life. The guy grabbed her and started shouting at her to continue and leave him only half an hour of life, and that was it. The girl started crying and told him that he had 5 years left, and that he should spend them with his friend and let them appreciate every second, and said goodbye. She kept crying and threw him into the portal and wished him 5 years of happiness, and Chris started screaming and wanted her to stop. He kept screaming as he returned, while Lucas was rejuvenated in his wife's arms. He fell down next to his friend and started crying and asking why he did that and why he didn't listen to him. Then Chris slapped him and told him it was all his fault, because now he had to wait 5 years for a breakthrough. Mia was already flying back and was a little puzzled, because when she left, her mentor was in his prime, and she didn't understand how he had aged in those couple of years. She landed in her mentor's yard, where her brother and Hrdinka were already there. Benjamin asked him if his mentor had asked him to give them a message, and he told him not to worry about him and not to bother him in any way. A beam of light struck the hut from the sky and threw the brother and sister back a little. They looked up at the sky and saw ribbons of different colors: wind, thunder, light, space, time rising near the center, and wondered what was happening to their mentor. It was hard for Christian, and he did not understand why the transition to the stage of the birth of the spirit was so difficult. A small child was sitting in a lotus position and seemed to be cultivating as well. Chris was surprised to see that his chest started to glow and some energy was coming out of it. There was a golden egg next to the boy, and something started to come out of it. The egg was slowly cracking, and whoever was there was trying to knock out the shell. And from there, a cute little panda appeared. She straightened her body and stretched after being born. Then she flew up to the guy and pressed her cheek against him, which shocked him. Chris was somehow unhappy and shocked, because for 10 years he had been carrying a fetus under his heart, which turned out to be a panda. Mia asked if she was the only one who thought that Cloud looked like a panda, and Benjamin added that their mentor never ceased to amaze them. The mentor opened the door and appeared holding a panda, and the students congratulated him on his breakthrough to the next stage. Then Chris handed Mia a panda, and she asked who it was with her mouth agape. He felt ashamed and didn't know how to explain it, so he said that it could be considered as their child with heaven. Then lightning flashed in the sky, and the mentor said that it was a confirmation of his words, and the girl asked what he was going to do with it. While he was thinking about what to say, Benjamin kept touching him, because he was very soft and was sleeping in Mia's arms. Then he became several times bigger and more evil, his eyes glowing with a red glow that scared everyone. Then the mentor asked if there were any other questions he could help him with, and Benjamin began to apologize and promise that it would not happen again. Chris took to his head as soon as he thought about how much he needed to pump, and Mia decided to do the panda because neither his father nor brother was interested in him. At first, he wanted to guess what the future would hold for them, but decided to flip the coin later. He looked at the students and said that a dark future awaited them, and soon the sect might be attacked by werewolves, so he decided to move the island completely. Benjamin asked his mentor if it was that serious. Maybe he should inform the elders, but he had already sent word, but he could not predict the outcome. Chris ordered all the wandering disciples to return to the sect, and if they have friends outside, they can be invited to ride out the storm with them. In the area beyond the edge of the sky, there were already ships that wanted to enter the transit passage between the two worlds. The senior commissar laughed at the younger one because he thought he was just putting on a confident face and was probably afraid. But in fact, he was trying to think through the enemy's next steps. The man didn't want to listen to him because he thought they were panicking and told him to calm down because he had called for reinforcements. But he explained that it was consistent with his friend's guess. He became angry and started burning a scroll that said that werewolves would commit atrocities, and they could not make war plans based on predictions. Then the junior commissioner bowed and apologized and asked to know from which side the help would come because he was not at ease. He looked at him suspiciously and asked what would happen if he said that, and something bad happened in that area. I looked at him even more sternly, lest this be proof that he was a werewolf spy. The guy panicked and said that he was not a spy and that his suspicions were an insult to him. The elder started laughing and saying that he was just messing with him and couldn't stop seeing his expression, so he apologized to Chris for not helping him. Christian was near the island of the Sacrament of the Spirit at the bottom of the lake and was placing discs, according to estimates. 36 are needed to move it smoothly. But he didn't have that much time, so he hoped that 8 such discs would be enough. The hemisphere underwater began to shine with different runes, and he watched it. Later, he asked Vinohradinka if they could drag the defensive formation, but explained that they did not have enough spiritual energy. He was puzzled and asked if he meant to say that he had assembled such a fancy machine that he could not even carry it. He flipped a coin to tell him whether they would be able to find a way out of the situation. And at that moment, the bird picked up a coin with the inscription John on the top, which meant that they would probably be able to find a way out. Christian met William and his disciples and asked if he wanted to stay with them through their troubled times. Then he leaned over to the boys and told them not to think it was a vacation, because they would be training twice as hard. Chris showed them a doll that would give them a tour, and if they had any questions, they should ask Vinohradinka, and the boys thanked him. He was saddened and hoped that these two would not destroy the sect before the werewolves arrived. The boys were traveling on the ship and were shocked that their mentor's native sect was like this. They thought it was a majestic sight. Klaus was curious to see the source of this waterfall of spiritual fluid. Vinogradinka heard them and said that it was no problem to show it, and the doll turned the ship around. They steeply climbed up the leakage of liquid, and the guys liked this maneuver. The guys were holding onto the side because they were climbing at a high speed, and through the portal they got into a defensive formation. It was their main pride. He told us about the vessels that constantly condense spiritual energy, not only from the district, but also from the atmosphere, and its steady flow ensures the progress of students. He then showed them a hot spring heated by volcanic fire and invited them to take a dip, as it would have a positive effect on their cultivation. Vinohradinka wanted to warn them and make sure they knew where their rings were, because there was a possibility that they had already jumped in without knowing. Because if it's badly made, it can explode. But his job is only to warn, and now he takes bribes smoothly and looks at them with a relaxed expression. The disciples were high and felt spiritual energy with each pair, and Kai was constantly receiving insight after insight. The ring began to heat up and glow with a bright light, and they had a powerful explosion, just as Vinohradinka had warned about. Kai was so panicked that he grabbed his head because he hadn't expected it. Klaus began to mock him, saying that he was unlucky because the probability was 0%. And now he would be picking up his stuff from the bottom for the rest of the day. I asked him if he had any relatives in the vast Chiliocosm, because he hides a lot. But he said no, because he had collected everything from the ancient ruins himself. He was surprised, because the spring stone was designed to purify any liquid, and now it was glowing. Then it suddenly went up, making a big wave behind it, and he flew into the center of the formation with water from the mine pouring in behind him. Chris asked the system what was happening, and it explained that the boys were bathing and accidentally did a complete highest purification of all spiritual fluid. Chris looked at the drop and realized where the azure color came from and thought that this was the kind of luck his coin had warned him about yesterday. He snapped his fingers and moved the guys from the defensive formation to his side. Chris asked if the liquid was azure in color because of his efforts, and Kayan began to apologize and ask if he had caused much damage to the sect. While he was talking, he was juggling wardrobe balls and threw them at the guys. And they immediately changed their clothes and were amazed by this action, because they had never seen anything like it before. Chris praised him and, since he had lost half of his possessions, gave him 10 legendary class swords as a consolation. He looked at the lake and asked if they now had enough spiritual energy to move the entire island with the protective formation. Somewhere between the two worlds, a warrior fought werewolves alone, while a small commissioner watched him. The werewolves were furious because they had been holding a grudge against him for a long time, and now they caught the elder and told him that he had no chance alone, but he asked why they thought he was alone. Then a guy appeared and said that he was already here and used a divine-class werewolf dismemberment sword. The boy hid the sword and explained that at first he was afraid to come forward because of the predictions, but he could handle the forged sword without the elders. They were all scared because it turned out that he was not alone, as they had thought before. They decided to escape, but the way was blocked so that they could not even hope to escape. The elder formed a powerful stream of light, and while it was directed upward, the girl tried to defend herself and formed a shield, but it began to crack under the light. In the city of Linsen, a multi-tailed fox was lying in a crosswalk, and it was clear that it had not yet recovered. She was shackled, and in order to escape from there and hide, she had to use the tail dew technique and thus lost one of her tails. She was extremely angry and said that she would never forgive me and threatened that her revenge would be ruthless and cruel. She looked up and saw a ship flying over the city and all its runes glowing. She looked slyly and thought that this was not a large Sect ship, and since she could not handle the city, a small Sect was just right. Klaus was fascinated, and he could not even imagine how thrilled his mother would be when he took her to the spiritual mystery Sect. While he was looking at the scenery behind him with admiration, someone jumped on the ship and it caught his attention. A 9-tailed fox temptress climbed up to him and playfully laughed and greeted him. He was scared and decided to call his mentor, but first he had to find his communication device. As soon as he was about to dial, a fox temptress approached him and whispered to him to be quiet and not to fidget. Chris was sitting in the dungeon of the spiritual mystery Sect in a control room with many screens. He was eating an apple, and according to Klaus's calculations, he and his mother were expected to arrive soon, so he told Vina to be ready to start the moving procedure. The girl was hiding behind the door, asking if they had much longer, and he seemed to be fascinated and said that they were almost there. The ship approached the entrance to the island of the Sacrament of the Spirit and was ready to enter. Before entering, he displayed a screen where he had to provide a list of the ship's passengers, and the enchanted Klaus listed everyone who was him, his mother, and his wife, and his eyes gave off a purple glow. The girl noticed that they had a serious security system and thought they would burn down, and the gates opened in front of the ship and he was able to enter the Sect safely. The seductress fox only laughed slyly because it turned out that she had overestimated them. The ship continued to fly over the Sect, flying over mountains and valleys. The girl got off the ship and saw that there was no one stronger than the stage of spirit transformation, and she would even be bored to kill such weak people. But then her gaze became more severe, because she had already decided that she would not leave anyone alive. And it formed a pair of tornadoes, and all 9 of its tails blossomed. The tornado began to move along the outskirts of the island, demolishing everything in its path. Christian smiled and ordered Vina to start the process of transferring the Sect. The girl laughed slyly, because she didn't even know who to present the honor of becoming the first victim to. As soon as she started to think, she saw that something was happening in the Sect, and Chris laughed a little and said goodbye to her. The girl was shocked, and her hands were dropping. She could not understand where the big island could have gone in an instant. A large warrior formation appeared from somewhere, and a guy in the middle said that she had run into the wrong people. And with one blow, he knocked down the fox temptress, who could not withstand the blow and flew back. A strong light explosion occurred over the lake, and to survive, the girl again used the tail dumping technique. And turning into a fox, she jumped outside the Sect and threatened them that she would soon find them. The elders saw how the Sect moved, and the boy became sad because his senior mentor had become his friend and a heaven-kissed blacksmith. Christian rejoiced at how accurately he had been able to foresee the danger and skillfully avoid it while flying on horseback on the island. While Chris was drinking tea, Klaus came to him and was still being recruited by that fox seductress. The older tutor was angry and slapped him on the head to wake him up, and after that, Klaus began to wake up. He ordered him to check whether the fox had cast any spells on him or stolen something from him, and the boy began to fuss, checking all his pockets. Klaus blushed when he mentioned her and said that it was only his virginity, which Chris didn't expect to hear, and spat out all the tea in a stream. Chris caught him by the arm, and the boy did not understand what was happening and asked his grandfather what was going on. It seemed strange to him, because before his line of destiny had been crossed by dangers, but now they had disappeared, and he continued to look at his palm. Christian told him that all paths were open to him, but he had to concentrate on his training, and soon he would reach the stage of the birth of the spirit. At first, the boy was shocked that he was going to be like his grandfather, but then he thanked him for his guidance and said he would follow his advice. Christian waved at him, and he was a little jealous of the main characters, because they had escaped from the clutches of a dangerous werewolf without any effort or loss. At first, something caught his attention, and just as he was about to jump away, a large arrow went through the roof and stuck near him. The boy did not understand whether the danger from the werewolves had not yet passed and how they could find their island in flight. The warrior was fierce and almost flew into Christian, but he managed to jump away. She said that the target was found and ready to be eliminated. The girl, like a robot, started saying that he had one last wish before he was liquidated and pointed an arrow, but he stopped her and asked who she was. She touched the wax and turned on a voice message complaining that he had raised so many who had seduced and taken all their girls. The robot began to yell at him that they had not only taken the girls from the hero catcher squad, but had not even left them with ordinary students. And the last words were to curse him, and she reported that the audio message was over, and she was starting to liquidate. He asked us to wait because it was a misunderstanding and asked him to explain everything, but he did not even expect that all the students had completed the task. He thought that if she was one of the liquidators from the monasteries of pleasure, then all he had to do to survive was to seduce her. The guy decided to grab every opportunity and began to seduce her by taking a rose in his mouth and complimenting her on the fact that their meeting was not accidental. She slapped him and explained that she was just a doll programmed to eliminate the object in question. She explained that she had no feelings and showed that she had no heart. He smiled slyly, because in that case he had to take Vinogradinka out. The doll girl said that she had discovered a highly productive doll, but she had no feelings for dolls either. Vinogradinka was angry and ordered the werewolf fighter to open fire. And the blow was right on target. Chris said that he insisted on a doll, and if it had been a woman, it would have been easier, and such a team is a killer combination. He felt sorry for it because it was made very well and asked the system if it lacked hands, because with them he could be more useful. And Chris offered to repair her body and put him in it. But Vinogradinka just kept quiet and showed his muscles. He looked at Vinogradinka and said that he was a democratic man and continued to repair the building, so if he didn't want to, he didn't have to raise his hand. Vinogradinka was slightly shocked by his mentor's mockery and wanted to scold him. He smiled because he didn't mind, and then they started. And Vinogradinka said that although she had no feelings, she had a premonition and didn't like it. He was delighted with the idea and had been waiting for it for a long time, so he started mixing. A beautiful girl stood in front of him, and he ordered his mechanical maid to wake up. He crossed his arms because he had long dreamed of a beautiful maid who would walk around and call him master. He was eagerly waiting for her to say something and asked Vinogradinka to say something. She asked him if he saw her as a parrot, and the guy was seriously scared and resisted her. He began to cover his ears and cry because his maid was not supposed to sound like a drunken boor. 66. He started fussing and looking for a way to fix it, going through the various functions on the screen. He installed the audio package for the Milpa voice from all the offered audio packages, and the installation was complete. The girl asked if the owner was happy with her new voice. Chris decided to test other features of the new shell and told Vinogradinka to sit down. She sat down like a man, crossed her arms and spread her legs, and her mentor was shocked again. He could not look at her and ordered her to watch one of the students and learn to act like a girl, and until then, not to show her face to him. She bravely went looking for someone to look up to and take as a model, and only one thing was clear to her. She had to take the best. Mia congratulated Vinogradinka on her new shell, but she said that the owner was not very happy with it. The girl lit up and said that she could not find a better candidate to teach her how to behave like a girl, and the doll told her to start. After 3 days, he got a little teary-eyed and realized that he had to calm his desires, because she was a machine after all. Then Chris saw Vinogradinka and was surprised, because he had only been thinking about her. He ordered her to show what she had learned, and she agreed to do so. She got angry and said that the mentor was an asshole who had lost his fear, and that if he continued to behave like this, she would shoot him like a dog. Christian's heart ached and his mouth bled, and he asked why she had adopted Mia's manner of behavior and how she spoke to her students. Then Vinogradinka thought about learning from Angelina, and the guy was scared. He He took her by the shoulder and carried her to another place where she was hanging laundry. He ordered me to watch Benjamin's wife all week and learn from her. The guy looked in their direction and smiled, as his wife had already come up to him and put her hands on his shoulders. She watched them feed each other and call each other affectionate names. Then she watched them in the bedroom, and the girl asked them to just lie down because she felt they were being watched, but the boy reassured her. She stuck around to watch them and said they were completely safe. She started writing notes in her diary on growing up as a girl. A week later, Vina was already giving a massage to her mentor, and he was completely high, asking her not to stop. She brought him porridge, and now he has no life but a fairy tale. She brought him dessert next, and he was pleasantly surprised. She took off her apron and Christian's nose bled in surprise, and she ducked down to him, and Chris didn't expect it and was afraid of it, because he's an engaged man. He was in a panic and ordered her to erase all the memories of 18 plus because he didn't want that, and told her to behave. She was embarrassed and reported that corrections had been made to the system and the entire relevant continent had been erased. Christian felt the nuts and asked if this meant they had reached their destination, and Grape confirmed his words. He thought about it because he thought he had forgotten something important, but then he laid down and relaxed because he decided that it was probably nothing, and if it was important, he would remember. Julie flew to the place where the island was and began to cry because she did not understand where the island had gone, where her beloved husband had gone, and where everything had gone. She flew around and called her husband, asked where he was, and flew off to look for him. The next day, on the inexhaustible lake, the rabbit was drinking water, and he was very frightened when Julie started to slow down on the water on her bird. At the same moment, an eagle caught the rabbit and began to lift it into the air while the girl screamed. The girl was shocked, because not only had she not found a husband, but she had also run into a werewolf in the Mahayana stage. The eagle began to fly after the girl, while the spirit of the rabbit was released, and she asked him to fly faster, because otherwise they would be in trouble. She was surprised when she saw the space-time gap because she didn't understand where it came from and decided to fly in because it was her only chance for salvation. At that time, in Christian's room, Vinohradinka was massaging her mentor's head and he was very pleased. Then, she reported that a body was falling on them at high speed and would collide with the defensive formation in 3 seconds. Chris was weak and told me not to worry because it was strong and would hold up, so it wouldn't pass through. But the system reported that the object had already passed it. And with great speed it crashed into the ground, creating a sinkhole. The bird was lying there with no signs of life, and Julie had many abrasions all over her body and was in so much pain that tears were forming in her eyes. She started crying very hard and shouting where her husband was and wailing at the top of her voice. The girl realized that she had slipped into a portal where there were already people because she heard voices, which means that it is always dangerous. The door opened and Christian saw Julie, and the girl was happy to find her husband. She began to whine that his sect had fallen through the cracks and she no longer had any hope and was afraid that she would never see him again. He hugged her and apologized because it was his fault, explaining that they were in danger and he had to move the sect and forgot to send the news. She hugged him and cried, telling him that they had circled back and forth over his island. She was scared when she told me that a werewolf was following them, and then she saw the gap and couldn't believe that it was over. The girl fell silent when she saw Vinohradinka in Christian's bedroom, and he started asking her what was hurting her and if she had hurt her head. She looked at her and considered all of her beauty, her legs, her breasts, and the way she behaved. He shouted to Julie and asked why she was shaking and ordered Vinohradinka to examine his baby's wounds, but she started interrupting him. Then he yelled that he knew what was best and that she should go quickly to analyze the severity of the damage, but Julie was already angry. Grape told him to think about his quick injuries in the near future, and Julie took his hand. She threw it over, screaming that she would bury the couple herself, and Chris couldn't understand what she was talking about. The girl was crying and angry, and when she took a swing at him, she said she understood what was going on. She struck him, saying that he had found a replacement for her, and Vinohradinka watched and was shocked. She began to strike after strike and ask if there was any danger, and he just decided to hide from her. He said with the last of his strength that Vinohradinka was a soulless doll, and the girl stopped beating him for a moment. The system came up to the couple when its owner was no longer able to do anything and greeted the owner. She recalled that she had helped her find food to cook for her husband a few chapters earlier and asked if she remembered her. She started beating him again and crying, which is also considered cheating with a doll. He said that she should get to know her better and that he was sure they would get along. Julie fell right into her arms and looked her straight in the eye, so Rodinka asked the owner to be careful. She brought her into the hut and told her that she needed to treat her wounds first and that she could rely on her for that. Julie noticed that it gave her a sense of peace and security, that all the horrors of today were left behind as if in a past life. Chris came in and asked if everything was okay. Then Rodinka reported that she needed a bandage and asked the hostess to give her leg. While she was processing, she heard the girl in pain and decided to blow on the wound to make it easier. Then she looked her in the eye and asked if it still hurt, and Julie said it was better and thanked her. She also reported that her clothes were also damaged, and after analyzing her parameters, she picked up 2 sets of suitable outfits. She said that she understands not only clothing, but also cosmetics and skincare, because with this amount of data, she has almost no dark areas of knowledge. Julie began to admire Rodinka, and Christian breathed a sigh of relief that the awkward moment was over and they were getting along. A few days later, Chris started to fret and called for Rodinka because he couldn't find the recipes he needed and she was nowhere to be found. She told him to look for it himself because she didn't have time, because she had gone shopping with her landlady, and he was a little bit in shock. Julie told him not to distract them unless it was the end of the world and asked him not to call again. He sat there and began to think that he was superfluous in their love triangle. The next day, Rodinka served her mistress, combed her hair, and painted her. Julie was delighted with the image and thanked her for it, while the doll said that she had little credit for it because she was beautiful to begin with and only needed to add accessories. The girl believed that she understood her best and could not imagine how she would live without her, and as soon as she thought about it, her heart ached. She decided to ask her husband to let her go with her and asked where he was now, and Chris was in a gazebo near the waterfall. As soon as he heard his wife calling him, he started shouting for her to stop. During the conversation, he could hear her shouting at him not to come at him like that because he was almost at the edge of a cliff. He hit his head and asked Julie why she was in such a hurry to come to him. She was lying on top of him and realized that they had almost crashed and began to apologize to him. He blushed because with such pleading eyes and in such a pose, he was afraid that I would not be able to refuse her no matter what she asked. She began to treat him kindly and asked him in a gentle voice if he could give her a Rodinka. But immediately all the romance disappeared and he sobered up and said that he would not do it. She pleaded because the system was very useful and he knew that it was designed to ensure the work of the sect and protect it. Julie told him he was a talented blacksmith and why he couldn't make another one, but he said no because it wasn't just a shopping trip. She seemed to let go and started to grieve. Then he came up to her and asked if she was really crying because he didn't understand. He asked her to calm down and said that he would empower her and that he could contact her directly if necessary. He promised her that since they see each other once every couple of years, he could allow her to be pampered, and she hugged him, thanking him for that. Julie said he was the best, and he wanted a kiss and told him not to be a bully. Grace saw all this and was angry because she did not know that he was already engaged and the assistant was calling her to leave. The girl was sitting in her room, replaying the moment she had seen today and earlier, when he had asked her not to. One side told her to take what she liked and that the girl was no match for her, and the other side explained that if she killed her, Chris would never forgive her. And the devil began to beat the angelic side, calling it weak. One said that if he was heartbroken, she would have a chance, and the other said that he had never gotten close to her and she was making it up. They kept whispering to her different versions of their stories, either to act while there is a chance or to come to her senses. Grace sat and did not know whom to listen to. Some people said to kill and take what she wanted. Others said not to because she would regret it. The last straw was the words of the devil, who told her to cast aside all doubts and that she should not regret anything. She opened her eyes and decided to kill her to get what she had wanted for so long. John was amazed because at first he didn't understand where the demonic aura was coming from and suspected it was from his mentor Grace's house. Then he saw a flying demonic spirit, although he hoped that it was just a suspicion and that given the level of the mentor, she could destroy the whole sect. He tried to close the aura and stall it, but it turned out to be a bad idea because it started to gain momentum to get out. He realized that he did not have the strength to restrain her because of the blockage of the aura. He watched and analyzed her and realized that she had an insurmountable advantage in strength, seeing how she freed herself from the blockage. John decided to risk his own body to restrain her and stepped onto the pentagram. She was shocked when the guy waved his hand to apply a modified technique of 100 rebirths. The clouds had cleared over the house, and he decided to go in and see Grace. And as soon as he opened the door, he thought she was crying. She looked depressed and disappointed. He didn't know what was happening to her. The girl was not happy, first asking why he was here and then what he had done. John explained that she had become possessed by bad intentions and he had to build a magic field around her. She got up and told him to get out of here and with his magic field, because she was fine. The guy waved to her, but had to refuse her request. Grace got angry with him and ordered him to get out of her apartment again and asked if he had lost his fear to talk to her like that. The girl tries to do something to influence the guy somehow, but nothing works, and he stands like a wall. John looked at his mentor and smiled slightly, saying that it was not obvious that she was okay. Leaning over to her, he said that after he had set up the magic field, he then used the technique of 100 rebirths, and there is no spiritual energy here. She managed to get angry at him for what he did and was about to swing her arm, but the guy caught her. He pulled Grace lightly to him and said that she was not yet ready to tell him about her inner demon. He left the apartment and said that they would return to it in a couple of days, leaving the girl alone and confused. John went outside and looked at the sun and explained that in the world of ordinary people, you need to sleep and eat and recommended finding temporary housing. Grace felt a rumbling in her stomach and did not understand what was happening because she had practiced fasting before. And now, only after getting here, she felt hungry. She started fussing and looking for something to eat, but there was nothing in the whole apartment. The girl looked out the window and sighed, because she would have to go outside and try to get food. The mentor was walking down the street, where every vendor promised the most delicious noodles or any other delicious food. Grace smelled something and liked it very much. She went up to the seller and he asked if she wanted a donut, and she was drooling at the sight of them. The girl took a bite and was delighted with the taste, because it would be delicious. The seller said that it was customary for them to pay first and then eat, so she owed 20 veens, but she didn't seem to hear and continued to flush her cheeks. The girl did not know how much 20 venyas in money was and was disappointed, so she asked if they accepted spiritual stones. Grace began to nervously touch her storage ring because she didn't understand why it wouldn't open, and the salesperson was already getting angry with her. She decided to use her techniques and said that she was a commissioner of the Council of Elders and a mentor of the Sect, so she was ready to fulfill his one wish. But her husband did not understand her and was very angry. He said that she needed treatment, but first he had to pay for it. The girl was shocked that he was doing this, but she forgot that this was the world of mortals, and 2 men were already watching her. He took hold of her shoulder and offered to pay for the girl. I smiled at her, because I would have been very happy to get to know her better, and handed the money to the seller. The girl pushed him away, saying that she didn't date mortals because he would live for 50 years, and that was it, and she wasn't interested in fleeting relationships. He was persistent and grabbed her by the shoulders, asking why she was so cold and asking her name. Grace got angry with him, and since there was no magic, she just put him on the ground with her hands in the air. The guy was in shock. But she was knocked on the head, and 2 men realized that because of her character she was being noticed, so one of them offered to take her to a brothel. The landlady gave the girl 10 gold pieces, but the boys warned her that she was a daredevil and to be careful with her. Grace was tied up and tears were in her eyes when she heard what those people were talking about. That mother was not used to working with such people. She said that she would starve for a couple of days in the pantry and become silk, and she cried and did not understand why she was getting everything. Miss Wills smiled and waved in greeting and asked the boy if he was a teacher and offered to show him to his room. John bowed and thanked her, calling her Mommy Wills. He thought about his mentor and wondered what she was doing now, probably starving, and the girls who were present admired him. The guy paid attention to them and heard them talking about him, and one of them heard him playing so well that she couldn't even take her ears off. He noticed one of them was wearing a headscarf and realized that it was part of her clothes, and they started to feel ashamed because he was looking in their direction. John remembered the image of his mentor, how beautiful she was, and thought he was in trouble. He began to worry because he did not know how he would explain himself to the Council of Elders. It was already nighttime, and from the brothel's storage room we could hear the girl suffering, how hungry she was, and how she hadn't felt such hunger for a long time. She spent the last of her strength to untie her shoelace, and Grace lay there thinking about what she loved to eat in her past life. And while the girl was listing the things she loved, the window where she was lying opened, and something flew right into her face, and she was a little scared. Later, she felt for food, and realized that someone was helping her. She glanced back and saw the door open, and now she had provisions and could move on to the next turn. The girl took the food in her teeth and began to run as fast as she could and ran outside. Grace tried to sneak around in the main lobby of the brothel, while other girls attracted men's attention by offering various amusements. Mommy Wills came into the hall and started shouting that today's new girl had escaped from the storeroom and ordered the main gate to be closed and to find her. The woman was angry and threatened her as soon as she was caught, ordered to search the bedrooms, and Grace stood in the corner and did not know how to get out. She entered the nearest door because she needed to hide somewhere first. When the girl came in, she saw John, and he was shocked to see her and said it was not the right time, covering his body with his shirt. Grace was very worried and heard her mother outside the door, telling her to look here, just where she was. She attacked him with anger, saying that he had dragged her into this world and now she was like a fish on dry land without her strength, and that every bastard was spitting on her here. John pushed her away, saying that her inner demon was threatening the life of the sect, and he had risked himself to bring them here and asked why he should help her. The girl sighed, because again, she was a benefit. Men always want something from her, either money or her body. Grace seemed to be obsessed with Chris, that he was the only one who needed anything, believed that he was chosen by heaven and had not fallen for any of her tricks. She told me about her demon, that she had fallen in love with his mentor, and that as soon as they were together, he would disappear. John started to dress and smiled and asked her if she called this feeling love, but she didn't immediately understand his question. He looked at her seriously and explained that what she was feeling was called the desire to possess someone and had no idea what love was. Grace shouted so loudly that he couldn't understand anything, and outside they started whispering that one of the girls was yelling at the client. And she threw something at the guy in anger, shouting that being with her would have been the best choice for Christian. She was screaming and angry and making faces that the girl who was with him would not be able to give him what she would have given him. John stood in front of her, and the last thing he decided to do was to ask her if she respected his choice and if she respected his feelings at all. He took her chin and squeezed it, saying that she didn't care about any of this. Grace was frightened when the boy equated her to a spoiled girl in a woman's body who was used to getting everything at the first call. The guards ran into the bedroom and noticed the girl, and John refused to help her until she dealt with the demon, because it was a threat to the sect. He took her wrist and explained that a brothel is a place where love and hate, hope and disappointment are intertwined, and that it would be good for her. The guy hoped that she would understand the difference, but Grace started listening to his questions and was shocked because she didn't believe he was right. She was thrown into a room and told that she would live here and flew to the table, thinking that maybe she really didn't know what love was. And they told the girls to watch her, and if she ran away or did something, they would all be punished, and they didn't know where she came from. The girls were mocking Grace and threatening her, setting conditions for her stay here and what would happen if she didn't follow them, and she sat unhappy on the floor. A girl came up to her and introduced herself as Diana, saying that she would help her settle in, and Grace was surprised by her kindness. The girl offered to sleep with her, that there should be enough room for them, but jokingly asked her not to dig in the night and kept adjusting her blanket, and Grace thanked her. She tossed and turned all night because she couldn't sleep on it, because she had never slept on such a hard bed in her entire life. Grace turned around and cried because she had never been humiliated like that before, and she was hungry and regretted throwing away her food during the escape. She noticed that her friend stood up and looked directly at her and did not understand what she was up to. Diana pulled her close and began to sing a lullaby, and Grace was surprised by this act. She turned to her and realized that if she ran away, this girl would be punished because of her. But she was very kind and began to fall asleep to the lullaby. At that moment, the boy picked up the bread from the floor and realized that he had risked stealing it because she was still hungry, and he felt sad. The next day, Mama Wills was lying on the balcony, ordering them not to miss a single drink because there were going to be a lot of guests at the dinner. Grace was angry with her because she didn't understand why they had to do this dirty work, and Diana came over and whispered that if you don't work, you don't eat, and that surprised her. She was outraged because it was so low for her to work for food when she had had what she wanted all her life. The next thing they did was in class, and Diana tried to play a melody. But the nasty girls laughed at her and said that she pissed them off because her playing made their ears droop. Grace decided to strum the instrument out of spite, and they got scared and started plugging their ears. One of them almost had a heart attack and asked what she was doing. Grace was playing and imagining the sound of the waterfall absorbed into her world. Diana really liked the sound, but the other girls did not, and were very angry with her. She admonished them to practice their zither instead of teasing, because they were talentless. The teacher came up to them and told them not to come here anymore because they had no talent for playing the zither and advised them to study something else. They got angry, and one of them pointed at Diana and asked her if she had any talent in his opinion, and the girl was shocked by this. John said that her movements are not perfect, but that it can be corrected. The main thing is that she hits the notes, and she also has an ear for music and a sense of rhythm. Diana blushed and breathed a sigh of relief because she had not expected to hear this about herself. Grace looked at the guy and asked him how he would rate her, because she also hit the notes and was already waiting for a compliment from him. He was prejudiced against her, although he agreed that she hit the notes, but he also noticed that she had other flaws. He explained that because of his desire to show off, he did not allow me to reproduce the inner harmony, so at the end, he smeared the end and often lost his rhythm. He slapped the instrument saying that she hadn't put her soul into the playing and the listener always feels it, so he couldn't praise her. John leaned over her and told her that to play the zither successfully, you need a harmonious state of mind and finish the lesson, but asked her to stay. Everyone left because they saw that he was in a bad mood, and Grace was already standing in front of the teacher's desk. She knocked on the table and told him to play himself if he thought she didn't know how to play and show her how well he did. He took her to the instrument, but noted that he hadn't said anything about her not knowing how to play. John just urged her to calm her heart and feel the melody, and he seemed to transport himself somewhere playing the zither. Grace was amazed and didn't understand how he did it because his playing was mesmerizing. She had never felt this way before when she was learning to play the zither, because it was as if he could slow down time and immerse her in the melody. Grace tried to calm her heart and feel the melody, and if she relaxed completely, she could feel herself part of the source. The boy finished playing, but the girl had not yet come out of the state he had put her in, and later she began to open her eyes a little. After that, she started to panic and scream that he was a sorcerer because he had put her into a trance. He lit a Borgonia and said that he hoped his playing and the smell would help calm her heart, and he would be leaving. She shouted at him in anger that she would still be listening to the instructions and teachings of some disciple. Then she turned around and saw the food and wondered where it came from. She looked in different directions to see if anyone was there and started to fill her cheeks because she was very hungry and it was very tasty. John was standing outside the door, and it seemed to him that the mark of the inner demon was no longer so bright, so it would probably be safe to return soon. At night, Grace turned to Diana and asked if she was sleeping, but she was still awake. Then she asked her if she could tell her what love was, and her friend wanted to tell her something in secret. She whispered that she had met the man of her heart and would show him to her tomorrow. The next day, they were sitting on the second floor of a brothel watching people, and suddenly Diana pointed to a man, her lover. And it was a guy who was selling noodles and urging people to buy them while they were hot for only 20 venya. Grace was somehow not thrilled to see a mere salesman because she expected to see someone worthy as she spoke so enthusiastically. Diana explained that you fall in love not with a class, but with a person, and told how he returned a handkerchief she had accidentally thrown that he was too embarrassed to look her in the eye.